future, when safety matters. Bringing our community closer.
All aboard!
Your government in action. Orange TV.
Welcome to the Hope-A-Thon, expanding awareness that recovery and remission is possible. With our featured host, Louis Delgado, and other guests, Daryl Strawberry, Dr. Rob Kelly, and Dusty Watson, and many more. Some of our benefiting charities include the Now Matters More Foundation, One Heart, RCCF, and plenty more. Text Now Matters to 31996 to donate your time. Traditional donations can also go to thehopeathon.com or nowmattersmore.org. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Welcome to the main event. I'm Brett Schulman from It's Brett TV, and I'm excited to welcome you to the very first Hope-A-Thon presented by the Orange County and Now Matters More Foundation. Get ready for 24 hours of hope with your host and founder of the Now Matters More Foundation, the one and only street certified dope doctor, Mr. Louis Delgado.
What? It's here? It's finally here. Trinity is finally here. Independence Day is finally here. Oh my God. We've been waiting for this. We thought COVID was knocking us out. We were originally scheduled for September 26th. How do you move an entire holiday? Well, we did it. We just moved an entire holiday from September 26th to November 14th. And here we are. It's finally that day. Happy Independence Day, everybody. What does it mean? What does it mean? Who am I? Why am I on your TV screen right now? Because it's Independence Day. I am the founder of the Now Matters More Foundation. I am Louis Delgado, the street certified dope doctor Louis Delgado, here with you. Now, a lot of you haven't seen me on Orange TV since, I don't know what, 2008 or something like that, when my show used to air here on Orange TV. But it's been a while. But thanks to the good folks at Orange County. Now, there's a lot of people involved in putting this together. I mean, if I had to name everybody that's involved in putting this together, it's a long list. But I'm going to try to do my best throughout the 24-hour period. That's right, 24 hours. We're going to be live on this television, on this Facebook Live, on this YouTube. However you're watching it right now, we're going to be on for 24 hours. Why? Why are we going to be on 24 hours? And I'll tell you why. Because we do recover. And a lot of people don't know that. A lot of people are suffering. They're struggling. And all of us have it, and all of us know it. We all have this feeling and this fear that somebody with an addiction is never going to get it. They're always going to be this way. And that's not the case. We have invited so many of our friends. Trinity and I have gotten on the phone. We've called all of our friends. We've had our friends call friends. We had our friends like Anna call friends like Julie call friends like Dr. Rob call friends like Dusty Watson, who you're going to be called friends. Everybody's called their friends. And we put together a lot of people to send us messages of hope. So all throughout this 24-hour period, you're going to be hearing messages of hope. And the important thing about doing that, people, is because all too often, it's all been about the death and the dying. Every time you hear about drugs and alcohol, it's about the death and the dying, the destruction. I mean, before even coming here today, I'm on my way here to the Orange TV studios right now. By the way, thank you very much, Orange TV, and the entire staff here at Orange TV. It's amazing. But on my way here There was a couple that wanted help, and they're like, can we get help? We're a couple. Is that a problem? And so I was just able to navigate the system. It's not an easy system to navigate. They were trying to navigate the system. It was very difficult. But, when you're in the system, it's kind of easier to navigate. You have friends, you have connections, you have people that you can call, pull favors, whatever it takes. And both of them, right before coming in here, both of them were admitted into a program. And that's why we do this. That's why we do this. So all this entire 24 hours, you're going to be seeing a phone number. You're going to be hearing about the Now Matters More Foundation. You're going to see the phone number, 833-NOW-MATTERS. That's right, 833-NOW-MATTERS. By the way, thanks to the good folks at Lakeview Health who have joined us for tonight to be able to answer that call all throughout the 24-hour period. So there is an organization that's helping us out this entire 24 hours, and they're here to take that phone call. So if you have an issue, if something's going on, if something you hear today inspires you to say, you know what, I didn't think that I was going to call and get help today, but I don't know, I heard that person share about their story, and it sounds just like me. It sounds just like me. And if you get inspired by something like that, then pick up the phone, 833-NOW-MATTERS. That's what it's about. And of course, I don't even know what 688, I don't even know what it turns into, but it's 833-NOW-MATTERS, the words, and call that phone number. Now, here's the deal. So we're going to bring on a bunch of friends here today. And we're going to have people, some are going to be live here in the studio, and some are going to be somewhere else. Like in a minute, I'm going to bring on two very cool people in just a short period of time. One is in San Antonio, Texas. The other one's in California. They're both musicians. I think that it's a good way to start it off with a bang. Obviously, you saw our friend Brett TV start off with his. Now, that is not my dad. That is not my brother. That was not me. I know every time Brett TV shows up on my feed, somebody thinks, oh, well, Trinity will post a picture with Brett TV, and everybody thinks it's me, and they start asking me if I turn into a hippie or something like that. But it's not me. I'm here with you right now, and this is what we're going to be doing for the next 24 hours. But why are we doing this? All right, so besides raising hope and awareness, and besides, tearing down some of that stigma, breaking the stigma, what we're also going to be doing is we want to contribute. We want you to contribute. However you define contribution, however you define helping out, go to our website and help us out, nowmattersmore.org. Why? Because there's some organizations that could really use our help. And if we help those organizations, which is what we plan to do, then more people can also have stories of inspiration and messages of hope for our next year's event. That's right, next year's event. Because as soon as this one's over, we're already going to start planning the next one. So I'm going to mention the charities, the foundations, the nonprofit organizations that we're helping through this Hope-A-Thon, okay? So number one, the Now Matters More Foundation. What does the Now Matters More Foundation do? It helps people navigate the difficult business of treatment, right? It's, again, just like I said earlier, somebody needed some help. They needed help navigating the business of treatment. So we do that. That's one thing we do. You want to learn more about that? Go to nowmattersmore.org. In the Trenches Foundation. In the Trenches Foundation does very similar to what the Now Matters More Foundation does. They're housed in Texas. They're housed in Texas, but they do a lot of work here in Florida, which is why, right here in Central Florida, which is where we're coming to you live from, by the way, so that's why we included them. So there's In the Trenches. We have Florida Recovery Schools of Central Florida. I know, there's two Floridas in that name. I know, Trinity points it out all the time. I don't know why Anna Reed, the founder, did that. I still mess with her to this day of why there's two Floridas in the name. But there's two Floridas in the name, but that's not the important part. The important part, it's Florida Recovery Schools of Central Florida. What does that mean? Recovery high schools. What a great idea. I didn't have a recovery high school. You know what I was doing in high school? I was earning my way to be called the street certified dope doctor. That's what I was doing in high school. But thankfully, there's people like Anna Reed out there who helped a lot with this, by the way. I can't thank her enough for everything she's done for this Hope-A-Thon, for Independence Day itself. But that's Florida Recovery Schools of Central Florida. Recovery Connections of Central Florida. What is Recovery Connections of Central Florida? Well, what that is, that's our local RCO. What's an RCO? It's a recovery community organization created by the community, for the community, led by the community. What does the community need? How does it need to support people that are out there? So it's not stuck to any ideology. It's not stuck to any kind of therapeutic measure or therapeutic style. It's not a treatment program. It's just an organization of people in recovery themselves or family members of recovery that help people get whatever it is they need. They go to where they're at. They're not judgmental. They're not there to make any kind of a negative impact on their lives. It's all positive impact by listening to you, being part of your life, and helping you figure out whatever it is you want to do with what's going on. One Heart for Women and Children. Awesome organization. We're going to learn more about that later on within this 24-hour period. Why? Because Stephanie Bowman, who is the founder of One Heart for Women and Children, is going to be in here. So she's going to come in and explain about One Heart for Women and Children. Basically, they help people that are just getting back started, women that are getting back started in their life after losing things, whether they lost their kids, whether they were in prison, whether they were in jail, whether they just suffered some tremendous just negative consequences due to their substance use or just other situations that do happen to women out there. And she helps them get back on their way. Zebra Coalition, our LGBTQ community. They need help too. That's right. Every community suffers with drug and alcohol issues, and that community is no different. And so LGBT community needed our help. They have some counseling, a lot of programming there, and Zebra Coalition does it, so we love them. M4W, which is Marketing for Warriors. Marketing for Warriors helps people that suffer human trafficking. There's a lot of human trafficking going around. And don't just think it's just sex trafficking. It's not just sex trafficking. There's work trafficking. People are trafficked just for work purposes. And so, M4W, we support you. You're part of the foundation's, part of the recipients of this whole event. And then finally, Peer Support Space. Peer Support Space, again, coming to where you're at. There's a lot of individuals that feel a little slighted on this earth. They feel like it's difficult to come out of their shell. They suffer some sort of mental health issues and don't really just feel comfortable, not only in their own skin, but then around us. And a lot of us don't know how to help them feel comfortable. So we're going to have Yasmin come on, and she's going to help explain it a little bit later on in this 24-hour period as well. So those are the foundations. I mean, I know I just didn't do them justice in this little period like this, but it's just beginning. It's just starting. I'm just revving up because this is a long day, 24 hours long. So what we're going to do right now is kick this thing off, right? In order to kick this out, because we're in Orange County, the Mayor Demies. Now, before we play the video, Mayor Demies is the whole reason that I get called the dope doctor on radio. I was doing traditional radio, and I had that question. Do I want to just do traditional radio? Do I want to do counseling? He helped merge the two. Him, Carol Burkett, they were a big part of me becoming the street certified dope doctor on Orange TV. Back then, back in 1999, we've been on the air as the Couch Live for 21 years now. So thank you, Mayor Demings. And this is what he has to say so he can kick us off properly. Go ahead, Mayor Demings.
Hello, I'm Orange County Mayor Jerry Demings. Each year, millions of Americans recover from substance abuse addiction. During the first Hope-A-Thon, this is our time to honor those in recovery and provide a path forward for those struggling with substance abuse addiction. During these challenging times, we have quickly learned to adapt to a virtual environment to stay connected. Whether it's working with our behavioral health partners or recovery support groups, services are available for those in need. Over the next 24 hours, the Orange County Drug-Free Coalition, the Now Matters More Foundation, and treatment partners in the community will provide vital information to navigate the treatment system we rely on. It's the word hope that lifts people up in what can be some of their darkest days. I've seen firsthand what addiction can do to someone's life and their family. I ask that you join our community to end dependence to addiction and connect people on a path to recovery.
Isn't that awesome? Mayor Demings, thank you very much, Mayor Demings. It is because of you that we're here at Orange TV. It is because of you that the Couch Live even exists in its current form. And here we are 21 years later. He's still very supportive. This community has embraced not only me, but people like me. And that's why I love to give back to this community. And that's why this community is the home, really the home of the Couch Live and everything I do, because of people just like him. I like to say that he helped us out before it became sexy, Trinity. This is my partner, Trinity. Let me introduce everybody to my partner and my co-host on the Couch Live and the president of the Now Matters More Foundation. That's Trinity Phillips, the Dharma guy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm actually really excited to be here. I got to admit, man.
Finally.
Yes, finally.
No, finally you're excited is what I'm saying.
Yes, I know. It's I had to buy into it, you know, but I got to be honest, the more videos that I heard, and we got some good ones coming. Definitely got some good ones coming. The more I heard, the more impactful they were on me, and I'm in this niche. So I'm actually really excited, looking forward to it. Not only that, but I got to be honest with you, watching the video back, how could you not listen to Dr. Rob's guitar rendition of the national anthem and not get hyped up?
Right.
If you didn't get hyped up for that, I don't know what's wrong with you, man. You need to get some sleep and get ready for it.
Yeah, I think we've played that, I don't know how many times on
Yes,
on the Couch Live.
We borrowed it.
Yeah, we actually played it with our new show that we talk about other issues.
Yeah.
We just stole it.
I like to say we permanently borrowed it.
Yeah.
We'll go with that one.
We asked for forgiveness afterwards. He was okay with it though.
Thankfully, yeah. But I also have to say too, though, you mentioned a little bit, but I got to give my own personal take, if you will, on Mayor Demings. First of all, that's the first time I've heard that one, and it was really good. And the reason why it was really good is because he actually walks the walk, man.
Yeah.
My mother, we did some work with him through the Heroin Task Force. Mm-hmm. The foundation was on there, and it was my first time meeting him. And I met him, I talked to him a little bit, I heard about him, and then I went home to my mother. I was like, oh yeah, I met Sheriff Demings, because at the time he was still sheriff. Yeah. And my mother's like, well, I know him. And she had nothing but good news. He actually used to be her trainer back when she was at the Orange County Corrections.
And when you mean trainer, you mean professionally?
Yeah.
Not like you're the trainer, because you're a trainer.
Correct. No, he would do like classes and things of that nature. Bottom line is, myself included, anybody who's ever met him knows that actually is Mayor Demings. That's not just a face he puts on for the camera. This is actually near and dear to his heart. He's got personal ties to it. So thank him for that. Thank you, Mayor Demings.
Well, that's what I said. I mean, like, he did this way back then. I mean, you know, I mean, so, because, look, let's take a little history lesson here. I mean, you know, when I have 32 years in long-term recovery right now. That's, you know, thank you. And you know, there was a time where I thought, you know, negative things about not only the system, but law enforcement, about authority, but all that because I thought negative things about myself. Like I didn't really, you know, like who I was. I didn't really understand who I was, and I really didn't understand why I did the things that I did. To be honest with you, it was real hard. Yeah.
Who does at that age, man?
I know, man. But you know, but I thought I was the only one. That's the thing.
Exactly.
That's what it does to you, right? That's what these kinds of issues do. They make you feel like you're the only one that feels these things. So he and Carol together combined with Bob Pickerel. By the way, there's a video of Bob Pickerel. Tonight.
Oh, boy.
Within this 24 hours. I can't even say tonight. It's within the 24 hours. It's all going to be like night for us, bro.
Yeah.
Because we're indoors, so we can't even see when it's sunlight outside.
I don't even know what time it is.
So it's Independence Day time. But those three together are really the first people of authority that kind of treated me very differently.
Right.
Like, I mean, right out of the box, I didn't have to, look, I always thought you had to prove your value and your worth. No. They gave it to me because I was a human being, and they took me for my face value. I always thought that you had to build respect. No, they respected me because it was the right thing to do. They taught me all the things that I talk about on our shows.
All the time.
Which is, you know, you don't have to earn respect from me. I'm going to give it to you. You don't have to earn trust from me. I'm going to give it to you. Now, you can do something to hurt all that.
Yeah, of course.
But I give it to you. It's not something that you have to earn. And so I learned. You know, I didn't know this for a long time, but I actually learned that from them because they were the first people of authority that kind of gave me a lot of responsibility. I mean, just think about the very first show, Trinity, that I did. I said, what do you want the show to be on? You know, because they're Orange County. They said, you know, we're going to support. I said, what do you want the show to be on? They go, and I remember Carol. Carol goes, can you do it on marijuana being the gateway drug? And I said, oh, man, Carol, that's a hard one. I said, I tell you what, I'm going to do it on gateway drugs. But I'm going to do it on sugar and caffeine. Is that cool? And she goes, you're the expert. You're the dope doctor. You do it.
I like it, man.
I knew right then, bro.
And they're still the same, both of them.
Yeah, they're exactly still the same. And I knew right there and then that these people not only were different, but this county is different. And so this is all about giving second chances. This whole ideology that I'm never going to get trust again, or I'm never going to be able to do it. Like, look, your life, Louis, I can't have your life. Like, I don't have it that way. Like, people will look at what we have and how we, you know, our friends, you know, people that we hang out with, and they don't think they can ever have that. Let me tell you something. It wasn't that long ago. I was just like that couple that I just put in treatment like less than an hour ago, where I was struggling. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know who to call. Worse that. I mean, there was more stigma even attached then than there is now.
Well, that's the whole point. Right, that's why we're doing it.
Yeah.
Even myself, as somebody who's not in long-term recovery, you know, I have my own journey. I started out with kind of the same stigma that many people still have to this day.
Yeah.
And that was mainly because everything that I saw just had a negative connotation to it, right? Everything they showed in the media, everything they showed in the news was all bad, death, crime, things of that nature. And it wasn't until I met you, as a matter of fact. You were actually the second individual I met that was open about their recovery. The first one, we didn't really talk much. He mentioned it a few times, but that's kind of where it started and stopped. But when I met you, you were open about it, and it was, for me, it was just like, whoa, right? Like, it was just, I never saw that side of things. And so for you to be so open about it, and to see how kind of successful you've been at it, and how instinctual, as you call it, it was quite remarkable. And then that's kind of what inspired me to stick with you and stay in this niche and kind of become more involved. And that's why I'm happy for today, is the hope, because I do see hope. When I see somebody come in for the first time, either through the foundation or back when I was doing groups and things of that nature, I was hopeful. Every time I saw them, I was hopeful. It's like, here's another potential success. I didn't see them for their history. I didn't see them for the past. I didn't see the facade that they put out. I saw the person who was hurting, who made some poor decisions early on, who deserves a second chance, and who's about to get one. And so that's why I'm glad we're doing this, man. That's why I am getting hyped up. As I'm sitting here with you, I'm getting hyped up, man. I'm hopeful.
So that makes me so happy, man. Because first of all, full disclosure, people, Trinity is not in recovery. I know he looks like it because you're being judgmental right now. You look at him and you think he looks like but he doesn't. You actually aren't from this. So if you want to share a little of that, because you had some very different opinions on people like me before.
Yeah, I did. Well, I say that earlier today when we were on the couch, I was talking, and I think it was Dr. Rob, who's getting ready to come up here in a little bit, was saying how he was lucky that when he was doing the musical stuff, he didn't have access to certain things or didn't try certain things. Well, I think for me, I was lucky in the sense that I didn't have access to knowledge. I only had access to essentially the bad perspectives that kind of turned me away from it, because knowing what I know now, had I would have turned to that, which I was ripe for, it would have been, I probably would have gone off the rails, to be honest with you. But no, I had a very negative opinion of them. I always thought, I looked at it as just I looked at it as a weakness, to be honest with you. I didn't really have, basically picture anything in the news that was out there in the mid 80s to early 90s, that was the viewpoint I had. And I never did it myself, only because out of fear, basically. The people I knew at the time were struggling at school, things of that nature. And I was that kid. I had a 4.0. I messed it up for everybody. I know. I messed up the curve. I was that kid that just shows up and got an A. That was just who I was. And so I was terrified to lose that ability. Back in the 80s, it wasn't as prominent now to be from a single parent. And so I was always told that I was either going to be in jail or addicted. And so being the anti-authority individual that I am, I rebelled. So I made sure I was going to prove them wrong and I was going to show them. So I made sure I got straight A's, and I avoided any drugs and alcohol because I didn't want to mess up anything. Hindsight now, looking back, like I said, had I had information and known that intelligent people would do drugs as well, I probably would have turned to it, and I'm thankful that I didn't. But yeah, it was through hope, to be honest with you, that I changed my perspective. That I'm now the president of a foundation that helps individuals with something.
Yeah, how weird is that for you? Because,
dude, if you would have told me this is what I was doing 10 years ago, I would have laughed at you. My whole life, I would have laughed at you, to be honest with you. But if you would have told me for a living, I'd get to run my mouth and I would talk mostly about addiction and helping people.
I know.
I don't know what.
Rather than working out, which is what you spent all your life learning about physical training and building mass muscle. I mean, I don't know how this plays on TV. I don't know if people are going to be able to fully even grasp how strong and how muscular you are. But that's where you spent most of your life.
Yeah. I got into bodybuilding and powerlifting and just,
That's how you dealt with it. That's how you dealt with your stuff. How open are you willing to get, by the way?
As open as I need to.
All right. So you suffered a lot, like your father. Like, what happened with that?
Yeah, so, sorry, Mom.
I said, how open are you going to get?
Yeah,
I didn't ask how open she's going to get. She's not even here to stop you, brother.
Well,
I mean, you might get a text, but
yeah,
she's asleep.
We talk about it on the show anyway, so I'm open book, man. So my early on, I had some of the same traumatic experiences. Yeah. And I think that's part of the reason why I relate so well to people who are in recovery, only because I don't think it's the recovery that you have to have in common. I don't think it's the drug use that you have to have in common.
It's a story, right?
Yeah, I think
the
it's
feelings,
the story.
the emotion.
Yeah, and so that's how I relate to him, man. Because I think back in my earliest childhood memory. Everybody has memories when they're kids of doing this and doing that. I think back my earliest memory. I was on the floor playing with some, I don't know, it was like cars or something like that.
Right.
My mother and my father were arguing, and my dad headbutts my mom. She goes to the floor in front of me. There's blood everywhere, whatever. I'm freaking out. My sister grabs me. We run to the bedroom or the bathroom and lock the door, not knowing what he's going to do next. And I don't say that for shock value, but that literally is my first memory. Yeah. Not to say that there aren't positive ones as well, but that's the one that really, impacted me the most, I guess. Right. And so through that, I dealt with a lot of anger, a lot of rage, a lot of depression, a lot of the same pain and trauma that a lot of people have. And I turned to anger, I turned to rage, I turned into weightlifting, I turned into trying to become the most powerful person I can be, so therefore nobody would take it from me again. And that just so happens to be the route that I took.
That was your way to get control.
But I very easily could have gone another route and been, who knows, probably dead by now.
Well, apparently you did in the end, right? We
I
ended
did,
up in the same
but
place.
in a positive way, right?
So in the end,
yeah.
you met at the same route.
Yeah, I'm with all the same people. Just I got hold of them afterwards, not ahead of time. So yeah, man.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm really happy. I mean, it took us a year to connect, but I'm glad we did.
It took you a year to connect, not us. For those of you watching at home, I just want to put this out there very briefly. And for anybody watching this who knows him, knows that this is a 100% true story. At the time, I had a fitness a company. I still have it, but I was more active in it. And I had a Get Fit weekend where I was going to take people away for the weekend and train them and help them, learn how to live a healthier lifestyle. And I didn't want me to be the only expert on the panel. So somebody told me to reach out to this guy named Louis Delgado, who's really big into that kind of stuff and the different aspects of mentality and psychology and stuff. And so I reached out to him, left him a message, nothing. I reached out to him again, left. A year goes by of me reaching out to this man and calling him and leaving messages, and I never hear from him until finally a year later I hear from him, and he instantly had me come out. I went on a show. He came out to my event. It was a great event, and him and I have been friends ever since. So that's our story.
And he became a co-host not long after that. Then you started working at one of my both my facilities, the outpatient and the inpatient, and then he's the president of the foundation. So. I think it worked.
Persistence,
out.
Right?
Hope.
I hope that you would get back to me.
And that's what it's all about, Trinity. It's look, this Hope-A-Thon. I hope that the people that are watching this that don't have a drug and alcohol problem can still relate. This is what I hope tonight. I hope that just people that are just struggling with trying to grasp at hope. That are feeling wounded right now. There's so much pain out there, Trinity, for so many different reasons. And I guess my desire from this whole entire 24 hours is that before, we do know that there's people that are suffering addiction, suffering mental health issues, right? But even before that, if you're already suffering just pain, before it manifests into a depression, into an anxiety disorder, into a substance use disorder. If you learn how to deal with it, just hold on to some hope. Maybe we can help you get through this at this time. And when I say we help you get through this, I mean we as a community. There's so many of us in the community that want to be there for you regardless. And that's why we're supporting organizations that don't just help people with substance use disorder, but help people with some of the precursors of a substance use disorder, which is a mental health issue, right? Some of that isolation issue, some of those I don't belong type of issues, right? A
lot of pain.
A lot of pain.
Something to do with it.
A lot of pain.
And we see that a lot nowadays, man.
Yeah.
I think that's it's not cool to talk about, right? Like, I don't know about everybody else, but I come from a generation, so do you, where especially as men, for instance, we weren't allowed to talk about it. Even as women, you're not allowed to talk about it publicly. Those things you just don't mention. Yeah. You kind of put it on the rug and pretend like it's not there. Right. Meanwhile, you're really hurting inside. Yeah. And I think that is when it's the most dangerous to lose hope, when you feel like you're alone. Right. And that too is why I'm excited. I'm excited for everybody, not just those individuals in recovery who see this and feel hopeful for tomorrow, but the people who are maybe even thinking about picking up for the first time. Yeah. Who are susceptible to that. Mm-hmm. Don't give up hope. There's still hope. Or
who haven't left their house since COVID hit and they're feeling depressed and isolated.
There's
and stuff
a lot of
like
those
that.
too.
But we have a broader reach, and so I think we should connect with one of the people that we have right now in this broader reach and kick this show start. By the way, he didn't want the Hope-A-Thon. He didn't want it to even exist.
Who, our guest
right?
coming up?
You.
I think our guest, we should
No,
cut
you,
to
the
real
president
quick,
of the foundation, didn't want this. He didn't understand it, didn't get it. When I went to him and I said, listen, you know, I grew up watching Jerry Lewis. I'm inspired by it. This is what I want to do. I've been wanting this for how many? I don't even know how many.
A long time.
So,
we voted it down.
So I may have ignored you, Trinity, for a year before we connected, but you ignored me about this Hope-A-Thon for longer than a year. So I think you got me back in spades. And here we are. The Hope-A-Thon exists, Trinity, and now you're happy, right? Now you're okay?
Yes.
You'll be more happy when it's over. After you see the whole finished product and you see how many people we help, you're going to be more happy.
I like it.
But look, let me make you guys happy because you've been listening to us babble long enough. And I want to bring on a good friend of ours that is out in San Antonio, Texas. But rather than me have to explain everything about this man, let's bring on Dr. Rob Kelly, the addiction doctor. You may have seen him on Dr. Phil. You may have seen him on Oprah. You may have seen him on the addiction or the doctors, right? Dr. Phil. No, I call him Dr. Phil. Dr. Rob Kelly. Dr. Rob Kelly, how you doing, brother?
I'm doing awesome, guys. How are you two doing? What a great start.
Wow, look at you. You look like Max Headroom.
He does.
I do, don't I? Yes.
See, and this is what I was talking about earlier today. I knew that there is there is no way that you were going to be in just a normal, boring attire. I just knew that I can count on you for just looking spiffy, my man. How are you?
Awesome, man. You know, that's what it's all about for me. I mean, because I'm in the addiction field and because I work with alcoholics and addicts, getting them well, do a lot of brain science and brain spotting and neuroplasticity. You know, it's a tough subject. So I try and lighten the load. I mean, I'm known for the crazy colored scrubs, and I have 87 pair of sneakers, tennis shoes, all different colors, pinks and yellows and grays. And I'm just known for that. You know, at the back of me there is the back of the office. And I've often been seen running across playing the guitar for patients when they come in and you don't feel 100%. You know, it's whatever it takes. I mean, and this is my life. Like people say, why do you keep getting excited about this, Dr. Rob? It's like, this is my life. You know, you got to understand that, you know, I was homeless with this disease. It took my kids off me, my wife off me. It took my houses, the cars, the business, my medical license. It took everything off me, absolutely everything off me. So when I come off the streets, it's like, you know, if I ever got off the streets, this is what I'm going to do.
That's right.
And I set my scopes. And, you know, when I came over to America, I had these 3 things I want to do and of accomplishment. It's like, I don't know. It's like, once I get the idea into my head, I mean, you've got to imagine, you know, I've worked with almost 6,000 alcoholics and addicts over the 20 odd years I've been doing it. 6,000 is a lot of people. And for the first 1,000 that I was working with, man, you know, it took a toll on me. Yeah. Every time I worked with someone, it's like it took a piece of me away. And I was struggling with that. So I had to get down to the causes and conditions of why this is happening. So I needed treating myself, man. I was suffering from PTSD. I was exhausted with the work I was doing. But when I came back with a vengeance. And there's nothing that's going to not happen when I'm around. You know that, guys. Nothing that's not going to happen. Nothing. Dr. Rob's in the house. It's going to happen. Simple as that.
Can you imagine him showing up on your doorstep saying, it's time for you to go to treatment? You're coming with me. So let's back this train up just a little bit, Dr. Rob. For the people that don't know who you are and where you come from and stuff. First of all, obviously with that accent, you're not from Tennessee, right?
I'm from East Texas.
Well, you are now.
Yeah.
So give us a little bit of background of where you come from and where your journey started.
Well, I come from Manchester, United Kingdom. So I was born and bred there. I shot down to Oxford to be educated, stayed in London, went back to Manchester, and then came over here. But I took my first drink at the age of 9. I'm a musician by heart. I've got a crazy musical past. Dusty will appreciate this when he comes on, but you know, I was just good. I mean, my bass guitar, I used to walk around the house with it at least 12 hours a day. Wow. I'd go in the restroom with it. Sometimes I had it in the bath with me. You know, I couldn't put it down. I was attached to this. So music was going to be, you know, the stuff I did. And I played some really A-listers when it comes to playing with people. But I took the first drink on stage with a musical family at the age of 9. And what I know now but didn't know then that's what started my alcoholism off. See, I believe that I was born with self-sabotaging neural pathways, which is hereditary, which is basically the addictive brain. It's, you know, I want to self-sabotage. So my journey of alcoholism started there. And over the years, it started to take its toll. I was fired from 3 or 4 jobs. People have said I was drinking too much. I didn't get it though, guys. You know, it's amazing. It took all that time, the loss of the kids and everything, ended up on the street. And I don't mean sofa surfing, guys. I mean living in bus shelters and on the park benches is where I would sleep. And that's where it took me. But the crazy thing is, after 14 months on the streets, didn't think I had a problem. Just thought I was going through some, you know, crazy stuff. But after 14 months, it finally got me. One Monday morning, about 2:30 in the morning, pouring down rain in Manchester, and I dropped on my hands and knees and I was crying. Wasn't crying because I'd lost my kids and my fortune and the big house and, you know, the cars. But listen to this. I was sobbing from my stomach, the aching in my stomach. I was crying because the first time in my life, I realized I couldn't stop drinking.
Yeah, that's pretty heavy, and that's a scary moment. I remember that moment. That's weird that you bring up that moment as where you realized that you couldn't stop drinking, because I remember that moment where I looked in the mirror and I called myself a junkie, and that was a very tough moment for me. That was a very defining moment, because up to that point, like what you said, up to that point, we're able to laugh even the pain off, even laugh the bad times. I mean, I've wrecked vehicles. I've hurt friends. I've hurt people. I hurt myself. I lied. Did a lot of things prior to that I could laugh off as a joke or as just part of the deal, right? But it wasn't until that moment where I looked at myself in the mirror and I called myself a junkie. And that's what it sounds like happened to you too. And I think there's a lot of people that can relate to that.
Oh, definitely. I mean, nobody likes to admit that they're different to anybody else. You know, we're all trying to fit in. We all want to be friends with people. So, I mean, especially back in the day when we got sober, you know, I mean, God, can you imagine? It was crazy. I mean, you didn't mention you had an alcohol problem, and generations back didn't. My grandfather liked to drink. That's what he said. Oh, your grandfather likes to drink. It's like, He's a chronic alcoholic, but it was never mentioned as much. So when I first got sober back in '88, it was just like, it was very hard to admit that I had a problem and I couldn't control it. You see, on the outside, I was always a Mr. UK. I was Mr. Northwest. I won all these bodybuilding titles. I was a fighter. You know, I was known on the council estate, the projects where I was born. I was known for being nasty and would take you down in seconds. So to actually admit to yourself that you were failed at something, took me a long time to do that, man. I was absolutely broken.
I think this is a good time to kind of like do that little disclaimer thing as well, that, you know, and anybody watching right now that may be saying, you know what, how is it that you guys are doing this out loud, that you're actually sharing this on a television show, sharing this on a live stream, sharing it open? Shouldn't you be in the closet? Shouldn't you be anonymous? And here is my answer, and this is just my opinion on this. Anyone else on this 24-hour show can say anything they want to do. This is just my personal opinion. I was raised to be in the closet with this issue. I was raised to be anonymous to this issue, and I don't fault anyone for doing it their way, but I want to do recovery my way, and recovery my way is I feel like by being open about my recovery, but more important about the remission part, the life building part, not just the life building part, but the life built part, all the gains that I've had, the awareness that I've gained, the love and the trust and the friendships and the connectivity that I now experience. I feel like it's important to share that this exists. And because I feel it's important it exists, it's hard to share all that and then feel ashamed or feel quiet or feel like I should keep everything else in the closet or in secret. So I've chosen to come out of the closet about my addiction and recovery. And so please respect that, like I'll respect your choice to be secret or anonymous. That's all right. I don't fault you for it. I don't blame you for it. I just choose to recover very loudly, as loud as that shirt that Dr. Rob is wearing. And I'm assuming that you were kind of brought up the same, Dr. Rob. Was there anybody that ever told you that you should just, you know, quiet down? Maybe you shouldn't share that. It's going to hurt your career. I mean, you're a physician. So didn't somebody tell you that you shouldn't talk about it? Like, how is anyone to trust you as a doctor if you tell them that you've had a problem?
all the time, you know, and that's one decision I had to make from the get-go when I made a comeback, you know, all them years ago, is I'm not going to be quiet. You know, we're talking about mid-80s. It's like I'm just going to come out because somebody needs to say this.
Yeah.
You know, sugarcoating alcoholism and addiction kills people, but nobody's talking about it. They're all embarrassed. You know, it's just like, it's like the old joke. I'm sat in a bar and, you know, I said, "You want a drink?" And I said, "No, I'm an alcoholic." And the guy said, "What did you say?" I said, "I'm a mass murderer." I said, "Oh, thank God for that. I thought you was an alcoholic." You know, that's the kind of stuff I used to get. But when I came out, so here's how crazy it was for me. When I came out, I'm a crazy 280 pounds, 6 foot guy, bodybuilding, you know, very tough, could fight anything. I was bare knuckle fighting back in the day before UFC with the padded gloves and the cage. I was doing it for a living on the streets. You know, so I wasn't scared. It's like I was given all the tools to come out. If there was anybody going to come out, it was going to be me.
Yeah.
You know, and what people going to say, what are they going to do? You know, and with all the experience, you see, I had them from the start because I had all the training, I had all the qualifications. I'm educated from Oxford University, not any other crappy university, Oxford University, and now you present this guy who's shouting about recovery, because that's what it's about, recovery, and people started to listen. And people jumped on board, you know, and before I knew it, we had a movement going, and we have a movement going over here. It's the same thing over here. Right. You know, but I'm the same as you, Louis. I so guard people's anonymity. In fact, I was walking around the store the other day, and me and my wife, and I saw a guy from the rooms, and he walked up and he said, "I think I recognize you. Is it such and such a thing?" I said, "No." "Is it such and such a thing?" He said, "No." "Are you a friend of Bill's?" I said, "Yeah." "Oh," and that's when I had a little chat and walked away. And about 3 minutes later, my wife turned to me and said, "Who's Bill?" I said, "Oh, don't worry about it. It's all cool." It wasn't up to me to out him. And that's how much I guard it. But yeah, out loud, looking loud. I wear crazy colors. I'm nearly 60, guys. I feel 20. I'm wearing crazy colored clothes, drive an extortionate, stupid car. I live in a crazy house. It's like I'm living out loud. You see, here's why, and I'll finish on this. I know I'm going on, but you know, the reason I do what I do today and live out loud is because I'm the only person I know that gets 2 lives in one lifetime. And I don't want to mess this up. You know, I want to go out with a bang. You know? Right. They reckon, you know, by law, I've only got, say, 15 years left. Right. And everyone in the world is going to know who I am by the time I've finished.
Amen to that, brother. And isn't it like, you know, I don't want to be bored in recovery, and I don't think it has to be bored. This is what gets me. This is what gets me, and this is another reason why I like to do this. Not only this show, but all the shows that I do. It's like you can have fun doing this. I've heard way too many people like project recovery as boring. You know, and I thought it was going to be boring as well. I mean, I didn't know what the hell I was going to do. I thought it was all playing putt-putt, to be honest with you. And I was like, how the hell? I can't live a life playing putt-putt. You know, it just looked boring. But it can't be for us, right? There's so many characters like us, right? There's so many personalities like us. I don't care what city you go to, what town you go to. If you find people that are in recovery and living in remission, you're going to find some people that are pretty interesting.
Yeah, definitely, and they're the people I like, you know. And my company, my practices around the world, they're out the box. Yeah. You know, why should we be miserable? This is a journey that we're going to go on, and you know, we have what we call Self-Care Friday, and what it is basically, we say to the patients, "What do you want to do Friday?" We got you a sofa coat lined up in the car outside. When you want to go to a game? You want to go on the Six Flags? What are you going to do? We're going to pay for anything you want to do. We'll send a chauffeur for you. You know, just take care Friday and have fun. And I think a couple of days with me, and I want to make this real clear. A couple of days with me, they change the man and go, "Wow, he's crazy." So, you know, he lives out loud. So I might try a little bit myself. So the next day they might come with a blue shirt and instead of a white one. That's them living out loud. And that's cool. You know, I love that. But, you know, there are some days that I can't get out of bed because of depression. And this is hard to say, but you know, it's 2 or 3 days a year now, but you have to watch the self-care when you're working with people. And my job today is inspire, lift people up, and guarantee that if you follow the directions, you can recover 100% from the stuff that you're going through. Look at me, homelessness to one of the best minds in the modern addiction world. That's what they tell about me. My ego likes that, But my sensible self goes, yeah, you've worked hard for this, Rob. You know, don't mess it up now.
Yeah, you have. You've worked real hard for this. What were you going to say? I could see that you were going to say something, Trinity.
No, I was going to second that, right? Like, as the person who as the president of the foundation, right? Like, one of the things that we do is advocacy. So not only do we do the helping with the addiction, things of that nature, but we also do advocacy work.
Right.
And part of our advocacy work is breaking the stigma. Well, it's hard to break the stigma when all you hear is the narrative of bad, 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 death, this junkie did this, or this person did this, and they broke into that. If that's all you hear, the only narrative you get is that. So I personally, as the layman, had it not been for somebody living out loud, my mind would have never been changed.
Right. Well, yeah, and I like what you're saying there. And I was told that, hey, you got to want what they have, right? And unfortunately, there was a lot of rooms where I didn't want what anybody had, and so it was very hard for me to want some of what some people had, because first of all, I didn't put value on some of the what I was looking at, right? I really didn't know the value of what a good, stable relationship was going to feel like. I didn't know the value of what driving just a normal car was going to feel like, because unlike Dr. Rob, I don't drive a fancy vehicle, but I'm waiting for the one to be delivered. Thank you very much, Dr. Rob, for saying that you were going to deliver one to my next birthday party. That'd be fantastic. You got a whole year. You got a whole year.
I'll take one while you're at it. Why not?
But the point is that there was a lot of things that I didn't value when I was out there using. And I think one important thing I think we need to kick out today when we're talking is that your value system will change. That the things that you may look at as boring or you would never like that, you got to think about it like a food that you didn't used to like as a kid, but now you eat it. Like, there's got to be something that you didn't like as a kid, and you go, that's kind of weird that I like it now, and that's what happens, right? At least that's what happened with me. There's just certain things that right now I find very joyful. But another thing I find really joyful is helping other people. I never liked that when I was using. If I wanted to help you, what I thought helping you was helping you score really good stuff. Like if you had, I just felt like if you had good stuff and you looked at me and goes, man, that was the best I ever had. That's how I used to find value. I was like, yeah, that's right, it is. My parties are the best. My things are the best. My nights are the craziest. That's what I found value in. But now it's about when people call you years later, or send you a text years later that says, listen, you may not remember me, you may not know me, but you helped me years ago, and this is where I'm at today, and I just want to reach out and thank you. I just celebrated 4 years sober, or whatever like that. I just got a thing the other day. This guy celebrated six years sober. He's now in the business of recovery,
nice.
And he just got his first job in the business of recovery. He's all excited about it, and I'm like, see, I still remember when that person told me, man, I'm quitting, and I still remember the exact quote he said. He says, this feels like I'm poking my eyes out with forks. That's exactly what he told me what his detox was feeling like. He was self-detoxing, and it felt like he was stabbing his eyes with forks. And now, as of 2 days ago, he got a job in this business.
That's awesome,
of recovery. He's going to be helping other people, and he's all excited about it. And he comes from the financial industry, and so I'm not outing him. You'll have to go through a lot of people to figure that one out. Yeah. But he comes from the financial industry that moved into this industry. And how often do we see that, Rob? By us being out loud and showing people that you could also put some value onto your past, right? Because if not, then what was it? Yeah. Right? Like what value would have all that using and all that pain and all that lying and dipping and dodging and all that moving and grooving, what would that have been valued for if it wasn't to give back to other people or to inspire the people that says, hey, that was like your college, but look at what you could do with all that experience. That's why now we have peer recovery support specialists. Now we have, recovery coaches. We have like doctors that are in recovery. We have therapists that were in recovery. We have so many different kinds of jobs that you could still have. A lot of people feel like they will never be able to have a profession again if they open their mouth and tell people, what they used to do. Right, Rob?
We get it. Yeah, we get that all the time. The biggest thing that kind of annoys me a little bit is when we get the kid over, the 17, 18-year-old kid, either girl or boy, and the parents drop them off, and we start the first or second day, they go back home and they say, it's great, it's amazing, and they come out next day. And I say to them, what do you want to do with your life? Yeah. Oh, well, I don't know, Well, what do you like? Yeah. Well, I like doing computer games. Well, have you ever built a game? Oh, yeah. Well, maybe that's what you want to do. Yeah. Let's build you a website and let's get you started. So he goes home all excited, and the parents call. And this is what they say to me every time. Listen, Dr. Rob, I really don't want you getting little Billy's hopes up here. You know, I don't think he can be doing stuff like that. So I don't think he should be building that website. And I go, shut up. First of all, don't put a roof on anything for your kid, because if you keep telling him often enough, he's going to take that advice and run with that. Yeah. That's the basis of child trauma, because people go, oh, well, there's no trauma in my life. If you have the addictive brain and you're an alcoholic or addict, there's always trauma. And let me define trauma, you know, anything less than nurturing as a child with the addictive brain, it's trauma. Let me give you some examples. Get down off that chair, you stupid idiot. How many times have I told you you're not going to go to college like your brother? You're too stupid to, or you're not clever enough. This is trauma. It's like, guys, come on. Don't you want to give why have you come here if you don't want to give your kid the best chance? I don't mind shouting at parents. I don't mind shouting. I always shout at patients. That's why they call me the Gordon Ramsay of the addiction world. It's like, I'll tell them to shut up and get out the office. Not nicely as that, but yeah, I take no BS. And you know, if you come here, you're gonna win, because we only work with winners, and we assess people, and you know, we know all these tricks of patients and families, you know. But listen to this, guys. 7 of my ex-patients are now on my staff role.
Wow, that's
how cool
nice.
is that? But you're right. Yeah, they want to do it. We're just working with a couple now. And you know, I always go down and ask scale of 1 to 10 and stuff. And then what's your perfect day? And then what's your perfect job? And for the last 2 or 3 weeks, he said, we want what you and Janet do. And you know, all the fame and all the money and all that stuff that goes with what I do is nothing. Because when that guy said that today, I filled up with tears. Yeah. And I thought, that's my payback. That's all I need, you know?
Yeah, and that's really cool, like, because you really saw them when they were struggling and when they were confused at what they're going to do. And there's a lot of people out there right now that are watching this, and they don't know what they're going to do. And you know what that reminds me of is there was a one time I was doing this event, and you know who this person is, and I'm not going to out this person either, but we're on stage, and this person wants to tell their story at this event, and they start telling their story. Rob, you're going to love this one. So he starts telling the story about how you know, he's smoking crack in a hotel room, in a motel room, and then this person comes on television and starts talking about addiction and recovery, and then he just welled up in tears, and then from that moment forward he started working on his recovery, and he was sober to this day. And then he turns to me and he says, and that person I was watching on TV was you, and that freaked me out because I had no clue, no idea that this guy was going to tell this story. So it's not even only, you know, by doing these things out loud and doing them open, you never know. You never know who you can accidentally inspire. And when I say accidentally is because you can't go in this with an intention that says, you know, I'm going to change your life. Because I don't know if I'm going to change your life, but I might change the guy over here. The guy that told you to watch this might actually be the one that gets inspired to change their life. Or the parent that asked you to watch this might be the one that changes their life and therefore later inspires you. I don't know. You never know, because here's what I do know. The person, the people, and again, Dr. Rob, you're definitely going to understand this. The people that everybody thought they were going to die didn't. And all the people, you know, they're the ones that lived and became like professionals in this industry. And then the people that we thought, oh, it's just a phase for them. Those are the people that didn't do so well in this. And unfortunately, so many of us have buried so many people. And I think this is also time to say this. This whole 24 hours, I know you're going to be hearing it and you're going to be like, why aren't you talking about the opioid crisis and all the overdoses and all that stuff that exists? Because that is what's on television all the time. You see enough of that. You see about all the death and dying. As a matter of fact, I know we're talking about another pandemic a lot lately, and everybody forgets that we're in another pandemic, but this is not time for that. This is all about the recovery part. This is all about the hope part, that we do recover. So all of our friends that come on today's show are not going to sit here and focus on the death and dying and destruction. We may share some of our stories that included some of that, but the real focus is trying to just express our amazing gratitude that we have not only to the people that helped us get here, but to you, the audience, that keeps giving us energy to keep doing what we're doing, because every time one of you sends us a text or a message or any kind of comment that gives us any kind of feedback about what we're putting out there, that really inspires us. And with that, I want to go to you, because here, Rob, like you and I went through this, so that's why we have our stories. But I remember the phone call that you, Trinity, gave to me from one of the very first groups that you did, where you felt what I feel on a regular basis. So please share with that.
Actually, I have two of them. I have my very first one, and then I have the one I know you're talking to, which I'm ridiculously proud of that one, and you'll know why in a minute. But I'm gonna touch to my first one that I got. That was my first exposure to it. Right, like I got into the industry, didn't really think anything of it. I didn't get into it to inspire people, but it started to happen. Yeah. Right, I started doing spiritual groups, and through the spirituality of it, I was making an impact, and I didn't know. And it truly is. It's the ones that you don't think are paying attention. It's not the ones that are talking. It's the ones that you're like, man, this person doesn't listen to anything I have to say right now. It's those ones that reach out to me more often than not, right? And so, but I remember my very first one that I got that awoken me to this idea of hope, right? And that's how I know that Dr. Rob is telling the truth, by the way. Had I listened to him say that years before I experienced any of this, I wouldn't have believed the word he just said. But because I've experienced it, I believe him 100% when he says that's what matters, right? It was a girl who came into Tropical, and just the story was bad, right? Like just the story, I was just like, whoa. Like it was one of my first interactions where I'm hearing the stories that you hear on TV, right? And I talked to her like normal, and I just went into a Dharma guy mode basically, and just started kind of talking to her about things. And then years later, I'm minding my business. I was going to get pizza for my kids, man. I was in the pizza line, my phone rang, and I recognized the name, so I answered it, and it was her. And she was telling me she was just so happy and so excited and wanted to reach out to me, and was telling me that she got her kid back, she got a fiance, she's getting ready to get married.
I know who you're talking about.
She just bought a house, and she graduated nursing school. And she was like 4 years sober, I think, at that point. And I got goosebumps now just thinking about it. I was just like, whoa. And she was like, you know what? Everybody there was great, but for some reason you just stood out to me, and I remember verbatim the things that you said to me, and it really helps me to this day. And I just wanted to say thank you. How do you respond to that, right? Like that was the first one I ever got. And I was just like, okay, but I knew at that moment I was in. I was like, all right, that's because I already got into that with the fitness world, because I've seen people who lose massive amounts of weight and get their freedom back, but it was just different. It was just a different vibe when she called me.
And before you go on to the next one, I knew that happened because that same individual reached out to me because she knew that not only were we friends, but that I had brought you into there and I had hired you. So she said thank you to me for bringing you on and hiring you, because she quoted you verbatim, and that's how I knew it was real, because she actually used things that I knew you said. Everybody knows that you said. We all know our Trinity statements, and she said that, so I think that was really cool. So now tell the other one, because this is the phone call that I remember.
This one was really cool, man. I'm not gonna lie. This one stuck out to me, just because of the situation.
The audience.
So it was. I was out with my kids once again. I was out doing something.
You're always out with your kids.
I know, man.
You're like a good dad or something. What is that?
I try
What's
to
up
be, right?
with that?
So I was out with my kids. We were at I think it was like Disney or something, looking at cars and stuff. And I got a phone call. It said, "Hey, do you mind covering a group?" I was like, "Yeah, okay." And it was a group over in another county. And in that county, it was the best way I usually describe it is basically a diversion type program.
That's what it is.
And essentially, it's a group of 13 to 18-year-old kids on a Friday night, and you got 90 minutes, and there's two groups, and they're completely different. So you got 90 minutes with one group, and then you got 90 minutes with another group.
Those are my favorite groups, by the way, Dr. Rob. I love doing that group. I did it for like 20 years.
It ended up being my favorite groups, but going into it, mind you, like 13 to 18, these kids don't want to be there. It's a Friday night, man. Nope. And they're like, why am I here? I don't want to do this. I got better things to do. Who's this schmuck getting ready to talk to me and all this other stuff? And coming from my perspective, I'm thinking, what have I got myself into? And I'm looking at, like, when I say 13, some of them were like 13.
Oh, I've
like,
had 12-year-olds in that
man.
one, so yeah.
And so I went in and I had my group, and I decided to talk to them the way I wish somebody would have spoken to me. Because I was a kid who had a lot of problems, a lot of issues. I got into a lot of trouble, and everybody kept talking down to me or whatever. And so I was like, you know what? I'm just going to talk to you guys like humans, basically. And so one of the groups, it doesn't even sound true when I say it, but I promise you it's 100% true. So I did my 90 minutes with them, and after I'm done, they all got up and they started like clapping. They gave me a standing ovation when it was done, and they were all clapping. And I'm not gonna lie, it was one of the greatest moments of my life. because I went into it thinking 13 to 18, I'm lucky if they remember my name after this. They don't want to be here. They were all giving me these like attitude stares and stuff. And after I got done talking to them, they just stood up and just started clapping, came up. They all wanted to shake my hand afterwards and whatnot. And it was just amazing, dude. And there's too many of those moments for me not to be hyped up about Hope.
Well, that's the thing. Now, since then, I know you've had a lot more moments. Isn't that cool, Dr. Rob? So you remember that stuff. We all remember these things. This guy called me up. I swear he was so high on that event. He was just high on the event. He was like, "Oh my God, I want more. I want to do this again. I want to do another session like right now." It's like, I know exactly what you're feeling. But all right, so here's what we're gonna do now. I think it's time to bring on Dusty. Dusty's out in California. He is right now. He's with a program called Northbound out in California. So we're gonna have two musicians on at once. So you never know where we're gonna go with it now. But before bringing them on, I want to show you just a little bit of Rob, you know how, Rob, we used your guitar, right? We used your guitar to start the whole show off. You did the national anthem that started this whole deal off, right?
Yep.
But now I want you to get a little taste before we bring on Dusty Watson. Here's a little taste of Dusty Watson. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, would be too.
Oh my God, I've watched that 100 times. I mean, wow. Did you see that? Did you see
Wow.
it? Dusty Watson. Welcome, Dusty. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay, man. Thank you guys for the invitation. Is this thing on? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we hear you perfectly.
All right.
Brother.
All right, cool.
Oh my God! Now, first of all, that was in Madrid, Spain.
Yeah, I played there a few times, and I really like. It's a really good party town. You know, they do a lot of cocaine there. From what I hear, I don't know.
Allegedly.
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 Wow, man. Let me tell you something, Dusty. That right there, it was incredible. I've watched that video so many times. It's ridiculous.
That's funny. I'm glad.
Yeah. So that's
I'm
pretty
glad.
awesome. Well, check you out. You look a little bit different than since Trinity and I saw you last in California.
Well, you know, I flew home from my last tour on March 5th. And I had a show on the 8th and the 9th, and that was it. I hung up the sticks, and I stopped shaving, and I stopped cutting my hair.
I like
So
it.
that's kind of what happened. I don't have any other explanation.
I think a lot of people have done that since COVID, huh? Just stop doing it all.
It's like another form of expression, a way to celebrate freedom, you know?
Right. Well, you know, I've got all my hair back because I have not cut it since COVID, so it's pretty up there. I've cut the sides, but not the top, so that top is long. So I feel you. So Dusty, man, you're another guy that's doing this out loud. You're not quiet about it. You're not apologetic about it. You have your own story about it. So give us a little bit of taste of who Dusty is, so then we can get into a broader conversation with you and Dr. Rob.
Okay. Well, I've been playing drums since I was a little kid. And besides that, when I was a little kid, I had a really abusive motorcycle cop father who was pretty rough on me. He even admitted that later in life, you know.
Well, that's good.
And so I, you know, a couple sisters, and they were older, and they brought drugs into the house. You know, and introduced me to a few things, and that was really cool. And being a drummer as a young boy, I ended up hanging out with a lot of older people right away. So I just fell into the whole let's just party and have a good time. I never really was trying to prove anything to anybody. It was more about the drums, you know.
Right.
And then I think, you know, at some point it just kind of flips on you, right? You know, it works until it doesn't work, and then it was just chasing that thing, right? So I doubt that my story is much different than anyone else. It might have come in different ways, but I think the end result was I was chained down to everything that came my way. I would just grab onto it, you know, relationships and you know, breaking up hotels and getting fired from bands and not showing up on time and arrests, and you know, just got really challenging to just even get through a fucking day. You know what I mean? Like, it just got really challenging. And sometimes I didn't get through the day, you know? Right. And so that kind of went on, you know. I did like a 17-year run. Cause I hit the Jack Daniels bottle when I was a little boy and all that, but I didn't really get really cooking until I was 15. And I tried to shut it all down at 30. You know, I woke up at 30, and like a lot of people, I think, you know, I didn't have a plan. I just thought, well, this thing's got to explode and splatter all over the universe before I'm 30. I don't have to worry about, you know, retirement plans, or none of that was ever in my portfolio. You know?
Right.
So, so I wake up and I'm 30, and I just have my second kid, and I'm just effed out of my mind. I don't even know what's going on anymore, you know?
Right.
And just try to get some help. And I actually, through the court, they you know, I had a little nudge from the judge and ran around with a court card and tried to make that work for a minute. And I had about 90 or 100 days, and I took another gig. I went back out on the road, and a joint went around, and you know, I wasn't really thinking, right? We were about to go on. There's 10, 12 people standing there, crew and everybody. And I hit the joint and went around again. And I thought, oh shit, I don't use anymore. You know, I'm not supposed to smoke or whatever I told myself. And by, you know, the second round, I went, well, fuck it, it's too late now, you know? So then that took me out on another 1.5-year run. And I, you know, came crawling, like I like to say, I don't know if I heard this, somebody told me, but I think the only way to really get help is I like to box it up like I have to be crawling in through the front door on my hands and knees, bloody from head to toe, begging for my life. Right. That's the kind of desperation I need to be, right? Because I'm not going to, I mean, yeah, I can clean up for 30, 60, 90 days, or maybe I can even hit a year or something, grab a chip, and then I'm off and running again. I don't know. I just need to really be serious about it. And I was the second time, you know, like crying and you know, my actual last day of using was not, you know, I didn't have like the sirens and the helicopters chasing me down or anything. It was just a pathetic, I'm done. You know what I mean? Though I didn't have any energy left, you know, I had already gone through all the different drugs, right? That, you know, that a musician might use, starting with, you know, back then it was just cross tops for speed, and, you know, the alcohol and angel dust, and, you know, then that all fell into like, you know, powders and pills, and I really liked anything that made me feel different than what I feel like, right? I couldn't deal with the trauma of being beat up by my dad and humiliated, and then I was supposed to be this rock star dude, you know, and trying to find my own identity, and I just couldn't put it all together. I was all mixed up and flying in a lot of different directions. And so it became pretty pathetic, wrecked a bunch of cars and destroyed all kinds of relationships, probably very, very close to a lot of people. You know, I doubt it's much different.
It's kind of one of those common themes,
you know,
isn't it?
I don't know. God came in, you know, this dude I used to play music with, he says, hey, I'm going to take you to your meeting. And it was the real first meeting that I went to. The other ones were forced on me, you know?
Yeah.
So I go to this meeting with this cat, and he goes, I'm going to introduce you to this guy. His name's Rod. He's going to be your sponsor. So I didn't even have to put my hand out, right? You know, and because I would have never picked this guy. You know, he's like a short Mexican, inked up, been in prison, all this stuff. Like, I'm like, this guy can't talk to me. You know, I'm not even going to talk to this guy, you know, or whatever. And man, he just beat me into a world of submission, man. He worked my ass over so hard. And that's really, like, the using part is probably similar, and maybe the getting clean part is similar too. Like, somebody grabbed onto me and walked me through the steps, man. I would have never had a shot. I mean, I guess there's a lot of people walking around that are abstinent, you know.
Right. Yeah.
But they're pissed off and they're angry, and they, you know, I mean, I don't think you're really going to change your life until you start getting down in those steps, you know, and start figuring out what's really driving all this stuff, you know.
Yeah,
and doing some trauma work.
Definitely a lot of angry people out there, but hey, before we go on, I gotta say something, because if not, I'm surprised they're not yelling in my ear already about it. Remember, usually when you do our show, that's on just internet, so it's not a big deal. But this is on Orange TV, and so I don't want to get the television people all upset with us. So we got to watch our language on. Yeah, there you go. I got to watch our language on the television.
We've exceeded our quota for the next 10 years.
We've exceeded our quota.
We're only an hour into this thing, so.
Yeah, we want to make it all 24 hours, Dusty.
All right. Well, I'll pull it back 2 notches, not just 1, but 2.
There you go.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you. But you know, thank you very much for that, Mike. What do you got to say?
Well, I was going to say, you know, just sitting here listening to his story, right? Because I remember, first of all, I'm digging the beard there with the Beard Brothers.
Yeah, he's looking great. Yeah.
Well, because when I met you originally, when we were in California, my beard was much longer at that time, and he was like clean shaven and looked fantastic, right? It's welcome to the dark side, brother. But what I got to say though about hope, right? Because I'm noticing a reoccurring theme here.
What, the Hope-A-Thon has hope?
Exactly.
Is that the recurring theme?
Well, that's what I want to remind people, right? Because there's people out there who don't have hope, and so like I know for myself, one of my greatest moments was when I was angry and rageful and all that time, and it was Jeremy, one of our board members, who messaged me one time, was like, dude, you're so zen, right? Mm-hmm. Never in my life did I think somebody could look at me that way.
Right.
And so when I look at Dusty here, and I met him and talked to him, and this is the first I'm hearing a lot of his story. And then even Dr. Rob, you know, when he goes into his story, and you've talked to me a little bit about yours, that's where the hope lies.
Yeah.
Is I don't care what your past was, man. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
What matters is what you do right now. Now matters.
Right. Now matters. Now matters more.
Exactly. And that's the point, though, is that to me is where I think the hope comes in, is it can be different tomorrow.
Right. By the way, where is Dr. Rob? Is he still on there?
I don't know.
Are we?
Oh
able,
yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we could still see Dr. Rob as well, because all right. So both of you are musicians. Both of you are musicians before you were in this business. So it's a perfect time. So for this hour segment, we want to talk a little bit about that, because all too often, how many times have you guys heard this? Well, you just don't understand the kind of job I have. You know, how many times have you heard someone that uses that as some sort of defining statement that kind of freezes them from getting help, right? They say, you know, well, you don't understand. I'm in insurance, and all insurance guys drink like this, or I'm in sales, and all sales guys do this, or I sell cars, all car salesmen do cocaine. You know, well, you guys are both musicians, so if musicians can get clean and sober, I don't know. I mean, look, if Ozzy can get clean and sober, which is my favorite of all time, right? That anybody can. Where's Ozzy? Why isn't Ozzy on this show? How do we not get Ozzy?
He didn't pick up the phone, man.
I don't have his phone number yet. I did do a show with Sharon Osbourne. But anyway, so can you guys speak a little bit to that? Like, was there another musician that inspired you to know that you too can do this, even though you're this eccentric, talented person that's supposed to be crazy, right? Because the musicians are allowed to be really out there.
They're expected to be.
Yeah, they're expected to be. So first, Dr. Rob, and
in the industry at all. That was, I mean, you went into the studio. I mean, gigging was just part of it, but you went in the studio and it was just, it was all laid on for you. You know, it would be silly not to do it. And then depending on how many hours you've got in the studio, you know, it could be 6 a.m. till 2 p.m. or it could be 1 a.m. So I had to take something to keep me going. But, you know, I met a load of guys that you can see were going down the wrong track. But in them days, it was really, you know, it was just the norm. It was accepted that that's just the way it was. And I think, to be honest with you, I'm going to be real honest here, guys. You know, when I was sessioning at Abbey Road and Strawberry Studios, I couldn't have done it sober. I didn't have the confidence. I was this overconfident guy on the outside because I was drinking and taking cocaine. Mm-hmm. And then I was this little kid on the inside. So take away the drugs and alcohol from me, I don't think I would have done it. Hey, I'm a 16-year-old kid going to Abbey Road for an audition for the session bass player with guys in their 30s and 40s who've played with loads of people. I mean, that takes some balls to do that. But I remember getting outside Abbey Road and thinking, well, I've got this audition, so if I just have one drink, you know, to get me in the mood, it'd be okay. So I had one beer, I went in, I did the session, come out. A week later, I got a letter through the mail, you've passed it, come down for a second one. So I went down for the second audition and I'm stood outside Abbey Road and I'm thinking, well, this is the second audition. I better have 2 beers for the second audition. I had 7 auditions for that position. On the 7th audition, I drank 7 beers. As I went in. Don't remember going in. Don't remember doing the session. Don't remember getting home. I woke up the next day thinking, oh my God, I've messed that up. And a week later, I got the letter to say I got the job. So what does that tell me? It tells me every time I'm wasted and every time I drink beer, I succeed. Yeah. You know, so, I mean, nowadays, it's different. I've worked with some of the biggest rock stars and film stars in the world. And getting sober now is the new drunk. And it has been for the last 5 years. It's like when people are going about the Rolling Stones. Go, oh my God, them guys are still drinking and drinking in their age. You cannot perform at their level if you're drinking to excess. Right. You know, they've got to be fit. Man, it takes some fitness. Dusty will notice of doing what he does, you know, at this age. I mean, it's great when we're young. But, you know, at my age now, if I was going to go back, I have to be really fit to do that stuff. And, you know, it's the new sober. It's amazing.
Well, and that's kind of a really cool thing that you're kind of seeing that. You're seeing that trend change where a lot of the old norms are not necessarily the norms anymore. But I heard you say something that's very similar to what Dusty said, which was, you know, that insecurity was there, even though you're the rock star on the outside, even though everybody's dying to be you, they wish they could be you, they wish they could be around you, they wish they could have the friends that you have. On the inside, neither of you were really as confident as you were projecting in your music. I mean, and that's what I heard. So Dusty, can you speak a little bit more to that part of it? Did the music give you the confidence? Did the drugs give you the confidence? I mean, what was it that you thought was giving you the confidence?
That's a good question. I think I just faked it my whole life. You know, I mean, I did take a lot of drum lessons early on, and I wanted to be a jazz drummer, and that my drum teacher was a jazz guy and introduced me to all those cool cats, you know. But as I started playing rock and roll, it was just more of the party angle of it, I think, you know what I mean? I think I was just as much, like I was going to shows. I mean, back then, you know, when I was playing rock and roll, I was going to see, you know, Sabbath and all these bands, and performing. It was more just part of the part, you know, the party was actually, wasn't whether I was performing or not. I was just part of the music. You know what I mean? I don't know how to put it in words, really. It just,
I think I understand what you're saying. I think you're saying that you were just part of the ambiance. You're just going with the flow. It's almost like a river's flowing, and you're just in the water with it.
That's it. I wasn't really thinking. Like, I can't really put. It's not a.
It wasn't planned.
No.
No.
I still don't really plan anything. You know, I just kind of.
I'm with you on that.
Jam. You know what I mean?
I'm with you.
Kind of jam. I don't like Rob does. You know, I don't know, but I think you know, as you get hooked up, though, when you realize that this is a problem.
Yeah.
That's when the alarm started sounding inside, you know, internal alarms. Like, I noticed that was an issue, right?
Right.
Like flipping my car after I left the Rainbow one night, you know, after a big fight, you know, the whole table exploded and people, you know, bandmates were jumping over the table. It was just crazy. And of course I jump in my car and take off. I'm in a blackout, and I wake up and I had rolled my car a few times, and it was upright. It was right across the street from UCLA on Sunset, which is a little spot called Dead Man's Turn, you know, or Dead Man's Curve. And I had some drums hardware in the back of my car, and it had blown out all over the street. And all these kids ran up to me. I had seen it, I guess. They came across the street. They said, "Are you okay?" I go, "Yeah, I'm just trying to get my car started." And they said, "Well, the engine is laying." It was a Volkswagen, a station wagon, fastback, and or squareback, and they said, "Well, the engine's laying in the street. Your car's not." You know, but I mean, that didn't seem unreasonable.
No.
To me at that time, right? You know, it just, nothing was really that unreasonable.
But see,
and it was just part of the show. I mean, I had the drums, we went to the Rainbow, and I got in a car accident, you know, a single car accident. I mean, I don't know. I didn't really have a plan. I don't think I understood what was going on, to tell you the truth.
But I think that's the deal, right? Because that's almost like that just qualifies you in music. And this is my issue with that industry. By the way, I used to love the Rainbow when I used to live out there. But that's what almost like qualifies you, right? In the music industry is like you have to have good stories like that. At least back then. I'm hoping that trend is changing, like you're saying, Dr. Rob, because when I left Hollywood, that was definitely the way it was. He who did the craziest things, because again, let's go back to the Ozzies of the time. Let's go back to Guns N' Roses when they were you know, fully hitting it. Those stories of their parties and the way they left hotel rooms and all that, that was almost like what you're supposed to do. And if you didn't do those things, then you weren't really a rock star. You were just, you know, boring. Right? So unfortunately, there's certain jobs that do promote it. But again, getting back to the hope, can you perform? Can you exist? Can you excel in the music industry and be sober? I mean, starting today, there's somebody out there right now. Can they do it and find enough people like the two of you? I mean, you guys are two, but I want to know, are there more of you that are actually supporting other musicians to say it's okay? Like you said, Trinity, come to the dark side with the beard. And like you guys say, come to the light side. You know, you can quit. You can, you know, continue to do your music, but you don't have to get high to do it. That doesn't define you. Don't let heroin and cocaine and alcohol define you and your music. Is there a support system for other musicians like yourselves out there?
I think there is today. I think today's different completely. I remember picking up one of the biggest rap stars in the record industry ever. He was a white guy, and he was. I mean, that's just the way it went. We brought him back to the ranch. He stuck with us for 90 days, and we took him. In fact, we wrote a recovery album when we're out there, and I was sat with him, and he was just doing some amazing work. And this guy was like a different person. Yeah. Like I'd seen him on TV, and he's always wasted, and he, you know, his rapping is just like hardcore. And you get the guy back, and you can see what kind of guy he is. You know, with little round glasses on, he was just a gentleman. He kept saying to my wife, "Oh, Mrs. Kelly, it's okay if I do this," and I'm like, it's blowing my mind, man. But he was sober, and that was the difference. And he went back and he rocked it. You know, and there's been a bunch of people that I've worked with in the industry, mainly from movies. But, you know, and I think, and the nice thing about it is, I think, like, they've had the time. They took all the drugs and alcohol they could. They made the fame and fortune, and then they're heading downways, and we pick them up. We picked a guy up from L.A., from the Los Angeles prison, and he wanted to come back, and his agent was like, you got to take him. And the judge called us in, and he said, listen, you know, if I release him to you, Dr. Kelly, and anything goes wrong in the next 90 days, because he's being signed over to you, you will be back in my courtroom, and it won't be good. And we're like, hell, I'm not too sure about this, you know? So we had a meeting outside. Anyway, we decided to take him. So we walked back in. I slapped some handcuffs on him. We took him to the airport. We got on the plane, and we flew him back. And we started to get him sober, man. And we kept telling them, this is it. You think you were good in the past. You got nothing on where we're going. I'm telling you now, because the more you tell people, and the more you hype people up, and the more you know, repetition strengthens and confirms with everything you're saying, the brain starts to believe it. And then new neural pathways are firing, going, I can do this, I can do this. So we're 2 weeks away from him finishing the 90 days. And a letter comes in the mail, a massive big envelope at the front gate. So the chauffeur goes down and gets it, and he brings on, and he gives it to me. I pass it to this guy, and he opens it up, and we're like, what is it? And he said, it's a script for Iron Man. And I said, what did we tell you? And they're the people in the industry now that we need to see more of, I think, just for the influence. I think the rock and roll lifestyle is gone, man. I really do. Right. I think the guys that do it today, I don't know. I mean, it's like football. When football became a sport, all bets were off. Now, especially at home in soccer, they used to go on drunk. Rugby guys were as fat as anything. They had no fitness. Now it's a sport. Now when record companies give you $1 million to go in the studio, they want their $1 million back and 3 albums after. So don't be getting wasted, and don't be getting all this like you do in the old days. I used to be called into studios going, oh, such and such a body is too wasted to play bass because he got the first payoff a year after the first single. You know, there's none of that today. It's like you are expected to perform. Mm-hmm.
Well, that's why I think
and that's what I like about that.
Well, that's why, like, when Dusty, when you said that you were kicked out of bands, I mean, you got to almost think like, wow, you know, I've seen some of the bands that you played with, Dusty. You would think that to get kicked out of that band, like, what were you know, you got to be doing quite a lot, you know what I mean? Right? Because I've treated people who the band, you know, like I'd get a call from a manager and be like, we're currently on tour, but he's got to see you. If he doesn't see you, it doesn't stay sober, he's out of the band, and he knows it. And it's like, well, that's a hardcore thing when you're a musician. You're like, you must be doing quite a bit to be getting kicked out of a rock band.
Yeah. Well, it probably saved my life, right?
I mean, Ozzy got kicked out of a band going back to Ozzy. Yeah, it saved your life. But that's my point. So, like, that's a very influential thing, that your actual bandmates could help you. Yeah. By not tolerating it, you know, right. and just like we talk to family members, just like we talk to loved ones, just like we talk to friends. If you want to be somebody's real friend, call them on it. Yeah. Help them get out of it. You don't have to sit there and take it, you know. And so bandmates risk losing whatever fame or whatever movement they have going, right? Because you're a very important part of that band. So they risk that by saying, hey, this is too much even for us. So it allows you that little introspection to say, wow, I mean, I must be, you know, not well, right?
Yeah, it's really great. And now, fast forward to my current career, which is still playing drums, which is great.
Yeah.
But also working in recovery, which is a trip in itself. I mean, I'm all about recovery, but I never thought I'd be in the field. It wasn't, right. You know, I didn't plan for it. Another jam, you know, that I have, but so now I'm working, and I started a music program at this treatment center that I'm at, and it was for working musicians. That was my theory and my thought. And so we bought a bunch of gear and put a little studio together. And so then we had a couple of relationships with some outside, you know, strategic partners who were referring us some clients, and you know, sometimes they come in under different names and all that, you know, that whole gizmo.
Yep.
And it was really great to be able to because a lot of our clients that are in the music program at Northbound are they're just guys that maybe are interested, box guitar, cowboy chords, or whatever. They're not professionals, nor do they want to be. They're just like playing music therapeutically, right?
Right.
As a experiential therapy group. But then it also, with those people, are Grammy-winning writers and singers, and or a touring bass player in a rock band or whatever. And they come in, and then we kind of level the playing field a little bit with because the true story about the whole thing is like we're all addicts trying to get clean, right? And trying to stick with our gig, which is going to be very controversial and challenging.
Right.
And so we talk about what we might do, how we might handle that situation. Besides the therapy work, it's about coping skills and just talking about what it might be like when you go back out on the road, and
right.
what you might look for, and how you could better handle yourself. Nowadays, with all the apps on the phones, I mean, it's pretty easy to stay in touch with people and keep your thermometer just where it needs to be, right?
Right.
I mean, you have I don't even know how many apps I have anymore. I used to have 2 or 3. I probably have 8 or 9 apps that I just kind of buzz through when I'm on the road, and I suggest that anybody that I'm working with, they fill their phone up with those things, because there's some long lonely drives and long lonely nights, and there's all kinds of temptations when you're at work, and it's that downtime in between and waiting 11 hours before showtime, but I had to load in at whatever in the morning, and there's a lot of downtime, right? So
right.
Just swinging through some of those apps is a little easier over in the corner than slugging a backpack full of books or whatever. But I will say I've been on a few tours where there's actual meetings backstage or in a designated area, and big rock stars and little roadies and whatever, it's like one big family, right? We don't differentiate an addict's an addict, right? It doesn't really matter what slice of the pie you're in. And so we have lit the candle and done a prayer and have 2 to 5 guys sit around a little room and then go out and rock it, so
that's awesome.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. Like Rob was just saying, it's a different gig today than it was,
right.
Like I was saying before. I mean, everybody was loaded before, and now it's pretty common for somebody in the crew or the band is sober, and then we can have a little meeting,
Yeah, there's always a sober guy now. And then there's all these sober companions and stuff like that exist. I mean, we have recovery coaches and sober companions that actually travel with you and stuff like that. I mean, I want to touch on something that you kind of reminded me of right there, Dusty, was the noise. So like you're living a lifestyle and it's real noisy, right? And now mine was noisy in one way, yours is noisy in another way. And you said then the downtime. So the downtime can get really quiet when you're living really loud. So when you're living in this real wild kind of existence, the downtime is deathly silent. It's amazingly silent. And that's real hard to deal with. But I also want you to touch and talk about when it gets so confusing, because then even in the wildness, that's silent or that's depressing. So even when you're supposed to be in a party atmosphere and you're a room full of a lot of people, and then you're just sitting there kind of bored and isolated in a room full of individuals. Did you experience that as well? Because, or is that just me?
That's for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I still, and not to the level or the severity that I did. It might be, I don't know what, it could be my internal, makeup, but I still feel like that a little bit. But it's not deafening and it's not scary anymore.
Right.
Like I think maybe I choose, my hearing's a little shot, from all the years of abuse. And so if I'm in a crowded place, I don't hear really well. I'm pretty good right now, or if I'm on a one-on-one, but I find myself isolating to people that I'm surrounded with, even sometimes, because I can't really hear the conversation well enough. Right. So that's just my own little thing. But as far as being feeling like not part of, right, I still get that. I still get that. There's a lot of people that are supposedly your friends when you're hanging out, like in a spot like that, right? And I don't know who they are, and maybe they know more about me than I know about me. Even, I mean, you don't know. And so I mean, of course, I'm respectful and all that, and I truly am interested in still trying to maintain my self-prescribed, ambassador of goodwill moniker. I mean, I'm not trying to go out and judge people or whatever. I mean, I'm trying to support a good time. Right. But yeah, I still feel a little isolated, I think, in sobriety even, but I certainly did when I was using. It was really definitely, it was really frightening. What I mean? Like, it was more about, I need. Right. And now I don't think I need anything. I'm just trying to be respectful and calm and safe. I don't know. I don't know if that answered, if I hit what you were going for.
Well, I think you're related, and I think that's kind of just what I was asking. I mean, because it's just sometimes I know that I've experienced that in my life, that I kind of knew when that turn was happening, when no matter what kind of environment I was in, even though I was in an environment where other people are kind of fantasizing about, and I'm like not even enjoying it, and so it was like, well, why am I doing all this if this is not even enjoyable? And then with that, I'm not a person to get depressed and harmful to myself, but I am a person to start getting angry and want to act out on others. And I found myself then wanting to just blow the room up somehow or some form, and it got real scary to me. And I think so in the theme of Hope-A-Thon, it's to be in a situation where you feel like, how can this ever get any better? I'm a psychopath. I'm a major depressive person. That's one type. Or I'm a psychopath and I'm violent, and I just want to blow everything up. And to know that in time, and I hear you that you still carry some of that stuff now, but it gets better. Dusty, it does get better. And so throughout the years, I'm sure, because I know you work a solid program. I know you work hard on yourself, and you want this, and you're staying, in the middle of the bed, like we say, you know what I mean? And so when you do that, little by little, that will get better. But there are certain traits about us that we need to learn to accept and kind of counteract towards. But there's methods of how we do that. So to you, Dr. Rob, that connectivity that is all important for us. Because without that connectivity to healthy people, to first to ourselves, to our healthy self, and then to healthy other people, how do we start teaching that?
Well, it's very important to know that, first of all, for me to get out, because when I come off stage, not so much these days, but even so, if I come off a TV studio, I get that down feeling. I always get a down feeling. That's never a good sign for me. But one of the ways I get out of that is I need to start loving me. I need to get with peace with me, because I'm okay around other people, and it's really important that I am. I mean, we're social animals. We need to be around people. But for me, I surround myself with people who lift me up, and vice versa. I don't surround myself with haters. I've got my haters out there, and that's fine. God bless them. Just call your sponsor and write your 10-step out. Don't worry about it. I'm not going to last all night. Don't worry. But it's also important for me to be okay with me. There were always two dangerous places for me when I was young, and that was the tour bus and walking through security at an airport. That always got me, because I could never survive in that security place, because nobody knew me. I can do what I want, and that mask was horrible. So I had to learn how to be good with me when no one else is around. And I always put it like this. When you're in recovery, if you walk past a bin and you throw a piece of paper out and it misses and drops on the floor, you pick it up even though there's nobody around. And if you say no, then you're not on solid ground, man. I'm sorry, but you're not. And addiction is very sneaky. And these are the things we need to look at. You see, alcoholism will never come to me on Monday and go, hey, Rob, would you want a drink? It never does that. It's a week or a month before when I start acting like an idiot, when I start, being annoyed at people around me, and I'm not being okay with me. The book says irritable discontent. I mean, that's me every single time, when I used to do that stuff. So the biggest thing that I say today is I love myself. And there's two kinds of people in my life. There's those guys who love me for who I am. They're my friends. I surround myself. And there's the haters who just want to be me. Because hell, I mean, all of us have a fantastic life today. Right. Why wouldn't you? But because I have the alcoholic brain and now I'm sober, it's like, how far can I push this? Because when I came over as an English guy, an old English guy, only been here for about 12 years, and told everybody I was going to be on national TV and I was going to write a book and I was going to, be the best addiction doctor in the world, people laughed at me. But because, we have that tenacious brain all the time, it makes it happen, which made it worse for me because now I'm surrounded by all these things. I've got all this money. I can do whatever I want. So I've just got to be okay with me. I have to find that peace, as well as connect to the right people. I go to a meeting here once a week. That's all I go. It's our meeting. It's full of positive guys. When I come out of there, I'm not drained. I feel as if I plugged my battery in for the next 7 days we go at it. It's phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Yeah. I love being sober. I love the sober life. And I love sober people because there's no BS. If you get a guy that's had a spiritual awakening and psychic change, therefore his DNA has changed. That's my findings. I'll come into that, guys. If you're worrying where that comes from, your DNA changes. They're the guys I can trust. They're the guys that are not going to lie to my face. And they're the guys that I usually not only surround myself with, but everybody in my company is a recovered alcoholic or recovered addict.
Interesting. Dusty, same kind of question about the connectivity. Have you noticed a benefit to that? And if so, how do you encourage, because now that you work in a program, you're seeing people at that beginning stages of just, they're lost, they're hurting. How do you project the connectivity part?
Yeah, I think like Rob was saying, it's an experience, but starting from where you're internally, it's an experience that you create, not just the activity itself, the physical activity, but the activity starts, with the thought. And then the thought maybe comes from, like you say, some of the literature, some of the meetings, maybe your sponsor or even a sponsee. I learned so much from my sponsees now. It's just blowing my mind, I mean, I guess why wouldn't you, right? Why wouldn't you? Because it's like reminding me of the fundamentals of the program, I've got a bunch of years now, and I've heard that said where you get a bunch of years and not enough days, right? And I'm just trying to still collect my days as I go along, and I think working with newly sober individuals, it really keeps my foot on the gas, as far as really wanting to work in here and figure stuff out. Like I can suggest to you what to do when you walk into a drinking establishment if you choose not to drink, right? I can walk you through a couple of things, but how I can't put myself in your body. So in our program, we actually take guys out. Well, now there's no gigs, but when there shows again, we'll go out to actual events. We'll go to a 500 seater or a 200 seater and see a little punk rock band or see whatever the clients want to see. We'll go see shows and we'll hang out together, and like, this is what it feels like to go in a group of 5 or 10 people and to go into a drinking establishment for the very first time sober. Right. And so some of those coping skills, like trying to objectively look at the situation, it's not the alcohol. Like, don't be afraid of the alcohol. Don't be afraid. Like it talks in the book, right? It's like, we're not afraid of it. We just kind of face it, right? Face the situation and move into it. And it's a little bit of fear. It's fear to play an instrument in front of a crowd, like without, you mean like without a sip of alcohol? You know what I mean? Like they always, like guys ask me like, well, what about like Xanax or whatever? It's like, yeah, it's like nothing, And so it's pretty frightening, right? Because it's a frightening experience to go out in front of people and kind of, act like you're worthy of their attention and their money, right? Right. It's kind of a funky situation. It's kind of weird. And you don't have to jump around, or you can jump around. You don't have to stage dive, or you can stage dive. You don't have to show up late, or you don't have to wear tattered clothes, or you can. It's like there's no rules in music necessarily. But you do want to be respectful. It's the one thing that I think that I learned as a sober individual. I didn't know that I was so disrespectful to all those around me. I didn't really realize it, right? Because I didn't even know there was anybody around me. Like I thought they were just there to feed my ego or to help me get through my day. So I think recovery has helped me understand that I want to be respectful. And I truly want to be respectful of others. And I had never had that thought before I was clean. So I try and share that to people too. So that, objectively it would be just kind of looking at, just realizing and come to grips with who I was as a practicing alcoholic, right? And who I am as a recovering alcoholic. I mean, it's so freaking different, it isn't even the same gig. But when I get on a set of drums, I can play just like, you know what I mean? Like I can grab all my heroes and I can throw a little influence and mix up a nice salad, you know what I mean? Right. And everybody walks away and we have a good time. So I don't care if anybody runs up to me and says, that's the best, blah, 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 blah. Like it isn't about that. Like my own spirituality is connected to my art and I get to share it with people. And that's just a blessing, like how would I ever ask for anything more than that? So, gosh, I don't know. Did I spin out of that?
No,
I might have lost touch with you.
No, that's a beautiful song right there. So here's what I want to ask you on. Based on what you said, here's what I was thinking. I was thinking when you said, that I want to be respectful to other people, and then you went on your song explaining of what you do now and how, on how it feels and the music and playing the music. And here's what I heard. What I heard was respectful to me, and being respectful to me is why I'm respectful to other people, because I want to have a different relationship with these people. And then it's almost also respectful to the music, the craft itself, the vibrations that are caused, that I'm causing or that I'm creating. To me, it sounds like it's all about being respectful to yourself and yet still giving credit that you're respectful to other people. But all I heard was that you're respectful to yourself.
Yeah, thank you for that. I didn't really envision that while I was talking about, you're of course we are, right? And it's for the first time. I think we hate ourselves, or I did. Right. I couldn't imagine getting up in the morning, you know what I mean? Well, like when I was using, right? I just hated it. I hated everything.
Well, here's why I'm saying it, Dusty, because if you were just focused on respecting other people, it wouldn't come out as pure. It doesn't come out as good. It comes out fake, it comes out phony, it comes out too planned. And I don't catch that from you. I catch a lot of authenticity from you. And so that tells me that you have a whole different view of yourself and how you view everything that you do. That it's very, I'm not going to say calculated, but I'm going to say it's intentional. That's just what I get from our short little moments together that we've experienced.
Yeah. Well, you're awesome, dude. You're awesome.
No,
I think because I think all artists are unsure of themselves, and
I agree.
You know what I mean?
I agree.
Like I'm not crazy when I say that. I almost everybody I talk to, like, you like that? Really? Right. You like that part?
Yeah.
Really? That part was okay?
Exactly.
Are you sure we don't need to do another take? You know what I mean? I'm like,
exactly.
I'm always
seeking approval.
Guessing. Yeah.
Yeah, always seeking approval, and it stems back from. I mean, look at the story that you had. Look, I felt horrible here, and then I went over here and I did this. But all the dancing monkey stuff that a lot of us do, and I'm a dancing monkey too. There's something in your psyche that was seeking approval a long time ago. But when it becomes really good is when I'm no longer seeking anyone's approval. I now approve me. I now approve myself. So naturally, it's just going to come off in a certain different way, and it's going to attract maybe a different audience, and that's okay.
Yeah, I dig that.
Yeah.
I like that. It's like, how can you respect anybody if you don't respect yourself?
You can't.
Some of the times in the past when I was drinking, I wouldn't speak to my worst enemy the way I spoke to myself. When I dropped a pen, I was a stupid idiot, and it's like, no, not today. And I've got to watch my internal dialogue. I've got to watch what I'm saying, and I've got to watch my actions. The big book says we've got to act the good Samaritan every day. Don't always want to do that, you know. But I think there's a period, no matter what you're doing, and with me, it was psychology and music, is a crossover from that. Not drinking, now I'm going to continue playing, and it gets into a fear-based act. So when I did go on stage, I'll go on the podium and went on TV, I was in fear for a long time. And I went through that. And once I started loving myself, it got a little bit better. But today, I spoke at a place in California, and there was 1,000 people there. They clicked them in. There was only allowed 1,000 with the fire hazard. They clicked 1,000 people. I spoke for 90 minutes, and I came off stage. And it's customary at that meeting for everybody to line up and shake your hand. 999 people said you were amazing. One person said you were crap. Have a guess who I concentrated on and nearly relapsed on for the next 3 months?
Yeah.
That's the stuff I got to watch, you know? And that's why it's important when I see somebody. For me, I'm always complimenting people. It's like before I come on the show tonight, I was looking at Dusty and some of the stuff that he was doing. I mean, I thought Steve Copeland was my boy. Was just an amazing drummer. But I mean, I'm being honest. I can only be honest.
Yeah.
I watched Dusty tonight, you know, a bit pre the show, and some of the stuff he's doing is mind blowing.
Yeah.
You know, and I've played with some of the best session drummers in the world, and that needs to be said, you know. So I mean, other people might go, well, he kind of knows. Well, we don't. I'm sorry, but we don't always know. And it's nice when you see something like that, go, Dusty, you are absolutely amazing. I mean, that was just the best thing I've ever heard on 6 or 7 things that I played. And to take the drugs and alcohol away from that and continue at that level, my hat's off to you, man. Just phenomenal, man. Just a phenomenal musician, phenomenal guy. You know, I'm so glad I got 2 reasons why I'm glad I got on this show tonight. One, because the Dharma guy and Louis are just my boys. And secondly, Dusty, just to meet you, you know, another musician who just talks from the heart, man. It's just awesome.
Well, that's why we knew that we wanted to have you both on together. And there's a reason both of you are not only here, by the way, everyone watching, you're currently watching the Hope-A-Thon. It's 24 hours live streaming, showing that we do recover. If while you're watching this, you have any ideas of maybe changing your own life, maybe you're stuck or you're struggling, please call 833-NOW-MATTERS. We do have people standing by to take those calls, 833-NOW-MATTERS. If you are watching this and you want to help support some of the things that we're doing, please feel free to do so as well. You can go to nowmattersmore.org, and there's a button right there that'll allow you to help support us and continue to help people, you know, find this way of life. But I wanted to say this. There's a reason both you're on at the beginning and you're at the end of the show. Just so everybody knows, these 2 individuals are here at the beginning, right, Trinity? At the beginning of the show with us and at the end of the show with us. Because when we speak to you guys, we feel a certain way. You're both very different, and you both complement something very different within us. You know, but that's what I like about this world. I think that when you hang out with people that are exactly the same as you, think like you, do like you, I don't grow so much. I don't know about you, Trinity, but I don't feel like that's very inspiring to me, and I don't really grow. But when I have people around me that are of all different types, and even though they have similarities, they approach it very differently, and I feel that's the way you approach it very differently. I love it because what I hear in both of you, what's similar in both of you is the initial pains or traumas experienced as a youth. And then whatever came from that. But Dr. Rob, you had it. Dusty, you had it. I had it. Trinity had it. And all 4 of us dealt with it very differently. All 4 of us had that manifest into something very different. And here we are, you know, years later, you know, all together, and we can all relate. We can all understand each other in a very deep way, I think. And that's why you guys are here at the beginning. Nobody else got this kind of time slot on the Hope-A-Thon. You know, we have an extended period here at the front end of the Hope-A-Thon, and we have an extended period at the end of the Hope-A-Thon, because you guys are who we wanted to start it off with and end it with for these exact reasons. And because, and Trinity, I know I'm speaking for both of us on here, when we listen to both those videos, Dr. Rob, you playing and that's only you playing the national anthem. That's a song that you had learned how to play just because I asked you to play the national anthem. So
20 minutes before, I think 20 minutes I had to play.
Right.
My wife says, "Come on,
Right.
let's go and play it." I'm like, "I've never played it. I don't even know what it sounds like."
I haven't even heard you. I don't even know what the English one is. What is it? God Bless the Queen? I don't know. Maybe I should have asked you to play that. I mean, that would have been probably something you played before. But
I don't know the English version anymore. I'm American.
Yeah, I hope you're still allowed to go back to England after playing the national anthem. But and visit. Yeah, but I can only imagine as we do a deeper dive and get some of other songs, because I'm sure now we're going to hear so much more of your playing, and then Dusty, watching you go off, and that's just one video, that's just one drum session. I mean, and I like I said, I think I can speak for both of us that there's something within both those videos that just makes me feel just energized, which is why we said no. Not only do we like talking to these guys, but what they play and just inspires us, and it kicks off the whole Hope-A-Thon in a way that's the way we want it. Now, I know you had a question well, I know your face when you have a question. That's right.
Isn't that obviously?
Yeah. Well, it's almost like Darian when she puts her finger on her nose.
Well, I had two questions actually for both of you guys. And Louis, feel free to chime in on this one as well. Because we are talking about hope, and we are talking about we do recover, and you guys are all being open and honest. One thing that I remember as a normie, as I've been called, is you don't hear A, the years, and B, how many tries. So if all three of you guys wouldn't mind sharing, is how many years do you guys have, and how many tries did it take you before you got to that point?
Good question. All right, Dr. Rob, you first.
I'm from a class of '88. And possibly, I don't know how many tries I had to do it. I mean, I don't. I mean, I started drinking at the age of 9, in the interval of a gig on stage. So I don't know. Lots of times.
All right.
And
Dustin?
I have 29 years, and I just had the one relapse. So on my second try.
Wow.
Yeah, and I'm saying second try and 88 as well. So it's 32.
So that's like over 60 years of recovery between the three of you guys. And the reason why I ask those questions is, first of all, it's congratulations to all three of you guys. First of all, that is really awesome. And I think that there are people, because I've talked to them in groups, and you've talked to them in groups, I'm sure they have as well, who are just starting out. Who that 32 years just sounds like such a big number that you can't tackle.
Yeah.
And that's where the day by day, minute by minute thing comes in. But then there's also on both sides of the equation, on both the helper and the addict, where you might have had 2 relapses or 3 relapses, and you're like, well, I'm never going to get this. Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
But you won't if you don't start.
Right.
And I think that's the point. That to me was the hope comes in, man. And that's what I want to make sure I always try to steer the conversation towards, because coming from a normie's perspective, sometimes we don't understand that.
Right.
And then talking to somebody who I'm helping at the moment, I need them to understand that. And I need to try to help them understand, like, dude, because I've seen it.
Right.
We've seen it. I remember you've given so many second chances to people, and I've seen people coming in saying they've been to like 11, 12. One of them was like 20 rehabs. Yeah. But the 21st stuck.
Yeah, whatever.
And they've got many, many years clean and sober now. And so 60 years between the three of you guys, man. That's awesome. Congratulations, all three of you.
Yeah, well, tonight's the one, though, man. Tonight, Independence Day is the one. And for some people, today's going to be their Independence Day. From today forward, they're never going to have to use again. And so our value, I feel, and correct me if I'm wrong, fellas, but our value in what we do and how we feel only feels good when someone else comes behind and says, I'm gonna give that a shot as well. Because if not, then it's like, whatever. Because I got to be honest with you. If I would have died at 18, I was fine. I never thought I was going to make it 18. I don't know if you guys feel the same way. I started at 9 as well, Rob. So, I started at 9 years old. So by the time I was 18, I felt 65. I mean, my body was old. My head was old. I felt tired. I had done everything I could possibly imagine that was a fantasy to do. It was like, well, I peaked early. I peaked too early. And so since I peaked so early, I figured, well, how do you live up to that? But what I didn't understand is I didn't know how good the peak with my wife Dana was going to feel. I'm married 27 years, so I didn't know what a 27-year marriage was going to feel like. I didn't know what having 2 daughters, one 19, one 21, and one just got engaged after buying her first house with her fiance. I didn't know what that was going to feel like. You know, I didn't know what working with you was going to feel like. I didn't know what working with you guys and doing the very first Hope-A-Thon that hopefully is the first of 1,000 more that'll be hosted by who knows who, you know, after I'm dead and gone. You know, I mean, so again, going all the way back to the value. I didn't know what I valued. But I know that I lived enough of a life up to 18 that I was ready to go. So everything after that has been a bonus. Everything after age 19 for sure has been a bonus. And my biggest hero is my 19-year-old self who actually gave me this gift of being here with everybody. And that guy was phenomenal, man. I mean, he was lost. He was angry. He was, you know, he was just arrogant as hell and rowdy as hell and stubborn as hell. But thank God he was stubborn as hell because he gave me this, you know what I mean? Because he was so damn stubborn. And, you know, once he said no, he was like, I mean no, and I don't care, you know, who you are, what you have, and what you do. I'll blow it off the table. Don't put it in front of me. And because of that guy, I have this life today. So with that, you know, we'll be closing off this segment. So Dr. Rob, any final words on what we just talked about? Or any last messages of hope? And it's not really going to be the last messages because we're still going to talk about things, you know, at the end of this whole Hope-A-Thon, but for right now.
You know, I remember in the bad old days or good old days when we come out of the studio and we go to the Savoy Hotel, and there was a great piano man there who's well known for his lyrics and his songs. And there's cocaine and there's vodka around, and you know, nobody gets near this guy. I mean, I was thinking at the time, does it get any better than this? And the answer is today is it has to get better than that. It has to be 1,000 million times better than what it was, you know, today. So I always say, you know, I've stopped dreaming of living and now I'm living the dream. And for anybody out there listening to this, don't let anybody tell you can't recover from this BS that you're going through, because you can. It's 100% guaranteed once you get it right. Now, the time might not be right for you, you know, and all the excuses we come up with, like, oh, I just don't like the meetings, you know, it doesn't work for me. It's like, no. Maybe you're just not ready. Go out and do some more drinking. Come back when you're ready, because there's a time when you're ready. And when you come in, it's an exciting life. You know, the one thing I know today, and the reason why I'm so over the top in everything that I do, I mean, I'm nearly 60. I dye my hair blonde. I wear stupid color clothes. I drive stupid cars. I don't care, you know. And do you know why I don't care? Because tomorrow, for instance, I might be the only person that someone else sees that wants to get into recovery. And when they see someone like me who doesn't take any crap off nobody, and I do whatever I want with a smile on my face, and I'm always laughing, I'm always hyping people up, that might be the person that goes, wow, he's a crazy guy, but he's a doctor, and he used to be homeless. I want some of that. And that's why I'm always trying to lift people up.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Dusty, some final words for this front end of the Hope-A-Thon. And again, we'll have you on at the end.
Great. I got to repeat that. Like, I'm a doctor and I used to be homeless. I mean, those are words to live by right there.
Right.
Anything is possible. You know what I mean? Like, I love keeping hope alive, like you guys are drilling down and because we're hopeless, right? At the end of my using, I was dopeless and hopeless, man. And, I really believe in trusting somebody else, like, just go ahead and surrendering, putting up the white flag. That first step is everything, right? Just surrender. And, nothing that I'm doing while I'm using is working. And I'm just ready to listen to somebody else. I mean, when my sponsor started saying some of that stuff to me in the very beginning, I really wanted to choke him out. I mean, I really did. But I didn't, and he said, well, you don't have to like it. You just have to do it, and all those little things, all those little one-liners. And God bless that individual, man, because, I was really angry and I was really defiant. And somehow he broke that stallion, I don't know how he did it, and I just try and use some of that. So I try and instill hope in others, that I work with or that I see, or anybody that approaches me. I don't run around with a basic text or a big book and thump people on the head. I don't do any of that stuff, but I am pretty open about it, socially and, in my private life, my social life, I don't hide behind it or whatever. I'm pretty proud of, what I've been able to accomplish as a sober individual. And if I can help people my door's open, my phone's on, and I just try and keep that flow going. I think that energy, that we pass back and forth, I think that's part of what's keeping me cooking too. I think it's super, super important to be engaged and stay engaged. So hope is a really big word, man. I'm really digging that. And the Independence Day, man, that being dependent, that whole trick, I really love the whole setup, man. I just admire you cats, and it was really wonderful to meet you, Dr. Rob, tonight, and I look forward to seeing you at the end of this thing and to find out more about you. And you two cats, man, sitting there in those comfy chairs, you got a long 24 hours ahead of you, and I love you and admire you so much. And thank you for the invite. I can't wait to see how this thing wraps up, and have a great time.
Thank you, man. So here's how it's going to play, boys and girls. We got a lot of messages of hope. We got a lot more guests like these two guys right here, Dr. Rob Kelly, and we got Dusty Watson, and they're going to be back at the end of this, but all during it, Trinity, we got so many messages of hope, so many other people to get to. We got all a bunch of kinds of law enforcement people that are going to come through here. We got other artists that are going to come through here. We got, we got a two-time world heavyweight champion, Pinklin Thomas, that's going to come in. We got an old WWE Matt Morgan that's going to come in. He's now a mayor, by the way. And then we got even our great friend, Daryl Strawberry, who he's in St. Louis, but just like these guys were on here on this, we're going to have Daryl Strawberry on with us later on. And there's just so much entertainment. So right now, let's just go to some of the videos that we had, and we'll check in with you a little later. You are watching the Hope-A-Thon right here because it's Independence Day. You'll see all four of us just like this later on. But for right now, why don't you enjoy some of these videos?
Hey everybody, this is singer-songwriter Richie Supa from Recovery Unplugged. I just want to let you know that I completely support Recovery Walk 2020 and the Hope-A-Thon. What a great cause. When I wrote the song Amazing with Steven Tyler for Aerosmith, I saw how it touched the hearts of many addicts and the effect it had on people. At Recovery Unplugged, we use music as therapy to help heal addicts from the disease of addiction. Music is medicine. Yes, it is. I hope everyone shows their support for the Hope-A-Thon and Recovery Walk 2020 because it's a great cause. And I just want to tell you that recovery does rock, and I'm with it 100%. I hope to see you there. God bless.
I kept the right ones out and let the wrong ones in. Had an angel of mercy to see me through all my sins. There were times in my life when I was going insane, trying to walk through the pain. When I lost my grip and I hit the floor, yeah, I thought I could leave, but couldn't get out the door. Yeah, I was so sick and tired of living a lie. I was wishing that I would get
How cool was that?
That was awesome.
How
man.
cool was that?
You know, that was actually, so we played that show, or we played that clip on one of our shows that we do. And that was the first time I actually saw it, right? Because part of getting me hyped up about this was I was doing a lot of work in the background. So I didn't see a lot of the videos and the submissions and all the stuff that was happening like you did. And so that was actually one of the first ones that I saw. And it was just, dude, it was so, it was so powerful, man. It was so powerful.
Yeah, that was amazing
good,
right there. What'd you think about that one, Rob?
Awesome,
Dr. Rob
man.
is still here with us.
Awesome. Yeah, very, very good. I'd love to meet Stephen one day. He's a great musician and he does a lot for the recovery world.
Yeah, you know, we're so blessed to have Richie Supa here in Florida, and Richie does a lot in our space. And so for Stephen to you know, do that with him, and then for them to allow us to show it, air it, and put it out there. I mean, they didn't ask for anything to do it or anything like that. It was beautiful. Thank you, Steven Tyler. Thank you, Richie Supa. Thank you to everyone from Aerosmith. And, of course, thank you to everyone from Recovery Unplugged who made that all happen. Cody Wright, you know who you are, Cody. Thank you, brother. We appreciate you. So here's what we are doing now in this. What, you had something to say?
No.
Oh, okay. Here's what we want to do in this segment. So we've talked about how this is to help support multiple nonprofit organizations. So the Now Matters More Foundation, which I'm the founder, and Trinity here, the Dharma guy, is the president. We may be the force behind this with the help of Orange County Drug Free Coalition, right? And for a lot of other good people. But there's a lot of leaders and people that are within other organizations that you heard me mention at the top of this whole Hope-A-Thon, and we'll be highlighting them throughout the 24-hour period. Remember, this goes on for 24 hours, showing that we do recover. But one of the organizations is In the Trenches. And In the Trenches is an organization with Dr. Rob Kelly. And so we want to dedicate this time, you know, just to learning more about In the Trenches, what they do, so that if you choose to help us and contribute, if you go to nowmattersmore.org and see how you can help, or you know, there's a button, I think, while you're watching this. That's up to you. However, if you choose to help us out, this is one of the organizations that you're helping out. So, Dr. Rob, can you please help us understand a little bit more about In the Trenches, what inspired it, and what it does, and who's involved? Because all I know about who's involved is you, right? So.
Yeah, well, I'm not that involved, even though we set the nonprofit up. Yeah, I'm not an officer. I'm not a president or nothing. We have people for that. We have 3 board members. But you know, one of the reasons we last year we did 40% pro bono work is what we did. Yeah. But we found that we were getting lots of calls, and I'm sure you're familiar with this, Louis, as where they want to go into detox, or they can't afford the first month's rent on the new house. They've got the kids with them and they're trying the best and they've got the first job, and we're falling short somehow. So we wanted to create a foundation where if that call comes through, we can put them through to the guys who will pay to get them picked up, who will take them to detox, who will pay for that fine to get them back on the feet, you know, who will pay the first month's rent for them. So it's kind of helping people like me. Because when I first come off the streets, I had nothing. I mean, literally, I didn't have any shoes for a start because someone had stolen them the night before when I went back to that guy's house. So I had nothing. And a few organizations stepped in. One paid for a small apartment, and then one paid for a bus pass, you know, one paid. And it was just all the little things that we can't do because we give so much away ourselves, because the taxman starts to go, well, hang on a second, you know, you're doing a lot of free stuff. It's just that we have the big heart for it. So In the Trenches Foundation was created to serve not just San Antonio, but, you know, worldwide if need be, but definitely in the US is for them guys. And we must get 100 calls, 200 calls a year where we have to put the phone down and just go, you know, our heart bleeds. And we've dealt into our bank accounts so many times to help people out, because how do you say no to somebody who comes to you, who can't afford anything, who has no insurance, but they're trying the best? They've got 2 little girls and, you know, they just want a step up. Somebody give me a step up. So I got with these 3 board members and said, you need to start this foundation. you know, and we need to start it and we need to move it forward, and we need to start putting our money where our mouth is. We need a non-profit that's going to support these guys, and we're going to get into it a lot more as well. But this was our first step. You know, the back end of this year is we set up round about July, but it was a process of 3 months before we could sign with the state of Texas. Now we have to wait, you know, but we're going to do lots of stuff with it, right? Because it's all about helping others, you know. Because what we found as well is with my business, the pro bonos, there's a very low success rate because there's nothing bought in there. But when we buy stuff for people, or we donate stuff for people, or get them that, you know, first month's rent on a little apartment, they're all in, you know, because they think it's amazing. And it was my wife more than me, to be honest, Louis. It was just, you know, she's so, you know, I knew she was the girl for me when we moved to San Antonio, and she didn't really know a lot about the addiction world, though she was our office manager. But we were walking through San Antonio, and we'd just come out of eating lunch with a couple that we know, and we all had little doggy bags, you know, with the extra food in it. And we're walking past this homeless man, and my wife, we walked past him, and my wife stops, and she walked back, and she gave him this bag, and he started to cry. And I looked at her, because we never said nothing to her, and I thought, wow, that's what we need to be in. We need to give, give, and that's why the foundation was created.
You know, that's weird that you have a story like that, because I literally remember being in Hollywood with Dana. I don't know if it was probably the first time that I took her with me to L.A., and we were we ate at the Garlic, which in Beverly Hills, which I'm not at that time I'm not a fan of garlic, Trinity. I couldn't stand the smell of garlic, didn't like the smell of garlic, nothing. But Dana loves garlic. Sure. And so we go to this garlic restaurant, and of course I always order too much and I don't eat anything. So, you know, it's all packed up, like you said, in a doggy bag. And I felt weird taking a doggy bag in Beverly Hills when you're traveling. Because number one, where are you putting it? In the hotel? Yeah. Every time I take food to a hotel, it stays in the hotel fridge. I never even, you know, eat it. But I always feel like it's a waste if I don't take it. And then I'm in Beverly Hills, and I felt, does anyone take doggy bags out of Beverly Hills? Is this even allowed? And so I did that. And but you know, if you know Hollywood or LA at all, you know that the Sunset runs all the way from Beverly Hills through Hollywood. And so on the way through Hollywood, I see this old, what we would call the bag ladies, right? With the shopping cart full of stuff. And I just stopped the rental right there, and I stopped the car, and I got out, and I ran up to her, which at the moment I didn't know how scary that was. Yeah. She backed up, and, you know, like, you know, and I was like, no. And I gave her all the food, and I said, and mind you, I'm not a religious person, but I feel that people in that situation need to believe in something very seriously, right? So I just said, he listens, he heard you, and he sent me to give this to you. And I gave it to her, and oh my God, right there, Rob, she just started crying, and I went back to the car. I will never forget how good that felt. And I didn't do it for that. I did it because I knew I was going to waste it. And here's somebody that looked hungry. And then the words just came out of my mouth. I didn't plan on what I was going to say. It just automatically came out of my mouth as if somebody was like puppeting me, right? And oh my God. So when you said that right now, it reminded me how good that feels. And we do some of that as well at the Now Matters More Foundation. So I'm glad to hear what you do at In the Trenches, which is why you're involved in this Hope-A-Thon, which is why we accepted it. Obviously, it went to the board that looks at it and approved it. But I want to know more about when you say paying for some of these other things. Because I think what people don't or can't appreciate is that what a small difference, like when you say bus pass, like you said, you know, you said one place paid for a bus pass, the other paid for the. What I think a lot of people cannot appreciate is that all those little small things that you can do for someone create a servant almost for life. Because when you've been served, when you've been given, when you've been helped in those small little ways, where for one person it's just like, you know, a few Starbucks coffees, you know, or whatever. But for that person, it's an amazing gift, and you're like, wow, I would have never been able to accomplish what I accomplished without this gift. But you don't forget it, right, Rob? You don't forget what you were given. And what I find is when I find people that create like organizations for the homeless, they came from something like that. They experienced that kind of poverty and were given some sort of help, and therefore it inspired them. When I find people that have a foundation in addiction, a lot of times they were given something, and this is their way of giving back. Whatever it is, right? People open and start organizations based on something that's very personal to them. So
it's very true. And I think it gives you more passion as well. You know, a couple of instances that always popped to my mind. When I was homeless, I was sat outside a supermarket store on a bench outside. I had nowhere to go. You know, I'd finished my last drink. I was an hour into it. I'd not eaten for, I don't know, maybe a week. You know, I can't remember. And a lady came out and she said, "You okay?" And I said, "No, she said, "Are you homeless?" So I said, "Yeah." "Have you eaten?" So I said, "No." And she said, "Okay, then, well, I'll be back with something for you." And she left. And I thought, well, if she's going to buy me something, surely she should have gone back into the supermarket.
Right.
But I don't know what happened to her, but 30 minutes later, she came back with 2 carrier bags worth of food.
Wow.
And with 4 beers as well. And she says, "I know you need these beers in case you go into DTs, but this is all I can do." Right. So I remember that. Yeah. And the reason why I say bus pass is I was in a homeless shelter a couple of years, maybe 3 years ago. I used to do some voluntary work there. And a lady was talking to a young girl, and she's so excited because she's got an interview for this job. And she was, she was just, you could, the excitement in her eyes. I'm like, and I didn't know her. I had no idea who she was. We got talking after a meeting. And he said, "It's amazing. All I've got to do now is I try and find a bus pass, so I can get down there." So I said, "How much is the bus pass?" She's like, "Oh, it's $12. I said, "There you go. There's a 20. She went, "What?" I said, "There's a bus pass. Why are you doing this?" I said, "Well, I don't know, because I can afford it. I don't know. Just take the bus pass." That girl calls me every week. She is assistant manager at a Walmart, and she is in her element. So obviously that got us thinking. So it's the small things that people remember. He's like, okay, well, he's got into detox or he's got into treatment. Where do they go after that? Especially if they've got kids. The kettle, the toaster, the blankets for the kids, a ride for the kids, and whatever it needs that will go. We went about 4 months ago into a school and paid the lunch debt off. I mean, this is the stuff we always do, but we want to do it on a grander scale.
Yeah.
We want to just try and help more people and get more people involved. So we're really excited about this. We really are excited about it.
Well, it just makes the road back easier, right? I mean, it's a hard enough road, right? There's already enough challenges out there. So anything that can make that road back into self-worth, and I can't even say back into self-worth, really, because some people never even had it to begin with. But the road into self-worth, the road into confidence, the road into appreciation of life, regardless of how the day looks or how it comes, the road into gratitude, all those things. The road in is so difficult already that any little assistance that you can give. So here's what I'm hearing In the Trenches does. Helps you get there, whether it be a small thing like a bus pass, or whether it be a larger thing like getting into a treatment program. There's all different kinds of expenses, and we've experienced the same thing. Sometimes it's a very small fee that we pay, like $50, and sometimes it could be $2,500, and there's all kinds of ranges of things. And then sometimes it's a complete free treatment that we get someone give us a full scholarship, because let me tell you something, there's so many treatment centers out there that give scholarships and get no credit for it at all, but they'll donate a full bed to a scholarship to a foundation like ours or In the Trenches, and then we can bless somebody else with it. So that's In the Trenches then, huh? That's what it does.
That's a great feeling. That's a great feeling to do. I just want to clarify something. When I said I've got nothing to do with it, it's not mine. It is mine. I set the whole thing up, but I have a board that runs it.
Yeah,
that's what I want to make sure. So, it is our idea. We set it up. We want to do some great things. And hey, listen as well, guys, when you're listening, if you're in a situation, that you can't help yourself, but you need a leg up, just look us up. We're always there to help you. And that's just what we do. It's just a good feeling. He's doing the right thing, guys. Right. It's just, there was one guy that didn't give up on me.
Perfect.
When I was, and I always want to be that one guy.
Perfect. So please, right now, if you're watching this video on Facebook.com, the button's right there. You could help. You can go to nowmattersmore.org and you can help that way. When you go there, you know what the button looks like. You could just go and support. Just go to nowmattersmore.org. Or just, how can they go to In the Trenches, by the way? Do you have a website?
InTheTrenches.com.
InTheTrenches.com.
What it is, yeah.
Fantastic.
We've just updated the website. It might be not online right now. It was last week.
Okay.
But we've just got a brand new look for it. So we're really excited. It's all started to happening. We're all pushing it forward. We're more excited about the nonprofit than I am about my own business.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, it's kind of second. My business right now, the practice is taking a little bit of a back seat right now because, I mean, what it's like, you guys, especially Louis, to look at somebody when you're giving that $12, when you're giving that $2,000, when you get whatever, just to look, the look in their eyes just lets me know that's the reason why I'm doing this.
Rob, I all these other things that I do that make money, and here I am wearing a Now Matters More Foundation shirt. He's wearing a Now Matters More. This is what we do. This is the free work. This is the free work. I spend more time doing the free work than I do in doing the other work because this one pays me in a way that money cannot buy.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, Dr. Rob. We'll see you at the end a little bit later on. I like that. I like when you do that, when you play that national anthem. We got more videos to show. We'll be back on the Hope-A-Thon right after this. I was supposed to go to it at 2:26, right?
My name is Reggie, and I have a message for anyone who has a family member struggling with addiction. Don't give up. As a father, this has been the most...
What's up, Louie, and everyone watching? My name is Jordan. I'm from American Dream Survivors down here in Lake Worth, Florida. We're at Hive Lab Studios recording some songs for you guys today for the Hope-A-Thon, a virtual recovery walk of 2020. The reason we chose to participate is because everyone in this band has a story, and recovery is very near and dear to us. We all believe that if people could hear a message out there and we could save a life, then we're doing our job. The only way that we could stay on our winning streak is to give it away. So maybe somebody could hear our songs, hear what the songs are about, and hear what I have to say and what we have to say, and we could save a life. Don't forget to stream this and share it with everybody back home, and we hope you enjoy. Thank you. What's up, guys? What's up? What's up, bro?
Yeah, I was born ready. I'll die ready.
Hi, I'm Tamara from American Dream Survivors. The song that you just heard is called Thieves, and I wrote it at a time in my life when I was just coming to terms with the idea that you don't always get what you want, and that everybody has a secret, or they have something that they don't want to show to the world. And if there's one thing I would say, it's that finding somebody to get honest with, whether that's a friend or a bandmate or a therapist or a sponsor, it can help relieve the weight of whatever it is you're carrying, and that you don't have to carry it alone.
My name's Serge. I'm in American Dream Survivors. The song we played is called Just Like Me. When I wrote this song, I was thinking about all the things that we all suffer from in one way or another, regardless if it's insecurities, regardless of trying to relate to somebody in some way that we can't, and how we judge people based on like where they're at in their lives, and until we fall down, we don't realize that we can also be at that point really quickly, and we can also find out how much it hurts and how much pain that person could be going through while we were judging them and not realizing that we're not far away from that place. So this song is kind of like a reminder to myself to not judge anybody.
That's good.
Yeah, that's it.
That's pretty badass.
We're going with it.
We're going with it.
If you have a drug problem, we can help. Contact Narcotics Anonymous at 407-425-5157. Relay for the Deaf, 800-955-8771 or orlandona.org.
¿Qué es la adicción? La adicción es una enfermedad, según la Organización Mundial de la Salud, OMS. ¿Qué es Narcóticos Anónimos? Narcóticos Anónimos es una confraternidad o asociación sin fines de lucro para hombres y mujeres para quienes las drogas se habían convertido en un problema muy grave. Somos adictos en recuperación y nos reunimos con regularidad para ayudarnos a no consumir drogas. En Narcóticos Anónimos no importa la raza, el sexo, la identidad sexual, el credo, la religión ni la falta de esta última para ser miembro. El único requisito para ser miembro de Narcóticos Anónimos es tener el deseo de dejar de consumir drogas. El programa de Narcóticos Anónimos surgió del programa de Alcohólicos Anónimos a finales de los años 40 en los Estados Unidos, realizándose las primeras reuniones a principios de los años 50. En la actualidad, Narcóticos Anónimos es una confraternidad auténticamente mundial. Nuestros folletos y libros están disponibles en más de 60 idiomas y se realizan reuniones semanales en más de 140 países. El mensaje de Narcóticos Anónimos es uno. Un adicto, cualquier adicto, puede dejar de consumir drogas, perder el deseo de consumirlas y descubrir una nueva forma de vida. El programa de Narcóticos Anónimos es de abstinencia completa del uso de todo tipo de drogas. Nos mantenemos sin consumir de a un día a la vez. Lo más importante es que funciona. En Narcóticos Anónimos no tenemos cuotas de inscripción ni se pagan honorarios. Nos mantenemos con nuestras propias contribuciones. ¿Qué hace Narcóticos Anónimos? Nuestro programa consiste en una serie de principios escritos de forma sencilla, a fin de poder seguirlos diariamente. Creemos que nuestro método es práctico, ya que el valor terapéutico de un adicto que ayuda a otro no tiene igual. En Narcóticos Anónimos se practica el principio del anonimato. De esta forma, aseguramos que los miembros puedan asistir libremente a las reuniones sin temor alguno. ¿Qué no hace Narcóticos Anónimos? Narcóticos Anónimos no está afiliada a ninguna otra organización, centros de tratamiento ni instituciones penitenciarias. No ofrece servicios de orientación vocacional, asesoramiento legal, financiero, psiquiátrico ni médico. Nuestra experiencia colectiva nos ha demostrado que las personas que asisten a nuestras reuniones con regularidad se mantienen limpias. Ponte en contacto con Narcóticos Anónimos.
Okay, so here we are. We're cooking for the Hope-A-Thon, and this is going to be for all of our hard workers, all the people behind the scenes. We're making some ribs and some brisket and some pulled chicken. We're going to start out with the ribs. Now, I'm not going to show you how I seasoned them because that's a secret, but this is how they look when they're seasoned and ready to go on the grill. There's all sorts of, there's 25 years of know-how in how these are rubbed and trimmed and ready to go. So from here, we're going to go out to the grill, and so I'll see you in just a moment.
My dearest family, this will be my last letter to you before I finally come home. I know I've been gone for so long, even gone before I left, but first, I must do what I've needed to do my whole life. I must follow God into the wilderness, to face my demons, to face myself, to face my Creator. I pray God will take me to the valley of vision, to open my eyes to see what He sees. But this time, I'm not alone. I go with other men. Men like me, who've lost their way. Sons, brothers, husbands, fathers. Some at the beginning, others at the end, all headed in the same direction, walking the path together. The way of the light. Seeking forgiveness for the unforgivable things we've done. We've destroyed lives, abandoned those we love, like I did to you, 12 times over. Carried constant shame, caused continual pain, killing ourselves one high, one drink at a time. Believe the same old lie, but more is never enough. I'm so deeply sorry for all the sorrow I've caused you. Thinking I was dead, barely coming back, only to lose me again. You never deserved any of this, and I don't deserve another chance, or your love, or your mercy, or your forgiveness. My only hope is in God now, that He will make me the man that I could never be. He's taught me, pain is the path to love. I'm still afraid, but I have hope, because I've seen His power. Others healed, right in front of me, forever changed. And I'm going to be changed. I'm going to be healed. This is my prayer, to be freed from destruction. To be free to love you, and to be loved by you. I know I will see you again soon, in a way, maybe even for the first time. And after all these years, I'm finally coming home. I love you, always have, always will.
Hi everyone, my name is Graham Barrett and I live in Winter Park, Florida. I just wanted to share a few things about me and why I'm talking to this camera in front of me. First and foremost, anytime that Louis Delgado from the Now Matters More Foundation asks me to do something, I do it. So even if I'm uncomfortable with it and don't like it very much, but I would be remiss to not speak because now it's been about 22 or 23 years ago, I myself went to an inpatient treatment center for adolescent boys in Minnesota. And without that intervention regarding my mental health related issues, as well as my substance use issues, I get emotional every time I talk about this. Without that intervention, I do not think that I would be alive today. And I don't think I would have ever gotten a chance to realize that sobriety and having my mental health in order is the greatest show on earth. I did not always feel that way. Going back to February of 1998, I will never forget it. Substances stopped working for me, and so at that point, I really saw no sense in living, no sense in surviving, was never happy, and so I really didn't have interest in committing suicide, but I really did not want to feel the pain that I felt at that time. And so what better thing to do than to try to put myself to sleep? Well, thank God I failed. And I failed for a good reason, because I belong here today. And I'm going to fast forward the tape 22 years, and sitting here before you today, there's definitely been a lot of bumps and challenges along the way. But today I have my recovery. Today I am no longer depressive ridden. Today I have meaningful friends in my life. Today I have a wife that I love, and you may have heard in the background some kids screaming. I have a 5-year-old son and a 2.5-year-old girl, who all three of them are the light of my life. And those are things that I never even wanted before. So I could go on and on and on, but I can tell you that anyone who's listening to this tape, whether you feel inspired by me or not, what I care telling you is that you give me hope in the midst of your struggle and whatever you're going through. Yes, I've not walked in your shoes. I don't know what's going on, but I can tell you from experience that I have felt a pain and darkness that I never want to feel again, and that I never thought was possible to replace. And I can tell you that from the simple task of raising my hand and asking for help, something that I'd never done in my entire life, I got help, and I got a chance to understand what this life is like and why it's worth living. So if life sucks and you want to die, welcome. I know that feeling. If life sucks and drugs have stopped working for you, I know that feeling. But as someone who's walked through it, I can tell you that it is possible. And if it's possible for someone like me, the bozo that I am, I can guarantee you that it's possible for someone like you. So although, sorry, I get emotional talking about this stuff. If you feel lost or hopeless, realize that that really difficult thing of raising your hand and asking for help, or whoever you are, asking someone, a loved one, a friend. If you don't have anyone, dial 911. It doesn't matter. Just someone to pick up the other end of the line to help you. It's worth it. So have an awesome day today during the 2020 Hope-A-Thon. Louie, I love you. Thanks for spreading the message of recovery, because it is possible, and I hope to meet some of you someday. Take care.
Hey everybody, welcome back. You are still in Independence Day. That's Independence Day. You are watching the Hope-A-Thon, and like Graham just said right there, thank you, Graham, very much. That means a lot to me. An amazing guy. You know, you're going to see a lot of videos like that during this whole 24 hours. We're here live with you for 24 hours straight. Again, this is all to show that we do recover. I know there's a lot of people out there that have suffered from a substance use disorder, an opiate use disorder, or some other type, and just maybe it didn't work out for them. And you start thinking, well, maybe it won't work out for me, or it won't work out for my family member. But there's a lot of us that are on the other side of it, meaning there's a lot of people that do recover every day, thousands and thousands of people experience recovery. You know, actually millions experience recovery, but thousands and thousands of people experience brand new recovery every day. And unfortunately, all we hear about typically is the negative, and the death and the dying and the destruction and the divorcing and the suicide and the overdoses and all that stuff. And so thank you very much to Orange County. Thank you very much for Orange County Television. I mean, these people have been phenomenal. I can't even tell you how good it feels to be back here at Orange TV Studios. It's just incredible. I haven't been here since probably 2008. This right here is where the Couch Live used to live. Is right here where I'm sitting, actually. And so to be back here now, it's pretty amazing. And when I was here last, I was with Dr. George Schultz, rest in peace. You know, my old partner, Dr. George Schultz, who's no longer with us. And so it feels really good to be here. It feels really good to be here doing it like this. I know that Dr. Schultz is still here with me in spirit, and he's proud of what we're doing today. And what we're trying to do is just inspire you. If you're watching this, whether you're watching this on Orange TV, whether you're watching this on YouTube, whether you're watching this on Facebook, it doesn't matter how you're watching us. The key is that you're watching a show of inspiration where, you know, videos like what you just saw Graham do, which was a message of hope. And Graham hates the camera. I mean, as you saw, Graham hates the camera. And but I love Graham so much. I said, please, Graham, can you just share a little inspiration? Because I think he's such an inspirational person that helps so many people. He helps so many people. And so I just knew he had some good stuff to share. So hopefully you enjoyed that. So many more messages to come after that. I mean, it's like I said, it's a full 24 hours where we're just sharing messages of hope. And if this inspires you to create your own message of hope, feel free to do so, and then send it to us, and we'll use it next year if that's the way it has to be. But wherever your inspiration goes, if you're out there and you're clean and sober and you want to share your message, then send it to us. Go to nowmattersmore.org, figure that out, and email it to us. We'd love to have it for next year. We're going to be doing this next year again. If you're out there and you're doing something and you're not feeling good about what you're doing and you want to quit and you want it to end, this is Independence Day. Today can be it. This can be your day. November 14th, 2020 can be it. That's it. That's day number 1 or day number last. And then tomorrow is a brand new day. But this is Independence Day. That means you have an opportunity. And all of us on this side of it remember that day. All of us remember that day when we completely changed our lives. And I didn't know that was going to be it. I didn't know that I was never going to go back to it. As a matter of fact, I believed that for sure I'll go back to it. This is just temporary. I mean, as a matter of fact, I didn't want to quit for good when I quit. I just thought I was just taking a little break, just to let things settle, quiet all the noise, you know, shut everybody up or whatever it is, you know what I mean? And I thought for sure I'd go back to it. I didn't think that I wouldn't go back to it. I mean, as a matter of fact, if I would have thought that I was never going to go back to it again, it probably would have been a lot harder. But because I thought that, of course I will, eventually, it's just not today. So it stuck. And thankfully, you know, I was very blessed because not only do I have a good family, but I found a good person. I found my wife, Dana, who I've now been married to for 27 years. And the person that I was could have never been with her, could have never found her, first of all, and definitely would have not kept her. And so it's things like that we find in sobriety, and I wish it for everybody. I really do. When I get phone calls from people, and people say, you know, how do you do it, or what was it in your life? I mean, it's a lot of things. There's just so many things. There's no just one thing, you know. But I can tell you the one thing that's necessary, and that's there's got to be an end to what you're doing. There has to be an end to that dependence. And that's why I say today can be that day. You cannot start moving forward if you just keep doing what you're doing. It just doesn't work that way. That I know. Now, as far as what pathway you choose to get clean and sober, what route you choose, or who you choose to X out of your life and who you choose to bring in your life, now that's all different. Everybody's going to have a different story with all that. But we all have at least one similarity, and that's there was always that one day where we just said, you know what, this isn't working, and I got to move in a different direction, because if I keep going this direction, it's not going to end well. And to a lot of us, that's not the legacy we want to leave behind. It's not what I want to leave behind. You know, I remember feeling like, you know, my family didn't come to this country so that I could end up like this, so I could, you know, put this on our family like this. And that was a burden that I carried, because although I liked what I was doing, I didn't like how it was reflecting on my family. And so I took ownership of that a little bit and used that as a power source. Whatever power source you choose to use, that's what's necessary. So that brings me up to a couple of things. So throughout the day, throughout the 24-hour period, you're going to see all kinds of friends that have chosen to send in messages of hope, like Graham, like you just saw Graham's. You're going to see all kinds of friends, like you saw Dusty Watson and Dr. Rob Kelly join us, earlier on. Friends like Trinity, the president of our foundation. They all just come together and help us do this. And there's so many of them right now watching. I know that Donald Stiff is watching. I think he's out in San Francisco right now. Hey, Donald, how you doing? I know that Anna is probably taking a nap now. She'll join us later. Thank you, Anna, for all the hard work. Julie. There's so many people, and throughout the day you're going to hear me mention so many names. But I also want to take this moment to thank everybody here at Orange TV, because they're staying up with me. So they're here with me, and they're making sure all this goes flawlessly, whether we succeed completely and it goes out without a hitch, or whether there's complications. They're going to be here because they believe in the same thing that I believe in. They believe that whatever you're experiencing in your life, there is a solution to that. And they here at Orange TV felt it so important that they offered this 24-hour period. They didn't have to do this, by the way. Orange TV didn't have to do this. They blessed us with this. They blessed me with this, and I want to thank you so very much to all the staff here for what they've done. I don't even think I can thank them enough for what we're doing. So let's continue. So the next thing that we're going to be showing here it's a very special movie. Now, so this all started, there's some guys that I got a phone call, and sometimes you get these phone calls and people say, we're filming this movie, and they try to explain, and they go like, yeah, it's going to be on addiction, it's going to be on this or that. Well, this one was different. These guys were out of Atlanta, and they call and they said, we're going to be filming a movie in your area, and it's about the opioid problem. And I'm thinking, oh, okay, well, the opioid problem, it's like everywhere, right? It's like at that time, it still is. But they're like, we want to highlight Central Florida. And I thought, well, that's pretty cool. That's pretty unique. And you never know how that's going to go, right? You never know how when someone calls you and says that they're going to do a movie in your area and they want you to be involved in it, how it's going to play out. I mean, I've done segments where, I've talked for this long, and obviously all they use is this, and that's just the way it goes, right? That's the way editing process goes. That's the way it goes, looking for that sound bite or whatever. So I didn't know how it was going to play out, to be honest with you. But as the conversation went further, they had other desires and other questions, and to the point where they they offered a producership. So I became a producer with these guys, and that's really all I wanted, really, to be honest with you. No payment, nothing. I just, you can go ahead and give me that title along with you, and we're good, because I put a lot of work into it myself, and I like what came out of it. And here's what really came out of it. What came out of it is a good description. They did such a phenomenal job. All the guys, Tyler, Max, Trevor, all of them did a phenomenal job at just kind of like putting it together, showing how the opioid problem came to be, how everybody's response was to it. Our local government here in Orange County, very similar to probably wherever you're from. You probably had some sort of response in your county of how to deal with this problem. I mean, we all do remember how bad it got, right? Well, it got bad here in Orange County as well. And I'm talking about Orange County, Florida. If you don't know which Orange County I'm talking about, let me clarify. Orange County, Florida. And they did a real good explanation of how the community response was, and then, it's some individuals that were suffering from it. So they put a face on it. And so throughout this movie, and I'm saying all this because you're about to watch the movie. We're about to show the movie in its entirety. And although this movie doesn't really go with the Hope-A-Thon theme, and I want to preface it by saying that because in picking all of the content for this 24 hours, I wanted everything to be on the positive upswing in showing that recovery is possible, that we do recover. This is Independence Day. These are the themes that I kind of drilled into everybody's head that we talked to, no matter who we communicated with, whether it was Orange County, whether it was here at Orange TV, whether it was board members. It doesn't matter. I wanted everybody to understand that everything had to be positive. So this movie doesn't fully reflect the positivity or truly like explain it really well. But this is what they did so well at explaining the tragedy. And then there were some beautiful moments that happened within that filming and within those people's lives that were involved in there. And that's why I think it fits. I think it fits because we proved able to breathe a little hope into some of the individuals, you know, involved in the film. And there was such good feedback from other people who saw this film. This film has been shown, you know, all over the place. It's available online. It was available in different private viewings. And I would think that if you wanted to show the video wherever you're at, I don't know where you're at, you know, again, you know, maybe we're live on Orange TV, but we're also live on YouTube, on social media, and all over the place. There's people from all over the country that are watching this. So I don't know if this movie may be of benefit to you, but if it can, even though it's about Orange County, Florida, I don't think it's very different than any other, you know, area of our country. I think we experience this all over the place. It's much like the COVID-19 stuff that's happening right now, right? Like we've experienced it in so many other areas that you could do a story specifically about one town or one city, and all of us can go, yeah, I know where I was when that was happening. Yeah, I had a friend that, you know, like right now we probably all have a friend that, you know, with this COVID-19 situation. And then, you know, especially with this opiate use disorder crisis that we're still really dealing with, everybody can probably think of a family member or a friend that's that. And that's a bad story. But on the upswing, what I hope is that you also have a friend that has survived it, that has come out the other side of it, that has latched on to whatever help that was out there and embraced it, and if then has not only embraced it for that moment, but then chose to continue that embracing and is now living a life full in recovery. And that's what we wish. That's what this Hope-A-Thon is all about, to help inspire people. That's why you see the phone number, by the way. You see the phone number, 833-NOW-MATTERS, on the screen while we're doing all these things, because we want you to call it if you need any help right now. If you or your family member, if you know somebody, you know, call that number. Maybe they can give you some feedback of maybe how to talk to your friend, your family member, your loved one, whoever it is. Maybe you can get some tips. I don't care. And if you want to support everything that we're doing and support the nonprofits that we're helping, then you can go to nowmattersmore.org and do it that way. There's a button. There's always a button. You know, but getting back to this movie, that it impacts us all is the name of the movie. It impacts us all. The name alone is exactly what we at the Now Matters More Foundation believe in. I'm the founder of the Now Matters More Foundation. And one of our lines that we use a lot is everybody knows someone. Everybody knows someone. You may not even admit that you know somebody, but you know somebody. Everybody knows somebody. Everybody has that friend or family member, and you just sit back and when you hear stories like this, you go, yeah, I got a cousin that, or I got a friend that, or, you know, my college roommate, blah, blah. You know, you have some sort of story. And so we thought it was important enough, and the movie was impactful enough to be able to use today, and to hopefully help us identify, or help you identify if you need to, and then hopefully inspire you, because at least when you watch this movie today, we have that phone number that you can call, that if you too want the same kind of help that you'll see this guy in the movie get, Mike. You're going to watch a guy named Mike. And a matter of fact, Graham that spoke right before, I didn't even put that together until right now. Graham, the same guy that you just saw give a message of hope before this movie, is the voice you see me call in the movie to get Mike help. Graham is actually the guy that helped me get that guy help. That's pretty cool. I never even put that together until right now. That's
Let's watch it already.
pretty crazy. Oh, you want to watch it already? All right. So
You got me all excited. I want to see the darn movie, man.
I'll go with the movie. So It Impacts Us All is the movie. Please enjoy it. Here it goes.
I'm going on 4 years. I've worked here at this sector. When I first started, the heroin epidemic actually had just begun. As it gets later in the day, that's when you start seeing more of the overdoses happening. Because we will have situations where a bad batch, I don't know if there's ever a good batch of heroin, but a bad batch of heroin goes out and we start getting man down calls everywhere. So
743, 730, 5870, Southwest Lesson Trail.
This is probably overdose.
Nice End. Female advice possibly dying.
Yep. 242 Alpha.
Male and a female inside the brown, involved third party.
Investigators call prescription drugs this generation's crack cocaine.
America's worst drug crisis ever.
More people are dying from drug overdoses today than from gun homicides and motor vehicles combined.
Florida's opioid crisis. Opioid addiction.
Epidemic levels. Opioids.
Opioids.
I went to the emergency room with a toothache when I was 24 years old, and they gave me 60 hydrocodone 10s, and that's how it all began. It took a couple years, but just going from stronger pills to stronger pills, and then with the Oxycontin and the oxycodone, those are highly, highly addictive. I got into those, and then when the FDA cracked down on it, made it hard to get. Me and thousands of other people switched from pills to heroin. I mean, it's the same high. It's an opiate, just like the pain pills were. It's the exact same high. Same side effects, same withdrawals.
An opioid is a class of drugs which bind to certain areas in the brain that help control pain and alleviate pain. They're all essentially derived from the poppy plant, which is where most opioids come from.
The poppy, an innocent little plant that produces a milky fluid, a natural juice called opium, which is the essence of heroin, the most destructive narcotic man has ever devised.
They were designed to alleviate pain. So when you ingest them or take them or have them injected, like in a hospital, they get into the bloodstream and they affect the brain. Your oxycodone, your hydrocodone, Vicodin, Percocet, codeine, tramadol, these are all in the same family of what we call opioids. If you consider that that is in the same family of drugs as heroin, you realize why there's such a crossover.
And obviously I'm not a doctor, but I know enough about heroin that heroin is an opiate. Just like, hydrocodone is made, just like Oxycontin is made. Those are just made in the lab and, FDA approved. Heroin is obviously the illegal form of that, but it's still an opiate, and it basically attaches to the receptors in your brain, giving you that euphoric feeling that people are looking for.
I think I was about 21 when I first started really taking painkillers heavy. So that was the first time where I started taking doses that, would really give me a good feeling. And immediately I remembered I enjoyed it. Just the feeling, I had this feeling of like a warmth and ease kind of just go through me. And I remember feeling like this is what I had been looking for. And I had this friend who, she was actually a pharmacy student. And I remember one time, I was calling somebody trying to get more pain pills, and I was telling her, I just enjoy taking them because I like to take it and just lay on the couch and watch movies, and, they make me feel good. And she started crying almost, and she said, one day you're going to become a heroin addict. And, in my mind, that was absurd. Never in my life was I ever going to do heroin. It wasn't too long after that, and I did.
you look back to the 1960s, you ask heroin addicts from the 1960s, how did you get involved with opiates? Well, heroin was their entree to opiates. If you look at the current day heroin users, about 3/4 of them will tell you, no, it was prescription drugs for me. If you go back to the late 1990s, there was a national movement to help alleviate medical pain and suffering. Unfortunately, I think many of us underestimated the addictive potential and the deadly potential that these drugs had. We were encouraged by many sources, everywhere from state boards to pharmaceutical companies, to prescribe higher amounts to really get on top of the pain, or as they would say, get ahead of the pain.
We are in complete agreement. But I do not agree with the statement made here today that Purdue has marketed OxyContin aggressively. That is simply not the case. We have not promoted this product as less abusable.
Now, in fact, the rate of addiction amongst pain patients who are treated by doctors is much less than 1%.
And we have not promoted it as a substitute for less abusable opioids.
And so these drugs, which I repeat are our best, strongest pain medications, should be used much more than they are for patients in pain.
So then you start looking at all that and you feel that the drug is not habit-forming or addictive, so you feel like it's okay to prescribe it.
We plotted out, this is just oxycodone, the number of deaths in Florida, and we correlated it with the grams that have been prescribed and distributed legally. You don't see correlations like this in biostatistics, where we had a 99% correlation. The question is, how does this relate to heroin?
Yeah, I think that ultimately the big overdose problem and the heroin problem that we're seeing locally as well as nationally has a direct result of the pill mills.
Florida leads the nation in the number of lethal pills prescribed by unscrupulous doctors, so-called pill mills.
Storefront clinics like this one prescribe 9 million pills in one 6-month period.
We saw the overprescription of pain medication by doctors that has gone on for years. People became addicted to pain medication. With that, the pill mill abuse started. We had people here in Florida, was one of the worst states for people coming in and getting fraudulent prescriptions filled. People were coming in from all over our country to do that.
When we looked at 2010 and DEA looks at how much oxycodone was prescribed in a 6-month period, we prescribed over 41 million pills, and that was more than all 49 states combined.
As fast as you could tell them what you was taking, whatever you wanted, writing it down just as fast. Doctor would walk out. 3 minutes later, a nurse would come in. Here's your scripts and your appointment for next month. It was that easy.
When I was in high school just a few years earlier, it wasn't like this big thing, and all of a sudden these kids just a few years behind me, they're talking about, doing Roxy's all the time and morphine.
Like I was going to 2 doctors a month. I was getting 180 from one and 180 from another. And then when they linked all the pharmacies together, that's when everything dried up in Florida, because everyone could only go to 1 doctor, and I know guys that were going to 5 or 6 doctors, getting 5 or 6 scripts a month.
We cracked down on them. I think our Attorney General did a really good job on cracking down on the doctors and cracking down on these illegal pill mills.
Attorney General Pam Bondi cracked down on pill mills in the state. That, coupled with the DEA leveling multi-million-dollar fines on CVS and Walgreens because of how companies were filling narcotic prescriptions.
It appeared promising. Like most things in life, it came with a catch: supply and demand.
Something had to step in and fill that void. You essentially created a bunch of people that became addicted to pain medication and now didn't have the ability to get anything for it. What happened? Drug dealers got smart, said, what can we do? Fill that void. They slid in heroin.
So heroin was what we were dealing with in 2014. 2015, towards the end of 2015, is when we saw synthetic fentanyl.
Fentanyl is a synthetic opioid that can be 50 times stronger than heroin itself.
That's essentially used for cancer patients to relieve their pain.
But back then, fentanyl was medicine grade, meaning it was in a patch. That was the main thing. It was fentanyl patches. So people were either intentionally or unintentionally overusing them. About 2 or 3 years ago, we started seeing street fentanyl come in.
So it's being mass produced in China and in Mexico, and it's being delivered across our borders, through different areas, Canada, Mexico, into Texas, and then shipped all over our country.
It looks like heroin. It was probably being sold by drug traffickers and drug dealers on our street as heroin, but it had lethal doses of fentanyl in it.
If, again, go back to your baseline, morphine is 1, heroin about 10 to 15 times more powerful than morphine. Fentanyl is about 100 times more powerful than morphine. And so, again, you figured that out. It's almost logarithmic, the potency. So you need much, much less of it to get that high or to become fatal. In a nutshell, that's kind of the trend we saw. We saw prescription painkillers, then we saw heroin, then we saw medication-grade fentanyl, such as patches, then we saw street fentanyl.
Most of the heroin that we find in Orange County is laced with fentanyl, if it's not pure fentanyl.
And it really took analyzing that, going through toxicology to see exactly what was the drug.
But the backroom chemists or the illegal chemists, they'll change the chemical structure just a little bit so it becomes a new drug. For us, we're always a couple steps behind, because once they make it, we first have to detect it as a different drug, then we have to find standards to figure out how to measure it and quantify it. So we're always a little behind. So that's when you hear terms out in the news such as acetylfentanyl or methoxyacetylfentanyl or fluorofentanyl.
Carfentanil is one that people talk a lot about.
And that is an analog as well, but that was created in the 1970s in an actual pharmaceutical company. What its use was for was large animal tranquilizers. So we're talking about when you go and you watch a documentary in the jungle or in the desert plains of these large animals, and they tranquilize them, or in zoos, they're using carfentanil. And again, if you use that based on the morphine as a 1, heroin about 10 to 15 times more powerful, fentanyl about 1,000 times more powerful, carfentanil is up to 10,000 times more powerful. And so you can imagine if you get any of this drug in you, it can be fatal instantly.
The really dangerous thing is respiratory arrest, which is stopping breathing. The tolerance that people get for its therapeutic effects grows faster than the body's tolerance for the cessation of breathing. So if you let that sit in for a moment, you realize someone would use more and more to achieve the desired effect, whether it be pain control or a high, but they'll more quickly exceed that to the point where they stop breathing.
So you pretty much go to sleep and your breathing slowly stops, but your heart's still beating until your breathing stops.
And that's why nationally, on a daily basis, about 120 Americans per day are dying from this. The attempt to get a high is basically going to keep driving somebody to the inevitable end, which would be stopping breathing. As few as 3 days of being on a prescription drug can lead to chronic opioid addiction.
This drug epidemic that we're facing now with heroin and with fentanyl has definitely changed how law enforcement does things in our community. Some of the stuff that might be cool to film, I think law enforcement today in Orange County, we understand that the user is an addict, that the user has a sickness, and I would no more make fun or accuse someone who has cancer of being a dirtbag than I would someone who has a drug addiction. We have to change that stigma. We have to look at them differently. This is our sheriff, Jerry Demings. He actually was just voted as the new mayor of Orange County. People I don't think they understand that most addicts want help. Certainly the heroin addict is absolutely in the top of that. They don't want to feel the way that they do. They don't want to steal. They don't want to rob. They don't want to prostitute themselves. The different things that they do in order to get money to get their drug. Most of society doesn't understand. is that this addict is a functioning addict in most cases. They're your plumbers, they're your mechanics, they're your doctors, and probably in a lot of cases, they're your police officers. You know, they've got an addiction problem.
Drug use never discriminates. It doesn't matter how much money you have. It doesn't matter where you live, what age you are.
It affects every member of society, really.
I've seen teenagers die of opiates, and I've seen people up to the 70s or 80s die of opiates.
And it can take just that one time, that one prescription pain medication, that for some people that's it, and they're addicted to these powerful substances.
My name is Bruce McMullen. I'm a captain with the Sheriff's Office. You know, this is it's a large metropolitan area, about 1.5 million people that live in Orange County permanently. And, you know, it's a big city and it has big city problems. And the deputy sheriffs and the municipal police officers that work in this town or this county, just like any other maybe larger metropolitan area, are exposed to a lot of things, a lot of stressful situations, dangerous encounters, risk to their own safety, things that they've never seen before, and they're exposed to that in a pretty short amount of time. I mean, this opiate thing, opiates are very, very addictive. You know, very hard to kick the habit, so to speak. These folks get physically sick if they don't get their fix for the day. And a lot of folks that have these heroin problems, they're functional, they have jobs, but they need a fix or two every day to keep, to kind of keep it under control. And sometimes they buy some heroin that's a little bit hotter, or maybe it's fentanyl, and they dose themselves as normal, and then they overdose because it's such a powerful narcotic. And I'm being told that one of the spots that's been hot lately for open air drug use is on the right there, so we'll pull up there and see if we can see a little trail we can walk down. Well, this is somebody's camp, so to speak. I mean, you can see where somebody's been sleeping here. They have a tarp up, got some belongings, clothes. This is how folks wind up. You know, they're living in a place like where we're standing, to where maybe 6 months ago they had a job, they had a house, you know, they had a normal life, and then they have, developed this problem, wind up out here, so.
Yes, it's a real eye-opener when you actually see how people are living just to be able to do that drug. And they're all homeless because of that. If they actually took the money that they make, they could be living in a house, but they spend it all on heroin. So.
You think a lot of that started with pills?
Oh yeah, 90% of the people I know that do heroin, it started out with pain pills. At least I'm working now and got a roof over my head. When the company I was working for sold out, I'd worked for them for 10 years. I started panhandling. I was living on the streets out there in John Young and Sand Lake. Me and my pregnant old lady, she was on heroin too, pregnant, but panhandled for a year straight to support my habit rather than robbing and stealing from people. And between the two of us, we were making $200 or better a day. And why we weren't in a motel room, I have no idea. We just spent it all on dope, and we had our camp set up pretty nice, and we were in a tent with a queen-size air mattress and solar lights and solar fan and shit, but we could have been living a lot better and still been feeding our habit. I started out with pain pills and progressed to this. I've lost everything in the last 11 years. Every time I get ahead, do good for a while and slip up and right back into it. It is the worst thing I've ever had to deal with in my life is opiate addiction. It's terrible. I mean, I get depressed like anyone, but I try to be positive. I'm a real positive person. I try to stay that way. I can't say that I've never had a gun in my mouth, but, you know, I didn't go that far, you know, just because of my kids, but that was all over part of my addiction, too, you know, just so sick of it. But my oldest son has always kept me going. You know, he's got hemophilia A, severe bleeding disorder, and yeah, he's a tough kid, man. He's been through a lot, and I can't really feel sorry for myself looking at everything he's gone through, you know. So I try to stay positive about shit, you know. Try my hardest. Luckily, I've been blessed with a decent job again, so I can support my habit that way rather than, you know, panhandling and holding a sign.
He's an A1 plumber, and besides that, a great person.
Yeah, try to work every day, so you know, keep it flowing.
All right.
Work just to stay well. Terrible way to be living, man. Like 120 for a gram, 60 for a half, so anywhere from like 120 to 180 a day.
So you got to come up with a lot of money every week.
Yeah.
Every month, that's like.
Yeah, the sad part is I come. Yeah, the sad part is I come up with it, and I spend that just about every day. It's Mike. Mike in the red van, man. I used to come out there with Tasha. I used to come out there with Tasha in the black car. The black Chevy, man. I don't think that's one of their numbers anymore.
It's like this full-time job where I wake up in the morning, I'm already feeling sick, and I already have to figure out what am I going to do today to manage to get the drugs that I have to get. Calling people to meet them to go get what you need. I knew I could call a certain amount of people from either 7 a.m. in the morning or till 7 p.m. at night. So my whole day revolved in that time frame.
Basically, you know, they've got about 3 or 4 different phones they work, and you call them up. The guy on the other end tells you where to go. You know, you'll pull up into a parking lot somewhere. It's usually a parking lot, busy parking lot, and there's usually, you know, 5 to 10 other cars waiting there, and you know, they'll tell you where to go. And when the guy pulls up, everyone goes to the car and gets what they need and goes about their way.
Basically, if I'm the main drug dealer, I would get my phone. I'd have a bunch of contacts in it, and I had these massive group texts I would send out. And I'd be like, okay, today I'm going to be at, you know, the Florida Mall. I'll be in a silver, you know, pickup truck, and I just send a hit, and then before long, you'd see people start flocking to the Florida Mall, and they would be standing around waiting. Then a silver pickup truck would pull up, and there'd be a line of people being served.
At this Walmart just down the street, an Applebee's, even a local barbecue joint during the lunch hour.
And in the parking lot of this 7-Eleven, right at a busy intersection, undercover agents spot 103 bags of heroin.
There's Blossom Park right on 441 and the Turnpike.
Blossom Park. That was my first contact with the heroin problem.
There you just go up to the apartment, and it was on the 3rd floor, and there would literally be 3 flights of people standing in line to go up there and cop. They had guys on the roof watching for cops.
Guys with, you know, guns patrolling hallways, and lines of people stacked around the building. What? And then it took us about 2 years of combating that issue before, between us and code enforcement, we were able to get it shut down. Get everybody, the good people moved out, relocated.
In all, they arrested 8 people, confiscated cocaine, heroin, a shotgun, ammo, and around $30,000 in cash.
The Blossom Park condominiums are now condemned for serious code violations like unsafe stairwells, sagging walkways, water damage, mold, and bug infestation.
when this place finally gets demolished, who knows what we'll find in here, you know? Scary. When we had the big resurgence of heroin here in this area, just by the nature of the place, this kind of became ground zero for a lot of that heroin activity, a lot of the opiate activity. Sheriff's office. So the sheriff's office and local government and some private partners kind of all got together along with Sheriff Demings, and we realized that we had to take immediate and decisive action.
The Heroin Task Force was created back in 2015.
Thank you for attending the fourth meeting of the Heroin Task Force.
That was where our Sheriff, Jerry Demings, as well as our Mayor, Teresa Jacobs, decided to put together a diverse group of professionals to try to attack our heroin problem. And they brought people in from different disciplines. You know, we have educators, we have treatment people, we have doctors, we obviously have law enforcement, we have, you know, lawyers and judges, and just, we have all these people that came together to try to find a solution to our problem.
Really briefly, I just wanted to get everybody up to speed on what heroin is. Heroin is an opiate.
Finally, how do we get a treatment surge? Because we obviously have a crisis here.
If they don't get away from the drug, they're going to overdose eventually, or they're going to die. That's just the bottom line here.
For 6 months, the task force met, and those 23 members divided up into subcommittees, and that's really where the work gets done. So there was a law enforcement subcommittee, a treatment subcommittee, healthcare, and then education and prevention. And what we quickly saw is those committees started cross-sectoring one another. So it wasn't just staying in their silo.
And we kind of get together and we kind of talk about what we do and what they do. And that's when it affects me, and you see the bigger picture of what the opioid epidemic is. It's not just numbers going up and more people dying. It affects all these different things.
So probably one of the most important recommendations that we talked about during the task force is getting into the hands of our first responders, that's law enforcement, emergency medical service personnel, was this drug called naloxone.
Well, I'm so happy you're talking about naloxone, because you're going to save thousands of lives, what you're doing today.
This is the greatest invention ever. Something like this that can save. And like I said, those 200 lives that are lost every day, it could be prevented if everybody was carrying it, if every addict had this in their pocket, if every medicine cabinet had it.
Maybe in every restaurant, every bar.
And what naloxone does is the opioids bind to receptors in our brain. Some of those receptors are receptors that control our breathing, so it'll block the breathing. What naloxone does is it knocks that drug off and takes its place so that the effect is gone. And so what we'll see is this, like almost a miraculous rising from the dead, people who look in blue.
He's not breathing.
And it comes in different forms. There's versions where you can inhale it, so spray it through the nose like a nasal spray.
Go left nostril. Narcan deployed in the left nostril.
And within 2 to 5 minutes after laying on the ground, turning blue, 2 to 5 minutes, they'll be sitting up telling you what they took.
But you don't actually even need a doctor's prescription. You can go to a variety of the commercial pharmacies in the area, and they will give it to you based on a standing prescription.
You know, I carry my naloxone with me. My nasal naloxone is something that I carry with me, and I have it in case I need it. All our uniformed personnel have it. Our drug agents carry it, and it's something that we think, since we started using it officially in around July of 2016, we've saved close to 300 people.
People take good health and life for granted. And 3 years ago, I was totally naive. I never heard the word Narcan or naloxone. The drug epidemic wasn't even in my thoughts. Unfortunately, it took having it come to my home
and my beautiful 18-year-old daughter dying from a drug overdose when she had a beautiful life ahead of her.
We're learning more now about what caused the death of 18-year-old Victoria Siegel.
Yes, she's the daughter of Westgate Resorts founder David Siegel and his wife Jackie Siegel. Victoria Siegel was found unresponsive and was pronounced dead at the hospital June 6th.
This epidemic has no discrimination in terms of wealth, lack of wealth, race, religion, creed. It has no discrimination. It affects everyone.
Heroin stuff, man. There's fentanyl, there's these overdoses, man. There's so many people that have died. You know how they live forever? Because we make them meaningful. We use their stories a little bit, like you're using these stories and you're telling people, listen, I don't care what you're doing. Of course you can stop. It's going to be difficult, but of course there's a stop to this. There's all levels of stop to this. Well, my name is Louis Delgado. I'm a certified addictions professional. I started doing treatment back in 1993. I mean, I actually started working in hospitals around 1990. But I didn't get actually involved in seriously working with the addiction population until 1993 when I graduated University of Central Florida. And I got recruited by a doctor. He just heard that I knew a little bit about addiction. I don't think he knew that I was in recovery or anything like that. He just kind of heard that I was working well with that population. But there's people that are going to stop by never even starting, and there's people that are going to stop by picking up the phone right after they watch this. There's people that for some reason they're going to hear something in this whole thing that you're doing, and all of a sudden, even though they heard it like 50 million times before, all of a sudden it's going to resonate that day.
You know, that day he calls me and my friend tells me, he goes, listen, man, I don't want you to be upset, but your dad called me. He's worried about you. And, you know, I told him everything that was going on. And, of course, my first reaction is, you know, why'd you do that? And then we start talking, and he tells me, no, I told him, and he wants to help you, you know, find treatment. So that kind of took away a lot of the fears, because there's this big fear that I always had of telling anybody, of like reaching out for help, asking for help, because we have, I think anyways, I always felt growing up like there was always this sense of I need to be able to take care of myself on my own, do things without other people's help. And if I get myself into a problem, I need to find a way to get myself out. But unfortunately, addiction, especially opiate addiction, there's no way for you to get out on your own. Like, there was no way for me to get out on my own. And so I told my friend that, you know, I was actually thankful that he had told my father. So then he tells me, he goes, you're not mad? And I said, no, I'm not mad. So he goes, okay, I got to tell you something else. And I said, all right. And he said, well, your dad didn't call me. I called your dad because I'm worried about you. And he thought I was going to be mad because he went off and called my dad and told my dad everything. But, like, at that point, like, I really didn't care, because just to know that, you know, my dad was willing to help me and not, like, disown me or something, really gave me a lot of hope at a point where, you know, there probably wasn't much time left. I mean, let alone I could die at any moment just from what I was doing every day, to the point where, you know, I'm thinking about ending my own life because I can't stand going on the way I was going. You know, my dad actually helped me get this apartment, and just at the right time, a point where I probably would have relapsed a lot sooner had I not been, you know, lucky enough to have this place.
Saw somebody posted something the other day that said,
Mom, I'm sorry of all the things I got into trouble for, but if it means anything, you don't know the half of it. And that's probably the way this is. I know some of the stuff. I know some of the trouble he's gotten into. I know that I've been with him through his recovery as much as I could. I helped him when he first went to the methadone clinic, and I helped him. We found a better way with Suboxone, and that worked for, I think, a good long time, and finally he was through with it. And I didn't understand it. I thought once you're off Suboxone, once you're cured, you're done. And that's not the way it is. It takes longer than that. It takes a lot more than that. I try to help him as much as I can. I've helped him a lot financially. I've helped him when he needed, so his health insurance and things like that. I've been with him when he's had other problems. A couple of times he put me in a situation where I probably was helping his addiction a little bit. I just tried not to as much as possible. I tried to help insofar as his other medical conditions and taking care of his son. But it's been difficult sometimes to figure out which is which. But I don't know, I've done the best I can. I hope that's enough.
Pain is a part of life, but nobody likes it. Nobody likes pain at all. We don't like not even a little bit of pain. We don't like hunger pains. We don't like love pains. We don't like breakup pains. We don't like loss pains. We don't like any pain. And when you're addicted to opioids, it's all of those pains. You've already experienced loss. You've experienced the loss of love. You've experienced loss of everything that you've desired. You experienced the loss of innocence. You don't even think you can go back to that person. Matter of fact, so bad that you don't even know what you want anymore, even if you wanted something.
Yeah, when he had a shoestring around his neck, I couldn't even get my finger in between them. I took it off and fed him, and he's been my little buddy ever since. He said, "Screw you." So yeah, man, ain't a whole lot changed. I wish I could say more has changed, but it hasn't. You just gotta want change. You gotta want to change your lifestyle. You gotta want to change the way you're living. I've got kids, and I know they suffer because of my addiction, and that's my main reason for wanting change. They don't deserve not having a father like they should because I've got an addiction. No matter how hard it is on me or how bad it hurts me, they deserve better. So that's my main reason for wanting to change. Is my kids, and I don't. Damn, 40 years old, man. Can't live like this forever,
How do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, I get it right eventually, I get it right, and I got the want, and I just have to go for it,
What do you look forward to?
I can't wait till the day I wake up and not have to worry about having it, because I gotta have it in the mornings. I gotta have it, or I don't go to work. I have to wake up with something. If I don't wake up with something, then I'm not working that day, and that's a terrible way to be living, man. I can't wait to just wake up and not have to worry about it.
Hey, Louie, how are you?
I'm good. When I called you earlier, it's because I was looking for Graham. You just want to be rescued. You just want some sort of lifeline reaching out to you. But if hope is the only thing keeping you alive at that point in time, because everything else is saying go ahead and die. Nobody cares anyway. Nobody cares whether you live or die anyway. I mean, matter of fact, it's better off if you just die. If you just disappear, go away, never even contact them again. They're all going to be better off, but that's not true. That's not true at all. The way that you're kind of hoping that some miracle is going to happen to you, they're actually hoping as well that something's going to miraculously happen with you, that somehow you're going to hear something or see something or feel something that's somehow going to make a difference in what you're doing. Because everybody just knows the same thing. What you're doing is not working right now. Yeah. Now you know how I'm feeling. That's why I had to get you on the phone, man. All right. So, I mean, this guy has no clue. Right now, this guy right now, dude, he's spending hundreds of dollars every day. He's working his ass off every day just to make enough money to shoot up dope. And so he has no idea that behind the scenes, you guys are even doing this. You know what I mean? And so we're going to offer it to him. And if he's willing to go get the help and if he's willing to get the treatment, then, you know, we need to activate everything we need to activate, like with you guys. So the reason I was calling you is because, you know, all right, well, then let's get the process started. I need to have you on standby. And let me say within the next 2 hours.
Next 2 hours. All right, done.
All right, thank you,
That's
brother.
awesome. All right, done.
See you
later.
Bye. All right. You know, because whatever he's doing right now, he's probably thinking, I got to get this money because tomorrow's going to hurt. I mean, right now, that's what he's doing. He's working for tomorrow's money just so he doesn't hurt tomorrow. Let's do it. Give the guy a call, man. Let's go find Mike. I mean, I can offer free rehab to somebody and they'll start saying, but can I take my cell phone? Where is it? What does it look like? In 1 minute, you're saying, I'll do anything you want me to do. I just can't stay here anymore. Come get me. And then 5 minutes later, you're negotiating about, yeah, but can we stop by this place first? I got to do something first. Or can we do it tomorrow because oh, yeah, I got to go do this first. You just can't even help your own brain. You start talking like this. And I hope someone listening can go back and remember how many times they called for help and say, I'm willing to do whatever it takes, and then all of a sudden hear themselves start negotiating some sort of thing like it has to look just like this for it to be help. Just minutes. Come on. All right, so now this is the exciting part. This is the part where, you know, you're able to offer a person an amazing opportunity. I mean, here, you guys meet this guy, you talk to him, you find out that he's using dope every day, doesn't want to keep using every day, spending an enormous amount of money. Everything he makes is just going to heroin. The next shot could be his last shot. They're on standby waiting for us to call, waiting for us to put him on the phone with admissions and kind of see if he qualifies, not only personally, if that's the right level of care for him, if that's the right situation for him, but also to make sure he wants this for real. One thing is saying it to a film crew. The other thing is making that decision to pack your bags. And I really hope he says yes. I just really hope he says yes. Is that him? That looks like a white van to me. How you doing, Mike? Finally get to meet you. How you doing, man?
Right,
doing good? All right, I don't know what they told you. Anyway, my name is Louis Delgado, and I like helping people. That's what we do in the foundation. We kind of help connect people to situations like treatment centers, whatever they need. You know, hear you out, you know, and whatever you need. It's like, you know, if there's anything we can do to help you, what is it? It's kind of what we do, right? I've been treating people for, you know, about 28 years. And so what I did is I contacted one of the facilities we work really closely with, and if it's the right fit for you, if you feel okay with it, and you do meet that level of, you know, that need for care, you know, at that level of care, they're willing to offer it to you, free of charge. How long have you been using, if you don't mind me asking?
Man, I started out with the pain pills probably about, I would say 12, 13 years ago, and I've been doing the heroin for probably about 5 or 6 years.
Okay. Have you ever tried to get clean before?
Yeah, I've gotten clean a couple times, relapse.
Okay. What's been that hiccup? What's been the reservation right there? What do you think it is?
Making the wrong choices, being around the wrong people, you know.
Okay.
I got clean, but I didn't change my people and places and things. And, you know, just getting back around the wrong crowd. And
did you go to rehab?
Slipping up. The closest I've ever been to rehab is just a detox. You know,
Okay.
They put you through for 7 to 14 days.
You're in for something.
That's, it's.
So you've never done counseling or anything? Outpatient?
No.
How do you feel about that? Like when I'm mentioning it, how do you feel about it?
I'm all for it.
For real?
Yeah, I'm all for it.
All for it to the point where you're willing to get on a plane tonight? That kind of all for it? See that feeling you're feeling right there, Mike?
What? The only thing is, I'm going through physical therapy right now for an accident I got into.
So we let them know?
Yeah, I'll jump on a plane tonight. Absolutely.
That's what I wanted to hear.
Absolutely.
I got to tell you, Mike, I mean, we do a lot of these kinds of things, you know what I mean? But typically, you guys are the ones asking. This time, it was somebody outside of you asking. So I'm glad you said that. All right, you ready to let's get them on the phone. What do you think?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it. All right, the first guy I'm going to get on the phone.
I think that's what we can all do is when you can sit down and you can have a conversation just to see if anyone needs your help or needs anything. I always tell people, even if you just refer someone to 211, you're helping someone. You're giving them an outlet or resource that maybe will lead to their son or daughter or family member getting, the assistance and the help they need.
How are you, sir?
Mike, I'm doing well, man. Thanks for taking my call, or at least for being willing to chat.
Absolutely. I appreciate the offer for help. Definitely.
This is the magic right here. I mean, everything is the fact that you have willingness to go. So,
There's no way we can define it where I think everyone will get it. I think what we just have to keep doing is just giving out messages all different kinds of ways. And just one person by one person by one person just kind of get it.
We're just honored to be able to get you some help.
We need to be helping people wherever we can. And in the lock zone, that's one way of doing it. Taking the stigma away from the user is the big thing. An addict needs help, and people that care should try to help them, not cast them aside or look at them differently because they have an addiction problem. That ultimately would be nice to see a solution. Hopefully I'll see it one day.
All right. You excited, man?
Yeah.
Nervous too?
Yeah.
I know.
All right, thanks again, guys.
Hey, brother. Good luck, man. I'll see you.
Thank you, man.
I'll walk you up there.
All right.
All right. See you, bro.
Biggest thing that I was ever ashamed of has given me the most purpose in life, which is to help other people that are in the same position, that I was in. And as much as I help them, it helps me tremendously to be able to do that and just to know, if I'm not careful, I could end up right back in their shoes.
We have a great group of treatment providers so people can get the help they need, and recovery is possible. So it's really that holistic approach, not focusing.
If you have a drug problem, we can help. Contact Narcotics Anonymous at 407-425-5157. Relay for the Deaf, 800-955-8771 or orlandona.org.
¿Qué es la adicción? La adicción es una enfermedad, según la Organización Mundial de la Salud, OMS. ¿Qué es Narcóticos Anónimos? Narcóticos Anónimos es una confraternidad o asociación sin fines de lucro para hombres y mujeres para quienes las drogas se habían convertido en un problema muy grave. Somos adictos en recuperación y nos reunimos con regularidad para ayudarnos a no consumir drogas. En Narcóticos Anónimos no importa la raza, el sexo, la identidad sexual, el credo, la religión ni la falta de esta última para ser miembro. El único requisito para ser miembro de Narcóticos Anónimos es tener el deseo de dejar de consumir drogas. El programa de Narcóticos Anónimos surgió del programa de Alcohólicos Anónimos a finales de los años 40 en los Estados Unidos, realizándose las primeras reuniones a principios de los años 50. En la actualidad, Narcóticos Anónimos es una confraternidad auténticamente mundial. Nuestros folletos y libros están disponibles en más de 60 idiomas y se realizan reuniones semanales en más de 140 países. El mensaje de Narcóticos Anónimos es uno. Un adicto, cualquier adicto, puede dejar de consumir drogas, perder el deseo de consumirlas y descubrir una nueva forma de vida. El programa de Narcóticos Anónimos es de abstinencia completa del uso de todo tipo de drogas. Nos mantenemos sin consumir de a un día a la vez. Lo más importante es que funciona. En Narcóticos Anónimos no tenemos cuotas de inscripción ni se pagan honorarios. Nos mantenemos con nuestras propias contribuciones. ¿Qué hace Narcóticos Anónimos? Nuestro programa consiste en una serie de principios escritos de forma sencilla, a fin de poder seguirlos diariamente. Creemos que nuestro método es práctico, ya que el valor terapéutico de un adicto que ayuda a otro no tiene igual. En Narcóticos Anónimos se practica el principio del anonimato. De esta forma, aseguramos que los miembros puedan asistir libremente a las reuniones sin temor alguno. ¿Qué no hace Narcóticos Anónimos? Narcóticos Anónimos no está afiliada a ninguna otra organización, centros de tratamiento ni instituciones penitenciarias. No ofrece servicios de orientación vocacional, asesoramiento legal, financiero, psiquiátrico ni médico. Nuestra experiencia colectiva nos ha demostrado que las personas que asisten a nuestras reuniones con regularidad se mantienen limpias. Ponte en contacto con Narcóticos Anónimos.
So, welcome back to cooking for the Hope-A-Thon. So what I'm going to do here is our menu for our volunteers is brisket, pulled chicken, and barbecue ribs. And so we're looking at the brisket right now. This is about a 17-pound brisket. It's a big piece of meat here, a lot of fat. We're going to trim some of this fat off, but then we're going to let it sit for about 14 hours in the refrigerator once we season it. Then we'll put it on the grill, cook it at about 200 degrees for about 14 hours. And you'll know it's done when it's black. It almost looks burnt. That's called bark. If you've never had any bark, it's the best stuff ever. And so I highly recommend it. Your other option is to volunteer for the Hope-A-Thon next year, and you too can taste this award-winning brisket done by the Dark Side of the Moo competition barbecue team. I'm going to take just a moment to talk a little bit about Dark Side of the Moo. This is a competition barbecue team that was established in 1995, and this team is sponsored by Pig Floyd Productions. It's also has its own signature spice blend. It's called Foul Play, and I'll show you a little bottle of foul play here in just a little bit, but we're going to get to trimming this thing up, and then we'll come back and I'll show you what it looks like once it's been trimmed and seasoned.
Hi Louis, and hi everybody. My name is Tony Sartini, and I just wanted to say hi here from Jacksonville, Florida. I wanted to participate in the Hope-A-Thon because it was hope, the message of hope, that was so important to me in my early recovery. 4 years and 8 months in recovery from a crack cocaine addiction. You know, I came into treatment here at the Stepping Stone Center for Recovery 4 years and 8 months ago, totally hopeless and on death's door. So much so that my parents and my wife were actually making arrangements for me to see where they were going to bury me, because they knew it was just a matter of time before I had died. You know, I came here, got into treatment, and right away I knew that I had to tell people what was going on with me. And you know, when they brought those meetings in from AA and NA, and I would hear people talk about how they had the exact same issues I had, and I identified with a 65-year-old preacher sitting over there telling me how crack cocaine had ruined his life until he found recovery. Or there was a 40-year-old woman who was a housewife who was hiding her alcohol in the closet, and I related to that. And she had 10 years of recovery from hopelessness. Immediately I got that little bit of hope that I needed, and I took that with me for 40 days in treatment, and then took with me to NA and AA meetings for the next 4 years. You know, without that message that was freely given to me, I would not be sitting in this chair, because I wanted to give back to those who had given that message to me so freely. Being a golf professional my entire life, I decided to change careers and give back some of that message. I work here now at the same facility I was at 4 years and 8 months ago at Stepping Stone Center for Recovery as the alumni coordinator. So every single day I have people in treatment that were sitting in the exact same chair I was, doing the exact same assignments I was doing, and I get to tell them my experience, strength, and hope. And you know, if that's all I can do, you know, for the rest of my life, I'm going to live a happy, grateful life. So do it. You know, this Hope-A-Thon is very important. Please donate to the Hope-A-Thon. I know that Louis is doing a fantastic job, and he's a good friend, and I know Orlando being my second home, I want them to flourish as much as possible. So give today, give to the Hope-A-Thon, and God bless, and thank you for my recovery.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Trinity Phillips, the president of the Now Matters More Foundation. And I want to personally thank each and every single one of you for tuning in today for these wonderful messages of hope. Now, if you're watching this and you're wondering how you can get involved and make a contribution, you can go to nowmattersmore.org. That's nowmattersmore.org. Or you can go to thehopeathon.com. That's thehopeathon.com, and hit the donate button to make a contribution. The second way you can get involved is you can text Now Matters to 31996. That's text Now Matters to 31996. Thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the show.
Okay, well, welcome back. It's 4 a.m. On the Hope-A-Thon Independence Day brisket. And so, fire's looking good. I actually put on a log about an hour ago, and so we're doing well. We're right at 225, which is perfect. And so I guess the next time I see you, well, it may be close to daylight. It'll be 6 a.m. If not, pretty soon we'll be doing this in the day. So looking forward to it.
Hi, my name's Zach, and last year you may have seen my video at the Central Care Mission breakfast. This is what my life has been like this past year. Back in 2017, I had a major relapse in my life. It affected my family, my wife, who was pregnant at the time, and the relapse caused a lot of devastation in my life. It almost tore the family completely apart.
The scariest day of my life, December 12th of 2017. He had
an overdose, and I was the one who found him. And we have our 3-month-old son who, God, was sleeping at the time because it gave me the opportunity to perform CPR until the paramedics got there, and they didn't think they were getting him back. And I'm facing the reality of I'm going to be a single mom, and I wasn't prepared for this. We get through that, he comes back, we try and make a plan, but it just kept sliding down the slope.
During my time at Central Care Mission, I had a year to work on myself and develop my relationship with God, which had dwindled nearly to nothing before I had gotten there. I was able to have opportunities to read my Bible, pray, meditate, whatever I needed to kind of get focused on God and how He was shaping my life and how He was going to change everything in my life, which He did.
Over the year that he was in Central Care Mission and going through his recovery phase, we were both working on ourselves.
While I was there, I got to explore fitness, which was somewhat new to me at the time, but it became such a passion and a hobby. Because I was there for over a year, I was able to develop very, very close relationships with some of these guys. I know the struggle, and I know that our support amongst each other is so vital. Thank you, Lord, for today and for the time that we got to. This past year, me and my wife have been growing together as a couple. We have started taking marriage counseling like soon after I left the mission, and it has done wonders for our marriage. We are stronger spiritually, emotionally, we understand each other better. Since I left Central Care, I have also attended school to get my journeyman's in electrical. I've taken my fitness outside of Central Care since I graduated, and I got a membership at 24 Hour Fitness. It's not even something that I struggle with. It's just such a part of who I am now. It's become very routine and very much a part of who I am today. I want to ask you, what has been your greatest memory since I've left the mission?
It's a lot. It's been the times together as a family. The times that Zayden will run to you from the other room and be like, "Daddy, Daddy," and the excitement, and I love seeing him grow up with you around in the way that you grow as a father with him, and I can't wait to see more of that. I can't wait to see where we are a year from now, 5 years from now, like while we're at it, 50 years from now. Like, that's the dream.
Hello, Louie, and all who are joining us for this year's 2020 Virtual Recovery Walk and 24-Hour Hope-A-Thon. My name is Anna Reed, and I am the co-founder and executive director for Florida Recovery Schools of Central Florida. We are so grateful to be one of this year's recipients. Each dollar raised will help us move forward towards achieving our mission. I have a few of our board members here with us today that would also like to express their gratitude and share a little bit more about why they're on the board of Florida Recovery Schools of Central Florida. I'll turn it over to you, Julie.
Hi, my name is Julie Hoyt, and I'm on the board. I also head up the marketing team. I chose to be on the recovery school because it is the essence of hope. To know that we're empowered to give teens a place where they are encouraged to navigate their sobriety while continuing their education, while making some memorable high school experiences is hopeful and exciting. Thank you. Crystal, I'll hand it over to you.
Hi, my name is Crystal Lilly, and I'm the Vice Chair of the Board of Directors. And we are so grateful that you thought of our organization and are allowing us to participate in the Hope-A-Thon. I am a part of this school because I believe that youth deserve to have a place where they feel safe, that they can continue their education without feeling the peer pressures that sometimes you feel in traditional schools when you are struggling with addiction. So that's why I'm here, and I'm very excited to be moving forward. Again, thank you so very much. Deb?
Hi, thank you. My name is Debbie Lodrick, and I serve as the fundraising chair for Florida Recovery Schools of Central Florida. And I too want to thank you for allowing us to be recipients this year from your Hope-A-Thon. And I'm also a member of long-term recovery, and I have a son who is in long-term recovery. And my helper on the board, Cindy Crouch, also had a son, but he died of an overdose 6 years ago. And watching the pain that she and her family went through was heartbreaking. And, you know, he wasn't the only one. And I do belong to a 12-step program, and we have watched it over and over and over again. And, you know, I'm fortunate that my son is still here and he's thriving. And we were talking on the phone last night about what may have been different had there been recovery schools when our kids got into drugs. And it could have been a lot different for her and for a lot of others. So that's my passion. And I want to thank you again for allowing us to be a recipient this year. Thank you. Be safe.
Thank you to the three ladies that joined us to express their gratitude. Again, we are so grateful to be a part of this year's Hope-A-Thon, and we hope that you will stay connected to us. You will visit our website, Florida Recovery Schools of Central Florida.org/US. You can also find us on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. And again, thank you for sharing your time, talents, and treasure. We wish you all the best in health and happiness. Thank you so much.
Cleaning up your mess, try and forget it. I mean, once we cannot just quit it. Left me on the ground, at least I feel it. You don't know what I've been through to get away from you. You keep me coming back. I got no room to move. You told me no commitment. I sold my soul to you. Wishing this was over, I've got too much to lose. Just keep me coming back now. It's an addiction, I'm drowning in my sorrow. It's an affliction, I'm asking can I stay? It's conflicted, I'm addicted. An addiction, I'm addicted. Try and forget it. Yeah, you left me, don't can't forget it. You left me on the ground, at least I feel it. Yeah, don't know what I've been through to get away from you. And to keep me coming back. I got no room to move. And you told me no commitment. I sold my soul to you. I'm wishing this was over. I've got too much to lose. And to keep me coming back now. It's an affliction. I'm drowning in my sorrow. It's an addiction. I'm asking, can I stay? It's conflicted. I'm addiction. I'm addicted. Addiction, yeah.
Hi everyone, I'm Lindsay Bettis, here with me today to celebrate Recovery Month and the upcoming 20th anniversary of the Recovery Walk is Robert Pickerel. Thanks so much for chatting with me today, Robert.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, so what I would love to know is your experience in participating in the Recovery Walk and why you first got started with it.
Well, back in 1999, the Orange County government established the Orange County Coalition for a Drug-Free Community. And the focus was to reduce the incidence of drug abuse by residents or citizens. And we formed a number of committees to help us by representing the community design some strategies that could perhaps have an impact on the drug problem. And one of those committees was the treatment committee, which is really a no-brainer in terms of dealing with drugs. And they came up with the idea of having a walk around Lake Eola with a program that was designed to address the issue of substance abuse and to hopefully begin a program, if you will, of walking around the lake every year. And part of the program would be to address perhaps successes or perhaps some shortfalls between the previous walk. And I think that recognition and an effort to create another awareness in Orange County of the drug problem was a success. And I think that the community and a number of individuals that have been affected by the substance abuse problem have either attended or have in fact listened or found out about what was happening. And in some instances, we know there were some people at the events that were having problems, and they found that as a way of perhaps opening some doors or maybe opening their eyes to things that they may not have had the opportunity to consider before.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm glad to see that that treatment team committee that you were part of putting together initially is still in place today and that we're still able to carry on that walk that started so many years ago. My next question for you were there any moments during your years participating in the Recovery Walk that have stuck with you to this day? Any memories, anything that really stood out to you?
Well, considering it was over 16 years ago, I have a hard time remembering what I had for breakfast, but I do remember in my mind's eye seeing some people who were hugging one another and looking at some of the faces of those participants who I did not know. You could tell that what was discussed, either the words, the thoughts, or just the mere presence of people showing their concern for the drug problem in Orange County was having an impact on them. So it's not, in my mind, it was not something that people were going to say, well, that's the end of the movie and let's go to another program. This was a meaningful thing. And the fact that walking around the park or the park being there for them to come back to, whether they came back to a structured program or they came back and saw somebody that they had met at the event or somebody else outside of the event, perhaps reinforce some of the truths that they heard on that particular day.
Right. And I know that the people that I talk to that are still participating in the walk and have been participating for years always say it's so special, and it's awesome to see people that are celebrating years and years of recovery. So why do you think this walk is so important to those that participate, and why do you think that it's still going on to this day after being created over 20 years ago?
Well, I think one thing, Lake Eola, and the fact that it was in, those were in the early morning hours, 10 or 11 o'clock, it was an open experience. It wasn't something that people were doing behind closed doors. There was nothing secretive about what was said about the subject and what people may need to do to address it in their life. I think that the fact that there were people that gave testimony, perhaps somebody they knew, perhaps somebody they didn't know, that they could relate to in terms of success. I don't have any doubt that something as simple as convincing somebody you can do it by somebody who says, I did it, can be pretty powerful, yet pretty simple. Not to say or minimize the complexity of a drug problem or any other kind of problem, but the best thing to do if you want to learn how to do something is to find somebody that's done it themselves, because they can be a pretty good coach. And most of the people that we know that have succeeded are pretty powerful individuals once they've accomplished that.
Right. And I know sometimes the topic of addiction can be kind of saddening and disheartening, and there's a lot of death and destruction that's associated with the disease. So it's nice when people are able to bring stories of hope and how they recovered. And I think that's a big point of this walk, is for people that maybe are struggling to hear that people can and do recover every day. So we'll continue to keep hearing those stories of recovery and hope that they inspire people. And are there any final words in honor of Recovery Month or the upcoming walk that you'd like to share with anyone watching this video to wrap things up?
Well, I guess somewhat on the point I was trying to make about the influence of others who have experienced success. Never underestimate the power that you have with another individual, and in some cases, good or bad. I think we have a lot of, one of the things sort of on a sidebar, the coalition was very much involved with the school system. And one of the things that we had that we shared with kids was printed information in the form of a colorful newsletter or newspaper. And at the end of 3 years, I believe, we found, through the help of Marge LaBarge and the Student Assistance Program, that there was a definite decrease in the use of drugs by kids, not necessarily because of the coalition, but because of the members within the community came together and created this instrument, this paper, and because we shared information in a way that the young people read it and understood it and took it to heart, must have had a positive influence on their life. all of that is to say that you can never underestimate the power of some very simple activities or events and what it can do to help somebody else. Being there to give a hug to somebody at the park may have made all the difference in the world to that person that I alluded to. And it may not have been everything. It may have been something that happened later on top of that hug. So I think we have to see ourselves either as a positive influence or someone that's not quite as positive.
Right. And I know that as someone who's a part of the treatment committee now and on behalf of the whole treatment committee, we're honored to carry on these initiatives that you first started many years ago and can carry on the acts that you have created in order to make a positive influence in the community. And we just want to say thank you so much for your impact in the community and all that you've contributed. And thank you so much for joining me today. And I can't wait for everybody to learn more about you and what you've done in the upcoming Recovery Walk and Hope-A-Thon.
Well, thank you for those kind words, but I really, I think back to the old cliche, it takes a village to raise a child. And seems kind of simple, but I wouldn't sleep well tonight if I thought that I was getting a lot of credit, because the credit goes to everybody, both members of the committee, mothers and fathers and brothers and sisters and teachers and coaches. And it is the whole village that makes the difference. And I thank you and the members of the committee for continuing to do things that will have a very powerful impact on the lives of the people in this community. And I'm very proud to, although challenged by the Zoom conference, glad to see progress being made on behalf of people that are hurting in our community. So thank you very much.
Absolutely, and thank you so much for joining me today. We really appreciate it, and we can't wait to share this with everybody. So I will talk to you later, and hopefully our paths will cross again, and we'll be able to work together soon.
Okay, well, thank you, Lindsay. Thank you.
All righty, take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, so it's been about 3 hours, 2 hours and 45 minutes, and this is what ribs look like coming off the grill. Now, I'm gonna do something that's a little trick. I'm gonna drizzle some honey on these ribs, and then I'm gonna wrap them and let them rest for about another hour. Now, this honey is actually from my son-in-law, who's from Egypt. So this is Egyptian honey, which is, it's really quite tasty. And so we just drizzle. We're gonna drizzle a little more. And then I'll stack these on top of each other. And then we're gonna let them rest. That means I'm gonna put them in a cooler, wrapped in aluminum foil, like I said, for about an hour. What that's gonna do is gonna loosen up the bones so that when you go to cut them, they fall off the bone. Yeah, the way to tell if you've got a good rib is when you bite into it, you pull back a white bone. There's no meat left on it. But you don't want it to fall apart either. You want it to be firm enough to stay on the bone, but not so firm that it doesn't come off when you bite it. So that's our ribs. We're still cooking the briskets, and we'll update you on the briskets a little later. Thanks.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Trinity Phillips, the president of the Now Matters More Foundation. And I want to personally thank each and every single one of you for tuning in today for these wonderful messages of hope. Now, if you're watching this and you're wondering how you can get involved and make a contribution, you can go to nowmattersmore.org. That's nowmattersmore.org. Or you can go to thehopeathon.com. That's thehopeathon.com and hit the donate button to make a contribution. The second way you can get involved is you can text Now Matters to 31996. That's text Now Matters to 31996. Thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the show.
Hi everyone, my name is Heather Wilkie and I'm the Executive Director here at Zebra Coalition. In honor of our 10-year anniversary, we invite you to come in and learn what our community has built for LGBTQ+ youth. You may have heard of our housing program, but I'm here to tell you about our Youth Drop-In Center. Here we provide safe and supportive gathering space, supportive therapeutic services, and free mental health counseling for LGBTQ+ youth. So let's get started. Before we start the tour, let's start from the beginning. It all started in 2010 when we came together as a community and realized there was a gap of services for LGBTQ+ youth here in Central Florida. With a lot of hard work and passion, we made this dream a reality for future generations to come. Which brings us to our current youth center. One of the best ways to build community is through sharing meals. If you're a young person and you need respite from the hot Florida sun, you can come in and share some food with your friends. One of my favorite times in this space is during the holidays, when we all gather together and we partner with our friends in the community. They come in and we celebrate the kids. I love seeing their faces light up as they celebrate each other and that we're able to really share the space together. Imagine you're a young person, around age 13, and you've just come out to your family. You're looking for someone who may be experiencing similar things as you. You're looking to connect with your peers. Well, that's what we do here in this living space. We're able to offer support groups such as our Art with Purpose group, where young people can come together every week and learn to create and express themselves through a creative outlet. All of our art here in the living room was created by our youth members. As many of you may remember, being an LGBTQ young person, you face many challenges that can result in trauma. Challenges from society or challenges from accepting yourself. Here at Zebra Coalition, we offer free long-term therapy. Counseling can be very expensive, and we are here for you. Our therapists are trained in trauma reduction, and we're here to support any young person who may need our help. Over the past 10 years, our community has come together to provide a safe home for over 250 youth and thousands of young people who have come through our doors. And all of this is because of your donations. So in order to continue to support LGBTQ young people, please stay in touch with us. Visit our website at zebrayouth.org.
I was in an automobile accident. When I was in the right-of-way, a girl ran a red light, shattered both my arms, my shoulder, my collarbone, cracked my skull open, broke my hip. I was in a coma for a month and a half. That was how I really got a good taste of fentanyl also, was when that accident happened. They had me on it in the hospital, and they also sent me home with 3 boxes of 72-hour fentanyl patches, along with a couple hundred Oxycontin. I haven't worked now in over a year. The only thing I think of each day is how I can get my fix so I don't get sick. Thank God I have an excellent mother and father. I'm their only child, but I've really put them through hell. I've stolen from them, I've lied to them, I've been a real crappy son, you know, and they haven't given up on me.
When you talk to people, or when I talk to people, they have a much more favorable view of somebody who became addicted post-surgery versus somebody who became addicted, post-breakup or they were using drugs recreationally. But it's all the same.
What people don't understand really is that this is a disease. This isn't so much, yes, it's just my choice to use, it's my choice not to use, but it gets to a point to where you're not going to be able to function unless you use. I know that.
Many people addicted to opioids will tell you one of their main reasons to continue using is to avoid getting sick or to keep well. This sickness is withdrawals.
It's kind of undescribable. It affects your stomach in a really bad way, meaning it will cause you to vomit, and it'll give you horrible diarrhea, sometimes literally at the same time. You'd be on the toilet, throwing up, and with diarrhea at the exact same time. And the depression and anxiety also kicks in, and the sleeplessness. It gives you insomnia. So all those wrapped together with a feeling like the flu times 10 is kind of what it feels like.
But there's another force that keeps users out of recovery. Not physical, but cultural. The stigma faced by drug users is a very real force that can prevent someone from seeking help or others from reaching out.
There was a study in 2014 by Johns Hopkins School of Public Health, and it was very frightening, the pejorative attitudes that people had about addiction. 90% of the respondents reported that they wouldn't be comfortable with a family member who married somebody with an addiction. 2/3 said it was okay to withhold public assistance for people who were dealing with an addiction.
As one author of the study said, the more shame associated with drug addiction, the less likely we as a community will be in a position to change attitudes and get people the help they need.
Maybe you've fallen on hard times, lost a job, failed out of college, had an accident. The path to get there may be different, but once you get there, the solution is the same. And the solution is finding hope, finding that first place you start, one foothold, and then you can begin to build from there, step by step.
Next episode, we'll see the result of hope, connection, and battling the stigma of drug use, as we hear from individuals like Katie, who've been clean for years.
There certainly seems to be like an urban legend of what a so-called addict looks like. I found that they look like grandmothers, they look like teenagers.
You know, these aren't just people on the street that are drug addicts. These are real people that have stories. You know, no one is born a drug addict or born knowing they're going to become a drug addict. There's a story behind it. There's a way they got there.
My son became addicted from a legal pharmaceutical.
People don't realize that our family members, our kids, wives, brothers, our friends, people we grew up and went to high school with, these are the people that are overdosing. I think sometimes they look at it as an us versus them, when in fact we're not fighting against.
For us, we treat them like victims. We treat them with respect because we realize they're just like you and me.
The fear that I sometimes have when I think about this epidemic is how quickly we slid into it. It's going to take still some time and some work to get out of it. And my fear is that we'll forget and allow us another decade from now to go back into this. And I think if we all become familiar with this, it's less likely to happen.
Where do we go from here? I don't know. But hopefully we can figure this out together and figure it out soon. We don't have time to wait.
Go back and watch the previous 8 episodes of this series if you missed any, and you can learn more about efforts in Orange County to fight the opioid epidemic in our long-form documentary, It Impacts Us All, available on this channel or at itimpactsusall.com, where you can find local support resources and even a guide to set up your own screening of the documentary. The truth is, the opioid epidemic is our crisis, and it impacts us all regardless of class, race, or upbringing here in Florida and across the country.
Hi Louie and everyone watching. It's Sarah from Jacksonville Beach, Florida. I am currently in my 3rd year of recovery and happy to be part of the Hope-A-Thon and Virtual Recovery Walk 2020. I chose to participate in this year's Hope-A-Thon because after all there is hope and there's a better way of life. Since entering recovery, my life has changed exponentially. Today my family relationships are 1,000,000 times better. I also have friends that I can count on, call when things are going rough, or just call when things are going great. And I'm also accomplishing goals that I never dreamed that were possible. You know, there is hope, and my life is way different from the years that I spent relying on the bottle to solve all of my problems. Today, I put God first and my recovery first, and I take the actions that are necessary to achieve my goals. You know, I know today that I cannot do this alone, and it's because of people like you that keep me grounded. I hope to see all of you around, and if I can do it, you can do it too. Take care.
If you have a drug problem, we can help. Contact Narcotics Anonymous at 407-425-5157. Relay for the Deaf, 800-955-8771 or orlandona.org.
¿Qué es la adicción? La adicción es una enfermedad, según la Organización Mundial de la Salud, OMS. ¿Qué es Narcóticos Anónimos? Narcóticos Anónimos es una confraternidad o asociación sin fines de lucro para hombres y mujeres para quienes las drogas se habían convertido en un problema muy grave. Somos adictos en recuperación y nos reunimos con regularidad para ayudarnos a no consumir drogas. En Narcóticos Anónimos no importa la raza, el sexo, la identidad sexual, el credo, la religión ni la falta de esta última para ser miembro. El único requisito para ser miembro de Narcóticos Anónimos es tener el deseo de dejar de consumir drogas. El programa de Narcóticos Anónimos surgió del programa de Alcohólicos Anónimos a finales de los años 40 en los Estados Unidos, realizándose las primeras reuniones a principios de los años 50. En la actualidad, Narcóticos Anónimos es una confraternidad auténticamente mundial. Nuestros folletos y libros están disponibles en más de 60 idiomas y se realizan reuniones semanales en más de 140 países. El mensaje de Narcóticos Anónimos es uno. Un adicto, cualquier adicto, puede dejar de consumir drogas, perder el deseo de consumirlas y descubrir una nueva forma de vida. El programa de Narcóticos Anónimos es de abstinencia completa del uso de todo tipo de drogas. Nos mantenemos sin consumir de a un día a la vez. Lo más importante es que funciona. En Narcóticos Anónimos no tenemos cuotas de inscripción ni se pagan honorarios. Nos mantenemos con nuestras propias contribuciones. ¿Qué hace Narcóticos Anónimos? Nuestro programa consiste en una serie de principios escritos de forma sencilla, a fin de poder seguirlos diariamente. Creemos que nuestro método es práctico, ya que el valor terapéutico de un adicto que ayuda a otro no tiene igual. En Narcóticos Anónimos se practica el principio del anonimato. De esta forma, aseguramos que los miembros puedan asistir libremente a las reuniones sin temor alguno. ¿Qué no hace Narcóticos Anónimos? Narcóticos Anónimos no está afiliada a ninguna otra organización, centros de tratamiento ni instituciones penitenciarias. No ofrece servicios de orientación vocacional, asesoramiento legal, financiero, psiquiátrico ni médico. Nuestra experiencia colectiva nos ha demostrado que las personas que asisten a nuestras reuniones con regularidad se mantienen limpias. Ponte en contacto con Narcóticos Anónimos.
Okay, so I have just seasoned 2 17-pound briskets. This is what it looks like. That's a lot of meat. It's a lot of fat too. This is a sampling of some of the fat I trimmed off. So just to give you an idea of how much fat we have. It's a very fatty piece of meat. That's why it takes 16 hours to cook at low temperatures. So when you melt the fat at about 180 degrees, 190 degrees. So I'm going to cook this right around 210, 220 And my goal is that the internal temperature of this meat won't go over 195. If I do so, once we let it rest and we're ready to slice it, it's going to slice like butter, and it'll be the best beef you've ever eaten. So if you've never had a good smoked brisket, you're in for a treat. If you have, then you'll know just how good this is going to be.
Hi Lou and everybody watching. It's Ryan, here from Lakeview. I'm currently in recovery and live in Jacksonville, and I'm happy to be part of the Hope-A-Thon and Virtual Recovery Walk in 2020. I choose to participate in this year's Hope-A-Thon because it's the right thing to do in encouraging hope. Hope is one of those things that I didn't have a lot of coming into recovery. I was at a bottom, spent some time in jail, reached out for help to my parents and friends, and was able to get that help and start this new life in recovery. And on December 9th of this year, it'll be 5 years of recovery for myself. Please remember to share this stream with everyone you know. Everyone knows someone suffering, and this could be just what they need today to make that call, to get the help they need, the help they deserve. Please visit hopeathon.com to help us reach our financial goals so that more people can get the help they need. Thank you. Back to you in the studio, Lou. Time for me to walk.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Trinity Phillips, the president of the Now Matters More Foundation. And I want to personally thank each and every single one of you for tuning in today for these wonderful messages of hope. Now, if you're watching this and you're wondering how you can get involved and make a contribution, you can go to nowmattersmore.org. That's nowmattersmore.org. Or you can go to thehopeathon.com. That's thehopeathon.com and hit the donate button to make a contribution. The second way you can get involved is you can text Now Matters to 31996. That's text Now Matters to 31996. Thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the show.
Hey, this is J.B. Frank for the Hope-A-Thon. Music's always been a big part of my recovery. Sorry, I just got out of the pool. But, yeah, I wanted to record this song and send it out to the Hope-A-Thon. Hope everybody's doing good, peace, and spirit. And the northern lights dance across the sky, and the endless heights hiding from the lies. Yeah, she's the last one in the bar tonight, scrolling through her photos, looking for a trace of life. She's the last one in the bar tonight, standing in the shadows underneath the old street light. Makes her feel alive in the moment, given a new view from the top. Makes her feel alive with no torment. Tomorrow's a new day if this one would stop. And the burning rain keeps on coming down with a slight refrain from the marching sound. She's the last one in the bar tonight, scrolling through her photos, looking for a trace of life. She's the last one in the bar tonight, standing in the shadows
underneath the old street light. Makes you feel alive in the moment. Even a new view from the top makes it feel alive. No more torment. Tomorrow's a new day. If this one would stop. If this one would stop.
Thank you so much. Have a great day. We are the Rain Dancer in so many ways.
Bad days. We don't have no bad days anymore. We are the Rain Dancer. So come and dance in the rain. We are the Rain Dancer. So come and dance in the rain. Let it rain. We are unstoppable. We are the hurricane. Nothing's impossible. The spirit's here again, and it's bad days. We don't have no bad days anymore. We are the Rain Dancer. So come and dance in the rain. Yeah. We are the Rain Dancer. So come and dance in the rain. Let it rain. And let it rain bad days. We don't have no bad days anymore.
My name is Yasmin Flasterstein. I'm the co-founder and executive director of Peer Support Space. Peer Support Space is a new grassroots organization. We're 100% peer-led. That means that we're led by individuals that identify as having some sort of obstacle to mental wellness. We're where chosen family heals together. Peer Support Space since January has provided over 1,300 free services, over nearly 90 events since January. We've had a lot of success, but recently we got donated a building to provide Central Florida's first peer-led respite center and drop-in center. So our respite center would be somewhere somebody can go I am not in crisis, I don't need to be hospitalized, but I'm not doing well and I just need to get away for a little bit. So the respite's somewhere people can actually stay overnight for free for up to 7 nights once a month. And instead of being surrounded by clinicians, they're surrounded by peer specialists, people that have training and certification to use their own lived experience to inspire hope and support in others. So it's empowering because you're staying somewhere where you're in charge of your recovery, you're in charge of what that looks like, everything is totally voluntary. It's a lot more approachable. The community space is a space people can come in and enjoy community meals, that they can check out our activities, meet one-on-one with a peer specialist when they're going through something. It's an area they can hang out in our different swing set chairs, nice lounge seating areas, and just have a space to get away and build a sense of chosen family with others who have been there before. When the group room isn't being used for groups, this is going to be a safe space for people to have a moment to themselves. People in this room, where it's going to be a quiet space, are able to sit, read a book, color, do something without interacting with others, but still have the opportunity to be surrounded by others, to get out of their house and not isolate, and just be in the company of others while still staying to themselves. This side brings the entrance to our respite area. In our lobby is going to be where a peer specialist is at all times, so respite residents are able to have someone to talk to. We're going to have a dining table, so there's natural opportunity for residents to talk with staff. The respite will have 5 individual rooms. Each person will have a room to themselves, a place of healing where they'll have their own bed, and a little study area or reading nook. Outside of the rooms, we'll also have a reading area where people are able to get out of their rooms. I'm ready to get out of my room, but I'm not quite ready to go downstairs yet. Our 5th bedroom downstairs is going to be for anybody that has physical limitations. The backyard area is going to be for respite residents. We hope to refurnish the fountain as well as create a meditation area where people can be totally surrounded by greenery and have a space to be in nature and with themselves. In order to get up and running, we're really relying on the community's support. Currently, in order to begin our services, we're looking for a security company, we're looking for solar services, we're looking for cleaning services, renovation, furniture, anything that the community can come in to do to help us provide these new services in Central Florida. To get involved by donating in-kind services or to volunteer or help more directly, visit our website at peersupportspace.org and also be sure to donate.
My name is Joseph Gorordo and I work at Recovery Unplugged, and I've been sober since July 21st, 2008. I'm really excited to be able to support the Recovery Walk 2020 and Hope-A-Thon. And I thought I would do so by playing a song for you guys. Just like at Recovery Unplugged, in my own personal experience, music has always been something really powerful for recovery. So I'd like to play for you guys a song that I wrote on the front porch of a sober house in Kerrville, Texas, when I had about 45 days sober. Well, it feels like I'm living in slow motion replay. I make the same mistake over and over again. I got to change the last of this same old story. Before I go insane, said maybe I find me some sweet young hyena that could make me feel complete. I put her on the highest altar, lay roses at her feet, but it feels like I'm living in slow motion replay. I make the same mistakes over and over again. I got to change the last of this same old story. Before I go insane, yeah, I said maybe I'm moving to the Virgin Islands. I'd sell bananas on the beach and smoke all day, forgetting all my past misconducts. Watch the people turn and say, hey, hey, yeah. I say that boy, he living in slow motion replay. He makes the same mistakes over and over again. He's got to change the last of his same sad story. Before I go and say, but I just keep growing older as I sit here on this beach. Well, I've been searching for that something, but that something's out of reach. My days go in slow motion. I spend them sitting here fighting with the ocean. And it feels just like it. I said it feels just like it. And it feels just like it. I said it feels just like it. Feels like I'm living in slow motion replay. I make the same mistakes over and over again. I got to change the lines to the same old story. Before I go and say,
One take.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
I had to radio edit it halfway through.
My name is Cindy Dodds. That's my son Kyle Dodds. And I'm here to encourage you today to end Dependence Day. I love that. End dependence. Not an easy fate, but so doable. As I tell people all the time in recovery, you are the strongest people I've ever met in my whole life. I would put my money on you over somebody who hasn't been tested and come out the other side. Our Kyle died actually 4 years ago today of the Hope-A-Thon, 9/26/16. He was 24. He lost his battle because he sunk in shame. He couldn't accept that he had a chemical dependence brought on by a sports injury. You can see our full story on that Impacts It All series by Orange County. But his story has gone on to save a lot of people and getting a lot of people treatment, and they have heard his voice encouraging him. I don't know how this all works from the other side, but he's fighting your battles too. So don't ever give in to that voice that tells you you're not good enough, you've done too many bad things, nobody could love you the way you are. Guess what? We love you the way you are. And we're hoping and praying that this day continues for the rest of your life, because there is a fullness to life out there for you and a do-over. And just know that we don't judge you. Don't be ashamed. Don't sink in your shame, because that's where you will lose your battle. That's my boy up there in the picture. That's our favorite picture of him because it just captured Kyle Dodds, just full of laughter, but he could not forgive himself. So forgive yourself today. Go out there and make a difference. Go out there and make it your mission to be with the person that other people look to as an example. It's going to take you time sometimes. And there are going to be days that don't feel too good, but guess what? For all of us, some days don't feel good, especially in this pandemic. So please, for the moms out there who have lost their children, be the one that makes it, because it makes our work worthwhile. Love you. Find me on Kyle's Hope page on Facebook if you want to get in touch with me, if you need help or just want to talk. I'll be there. Love you all. Bye.
Well, hey, everybody, it's man, we have a crew here that came and joined us on the Hope-A-Thon this time, didn't we? Look at everybody's faces. All right, so let's start with this. This is the cast and crew of a film that we saw not too long ago, actually. Somebody shared it. As a matter of fact, it was a good friend of ours. It was Marissa Molesky from up in New York. She showed us this film. She tagged me in it on Facebook. And I got to admit, a lot of times I don't watch those things. I may even like it without watching it. I'm admitting something right now. However, this one, it's Marissa, and I love Marissa. And so I watched it, and I loved it. So I immediately started trying to communicate with one of the main actresses from it, which was Diana. You see her right there. And then later got to speak to Rick, and then now we have all these people. So without further delay, it's Something Left to Give is the name of the movie. Rick, you are the director, writer. You tell me, what did you do on this film? And you want to introduce us to this entire cast of yours?
Yeah, well, first off, my name is Rick Danford. I am the writer and director of the film. Next in line there on the camera cams is Meg Hesser. I actually got to know Meg because I worked with her mother. Her mother was my boss and introduced me to Meg, and Meg is an absolute doll. So she loves this particular cause. It's something that's close to her heart with suicide prevention and stuff. So I had this particular role in the film, asked her if she wanted to do it. She did, and she was amazing. Next up is Austin Janowski. Austin Janowski and I he's like a brother to me. I've known him forever, and I needed a first AD, and a first AD is somebody who wrangles the set, and nobody wrangles the sets better than Austin, so I had to have him involved. And once again, this is also another cause that's close to his heart too. Right. And then up we have Diana Durango, who is the greatest actress I have ever worked with, and I love her to death. She is an amazing person, and I was gonna say, not only is she a great actress, but she's even a better person. So when this particular film came up and this particular role came up, I had to work with Diana because I've seen Diana in a lot of stuff, and we've talked about this before, but a lot of the stuff that I've seen her in didn't really get her to kind of stretch as an actress and do some of the things that she's really wanted to do, and that's my goal, is to show the world what this woman is capable of. So hopefully that's a small piece.
Oh, that's beautiful. I love it. Now, so obviously you know that we have not shown this on the Hope-A-Thon yet. I mean, we are going to show it right after this interview. So, by the way, if you're watching this right now, we will be showing the film in its entirety. Thank you very much, Rick, for allowing us to do that. We're going to be showing the film right after this interview. So I'm not going to give too much away, Rick. I mean, I want to do this interview. I want to talk about little aspects about it that really got to me, that I really enjoyed and I really loved. But I don't want to give too much away because I want them to enjoy it. I want them to watch it and then, come out with their own feelings about it or emotions about it. But all right, so let's get, first of all, Rick, you said some people have, I guess, a heart in this space or whatever. Do you have a heart in this space? I mean, it's not all too often that people outside of addiction and recovery want to tell messages about addiction and recovery. And it's no different with mental health issues and suicide. A lot of people don't want to tell those stories or just find themselves not able to because it's a very deep and difficult issue. Oh, I hear a dog. Hello, dog. The dog wants to be interviewed, apparently. But so how long, I mean, are you in this space? I mean, is this something that you've done before and played in this space?
Well, mental health issues, suicide. I've had a few family members that have committed suicide. I've got several friends that are suffer from depression. I myself suffer from depression. So I do have a dog in this fight, kind of, what, the way to put it. This is just something that's, it's a subject that's hit close to home. There's a couple subjects, this, abduction, suicide prevention, and also what we talked about, addiction. Those are all just subjects that really hit home to me, that I've known people and have family members and stuff that have been involved in different aspects. So I came up with this story, and it's just, it's hard to talk about this film without giving away some of the stuff. So I'm trying to be real careful with. I know. But,
trust me, Rick.
It's just like I said. It's a storyline that really hits home to me. I really wish we were doing this interview after you screen the movie, but it's okay.
Well, hey, wait a minute. Time out. Because here's what we could do. We could stop for a second, show the film, and then come back and talk about it. Would you rather do that?
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. So we'll be right back.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. Why don't we just go right to the film? Let's go watch the movie. And the movie is called, again, it's Something Left to Give. We're going to watch it right now. Please watch the film in its entirety. It's about how long, Rick? How long is the movie?
About 20 minutes.
About 20 minutes. Mm-hmm. We're going to see you in about 20 minutes. So like Chuck Woolery used to said 2 and 2, well, this will be 20 and 20. We'll see you on the other side of 20 minutes. We'll be right back with the cast and crew of Something Left to Give right after this.
Enjoy.
table for one?
Actually, I'm here to see my mom.
Ah, you must be Brandy. She's been expecting you? If you'll follow me. I believe your guest has arrived. Can I get you something to drink?
Just water for right now.
As you wish.
Hi, baby. Hi, Mom.
So good to see you.
It's good to see you, too. It's been a long time.
I know. And I'm sorry.
Sorry for what?
For leaving the way I did.
I know.
Baby, I know we were always close. That you and I were so much more than just a mother and a daughter. We were best friends. We shared everything.
I've been lost since you left. You didn't care about me. You didn't care about the effects of what you did. You just left, Mom.
I know, and not a day goes by that I don't regret the decision that I made.
Then why? Why did you leave, Mom?
Baby, that's not an easy answer.
I think I at least deserve that answer, don't you think?
When I was very young, your grandfather molested me. And I'm ashamed, and I don't know why I didn't do anything wrong. In school, all the boys loved me. I was the popular one. I got just about everything I needed from my looks. And I tried to take the attention that I was given and put all those memories behind me and bury them. But it didn't work. And then I met your father. And I got pregnant. And everything changed. I needed to be, all of a sudden, someone that I wasn't comfortable being. A mother. Someone that I never really had in my own life. But baby, you were a gift from God. You were the only thing that was right in a world where everything was so wrong.
I don't understand. If I was all of that to you, then why did you just leave me? Why?
I have suffered from depression. Probably all of my life. So when it came time to be grown up myself, to be the parent that you needed me to be, I panicked. I tried so hard to put on a front so that no one could see that I wasn't really holding it together. I started to think about suicide. But your grandmother, being as religious as she was, I knew that I would not get into heaven. I'm not telling you all this in hopes that you'll forgive me.
Mom, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
I know. And I'm sorry about that too. But that time in my life with your grandfather was a very dark time. And I didn't want anyone to know about it. Not even me. But depression isn't something you can always see. More often than not, it's hidden so deep that you put on a happy face to try to disguise it from the world. And now, baby, I see those same signs of depression in you.
Dennis and I are divorcing, and there is nothing that I can do to stop it.
You're not divorced yet.
He moved out, Mom.
Because you forced him to. Dennis loves you more than life itself. And I know you love him.
I have been struggling so hard. So hard. I have tried to be there for everyone, and no one's there for me. No one. I have nothing left to give.
That's exactly what I said. That's what I thought. That's what I felt. Battling depression and battling your inner demons, it's not unlike being an alcoholic. You first have to admit that you have a problem to get better. You have to say, enough is enough.
I tried to be strong. I tried to be strong. I needed you. I needed you. You were my rock. And when you left, you took a piece of me with you.
I know. But you have Dennis. And he loves you more than you know. And he wants to help you. But you have to stop protecting yourself and putting your emotions behind a wall. You have to open up and allow yourself to be vulnerable. Let your guard down. Let the man who loves you more than life itself inside, baby. Let him be that missing piece you need so desperately. that I once was to you.
Protecting myself is how I've remained sane. Keeping myself behind that wall to protect my feelings. Going over and telling me to take my guard and put my guard down. Mom, it's not that easy.
Well, of course it's not easy. I never said it was. Life isn't easy. But if you want to truly be happy, baby, you're gonna have to leave your comfort zone. I know my leaving helped you build that wall. But Dennis can be the presence you need. But you have to trust. You have to let go. You have to have faith. I didn't have enough. But you're so much better than I ever was. You hear the song?
It's you and Daddy's song.
You know, your father and I never had a happy relationship. We didn't get married because we were in love. We got married because I was pregnant. And we tried to make it work because of you. We tried, baby. But in the end, I didn't feel that I was fit to be your wife, or especially your mother. But the way I look at it now, every day you open your eyes is another chance to do the right thing. Another chance to make amends. That's what I'm trying to do here now. These chances are gifts from God. They're His way of telling you, here you go. Here's another opportunity to do the right thing. I think He's doing that for both of us here. If I could do anything to make up for what I've done, then listen to me now, baby, and do the right thing. Allow me to make my amends. Because I love you so much. And I know you have so much more to give.
I love you too, Mom. I don't know if I have it in me, but I'll try. I owe it to Dennis and to us. I owe it to you. I owe it to you. I promise you I'll try.
That's my girl.
Can I get the lady anything?
No. She won't be staying.
As you wish.
I have faith in you, baby. You're my angel. You know that, right?
Grandma.
Good. Then there's something I need you to do for me. Baby, wake up.
What are you talking about?
Baby, wake up! Wake up!
Thank you. Thank you for making me understand all of it. You made amends, Mom. You made amends.
Brandy?
Dennis!
Is that you?
Dennis, it's me. I love you so much. And I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I need help. Help me.
Sometimes the words are better left unspoken. Trying to tame the tongue, still hearts were broken. Trying to save you from, trying to change what's been done. Is this all you got? Is there something more than all you gave? Just a little bit of all you are. If there's a little bit of hope, then there's something left to give. We spend our lives with the best intentions, preoccupied by our blind ambition. It wasn't me, it wasn't you. How did our world come unglued? Is this all you've got? Is there something more than all you gave? Just a little bit of all you are. If there's a little bit of hope, then there's something left to give. Is this all you got? Is there something more than all you gave? Just a little bit of all you are. If there's a little bit of hope, then there must be something in all you've got. Is there something more than all you gave? Just a little bit of all you are. There's a little bit of hope, then there's something left to give. Oh, 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 there's something left to give. Oh, 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 there's something left to give. Oh, oh, there's a little bit of hope, there's something left to give.
They weren't here at the beginning of the film. By the way, hopefully you guys right here on the Hope-A-Thon just enjoyed the movie Something Left to Give. Well, guess what? Here's the cast and crew right here. Rick, you are the writer and director of Something Left to Give. Why
Yes,
don't
I
you
am.
reintroduce everybody like you did right before the movie? Let's I can't wait to talk about it. Now that everybody's seen it, now there's nothing left to hide, right?
Okay, well, we've got Meg Hesser, who played the waitress / angel in the film. We have Austin Janowski, who was behind the camera as my first AD. And we have Diana Durango, who was our star.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Now, so right before the film, we were going to talk about it, and then we were going to show the film afterwards, and then we decided to show you guys the film because it is hard to talk about because you saw the twist, right? It was a twist,
right.
And so we were all probably going to be dancing around that twist the whole interview, and now we don't have to dance around the twist. Now, I want to know how many people actually knew that twist was coming because I didn't know.
I did.
Well, thank you. Let me tell you something, Rick. So before the film, you were saying that you had a heart in this, and mental health issues are a subject matter which I know they're hard to write unless you've had them, and they're easier to write once you had them because there's so much personal information that you go through in your head or that you experience with yourself or a family member, and you can't help but jot it down. Like I myself have written stuff. That's when I've written the most. All my writings have been when I am in a moment of deep thought through some sort of pain or some frustration,
Reflection.
or something like that. Yeah, something like that. Because when I'm feeling really good, I realize I don't write anything. And so, but when I'm all by myself and I'm thinking and I'm able to either get into my own past and my own history of things that I went through, or I just met with someone who had a deep story and now I have that whole story in my head, I write so I can get that out so I no longer own it. So let's get back to this movie, Something Left to Give. Talk to me about it, the inspiration. Where did it come from?
Well, first off, kind of like what you were mentioning there, it's almost like when you get into those moments where you're struggling with something or issues that you're having and stuff. It's almost like clarity. You're having a moments of clarity where you're kind of confronting everything, and I think your mind opens up that much more. And to me, like you, that's when I seem to write the most, and I try to jot as much down, even when I don't have necessarily a complete idea or something like that. I'll just jot it down because I'll build on it later on and think about it and let it process in my head, and I'll fill it out later on. But yeah, those moments of clarity really are important. Now, with this particular film here, now that we've seen it, what to me, the two big things that strike me the most with the film and with the storyline was that it's about suicide attempt, okay, and a person wanting to commit suicide because they feel that they've lost everything, they've got nothing left to give, okay. And what you really don't understand is that once you make that jump and once you do that, there's no coming back from that. And it's not just that you're taken out of the picture, but the family that it affects, the people around you that it affects, the damage that it does to people that you may not even think about, and the fact that you don't get that chance to do over, to have a chance to reflect and to think that maybe this isn't what I need to do, maybe this isn't the path that I need to take. And this movie kind of shows you that. She's attempting to commit suicide, and she's having that reflective moment where she's reminiscing with her mother who made that ill-fated decision earlier, but now she's getting that chance to think that I do have something left to give. I need to, come back from this. And she's given that second opportunity that most people don't get.
Right. And then we see that generational thing happen during that. Austin, what were you going to say, brother?
It's when Rick comes up with ideas, he gets rather excited about them. And the first person he contacts says, hey, what do you think? Do I got something here? Is this it? So I'm usually his soundboard. When he came up with this idea, he asked me what I thought. I said, well, it's a fantastic subject. You should write it down. And I loved the twist. I was blown away by the actual script itself. Everyone has dealt with trauma in some form or fashion, with it being mental illness and addiction or suicide. They either know someone or their family members. So it's interesting because it kind of goes hand in hand. That's why I like his trilogy that he's doing, because he's touching the three different aspects into one main film. So this one, I thought from an acting standpoint, both Meg and Diana and everyone, they really dove deep, not only in their own emotions, but I think they had people that they knew and was affected by and was able to bring that to their performance. You can definitely tell by this film, it really pulls the heartstrings. If someone didn't crack a tear after.
Uh-oh, he froze up. He not only cracked a tear, he cracked his screen.
That's the thing is, even when making the movie.
First idea on this, so.
Oh, he didn't even know he was gone. Yeah. Austin, you're back with us. You froze up there for a second. But yeah, well, you were frozen up, so we lost a little bit about that.
Okay. Well, the actors were fantastic, and they dug in deep, and I think they tapped into their own personal experiences, not only personally, but people that they knew, and they were able to put that emotion on film. And I was very thrilled to have Rick ask me about this one, and I froze again, I'm sure.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, we heard everything.
Oh, we heard you.
Oh, did you? Okay, good.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I mean, when you start writing down something like this, and you're speaking about some of the things that you were saying there, which is forgiveness, some amends. Making amends is a tough deal, and I find that a very how do I say it? I just haven't seen anybody do amends really well, I guess. There's not a lot of film that I could say did amends very well.
That can capture it very well.
Yeah, it doesn't capture very well. It usually looks cheesy or just too overt, I guess, or too expected. Like that's the way we expect to see it. That's the way it's portrayed. This was an interesting twist on amends because I think that being a person that has dead people, and a lot of us have dead people, and I say that out of complete respect because there's people that we have loved that have just gone away from us too soon, and sometimes we've either made that amends with them, or we're still angry with them, or we're frustrated with how they went, but you're not allowed to be, kind of thing. And I think you captured some of that. You captured some of that frustration we've had with some people that left us too soon, and that wish they could probably come back and say, hey, let me tell you why what I just experienced happened. And so to me, it sounded like a conversation that I could really see happening. So do any of you want to speak on that? Because that was the first part of you know, obviously I didn't know what I was watching until later, but the first part that really struck me was when this mom was talking and she was trying to get her message across. I'm thinking, well, there's a lot of parents that disappoint their kids and wish that they can kind of explain it away. But, you know, Diana, your character was listening the whole time. Ada Love was just sitting there listening and kind of taking it in a little bit.
I think she was so broken. And when you look at suicide, somebody is very broken. They're at their wits' end. There's no hope. Again, there's nothing left to give. There's nothing left to get back. She's angry. And I think that scene allowed us to take a pause, an inner pause, and say, wait, let's empathize for a minute. Let's have this feeling, and like, let's try to have a look at the other person. And it's hard. Very often it's hard to try to look at that other person and say, what brought you to that point for you to get there? And mind you, there's no excuse to commit suicide because there's always hope, right? But for those people that unfortunately did commit suicide, that did meet that place, unfortunately, let's look at their story. Let's look at their pain. Let's look at their angst. And let's not make that our end, but let's grow from it. And Rick was able to show us how you can grow from such a dark place. And he also showed, you know, you don't get to that place of light from being like, oh, it's going to be unicorns and rainbows. And, you know, I mean, even Meg, you were crying along, you know, and it's, you have to go deep down inside and feel that angst and realize this is at the lowest that I'm going to be. This is here. And there's no way else but up. Let's wait for, you know, and I think I made this metaphor to you before, you know, you're at the bottom of this well and all you're waiting for is for the rain to fall down on you so you can float your tuchus back up to the top. And I think that's what Rick did. He didn't pull you up to the top. He kind of just like let you float. And even at that last scene where Chuck brought that, it was a floating type of mechanism. You're just floating through and you finally, it's so fluid. But with suicide, it lets us see that there is a story, and you let us understand, you don't judge the person that committed suicide. And it's okay to ask for help.
Well, you try not to. You try not to, but Diana, but the reality is how many of us did, you know, because depending on the relationship with the person or how they left you, we sometimes struggle with that, right? We sometimes struggle as a friend or a loved one to be like, oh my God, I can't believe you just did that. You didn't think about me. You didn't think about, you know, the wreckage that you were going to leave. So there's so much that you want to say, you know, but yeah, you feel kind of like crap that you even think that negative stuff, right? You're torn between, look, I'd really like to ream you one, but at the same time, I'm supposed to be like mourning you. So it really is a difficult approach there, Rick. I mean, I don't know how you danced that, but you did it really well because it is a difficult approach.
Well, I also pulled from a lot of different other resources that not necessarily were suicide. One was my father and I, who has also passed not too long ago. But we had a very difficult relationship growing up. And even though, I mean, now that he's gone, I miss him more and more every single day and wish that I could have that opportunity to go back and have the relationship I always wanted with him, but I can't. That's kind of what I wanted to put into here, is that, hey, you're going to give everything up here, but yet, you know, you have something left to give. You have this mother that maybe if you know the other side of that story, you know, that would help you reconcile yourself. But there were also two little points in that movie that meant a lot to me that I wanted to bring up that I think we almost touched on. One was, growing up Catholic, the whole thing was always, if, you know, committing suicide, you don't go to heaven, you know? So I had her mention that, and I wanted to have that be a part of it, and that's why she did that. But also the very end of the movie, the last thing Diana's character did was getting on the phone with her husband and admitting that she needed help. That's, to me, that's the strongest point right there, is that you've got to find a way to reach out. You've got to find a way to let people know, because you could be walking around and talking to people every day that are on the brink, that may be on their way home to do something nasty or whatever, and you have no idea. They show pictures of suicide victims all the time of us smiling, and everybody knew them as happy-go-lucky people. So until you can finally break through that and understand that you need help and reach out and tell somebody, I need help, then everything can change. It's like they say when you're an alcoholic, you're never going to get better until you hit rock bottom and until you tell somebody that you need help. And I had Diana do that at the end.
Yeah, and I think you really did that great. And Meg, I want to come to you on this, before we go too deep into that, because there's so much to be said about the ending right there. So before we go too far into that ending, Meg, so you see the script, you hear the storyline, now you get told, hey, do you want to be a part of this, or or whatever. So where do you come from with it? Because I know he teased it a little bit earlier, saying that you had a personal understanding of this somehow. So where do you come from with this?
Yeah, so for me, it was definitely on a personal level. I'm very open with, dealing with anxiety and dealing with depression. And I think for me to be able to level with those that I want to reach out to, I just don't, hold my walls up, and I'm, very transparent about that. And I believe it was the website that I was working on at the time. It's a mental health advocacy website, and Rick had reached out to me and he said, I think you would love this. I see what you're writing. And I can't remember, but I think, Rick, you sent me the script like a few weeks after, and I didn't know what my role was until the day of the shoot. And he whispered in my ear and he goes, so just so you know, you're the hostess, which and you're also like an angel or God, but just know that that's kind of your identifier. So I had to absorb, going into it on, mental health advocacy, always in the back of my mind, when I do these things. And then he put that in my head and I thought, this is powerful. I'm going to have to, really try to figure out a way to translate this the best way that I can. But, the script was amazing. The actors, Rick, Austin, everyone was, and it was so good being with them. You can tell not only the movie was so amazing, but the cast, just everybody was on the same vibe, same, understanding. It was really, really beautiful. It really
well, like you said, you're a person that has dealt with, anxiety and depression. And so I'm going to ask you this, because I know a lot of people take themes of movies personal when they can really relate to the storyline, and sometimes watch something and go like, that is not the way it is. I mean, I've done it. I've watched a movie like 28 Days or whatever, and it looked like they were doing Kumbaya, Sandra Bullock doing the whole Kumbaya-ish when they were doing the Serenity Prayer, whatever the hell they were doing. And I'm like, oh, please, if it was like that, I'd still be messed up, So sometimes things bother me. I got to admit, sometimes things bother me because I feel like they thought they got it, but they didn't. So like when you first read it, did you feel that comfortable with it, knew that it was going to play out well just by reading it? Or did you get concerned that, well, I don't know if I really want to be a part of this because it may not come off the way you want it to come off?
Well, so I got the partial script from Rick. I just got my lines, and I think the whole thing, if I remember correctly, was a surprise when I showed up.
Okay.
And but I had a broad understanding, or broad vague understanding of what was going on. And it wasn't until I was watching the interactions between mother and daughter, talking about her committing suicide and daughter wanting to join, but then being in this purgatory spot.
Yeah.
And I'm the same way as you. If I see something with mental health, if I see, anything, I won't maybe not personally relate, but I'll see it. I'm like, I don't know, that's not realistic. But this one, it's so real and raw and painful to watch, but it's painful in that way where you don't watch and say, that's not realistic. You watch it and you're like, oh God, that's, it's real and it hurts, but it's, yeah.
Meg, usually I gotta be honest, usually I don't even watch it because it doesn't come out of hope. It just shows our chaos or how bad it can be, but it doesn't resolve it well typically. And I think that's what I really loved about this, to be honest with you, Rick. I like the way it came across. So let's get to that ending that you were talking about a little bit, because when she went back in the house, when she got out of the car, went back in the house, and by the way, I was saying, did you turn the car off? I'm thinking, did you turn the car off? And I'm wondering, and I'm like, I hope she did. I hope you're not going to twist it around on me. She's going to go inside, want to do something different, then all of a sudden, oh, I forgot to turn off the car, so I'm going to die in the house anyway. I was really hoping you weren't going to do one of those twists, and you didn't, thankfully. But she goes inside, and you did the panning, and she's going through, and she got on the phone. So Diana, let's go to that phone call. So you broke down. I mean, you went from this person that's sitting in front of your mom and you're saying what you have to say, you're listening. All of a sudden you're in there and you're reaching. You're feeling every emotion. I don't know where you had to dig to get that, and I don't know where your own personal story is. It looks like Rick wants to tell us something about
Yeah, I was going to say, before Diana gets into her part, let me just say that Diana made this movie very, very difficult for us to make. Okay, and when I say that, it's because she.
If you're gonna make it so nobody wants to work with me.
No. As a filmmaker, is what I'm saying.
She
As
wanted
a
a
filmmaker,
kiwi.
because,
She wanted a kiwi.
No. She's an actress who gets so involved in her role. She has to know everything about the character. She's like a method actress, and she really gets invested.
Yeah.
So when we were filming there at the house, and even over at the restaurant, we couldn't be around her. She had to go in her room where she stayed in the car and had her iPod on, and she's crying and listening to this music to stay in character, to stay in that flow. So halfway through the shoot, I'm rushing with Chuck. Let's get this done because we got to break Diana out of this, because I'm almost getting really sad that I don't want to keep her like that longer. But that's the way she is. She is such an amazing actress that she basically grows into that role, and it was something else to watch. It really was.
Well, it's definitely noticeable, Diana. So tell us a little bit about that, because all of a sudden you did break. You were. I mean, I think a lot of us have been in that spot where we're just uncontrollable. Emotion is coming out, and then I just want to know more about it from your standpoint.
There are some people in my life that passed away. Within 2 years, I lost 5 people very, very close to me: a fiance, my grandmother, my grandfather, and it was very, very quick, and some of them were really bad. And then I also started thinking about losing my parents. So what I was listening to, and I don't think that you guys know this, it was the Dumbo song, Baby of Mine. I was Dumbo. I kept on, and it sounds horrible, but it was a song that my mom used to sing to me, and
Oh, wow.
so there's between that and like the scene where in Grey's Anatomy where Patrick Dempsey's character dies. So I kept on looking and looking, because to me.
Great, you just ended it for me. I never watched Grey's Anatomy. Now I'll never be able to watch it. Thank
Sorry.
you.
Like, I should do that. So I kept on reliving in my head my fiance passing away, and I also kept on reliving in my head what would happen if my mom passed away or my dad passed away. And I put myself in those positions. And there was a feeling of everything would just be gone. Like, oh my God, what would happen if I'm in this car alone? I'm done. Like, and I would never do this, by the way. I don't have suicidal ideations.
Mm-hmm.
But I had to force myself to go to that place of, I have nothing.
Yeah.
I have nothing, my identity. I was going to have babies with my fiance, and I don't have that now. I don't have the love of my life with me. I don't have my mother with me. I don't have my dad with me. And what would that feel like, that you just don't have anything, and you feel like it's your fault because you could have done something? That's where I put it in my head. Like, I could have prevented the person that I care about from going up in a plane and the plane didn't crash. I could have prevented certain people from dying. And then I blamed myself in my mind, and everything came crashing down as a blame on me. And I just let it out. And that moment where I ran to the bathroom and I threw up, and I realized, look at what you're doing to yourself. Look at your legacy. Like, you can't pull yourself out of this. And that's that feeling of desperation of like, please, like, I need help. I need help. I don't care who it is. I need help. Like, please help me. I think that was also, Rick was able to make that a reconciliation. If there was any type of drama therapy that was in this film, there was a lot of reconciliation of what happened in my life as well as my mother's life. And as real people, it was a way for us to reconcile a lot in our lives. And believe it or not, coming out of that, they're like, are you okay? Days after, are you okay? You're not thinking of doing funny things, like what's happening, because I was so in that place.
Right.
Actually such a therapeutic and cathartic moment in my life, because I was able to let it go. Wow. And I'm a huge advocate of drama therapy, because there's some things that you can get done on a couch and with CBT and with, prolonged exposure. And there's some things that just are more integrative, and you can do it with drama therapy. You can do it with other modes, art expression, like you said, writing it down. I mean, Rick, was that therapeutic for you to write this down, like to let it out?
It really is. It really is.
So
It's very cathartic. Yeah.
Yeah, not only to write it down, Rick, but then you visually saw it. You saw everyone play out these characters that you created and play out your words. You know, because Diana, I mean, I got to admit, when I'm watching that and you're going through all that, I mean, you can't help. I don't think anyone can help but go back to any kind of feeling where you're completely uncontrollable in some sort of emotion, whether it can be seen by people or not seen by people, where you've already made a commitment. I mean, you made a commitment. This is it. This is the way it's going to end. This is how they're going to find it. As a matter of fact, I'm going to put the note right here. I mean, I've never gotten to the point where I attempted suicide in the way where I couldn't come back from it.
Yeah.
But I have gotten to the point to write something down or to figure out the staging. And I think that's a very scary place to be when you get to the staging place. And I'm sure there's a lot of people that have watched this tonight and that are watching this and hearing this and have been at that point of staging. And when you get to a point of staging, that's a very scary place where you don't want to be there too long. You don't want to sit in that spot too long. And I got off the phone, with somebody actually earlier or yesterday, and they're in that spot right now, and they're struggling with that spot. They're playing in that area where I don't have anybody, like what you just said, Dan. I don't have anybody. I lost this person. I lost this person. I don't have anything. I don't have your life, Louis, kind of thing. You know what I mean? And it's hard to be with a person with I do have a beautiful life. I'm very blessed, but it wasn't always this way. It wasn't always the way that people may see it. They don't know all the things that I've gone through and all the things that I had to go through. So it's really hard to listen to somebody and know what to say to that person. And I think that's where I really love your portrayal of the character. And I love that someone like Rick created this character, because you're able to kind of say something to somebody without having the right words to say to somebody. What are you thinking, Austin?
It's funny because when you get to that spot where you start planning, it's akin to you're in the ocean and you get caught by a riptide.
Yeah.
And you can get pulled to the point where you can't escape, and then you end up dying. If you're lucky, you're able to get yourself away.
Yeah.
I love this film because you could see the riptide starting. Yeah. You could see the pull starting, the struggle between the two of them.
Yeah.
And the fact that she was able to pull herself away and get out of that riptide and make the conscious decision that she needs help it was very emotionally traumatic, but it was also triumphant, because everyone wants to think that they would be able to pull themselves out of it. Unfortunately, when people have their mental illness and suicide, they get in the riptide and they're not emotionally strong enough to pull themselves out until it's too late. So that's why I love about this film, is because you can see being pulled out.
And that's really what I'm saying. I'm saying it's a scary place to be when you start playing with certain thoughts and certain ideas without someone therapeutic around you or someone that you can truly trust around you, because you don't know where that's going to go. I know there's people right now that are watching this or listening to this that sometimes play with ideas and thoughts, always feeling confident that I can pull myself out of it, and I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm just thinking about it. I'm not going to do it. I'm just kind of playing with it in my head, or of course I thought about it because everybody thinks about it. But you keep thinking about it, you keep feeling it, and you keep putting yourself in that situation, that becomes scarier and scarier to the moment that just one day you may accidentally try it. And there's a lot of people that we've lost that probably wanted to change their mind at that very last minute but couldn't. And so I think anytime we do a movie about suicide or a movie about this type of emotion, we have to really know that, wow, whatever guided me to write this, whatever guided me to create this, I can only hope that somebody watching this turns around from whatever moment they're in and does not do it. And I may never know who that individual is. You guys are never going to know the numerous people that may be inspired by this film to turn around and pick up that phone like Diana did as her character. What was the character's name again? I don't even remember the character's name. I keep saying Diana. Huh?
What was the character's name, Rick?
See, it doesn't even matter. That's what I love about it. The character's name, you know why? Because it's us. It's everybody. It's everybody. That's what I'm saying. It's everybody who's ever felt that deep. But you picked up the phone. The character picked up the phone, and that right there, I mean, you know, is what we ask, right? Like all during this Hope-A-Thon, we're asking people to call 833-NOW-MATTERS should they have any kind of feelings or emotions that they're experiencing that they don't really know how to deal with, or they're ready right now to ask for help. So just like we're promoting that number right now, she picked up the phone and called somebody that I think was ready to take that call. And I thought that was really cool because it was like a husband, right? It was like
Her husband, yeah.
yeah. And I'm sure that a husband didn't know how deep and dark his wife was really feeling, right? That's the feeling I got when I heard it, right? You want to tell us a little bit more about that, Rick?
Yeah, basically I wanted her to, that was the big thing that I really wanted to show there at the end, is that she reached that point where she knew that she was given a second chance at life, and she needed to reach out and get help. She wasn't strong enough to do it herself.
Right.
So she reached out to the one person who still holds her heart, and that was her husband. Her husband, if you could hear his voice in the phone, he had no idea what was going on, and he was just waiting to hear from her. And her mother even mentioned that during the conversation there, that how much he loves her and stuff, but she was in such a dark place that she overlooked all of that. You know, and she didn't think about that, and didn't think about her husband or put herself in that position. She was just focused on, I'm done. I've given everything I've got to give, and that's it. And she was getting ready. And her mother, and that's the other point that I wanted to kind of mention with it, with the mother. To me, that was her chance at redemption. She committed suicide. Therefore, like I said, in the Catholic religion, you know what I'm saying? She's gone, okay? But she was given that chance to redeem herself. She couldn't bring herself back, but she was given that chance to talk to Diana's character, explain to her what's going on, help her see that she does have something left to give and that this is not her path. And by doing that and convincing her and bringing her back and having her seek help, that kind of redeems her. That's technically Meg. That's basically what Meg was. I really didn't want to tell her a whole lot, but she was basically an angel. She was bringing those pieces together. You need to be here. You need to be here. Work this crap out.
Yeah.
Okay, that was her thing. She was the purveyor, the conveyor. And I also had her use one of my favorite lines from one of my favorite movies, The Princess Bride. I had her say it twice. She's like, "As you wish." That was from The Princess Bride. So
that's funny. Oh, now you're gonna have to give some royalty money or something. Who knows? You better be careful. We'll edit that out. No, not really.
Here's the thing, though. People need to understand that asking for help, people think that that's a weakness, and it's absolute opposite. It shows tremendous strength to be able to admit that you're not able to do something on your own and that you need help.
Great point.
That's how you're able to get past things. It's the inner strength that you're able to do so, and it's courageous too. It's absolutely courageous to be that vulnerable that you need to ask somebody that you hopefully trust and cares about you. I need help. Can you help me? You know?
And the thing is, you don't have to. You don't have to do this alone. You didn't get here alone. There's a lot of humans involved in whatever you've experienced. There's a lot of things that have happened in life that just wasn't just your doing. There's a lot of other characters in your life. And so anyone out there that's trying to go through anything difficult by themselves, I mean, it's just, I know you feel like you have to do it by yourself, and you feel like nobody gets it, and you feel like, well, nobody will understand, and that it'll never get better. But there's a lot of people, like people on this call right now, like people on this message right now that probably felt like that and no longer feel like that. And I think I heard several of you say that. That there's really dark moments that you've probably experienced. And I know for me I have, and that's why I share it. I think I share it so much, and I think I carry around my dead people, like I keep saying, because I feel like they still talk to me, just like that mom, you know, still spoke to her. I feel like they help me right now. The next thing I need to say to the next person that asks for help, the next thing I need to say to myself so that I just stay motivated and stay positive, no matter how negative this industry can be, no matter how much heartbreak and how much death I see, no matter how many mothers of dead children I have to talk to, I still feel I got to feel hope for that next one, no matter what. And it's because I feel like their sons and daughters who passed on are still there going, hey, you keep doing it. You know, maybe it didn't come out for me, but I'm here with you for the next person. And that's what I hope for, at least. And I think that's why that character, the mom, when she was talking to her, that really spoke to me a lot, because it reminded me of so many people that I think guide me today, because I hated people. I got to be honest, Rick. I hated people. I didn't think I'd ever want to work for people and help people. I was way too selfish and superficial. And so to be as deep in thought as I am all the time and emotionally available And like you said, Austin, vulnerable. I would have never thought that it was strength, vulnerability. I would have never thought what you just said would have been truth. If you would have told me at 17, 18, 19 years old that vulnerability is strength, I would have laughed you away. And that's not vulnerability, that's weakness. You know, shake it off, you know, you'll be all right. It's just like a little cut, you know, everything will be all right. Nobody cares anyway, you know, so what if I die? Nobody's going to care, or they'll care for a little bit, but in the end, it'll be better off that I'm gone. It won't be a burden on them anymore. They won't have to worry about me anymore. They can go on with their lives. And I think there's a lot of people that think that right now while they're watching this, you know, and go ahead.
I think that another thing is before you start that downward spiral, I think a great exercise to use is just being present and just having gratitude every single day and making sure that you have your perspective in check. And that's a hard exercise to do, especially when you're at the bottom of that bowl. If you can go over and say, look, this sucks, but this is, let's change our perspective on this. Okay, this person decided that they didn't want to talk to me or what have you. And instead of saying, oh my goodness gracious, I'm not worth it, it's I dodged a bullet. Now I can do some other things or what have you. So there's a perspective change and a mindfulness that I think that's a great exercise to utilize. Another thing is, and I barely ever hear this during moments of suicide prevention, because we're always talking about how that person got there and don't kill yourself.
Right.
You as a person that you want to do that to yourself, you do have something to give. And I don't care who I'm talking to right now. If you're thinking about that, there is something in this life that you have to give back, and it is not your death. We're not going to get anything from your death. You have a light that you are going to shed onto us. You might not find it tomorrow. You might not find it the next day. You might not find it at all. It's just by breathing every single day. And I promise you that you're changing somebody's life every single day, and your life matters. The last thing is, we do not focus on the people. How do we affect individuals that we come into contact with? I had somebody that looked at me and said, you don't deserve to breathe. Your life is a joke. Nobody respects you. Nobody thinks that you shouldn't be alive. Go kill yourself. How many times do we might not always say that, but how many times do we as regular people treat somebody like their life is worthless? So we ourselves, as people that are just walking past everybody, it's our responsibility to let people know how important they are in life and how much gratitude we have for them. Even just smiling at somebody, that smile might change somebody's day, you know? So we all have to be mindful also to go over and just be that cushion that somebody might need as well, because sometimes people out there they're just nasty. They're nasty, nasty, nasty people. And even though somebody's nasty to you, hurt people. Maybe they need a hug.
Yeah.
Maybe they need a smile. You know, maybe they're going to do something that's a little wonky, but we just have to be mindful of that too, and just take responsibility for our actions and our hearts as well. So yeah, and I think that that's something that we rarely hear, you know. So sorry, I just
No, I'm glad you said all that, because it reminds me of, like, you know, like I like talking to people as I walk by them, you know, like whether it be a worker at a place or whatever. I'll say hi, I'll throw a little joke in there, I'll smile at them. And, you know, I have 2 daughters and a wife, and sometimes I'll be like, well, why do you do that with everybody? Why do you always gotta, you know, think you're funny? I go, no, you don't understand. And I didn't explain it like the way you just explained. I just kind of laugh it off that they think that. But what it really is I feel like that's like my little gift of saying, I acknowledge you, I saw you, and I cared enough to just like put a smile on your face. And now maybe you think it's stupid and corny. I don't care if I'm stupid and corny. The point is though, I just like to do some positivity, because I'm one of those guys that believe that at the end of the day, there's a dog getting kicked somewhere. You know, like you get some negative, you start off negative and you drop coffee on your shirt, then you get into traffic, and then so you roll somebody, you know, you kind of get in their lane and you flick them off, then that person goes and they get upset. Well, at the end of the day, that anger just got spread all the way to somebody came home at the end of the day that you started that whole anger, but anger is just so infectious that at the end of the day, there's some dog somewhere getting kicked. And it all started with you getting coffee on your shirt, and you had no idea that so I like to think that at the same time, what about me smiling or making a corny joke with somebody? Maybe that can spread. Because I do find that it's easier to spread negativity than it is to spread positivity. You know?
It's hard. It's hard when somebody looks and is like, I don't like you. And you're like, Are you okay? Is everything okay? I'm
Well-
here for you if you need to talk. You know,
Well-
some people need that. You
Well,
know,
yeah, 'cause I was that person that used to say, you know, like when someone say, "Oh, I'll pray for you" or something like that. I used to think that was offensive. I mean, and I don't even know why I thought that was offensive. Like, why? How could that ever be offensive?
you're like, why are you talking down to me? Because you're gonna pray for me? You don't have to.
Yeah, what do I look like? I need saving? I'm
Like,
fine.
who is you, child? Who is you?
Yeah, I was probably walking around all limping and didn't even know I was limping. You know what I mean? I thought I was walking straight. I didn't know that I looked so broken. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's amazing how artistic expression is able to get to deeper places that we're not able to say as friends and as family members. You know, and that like when Rick was saying that you were in the car listening to music, listening to, you know, and you even knew what you were listening to. Well, it's amazing where music can take us, right?
Oh, yeah.
Well, and that's just like this film. Rick, this is your music, right? This is your methodology or your medium. This is your medium. And so someone will use this film how they want to use it. Like there might be a teacher that watches this and goes, "Oh my God, I know exactly what student I need to show this to," or "I think every student should watch this," or, you know, a therapist says, "Oh, they need to watch this," or "I need to watch this." Whatever it is, I mean, it's just going to be shared and shared and shared. So let's talk a little bit about that, because this is not it. It's not just this film and it's over. You know, here, when I was talking to you, you know, before we even began this whole thing, I said that, you know, I want to show it. I want a message of hope. And then you came out with this. Go ahead and tell the story, because here I am saying message of hope, message of hope, message of hope. And then you said what?
It was the funny thing, because you kept mentioning messages of hope and stuff, and I kept smiling to myself, because this movie is actually part of an anthology. Like I was telling you before, it's 3 short films. It's called The Lost, Something Left to Give, and then Soulmates. Wow. And those 3 short films, and then they have a wraparound story. Essentially, the wraparound story is a pastor who's giving his Christmas sermon to everybody. And what he does is he says, for this one, we're going to make things a little bit different. I'm going to invite one person up to the stage. I got 3 people here. I'm going to invite one of them up at a time to tell you a little story. So the first one, the guy from The Lost, is going to come up, start explaining what happened, and then they're going to go into showing his film, and then he'll do a wrap up afterward. Then the pastor is going to introduce Diana. She's going to come up to the stage, talk a little bit, going to roll right into Something Left to Give. Same thing for Soulmates. And then at the end, the pastor is basically going to say that, because the whole idea is basically what is Christmas. And what he's saying is that here we had 3 people, okay? All 3 people came up here and told stories that started with loss, regret, sacrifice, all that. But all 3 of them ended with messages of hope. And that's what the main film is called, is Messages of Hope.
Isn't that weird? I mean, that's
really,
I mean, I say weird, but somebody out there is going, it's not weird.
I know, but same thing like you were talking about
belief,
music.
It's faith, it's destiny, it's something else. But you know, so excuse me for using the word weird. It's just the way I express myself.
But I also wanted to mention too, the song that plays at the end, "Something Left to Give" by Mel Burns. I remember looking for a song that I wanted to end the film with, and I heard his song, and I stopped and listened, and it sent chills up and it's like, this was the perfect song. And the name of his song is "Something Left to Give." So I changed the title of my film to "Something Left to Give" to match his song. An amazing song.
There you go again, giving credit to somebody. You really, Rick, you got to really stop giving credit to other people. They're all going to come and get in your pocket. It was a beautiful song, and it was perfect. And there was good words in that song that I heard the word hope. I heard the word hope. And there. So what is the next film? Because we're about to show the next film now. So now we can... Now that one, I have to admit to the audience, I'm going to watch it now for the first time. So I haven't seen any of it. I don't know how it's going to go. This right now on Independence Day is the first day I'm going to watch it. So what are we about to watch?
The first one, it's a film called The Lost. Okay. And it's a film that I did a long time ago with some other people, and it was very different from what I created. And I was supposed to direct that. It just ended up not working out, and they had somebody else direct it. And I thought their film came out very well, but it didn't really hit the way I wanted it to. So I decided to go ahead and I'm going to rewrite it. I reached out to them and said, hey, look, I'm going to go ahead and do this, my version. And they gave me all their blessings. So I rewrote the script to kind of reflect what I wanted to reflect. And it's basically about a husband who had just lost his wife of many years to cancer. And she was his everything. She did everything for him. He doesn't even know how to function without her. I mean, he lived most of his life with her. So now her being gone, he's just completely lost. And he's looking to commit suicide. So he goes out somewhere and he's going to do the deed, and he ends up running into a little girl who's lost in the woods. I'm not going to give that one away either because that one's got a twist as well. But there is one line that he uses later in the film towards the end that still hits me when I think about it. When she was asking him, what happened or whatever, he says basically we were just two lost souls that needed each other to find their way home. And I believe that's what it is sometimes people need somebody else. Sometimes people need that helping hand. They need to be able to reach out to somebody and say, I need help. And have that person be there for them, or whatever it is, to help them, to carry them, to support them, to have that shoulder to lean on. There's nothing wrong with that, but sometimes that little support system, whatever, can change the course of somebody's life.
That's beautiful. I like that. I think there is a lot of that. I think there's a lot of connectivity out there that you don't know where it's going to go. You don't know how long that connectivity is going to last or how important that connection is going to be. But I know there's a lot of people I know today that I had no idea I was going to know, and I had no idea how impactful they were going to be in my life, and I definitely didn't know how impactful I was going to be in anybody's life. Not in the direction that I am, at least, not in the way that I am. So I can really appreciate that. So before we go see that film, last messages of hope, all y'all, and then we'll say good night to everybody, and then we'll go watch this next film. Any last messages of hope from any of you?
I'll let you guys start.
Okay. Well, let's start with Austin. Put you on the spot, Austin.
Someone. Yeah, there. Throw you in there. There you go. Swim.
Get him, Austin.
Don't ever think that there isn't someone there that you can't talk to. And don't think that for 1 second that your life is meaningless in any way or form. One instance can change somebody's life, and you might not ever know. And just remember, you might have a bad day. You might have several bad days, but the nice thing is you're able to wake up in the morning and the sun's shining, and you're able to take another step and start over and reboot. It's God's way of giving you another chance to get things the way you want to. So I'm very excited for you to see this film. I was lucky enough to be first AD on this one, and talk to somebody if you need to talk to someone. Again, it's not weakness, it's strength. And even if they're just listening to you, even if you just say what you need to say and unburden yourself, I guarantee you will definitely feel better. Even if you're filming yourself, even if there's no one around and you need to tape it just to get it out there, you'll feel better. I guarantee it.
Beautiful, Austin. Thank you so very much. Meg?
Right. I want to say, always remember that your brain is an amazing, incredible organ. You can definitely feel like your brain is letting you down and there's a lot of things out of your control, especially if you're finding yourself going darker and darker. And, just know that there are things that you can do to teach your brain to get back above water. There are so many resources, but the best resource is your own thoughts. It's so cliche, but negative thoughts really are the worst thing. And just accepting that and saying, okay, I hate this. I don't want to sit here and think cheesy thoughts, but try it, keep doing it, keep working on it. Remember to always be grateful. And your friends and family may, be trying to reach out. Me personally, I'm not, always comfortable with people reaching out to me. So I try to be understanding, but if your friends and family are trying, just let them know, you'll work with them, even if it's on your own terms.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that. Diana?
I would say, let's try to create a society where asking for help isn't stigmatized, that it's actually wanted. I'm also with Meg in the fact, let's create a list of coping mechanisms. If you're feeling that and that, you're in that place, exercise, go for a walk, do something outside of yourself in order just to distract focus from those thoughts. And the other thing is these moments of ugliness, these dark moments, those are moments where we can create miracles in our life. That's when we can create light from that darkness. God, and again, I'm sorry for being religious, God is giving you this.
I have to apologize.
God is giving you this moment to say down at the bottom of that pit, you can go over and you can walk. You're not going to drown. You're going to walk on that water. You're not going to go over and die. You're going to come over and you are going to come out shining for everybody to see. And the signs are everywhere. People are everywhere for you to talk to. Maybe at that dark moment, somebody that you would have never talked to is going to talk to you that day, and they're going to teach you something. I like to sit down in those moments and I say, what do you have to teach me today? And for some odd reason, I just got goosebumps. For some odd reason, that person has the thing for me to hear. So in those moments, maybe that's what it is. But just to realize that these are not moments for you to die, for you to kill yourself, for you to not be here anymore. They're moments for you to grow and for you to show the world the miracle of God. And that's honest to God what I feel.
Okay. Ahora en español, porque ya sé que hablas español. No, es que...
Pues ahora es un miracle del Dios, sí. Sorry. Sorry, Dad.
Yeah, I just had to throw that in there because, you know, there are a lot of Latino people here in the Orange County area and all around. So I know they're like, ¿qué hijo ella? ¿Qué hijo?
¿Qué hijo ella? ¿Qué? ¿El Dios qué?
Hopefully there's subtitles. Rick.
Yes. Pretty much everybody touched on the things that I wanted to mention also, but I definitely want to harken back to what Meg said. And if my mom is watching this, which she probably will when it comes back out, she's going to be jumping in her chair because I was Mr. Negativity. I still am to some point, so I am working, and it's a battle every day to try and change those negative thoughts. I know Austin will sit there probably nodding as well, you know, Mr. Negativity. So I work hard every day. I go to garage sales, and I went to a garage sale last week, and I found this ceramic jar that says positivity on it. And it was filled with little slips of paper. So every day you can take one out and fit it into the top. It's got a little holder for it, and it has a little positive thought, a little positive, what do you call it?
Affirmation.
Right, exactly. So every morning I've made it a ritual of mine. The first thing I do when I go towards that kitchen is I go out and I get a new one and put it there, read it, and think about it, because I feel that if you try to start your day on a positive note, that hopefully everything will grow. It's been a slow process for me, but it's definitely helped, and I can definitely see it and I can feel it. And you've just got to try and maintain that positive frame of mind. And one day I hope to fully do that. But at the end of the day, it's baby steps. But you've got to keep making those baby steps. You got to keep taking that step, no matter how small it is. Keep making that forward step, and you can get through it.
Yep, beautiful. And because I'm not going to keep you all the way until after the second film, how can people connect with you guys if they want to watch these later on their own, if they want to share them and show it to people? Do you have a website or anything like they can connect with?
Well, they can go to messagesofhopemovie.com. They can also go to somethinglefttogive.com as well. I'm on the couple of the films are on YouTube as well, and there's connection opportunities there as well. I've gotten several emails from the people that have seen it, and that's probably one of the biggest brightest things for me, is getting an email from somebody that said they saw it and that it really touched them. It really hit home for them because they had a family member or a friend go through this, and it really helped them reflect. So just hearing that little stuff like that, that makes it all worthwhile. It really does.
Well, I can't thank you all enough, and I can't thank Marissa enough, to be honest with you. Marissa Molesky, you know, you're the one that connected us with this, so I want to thank you as well. Marissa lost her brother to suicide, and I remember that story so well, and so her family is near and dear to me, because we were talking before, and we talked during, and we still communicate now, and it meant a lot to her to watch this film because she experienced it directly. It meant a lot to me to watch it because I did not, and that means there is hope. There's some of us that don't have to do it, that we can turn around, we can make the phone call, we can get the help, and I thank you all very much for what you did and what you put. That's always going to be there. It's never going to go away. Now that you did it on film, it'll live forever, because it's not even film anymore. It's all digitized, so you can't get rid of it.
That's right.
It's not going to die because of the heat or anything like that. The first film we watched earlier tonight was Something Left to Give. The next film is The Lost, and there's more to come. So right now, let's go watch The Lost. And adios, amigos. Thank you all very much. I appreciate you
for having us
on. And remember, next year, when we do this again next year, we'll be talking about the rest of the movies. Would you do that? Would you make a commitment now to come on the Hope-A-Thon next year and talk about the films that are not yet made?
I'd be proud to.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, let's all stay connected. Now let's go watch The Lost. Thank you very much for joining us. Bye.
Okay, the Hope-A-Thon, hour number 6. We're gonna put one more log on here. Holding it, well, we're down to 200. It'll bounce back up to about 225. So the next time we check in, it should be daylight. So hope all's well, and we will we'll be back at you soon. All right, I'm going to take a short nap.
If you have a drug problem, we can help. Contact Narcotics Anonymous at 407-425-5157. Relay for the Deaf, 800-955-8771 or orlandona.org.
¿Qué es la adicción? La adicción es una enfermedad, según la Organización Mundial de la Salud, OMS. ¿Qué es Narcóticos Anónimos? Narcóticos Anónimos es una confraternidad o asociación sin fines de lucro para hombres y mujeres para quienes las drogas se habían convertido en un problema muy grave. Somos adictos en recuperación y nos reunimos con regularidad para ayudarnos a no consumir drogas. En Narcóticos Anónimos no importa la raza, el sexo, la identidad sexual, el credo, la religión ni la falta de esta última para ser miembro. El único requisito para ser miembro de Narcóticos Anónimos es tener el deseo de dejar de consumir drogas. El programa de Narcóticos Anónimos surgió del programa de Alcohólicos Anónimos a finales de los años 40 en los Estados Unidos, realizándose las primeras reuniones a principios de los años 50. En la actualidad, Narcóticos Anónimos es una confraternidad auténticamente mundial. Nuestros folletos y libros están disponibles en más de 60 idiomas y se realizan reuniones semanales en más de 140 países. El mensaje de Narcóticos Anónimos es uno. Un adicto, cualquier adicto, puede dejar de consumir drogas, perder el deseo de consumirlas y descubrir una nueva forma de vida. El programa de Narcóticos Anónimos es de abstinencia completa del uso de todo tipo de drogas. Nos mantenemos sin consumir de a un día a la vez. Lo más importante es que funciona. En Narcóticos Anónimos no tenemos cuotas de inscripción ni se pagan honorarios. Nos mantenemos con nuestras propias contribuciones. ¿Qué hace Narcóticos Anónimos? Nuestro programa consiste en una serie de principios escritos de forma sencilla, a fin de poder seguirlos diariamente. Creemos que nuestro método es práctico, ya que el valor terapéutico de un adicto que ayuda a otro no tiene igual. En Narcóticos Anónimos se practica el principio del anonimato. De esta forma, aseguramos que los miembros puedan asistir libremente a las reuniones sin temor alguno. ¿Qué no hace Narcóticos Anónimos? Narcóticos Anónimos no está afiliada a ninguna otra organización, centros de tratamiento ni instituciones penitenciarias. No ofrece servicios de orientación vocacional, asesoramiento legal, financiero, psiquiátrico ni médico. Nuestra experiencia colectiva nos ha demostrado que las personas que asisten a nuestras reuniones con regularidad se mantienen limpias. Ponte en contacto con Narcóticos Anónimos.
Hi, Louie, and everyone watching. This is Kelly J. from Internal Journeys. And I am currently in Shelton, Washington, and happy to be a part of this year's Hope-A-Thon and Virtual Recovery Walk 2020. I chose to participate in the Hope-A-Thon because I'm a survivor. I fought the dark. I made it to the other side. And I know it's a hard journey. I know it's sometimes hard to own, but I assure you, once you start owning it, it becomes more adaptable. We get to get used to ourselves. We get to love ourselves. We get to embrace ourselves. And that allows us to free ourselves from the dark, the shame, the stigma, all of the nuances out there that are holding anyone out there struggling from addiction and not willing to walk in the doors of AA or recovery or treatment center. Those doors are lifelines for many people, and recovery is a haven for those who are suffering. You're not alone. There's so many people out there, and people who've been through what you're going through, who've made the call, who've picked up the phone, who have walked in a door and asked for help. And because they wanted to, they turned the key that allowed them to start really processing and working through fear. I'm a firm believer that fear is the only thing that keeps us from truth and light and goodness. And so it comes in the form of many, many things. We're all recovering from something is a famous line I've heard and I love to use, because no matter what it is, fear, shame, past relationships, abuses growing up, abandonment issues, being left on the sideline, chosen for someone else, all these things that you can get through and get over, they are way showers and pathfinders that help us get through. What we found is the symptom to a cause. So when we find our causes, we free the symptoms. We can live a life dependency free. We can live a life free from alcohol and drugs and shame and wasted days and moments. We can help others survive and find the same joy. We can help families learn to come back together and find each other and love each other again. Pain is generational. Suffering is generational. It gets passed down, and it has been passed down. So when we start to forgive ourselves and forgive those in our lives and really start finding the grace of love, we get to free ourselves to be free in real time. There's a lot of hope in recovery. There's a lot of praying in recovery. There's a lot of speaking to your higher power. There's a lot of getting on your knees and asking for help, because there's going to be days like that. But when you're doing the work, you're that much closer to getting that one moment that's really going to turn the corner for you. It's not always easy, but it is better than any place that you might be. If you're listening to this and you have a loved one struggling, know they're struggling. Know that no one can beat them up more than themselves. Nobody wants to be continuously stuck in fear and pain. We just don't know how to get out sometimes. And you could be a high functioning, like I was, weekend warrior. You can be someone who struggles with addiction and can't get themselves out. Neither one of those is better than the other. They're all stuck. So stuck is a real place, and hope is a real place. And once we can cross that line, we get to free ourselves into a real place where we can make good choices. I like to call it, we become good stewards of our lives. If you'd like to free yourself from the pain that doesn't allow you to make good decisions, there's a way. And I really am excited to be a part of the Hope-A-Thon virtual recovery walk. This is going to be a year where more people can find this information, because people are at home and looking for your story. There's a lot of stories being shared here today, and there's a lot of love, and there's a lot of hope. And when we think about that and we mix them together, we get to be free. Recovery is this great word that really is, I like to call it a placeholder for emotional freedom. Emotional freedom. Can you imagine what it'd feel like to be able to not be ran by your emotions? I did. And that's why I really dove in to figure out what was going on in my life. I was what you considered a high functioning weekend warrior. And sometimes when I chose to, those weekends would stretch into weeks, and I could come and go and play. And that didn't make me any stronger than someone who can't. And this message is especially, I think, for those people who think that they're handling their choices and that they can live with them, but maybe want to change them. You can. And there's so much more joy in a life that's free of any substance in our body that's poison. Anything outside of us that we put into our body that hurts us, that takes us away from our family, that dulls our senses, that keeps us not present. That's what I consider poison. That could be TV, gambling, sex, over shopping. It could be drugs, alcohol. It could be relationships, whatever we're giving too much time to because we're looking for ourselves through these things. That's the place we want to dive into. Ask for help. And sometimes it's really hard to ask for your friends to help. And sometimes it's hard to ask for your family. You might have done it a couple times. You might have kept going around that same loop. And every time you think you're there, you fall back. And my encouragement to you is you will come to a day where you actually rise up and you make it through. Because each time we fall down, we rise up stronger. And if your family and friends can't be there for you, there's a whole other world out there. My biological father struggled with drug addiction and alcohol his whole life, and that caused us to not be in each other's lives. And he left my mother and I when I was 8 months old, maybe younger, and he didn't get sober until much later in his life, but he did. The last 14 years of his life, he was sober and a leader in AA. He helped so many people find their fear and pain and shame and work through it. And I'll never forget him wanting to reach out to me, and I wasn't able to then. And I'll never forget the day that he was dying. And I knew it was too late to say, wow, I really wanted to know you more than I did. And you did a good job. But I got to see it on the faces of his AA family, his recovery family. Our whole family did. When they showed up in the masses at the hospital and then at his funeral. My uncle jokingly said he showed up to his first AA meeting that day and was laughing with his brother, who was probably watching down on us, my father. And I've got spiritual chills right now. And I guess this is for you, Dad, because I am doing the same thing. And we can heal through addiction. We can forgive those, and we can love our family and friends, and there's a way through. And it all starts with recovery. Louie, I'm so grateful that you asked me to do this talk today, and that you do everything you do for recovery, and that you're a way shower in the community. I want everyone out there that's struggling with fear or doubts that they're not good enough. You are. You're so perfect. You're perfect just as you are. And I really want everyone to know that walking is important. Talking is important. Reaching out is important. Having hope is so important. Knowing that it doesn't matter what it looks like on the outside or feels like on the inside. We can all find our strength and beauty again. And we are all the same on planet Earth. Every single person here is struggling with something. So you're not alone unless you don't reach out. So I'm going to get ready and I'm going to go walk.
How you feel? How you feel?
I'm feeling good. Spin me, spin me.
Got you.
Oh, goodness. Oh.
I need a friend to walk along with me as I stumble on dark ground. Shine down, shine down, shine down. I need help to walk along as me, even if there's nothing wrong to see. Shine down, shine down, shine down. Reflect on what is weighing me on this journey I did not foresee. Shine down, shine down, shine down. Answers don't come easily. I don't know what hell is for me, so please shine down, shine down, shine down. Light the darkness underneath my way, see me to that brighter day. Let me see and hear and feel the way that see me to that brighter day. Shine down, shine down, shine down, shine down, shine down, shine down.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Trinity Phillips, the president of the Now Matters More Foundation. And I want to personally thank each and every single one of you for tuning in today for these wonderful messages of hope. Now, if you're watching this and you're wondering how you can get involved and make a contribution, you can go to nowmattersmore.org. That's nowmattersmore.org. Or you can go to thehopeathon.com. That's thehopeathon.com and hit the donate button to make a contribution. The second way you can get involved is you can text Now Matters to 31996. That's text Now Matters to 31996. Thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the show.
Yep, I see recording.
Yep. Hello, Louie, and everyone joining us for this year's 24-hour Hope-A-Thon and virtual recovery walk. I have the pleasure to have Jenny LaRue here with us from Florida Alcohol and Drug Abuse Association and Floridians for Recovery. Jenny, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Anna. I am just honored to be here for sure. And I'm so grateful that I get to participate in this year's Hope-A-Thon, as I have seen firsthand what hope can do in communities throughout this state.
So Jenny, speaking of that, could you tell us a little bit more about yourself and what makes you so passionate about recovery?
Absolutely. Well, I am a woman in long-term recovery. I am also a mom of 2 of my 3 children who struggle with substance use. They have come in and out of the recovery process. And so I kind of think of myself as double dipper here, because not only am I in recovery, but it reminds me that substance use is a family disease, and that just because I've been engaged in recovery for a long time doesn't mean that my children aren't still suffering the effects of my active use. So I am passionate about what we're doing because I believe in recovery. I believe in the process of recovery. I believe that there is hope in recovery. I believe that that we're not supposed to talk about recovery as if it is a task. Recovery is a way of life. For me, for my husband, for my family, it's like everybody knows around me that I'm in recovery, and I get to be loud and proud about it. So that's kind of where the passion for recovery has come for me.
Absolutely. So I had the pleasure to develop a friendship with Jenny by volunteering with the Central Florida All-In for Florida project in Central Florida. So Jenny, could you tell the viewers a little bit more about the All-In for Florida project?
Oh, I would love to talk about that. So almost 3 years ago, the Florida Alcohol and Drug Abuse Association received a grant, a generous grant, I might add, from the Aetna Foundation. and yes, the insurance company. And they said, well, all right, there weren't a lot of RCOs, and the recovery movement wasn't really, from substance use, wasn't really strong in Florida. So they were willing to put their money where their mouth is, and they funded the hiring of me 3 years ago. And I didn't even know what an RCO was. I had no idea. And boy, I'll tell you what, I got to be a quick learn. And so I was tasked with creating recovery communities throughout the state of Florida. And for those of you who don't know, a recovery community is a nonprofit, 501c3, ran by persons with lived experience. Families are in recovery too, so families can be on a part of this process. The board of directors must be 51% a person with lived experience. It's grassroots. That means that FATA didn't go into the communities and said, you need to do this. I went into communities and said, this is an option. If you'd like to do it, I'll walk you through the process. And people like you, Anna, in Central Florida, were passionate about, yes, we want to do this. And I began to work with the group I've worked in 11 communities throughout the state of Florida. So,
Wow.
and of course, Central Florida was one of them.
Absolutely. So if someone wanted to have a better idea of, you said you've worked with 11 communities, correct?
Yes.
Someone wanted to have a good idea of what those 11 communities were or how to get connected to the different recovery community organizations. How could they go about doing that?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked me that. So what spawned out of that was the rebirth of Floridians for Recovery, which is Florida's statewide RCO. And our job is to help with advocacy and putting a face and a voice to the name of recovery. And so we now have a fully functional website, and it is www.floridiansforrecovery.org. And if you will go to RCOs, and you'll see a pull-down menu that says RCO Locator, and you can find any of them throughout the state. And most of them, if they don't have a website yet, have a Facebook page, and you can click on that, or there's a contact person with a phone number, and you can find out what kind of movement is happening in your community.
Fantastic. And actually, Jenny, as you know, we have two of the RCOs that you helped to develop as one of this year's recipients. We have Volusia Recovery Alliance and then Recovery Connections of Central Florida. And so, you know, I personally just want to express my gratitude to Jenny and the whole team, Linda and everyone that came behind developing those two and beyond that, because personally, as Anna Reed, as a family member in recovery, I see the value of what this truly means. You know, for me, being a family member in recovery means that I have many family and friends that I care about, some of which that are in recovery and some of which are still in active use. But I know that I have to work my own program as well. And so Jenny and the All In for Florida project and the different RCOs that are coming up and coming across the state will really make an impact. And Jenny, if for someone that, okay, they understand it's a recovery community organization and it's individuals that are coming together, but what are some of the things, I know every RCO looks a little different, but what would be some examples of what some of the RCOs take on? Like, what are some of the projects if someone was to join an RCO?
So the three tenets for an RCO are advocacy, education and training, and peer-to-peer work. So, for example, under peer-to-peer work, it might be that you hire and manage and supervise peers to go into the emergency rooms. So if someone has an overdose, there is a peer there, not only a clinician, whether it's a doctor, a nurse, or a social worker, but you also have someone with lived experience in the emergency room. Or you might do a career workshop to help people learn how to write a resume, dress for success. You might do something where you're going into the jail or the criminal justice system. And then advocacy would be where we begin to put the voice, this face and your face and all the faces that are involved in this Hope-A-Thon to all of our politicians so that we can begin to get laws changed about criminal background checks, about right to vote, putting the name with the face. I'm a person in recovery and I vote. That means that I'm paying attention to you and how you're and what your platform is as a politician. So that's the advocacy piece. And then of course, education and training is kind of like what I'm doing right now, is talking about what we're doing in the state of Florida and doing some leadership training as well.
Absolutely. And that education piece that you spoke of is exactly how I was able to better understand and be able to recognize my own voice as a family member in recovery, and recognizing that person-centered language is so important to help end the stigma. So thank you so much, Jenny. So now that we've kind of gone through some questions about the RCO, is there a message of hope that you would like to share with our viewers?
Oh my gosh. You know, as we listen to the news and we see people overdosing and dying and people getting robbed and, you know, all these awful things that are happening, and you see the pictures on TV that show somebody just living under a bridge or all disheveled. That's the message of hope, is that I lived in a van when I hit my bottom, and I no longer live in a van. And so I think the message of hope is that we don't ever have to live this way ever again, and that there is a choice. And recovery looks so different for everyone. Anna, you talk about being in recovery as a family member. I talk about being in recovery from a substance use disorder and as a family member. But we open the door and we create a space for everyone to be in recovery. And I think that that's the hope that comes out of this, is that there's a seat for everyone at the table, and we're creating a recovery epidemic instead of a substance use epidemic. And that's the hope for me.
Wow, I personally just got chills listening to you speak of that. So I hope that others, as you said, will recognize the importance of being able to find their voice, and recognizing that part of your voice can just be giving to the community, giving back through service work. So again, thank you so much, Jenny LaRue, for joining us for this year's Hope-A-Thon. We so appreciate you. I know you've had such a big impact, far beyond you'll ever know, and I'm just incredibly grateful for you. And so is there anything else or that you wanted to add, Jenny, or are we good to go? We're good, right?
We're good. I think we're good. You guys, thanks for having me. Thanks for doing this. You guys, Louie, you, all the others that are involved in this, you guys rock. I'm so proud of you guys. What an honor to be a part, just a small part of the work that you guys are doing. Rock on, man.
Awesome. Thank you, Jenny.
You're welcome.
Caroline, and I have a teenage son who's been struggling with addiction for the past several years. When I finally reached the end of my rope, I had exhausted all of the options that I could find. I was actually pretty hopeless of ever finding the right place for my son. I reached out to a family friend who introduced me to the Now Matters More Foundation, and everything changed. The resources, the recovery connections with the facilities throughout the United States, the time that Jack and Louis spent getting to know our situation. My son landed him in the right place in Northwest Arkansas, Teen Challenge Adventure Ranch, an incredible program, life-changing program, really. The transformation I've seen in my son, physically, spiritually, mentally, you can't put a price tag on that. So thanks to Now Matters More, my son is on the road to recovery. We found the right program, aftercare. I've never been more grateful in my life. I've heard don't quit 5 minutes for the miracle, and I found that to be absolutely true.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Trinity Phillips, the president of the Now Matters More Foundation. And I want to personally thank each and every single one of you for tuning in today for these wonderful messages of hope. Now, if you're watching this and you're wondering how you can get involved and make a contribution, you can go to nowmattersmore.org. That's nowmattersmore.org. Or you can go to thehope-a-thon.com. That's thehope-a-thon.com and hit the donate button to make a contribution. The second way you can get involved is you can text Now Matters to 31996. That's text Now Matters to 31996. Thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the show.
Hi everybody, my name is Tina and I am an addict. I am so glad to be on this Hope-A-Thon today, and I hope that it reaches many people throughout Central Florida and beyond. In support of it, I have written a couple of poems that I'd like to share with you. They catalog my addiction and my recovery. Writing poetry has been very important to me. It's been an inspirational way to help me stay sober, especially in difficult times. And I'm grateful that I have the words to be able to put them on paper like this. All right, well, I'll read the first one. It's called I Love You, I Hate You. Okay. I love you, I hate you, you once were so fun. You were my friend when I thought I had none. I could go anywhere and do anything so long as I had you within my reach. I love you, I hate you, look what you've done. You've stolen my future and taken my fun and twisted it into some sick little game that makes me to act in crazy ways. These rumors, they hurt me. They found out it's true. You showed them I'm using, and now they know too. Anxious I am and sneaky too, trying to hide it and pretend it's not true. My mind is splitting right in two. Should I keep using and hide my shame? Or should I surrender and end this game? I love you, I hate you, you've stolen my name. I know not who I am, and I am afraid. I'm broken and lost, and it's you that I blame. You don't care if you hurt me, you delight in my pain. I hurt all the time now. I need you today to block all my feelings and prevent my shame so I can go on just one more day. I love you, I hate you, I'm ending this game. I'm still here, don't you see me? I'm breathing again. I must let you go, I can't play your games. Say goodbye to it all, I have hope today. Days filled with light and facing my pain, I let it all go and I experienced grace. My master above who rescued me says, I am the one, come, follow me. I'll show you a way to a love that is true. Don't forget who I am, a father to you. I love you, I need you, this much is true. So love me and mean it, and you'll make it through. A day at a time is all I ask you. Stay present and see me in all that you do. Have faith and trust me, I won't fail you. I love you, I hate you, this much is true. Goodbye to using, I don't need you. That's my first poem. My second poem is entitled Obedience, and it is a conversation between Father God and one of his children, and I'll try to read it in such a way as you can tell who's speaking. All righty. My father said leave it, but I said no. I'll take it from here, please, let me go. My father said, listen, you just don't know the dangers that lurk when you take control. My child, can't you hear me? When I said no, it wasn't to punish, but it was to show. It's yours not to fight this war in your life. I'm here. Let me lead you to freedom from strife. You must understand the devil is real. Don't let him take you. You'll only know fear. The world, though it clamors and calls your name, you mustn't allow it space in your brain. I ran from my father, and I did as I pleased. I suffered much pain and agony. I continued to fight, to figure it out. Why can't I have it? My will, scream and shout. I want my way. I like it too much. I don't understand it. I want only enough that I might be satisfied and have some fun. But it isn't working. Why, I must give up and listen to him who speaks from above. My Father, please hear me. I've run amok. I've failed in my trying. My hopes come undone. I fear that I'm dying, but I'm just not done. Please let me listen just one more time. I promise I'll follow you as I'm blind. I know not the way, though I once thought I did. Oh, I was wrong, so to you I'll hold on. If you'll forgive me, I'll show you I can. Listen and follow all your commands. Maybe not perfect, but I will try. Thank you, dear Father, I need you this time. My son, welcome home. I'll always be near. Never give in and always hold dear my precious words. I'll take it from here. Thank you, guys. It has been a pleasure reading these poems to you. I hope they helped some people, and I hope that you all have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
I need a friend to walk along with me as I stumble on dark ground. Shine down, shine down, shine down. I need help to walk along as me, even if there's nothing wrong to see. Shine down, shine down, shine down. Reflect on what is weighing me on this journey I did not foresee. Shine down, shine down, shine down. Answers don't come easily. I don't know what hell is for me, so please shine down, shine down, shine down. Light the darkness underneath my way, see me to that brighter day. Let me see and hear and feel the way that see me to that brighter day. Shine down, shine down, shine down, shine down, shine down, shine down.
Hi Louie and everybody watching. My name is David Knight. I am the founder and executive director of M4W Inc., a Florida-based 501c3 that focuses on providing free aftercare services to victims of human trafficking. I want to say thank you to the Now Matters More Foundation and Orange County for allowing us to be one of the recipient organizations for today's fundraiser. My personal message of hope is that through today's 24 hours, we'll reach somebody's heart, somebody's home, somebody's hurt, and begin the healing process and transform them and allow them to live the life they were meant to live. Recovery is a word that is very easy to throw out there, but it's actually a grueling process of very difficult moments So 24 Hours of Hope is what's going to help somebody today push through a difficult moment. And if they see this message tomorrow, the day after, next year, I'm hoping and I am praying that it reaches hundreds and thousands more. For now, I just want to say thank you. And I'm going to start my recovery walk now.
Okay, so it's been about 3 hours, 2 hours and 45 minutes, and this is what ribs look like coming off the grill. Now, I'm going to do something that's a little trick. I'm going to drizzle some honey on these ribs, and then I'm going to wrap them and let them rest for about another hour. Now, this honey is actually from my son-in-law, who's from Egypt. So this is Egyptian honey, which is, it's really quite tasty. And so we just drizzle. We're going to drizzle a little more. And then I'll stack these on top of each other. And then we're gonna let them rest. That means I'm gonna put them in a cooler, wrapped in aluminum foil, like I said, for about an hour. What that's gonna do is it's gonna loosen up the bones so that when you go to cut them, they fall off the bone. Yeah, the way to tell if you've got a good rib is when you bite into it, you pull back a white bone. There's no meat left on it. But you don't want it to fall apart either. You want it to be firm enough to stay on the bone, but not so firm that it doesn't come off when you bite it. So that's our ribs. We're still cooking the briskets, and we'll update you on the briskets a little later. Thanks.
There certainly seems to be like an urban legend of what a so-called addict looks like. I found that they look like grandmothers, they look like teenagers.
You know, these aren't just people on the street that are drug addicts. These are real people that have stories. You know, no one is born a drug addict or born knowing they're going to become a drug addict. There's a story behind it. There's a way they got there.
My son became addicted from a legal pharmaceutical.
People don't realize that our family members, our kids, wives, brothers, our friends, people we grew up and went to high school with, these are the people that are overdosing. I think sometimes they look at it as an us versus them, when in fact we're not fighting against them. These are the victims here are people we know a lot of times, especially with the opioid world.
For us, we treat them like victims. We treat them with respect because we realize they're just like you and me.
The fear that I sometimes have when I think about this epidemic is how quickly we slid into it. It's going to take still some time and some work to get out of it. And my fear is that we'll forget and allow us another decade from now to go back into this. And I think if we all become familiar with this, it's less likely to happen.
Where do we go from here? I don't know. But hopefully we can figure this out together and figure it out soon. We don't have time to wait.
Go back and watch the previous 8 episodes of this series if you missed any, and you can learn more about efforts in Orange County to fight the opioid epidemic in our long-form documentary, It Impacts Us All, available on this channel or at itimpactsusall.com, where you can find local support resources and even a guide to set up your own screening of the documentary. The truth is, the opioid epidemic is our crisis, and it impacts us all regardless of class, race, or upbringing here in Florida and across the country.
Are you addicted to drugs? Narcotics Anonymous can help. If you are interested in Narcotics Anonymous and cannot make it to a physical meeting, or are wanting to experience the Fellowship of Recovering Addicts online, visit virtual-na.org to learn more about online meetings and meetings over the phone.
You're broken down and tired of living life on the merry-go-round. and you can't find a fighter, but I see it in you, so we gon' walk it out. Move mountains, we gon' walk it out and move mountains. And I'll rise up, I'll rise like the day. I'll rise up, I'll rise unafraid. I'll rise up, and I do it 1,000 times again. And I'll rise up, I like the waves. I'll rise up, in spite of the ache. I'll rise up, and I do it 1,000 times again. The silence isn't quiet, and it feels like it's getting hard to breathe. And I know you feel like dying, but I promise we'll take the world to its feet. Move mountains, bring it to its feet. Move mountains. And I'll rise up, I'll rise like the day. I'll rise up, I'll rise unafraid. I'll rise up, and I do it 1,000 times again. That we have each other, and for that we have each other, and we will rise, we will rise, we'll rise, we'll rise. I'll rise up, rise like the day. I'll rise up, in spite of the ache. I will rise 1,000 times again. And we'll rise up, I like the waves. We'll rise up, in spite of the ache. We'll rise up, and we'll do it 1,000 times again. Broken down and tired of living life on the merry-go-round, and you can't find a fighter, but I see it in you, so we gon' walk it out. Move mountains, we gon' walk it out and move mountains. And I'll rise up, I'll rise like the day. I'll rise up, I'll rise unafraid. I'll rise up, and I do it 1,000 times again. And I'll rise up, I like the waves. I'll rise up, in spite of silence isn't quiet, and it feels like it's getting hard to breathe. And I know you feel like dying, but I promise we'll take the world to its feet. Move mountains, bring it to its feet. Move mountains, and I'll rise up. I'll rise like the day. I'll rise up. I'll rise unafraid. I'll rise up, and I do it 1,000 times again. We have each other, and for that we have each other, and we will rise, we will rise, we'll rise, we'll rise. I'll rise up, rise like the day. I'll rise up in spite of the ache. I will rise 1,000 times again, and we'll rise up. I like the waves. We'll rise up in spite of the ache. We'll rise up, and we'll do it 1,000 times again.
If you have a drug problem, we can help. Contact Narcotics Anonymous at 407-425-5157. Relay for the Deaf, 800-955-8771 or orlandona.org.
¿Qué es la adicción? La adicción es una enfermedad, según la Organización Mundial de la Salud, OMS. ¿Qué es Narcóticos Anónimos? Narcóticos Anónimos es una confraternidad o asociación sin fines de lucro para hombres y mujeres para quienes las drogas se habían convertido en un problema muy grave. Somos adictos en recuperación y nos reunimos con regularidad para ayudarnos a no consumir drogas. En Narcóticos Anónimos no importa la raza, el sexo, la identidad sexual, el credo, la religión ni la falta de esta última para ser miembro. El único requisito para ser miembro de Narcóticos Anónimos es tener el deseo de dejar de consumir drogas. El programa de Narcóticos Anónimos surgió del programa de Alcohólicos Anónimos a finales de los años 40 en los Estados Unidos, realizándose las primeras reuniones a principios de los años 50. En la actualidad, Narcóticos Anónimos es una confraternidad auténticamente mundial. Nuestros folletos y libros están disponibles en más de 60 idiomas y se realizan reuniones semanales en más de 140 países. El mensaje de Narcóticos Anónimos es uno: Un adicto, cualquier adicto, puede dejar de consumir drogas, perder el deseo de consumirlas y descubrir una nueva forma de vida. El programa de Narcóticos Anónimos es de abstinencia completa del uso de todo tipo de drogas. Nos mantenemos sin consumir de a un día a la vez. Lo más importante es que funciona. En Narcóticos Anónimos no tenemos cuotas de inscripción ni se pagan honorarios. Nos mantenemos con nuestras propias contribuciones. ¿Qué hace Narcóticos Anónimos? Nuestro programa consiste en una serie de principios escritos de forma sencilla, a fin de poder seguirlos diariamente. Creemos que nuestro método es práctico, ya que el valor terapéutico de un adicto que ayuda a otro no tiene igual. En Narcóticos Anónimos se practica el principio del anonimato. De esta forma, aseguramos que los miembros puedan asistir libremente a las reuniones sin temor alguno. ¿Qué no hace Narcóticos Anónimos? Narcóticos Anónimos no está afiliada a ninguna otra organización, centros de tratamiento ni instituciones penitenciarias. No ofrece servicios de orientación vocacional, asesoramiento legal, financiero, psiquiátrico ni médico. Nuestra experiencia colectiva nos ha demostrado que las personas que asisten a nuestras reuniones con regularidad se mantienen limpias. Ponte en contacto con Narcóticos Anónimos.
My name is Louis Delgado. I'm a certified addictions professional. Basically what that means is I help people with drug and alcohol problems. I think what we all really need to understand, to be honest with you, is the fact that we're all prone and ready to be dependent to opioids. We all have opiate receptor sites. And since we all have opiate receptor sites, that means any one of us that start taking any type of opiate, and basically what I'm talking about is pain pills, any kind of pain pill, then if we take it for a long enough period of time, based on, you know, what kind of real illness or real pain you might be experiencing, then you can become dependent upon that opiate. Now, that doesn't mean you're going to be addicted to it, but that does mean that you could become dependent to it. It's easy. You know, I get asked a lot, like, God, I would never do heroin. People go, oh, I would never do heroin. How could anyone ever do that? See, if you've never been in a situation where it's right there in front of you and you're suffering something that feels so horrible, and you know if you just touch that, if you just taste that, that bad feeling, that horrible feeling you're experiencing goes away. Please don't prejudge anyone that's suffering any kind of use disorder, especially an opiate use disorder that's so not only so very painful physically, but it's so painful psychologically because the dirtiness that's attached to it, the stigma that's attached to it. And when you already feel, wow, I'm already at the bottom barrel, I'm already at the worst possible drug I could ever do, then you start forgetting that there's any hope out there. And you start feeling like there's absolutely no way I can ever recover from this, but you can absolutely recover from this. People recover from opiate use disorder every day. What I would like to tell you is that we do recover. That's the biggest and best message I ever could tell you. We do recover. Remission is not only possible, it's right there. It's right there.
Hi, my name's Zach, and last year you may have seen my video at the Central Care Mission breakfast. This is what my life has been like this past year. Back in 2017, I had a major relapse in my life. It affected my family, my wife, who was pregnant at the time, and the relapse caused a lot of devastation in my life. It almost tore the family completely apart.
The scariest day of my life, December 12th of 2017, he had an overdose, and I was the one who found him. And we have our 3-month-old son, who, God, was sleeping at the time because it gave me the opportunity to perform CPR until the paramedics got there. And they didn't think they were getting him back. And I'm facing the reality of I'm going to be a single mom. And I wasn't prepared for this. We get through that. He comes back. We try and make a plan, but it just kept sliding down the slope.
During my time at Central Care Mission, I had a year to work on myself and develop my relationship with God. which had dwindled nearly to nothing before I had gotten there. I was able to have opportunities to read my Bible, pray, meditate, whatever I needed to kind of get focused on God and how He was shaping my life and how He was going to change everything in my life, which He did.
Over the year that he was in Central Care Mission and going through his recovery phase, we were both working on ourselves.
While I was there, I got to explore fitness, which was somewhat new to me at the time, but it became such a passion and a hobby. Because I was there for over a year, I was able to develop very, very close relationships with some of these guys. I know the struggle, and I know that our support amongst each other is so vital. Thank you, Lord, for today and for the time that we got to. This past year, me and my wife have been growing together as a couple. We have started taking marriage counseling like soon after I left the mission, and it has done wonders for our marriage. We are stronger spiritually, emotionally, we understand each other better. Since I left Central Care, I have also attended school to get my journeyman's in electrical. I've taken my fitness outside of Central Care since I graduated, and I got a membership at 24 Hour Fitness. It's not even something that I struggle with. It's just such a part of who I am now. It's become very routine and very much a part of who I am today. I want to ask you, what has been your greatest memory since I've left the mission?
It's a lot. It's been the times together as a family. The times that Zayden will run to you from the other room and be like, "Daddy, Daddy," and the excitement, and I love seeing him grow up with you around in the way that you grow as a father with him, and I can't wait to see more of that. I can't wait to see where we are a year from now, 5 years from now, like while we're at it, 50 years from now. Like, that's the dream.
Hi, I'm Charlotte. I'm from the Veterans Mental Health Council. And I want to welcome you to the Hope-A-Thon. It's important for you to know that there is hope. Recovery is possible. It may take some work, but it is possible. Reach out to your providers, reach out to your family and your friends, and reach out to your community. Everyone wants you to succeed. But never, never lose hope.
But only in my dream. I feel you near me, though you're further than it seems. And I can hear your belly laughing in a distant memory. I remember the crossroads where I signed that dotted line. Made a great deal of trouble for the promise you'd be mine. But somewhere in that tiny writing, it wasn't till the end of time. time. Reason for leaving, what our conscience every day. Season for grieving, never knowing what to say. Is there something out there, baby, begging you to stay? I can see you clearly. Oh, I can feel you near me. And I can hear your belly laughing. I hear your belly laughing.
Greetings to everyone who's participating in the Orange County Treatment Committee's Virtual Recovery Walk and Hope-A-Thon. Hi, I'm Ray Larson, and I'm Senior Vice President of Strategic Impact at the Heart of Florida United Way. And on behalf of the Heart of Florida United Way and 211, we're proud to celebrate recovery in our community. You know, 211 is often at the beginning of the crisis support and connecting to resources in our community. It's inspiring to be part of continuing to be involved in the ongoing support of our recovery community. Heart of Florida United Way and 211 will continue to always be available 24 hours, 7 days a week, whether someone just needs someone to talk to during a rough day or need to be connected to resources in the community. Thank you to everyone for all that you do and how you make our community a better place.
My name is Cindy. So we lost our Kyle 4 years ago now, and he got an opioid at 15 for a shoulder injury, and it opened up addiction in him. And we didn't know what was happening to him because we were told the drugs were safe. It changed him very quickly, but he was still playing his football through high school, so he fought back this addiction. But as soon as he didn't get the scholarship he wanted, addiction took him over. The stigma of shame caused him to go into the bad neighborhoods to get the bad drugs, because he would go to a party and he would have a beer or maybe smoke a joint, I don't know. But his friends never saw him doing the heavy drugs, because that's what shame can do. It makes you go hide in the darkness instead of being able to come out to people and say, I'm really in deep, I need help. Judgment and the stigma of addiction holds most people back from getting help. It makes me so sad to think of the pain that he lived in, from the shame that he felt from the stigma of addiction, which came from a legal pharmaceutical, from a very good doctor who had been lied to as well by the pharmaceutical companies. And now my son is gone, and my mission in life is to make sure other families get the information before this happens. It's not a character flaw that gets you addicted to these pharmaceuticals. They're very addictive. I want you to know that when you encounter somebody on the street, or your friend's son, or your friend, or your loved one, this is not who they want to be. This is not a choice for them anymore. They are now in the active disease of addiction, and they need to be rescued. I just feel like when we come out of this COVID thing, we're gonna look back at this and what did we do to help these people? Did we judge them, or did we help them?
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Trinity Phillips, the president of the Now Matters More Foundation. And I want to personally thank each and every single one of you for tuning in today for these wonderful messages of hope. Now, if you're watching this and you're wondering how you can get involved and make a contribution, you can go to nowmattersmore.org. That's nowmattersmore.org. Or you can go to thehopeathon.com. That's thehopeathon.com. hope-a-thon.com and hit the donate button to make a contribution. The second way you can get involved is you can text Now Matters to 31996. That's text Now Matters to 31996. Thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the show.
So my name is Madison. I'm 27 years old. I have been in recovery for 8 consecutive years. I had hairline fracture to part of my rib and my back. I was prescribed 3 different types of painkillers. That was my first experience with abusing painkillers. I didn't have a horrible childhood, nothing, I had a wonderful family. I have a wonderful family, supportive, everything. And I don't know why, those pills made me feel so good, but they did. When I was in active addiction, I was so angry. I mean, I can't even explain the amount of anger that I felt in my body. And I don't think I had laughed in 3 years, that true happiness laughter. And so when I first got sober, the first 6 months in recovery, I was still in treatment. I went to long-term treatment. I started finding myself noticing that I was cracking up. That's something that was said in treatment that was just hilarious. And I was so blessed to go to rehab with some of the most incredible women I've ever met in my life. And they're still my friends to this day. And when I met all of these girls in treatment, I was surrounded by people who were like, we love you. And this idea that I'm lovable and I'm worth recovery and I'm not a bad person and I have a disease. And this is not a failure. This is just a situation I have to figure out how to overcome, because this is so important. Because even if this whole little video or whatever it's called helps one person, then that's one more person that's not going to suffer in silence, because we're having this dialogue. So let's talk.
Hi everyone, I'm Lindsay Bettis, and here with me today to celebrate Recovery Month and the upcoming 20th anniversary of the Recovery Walk is Dr. Robertson. Thank you so much for joining me today, and I'm excited to have you.
Thanks for having me, Lindsay. It's really a pleasure to be able to participate in the Recovery Walk one more year.
Absolutely, and so what I would love for everyone watching to know is a little bit about yourself and your experience participating in the Recovery Walk, why you got started with it and everything like that.
Okay, great. Just so that you know, I'm originally, I like to say, a refugee from New York. I started out working in alcohol and drug issues at Bronx Psychiatric Center in the Bronx in the 1970s, and have seen the progress in treatment just proliferate across the country, so that while there's tremendous stigma left, that it has really changed since the days that I started. And on moving to Florida, this was about 2002, the commitment to alcohol and drug issues continued. My work had been as a director of an alcohol and drug center in both in the Bronx and upstate New York, assistant director in the Bronx and director in a small town in upstate New York. And when I moved here to Florida, I continued working with a national nonprofit, the National Black Alcoholism Council, and did that for about 10 years, and left that and re-entered private practice, because I'd always been a licensed psychologist from the time when I was practicing in New York. My commitment to recovery is actually seeing the incredible process that many individuals in recovery go through, to see individuals come in beat, broken, and just depressed, and seeing individuals put their lives together with the help of dedicated professionals to a point where it is just incredible to see the growth, and to know that those individuals, from becoming a potential liability to the community, then become a valuable asset. And in terms of the Recovery Walk, for me, it's a continuous celebration of the possibilities of recovery, and a reminder that treatment does work, that recovery does work, and that we really should continue the work, not give up, but to continue progressing each year. Okay.
Absolutely. And recovery is such an amazing thing, like you were saying. And I love seeing that them going from, they think they're in the darkest place ever, to being in so many years of recovery. And I'm glad that we're able to celebrate that this year at this upcoming walk, even though it might be a little different.
Exactly.
So were there any moments during your years participating in the walk that have stuck with you to this day? Any special memories?
Oh yeah, there are too many to actually recount, but on being notified of this interview, I actually found 2 of the early T-shirts from the recovery walk. I hope I can. I don't know how well this will show up on the screen, but this was one of. I don't know if you can see it well.
A step in the name of love.
Yeah.
Is that what it says?
Yeah.
3rd annual recovery walk.
Right.
That's
okay.
awesome.
And these are some of the sponsors. And just to let you know, there were actually, back at that time, at least 2 recovery walks in Orlando. There was one that the coalition had sponsored, and that there was one that another coalition of African-American individuals in recovery and ourselves as the Multicultural Addictions Network had sponsored. The reason for that is that often in the early days, and this is the early 2000s, many individuals from the African-American community, for whatever reason, would not participate often in the recovery walk that had started, I think probably about 2 to 3 years earlier. So we decided, in order to bring the Black community out particularly, and other minority communities, to start a second walk. Over the years, as individuals participated in that walk, we decided, and I think this may have been about 2009 or 2010, to combine the 2. And so we combined them and had the walks for several years in Barnett Park. When that grew to, I think one year we had over 400 individuals participating, then the thought was we needed to bring it to more of a visible site. The other thing that occurred, and I think this is critical during this time, is that the divide between the African-American community in recovery and the larger community in recovery, that gap was being lessened. And so that now with the current walk, that it truly is multicultural, where we're seeing individuals from all walks of life, and I like to say from PhDs and MDs to no Ds who have gone through recovery, being able to mutually walk, in the effort to promote and make the recovery visible. And just so that you know, we originally were a walk and run, okay? However, over the years, because many of the older folks in recovery and us as some of the organizers began to say, we better keep to walking instead of running, okay? So we still carry on the tradition, but as the time has, mandated, we've shifted with the times. So when you talk about treasured memories, there are so many, but again, the essential thing has been seeing individuals who have gone through recovery, who've had from one-day recovery all the way to, I think we had someone who had nearly 30 years in recovery. So that's been the joy, and that's what's kept me involved.
That's amazing. And I know those shirts must hold so many memories for you to keep them through all these years. And as someone who it's going to be my first year participating, I know that I'm going to keep my shirts now and look back on the memories and see how special this walk was. And I'm glad that you've been there so many years to kind of see the progression of this walk and to see where we are now.
Yes.
And I was wondering if you had any stories of hope. Were you able to get anyone into treatment or encourage anybody into recovery through this walk?
Oh my goodness. Well, I hope I won't take too long with this, but as I told you, my professional, growing up was in New York. Well, when I moved to Florida, I was given a message by phone with someone who called me with a very gravelly voice who said, Miss B told me I better get in touch with you. And so I said, well, I better find out who this guy is because he sounded like he might be one of the folks that somebody hires to do things or what to do. Well, anyhow, I met him. This guy, his name was Eric, and he's now unfortunately deceased. But he had come to the recovery walk because he had many years in recovery himself. Spoke at the walk, and what we found is that someone that was at the walk talked to me a bit later and said, listen, I know that I need to do something. I don't know where to go. We were able to refer that person into recovery at what was then the Center for Drug-Free Living. They successfully completed the program, got involved in NA, and I want to say that that's been one of the essential components to the walk all along, the 12-step group. Continued on in NA, started sponsoring individuals, and has brought individuals out to the walk for many years. Some folks in recovery may know so I'll leave it as that. But that has been a one of the joys in recovery. The same person, Eric, I had not realized had been a sponsee of someone who I had in treatment many years before in New York. And Eric was able to tell me that this individual who I had treated, who I didn't know the story after he got through our treatment at Bronx State Hospital, Bronx Psychiatric, went back to school, got a bachelor's degree, went on to Hunter College, which had, in New York is one of the top schools for social work and many other things, and became one of the main EAP or employee assistance counselors for the New York the U.S. Postal Service in New York. Okay, so and there's so many other stories like that I could share with you, but I know that we'd be here until midnight with me telling you those stories.
Right, but I'm so glad to hear that you do have so many, and we're hoping to create so many more stories of hope through the Recovery Walk and Hope-A-Thon this year. And so to wrap things up, are there any final words you have in honor of Recovery Month or anything that you want to share to people that are going to be watching this interview?
Yes, the basic message is that one, treatment works, whatever that treatment is, be it 12-step or whatever way that someone gets into recovery. As someone said that there are as many paths into recovery as you can think of, but there are, to me, one goal, and that is, both sobriety, and long-term recovery. And so, just to sum it up, I stay committed. I hope that our providers and the individuals who are in recovery who hear this will stay committed to that, and to know that as alcohol and drug issues I believe are equal opportunity diseases, also recovery is an equal opportunity process. Okay, so that's what I'd like to share.
Wonderfully said, and thank you so much for everything that you do to help people to recover and for the whole community. And we're looking forward to working with you in the future and at the recovery walk. So thank you once again so much.
Okay, thank you again, Lindsay. Okay.
All righty, take care. We'll see you soon.
Okay, bye-bye now.
Bye.
Hello, everybody. Louis Delgado here with you, the street certified dope doctor and founder of the Now Matters More Foundation. During these challenging times, it's been amazing to see how our community has come together. And first, we would like to tell you that we are still here to care about you and to help you with any needs that you have in regards to addiction and finding recovery. Today, we're excited to announce a 30-day campaign with a great partner, Express Feedback for Good. The goal is for this community to come together and generate over $10,000 for the Now Matters More Foundation and our other nonprofit partners that are part of the Hope-A-Thon. Express Feedback for Good is really awesome and totally free, and it's a good way that you can help ensure that we can continue our efforts of treatment verification, treatment scholarships, and that our advocacy for you continues. Your name is not being sold to anyone. It's not part of a list. It's totally safe and secure. Once you're signed up, every time you go share a brand opinion, you will generate dollars to help us fight addiction and mental health challenges. So join me and thousands of other supporters in this unique opportunity for impact. Keep watching to learn how Express Feedback for Good works.
Introducing Express Feedback for Good from 100X, an exciting new way for your opinions to create financial impact for a cause you're passionate about at over $100 per hour. Our emoji-based process makes sharing your opinions fast and easy. You create $2 of impact each time you give quality feedback, and the more feedback you share, the more financial impact you can create. So come join us. We can't wait to hear from you.
And that's what it's all about. That's exactly what it's all about. It's all the kinds of messages that we've been watching. Hopefully you've been enjoying this Hope-A-Thon. It's I don't even know how many hours we've been on. I think it's been 8 hours. We've been 8 hours strong. We still have many more to go. I'm not going to do the math right now because I'm kind of delusional at this point. No, I'm not. But it's 24 hours of this, the Hope-A-Thon. It's Independence Day. It's finally here. It's beautiful. And if you notice, I'm still here, but I got a new person here with me, and it's Anna Reed. Anna Reed from Florida Recovery Schools of Central Florida.
You got it. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. I still haven't convinced you to change that name.
You know, there's a reason the name is there, but that's a story for another time, probably.
Yes, I've already talked about it. Yeah. I don't know if you
caught
I
it.
heard.
I heard.
Last night.
Oh, yeah.
All right,
I was tuning in.
Just a little bit. I had to talk about it. I knew you couldn't do anything about it because you weren't here.
Yes.
So I knew I could talk a little smack.
It's all good.
But anyway, so those of you that don't know, Anna is tremendously helpful in what we did so far. This is awesome, man. You did a lot of good work.
We did a lot of good work.
Yes, we did.
You know,
we did.
And the community really stood up and helped us get all these videos. I mean, it's just phenomenal. I remember, Louis, when we were talking about it at the treatment committee.
Right.
And I actually this morning at 5 o'clock I said to my husband, yeah, what do we have to lose? It's just a couple hours of sleep. Well, at 5 this morning, it didn't feel just like a couple hours of sleep.
Well, full disclosure, you know, when this all came up and the time thing, and it was like, well, when do you want to have it? And I go, I want to go midnight to midnight. And, You know, definitely Anna didn't want to do midnight to midnight. Anna goes to bed like at 8:30 p.m. or something like that.
That's right.
And so I said, don't worry about Anna. Anna, don't worry about it. You could be asleep. You don't have to be there at the beginning. Anna, you just come in the morning, you know, when it starts. And she goes, okay. Well, who do you think did all the Zoom things last night when we had Dr. Rob on, when we had Dusty on? It was Anna at home in her PJs doing Zoom.
Yeah, laying on the couch in between,
Yeah.
but it was good. It's good, you know. I said I'm channeling my inner 20-some-year-old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it wouldn't be normal to me be here at Orange TV and not like frustrate people. So it was beautiful that I was able to frustrate you. Now you got a little piece of it.
Yeah.
Of what it's like to work around me. That's
Thanks
awesome.
a lot.
Man.
Thanks
but
a lot.
you know you're enjoying it. You know you're loving it. This is the Hope-A-Thon. I mean, look, you know, have you been watching the videos? Are they all cool?
It's amazing.
To watch them all in succession and to watch the way it's playing out is beautiful. The staff here has been amazing. Orange TV is awesome. Thank you very much to Orange County. And the big person, obviously, that we're going to thank is going to be speaking in a few minutes.
Yeah.
And so we're going to kick this recovery walk off. So first of all, you've been to how many recovery walks? Because I've been at all of them, all 21. It's been 20. This is a 20th anniversary. So now it's time to talk recovery walk. So now we did some interviews, we did some videos, we did some movies, but now at 8 o'clock, we said now is going to be some recovery walk time. So we're going to watch people walk. So some of you out there, if you wondered, now this was originally supposed to be done in Recovery Month, by the way, in September, but we had to put it off. You know, COVID moves everything around this year. COVID moves everything around. This is no different. So now we're at November 14th, but that doesn't mean that you can't still walk. So what we're going to ask you to do is if this inspires you to go take a walk outside or even just walk around your house and strut. You could strut, you could skip, you could do whatever kind of walk you do. But we're going to show you what people did for our recovery walk here in Central Florida. And so we're going to be kicking it off very shortly. But it's our 20th anniversary. So that's hard to believe, by the way, that it's 20 years of recovery walks here in Central Florida. So how many have you been a part of?
Well, you know, I think my very first one was in 2011. So
right, that's quite a while.
That's like 9 years.
Good.
9 years.
Yeah, 9 years of recovery. That's pretty much. So what is the one thing? Now, see, I'm going to do Lindsay's job. See, Lindsay interviewed you. I saw that interview. So I'm going to ask you some of the same questions. Like, so what is your best memory so far of recovery walks, and why do you keep coming back to the recovery walks? Because you're not in recovery.
No.
So you're like Trinity. You're like our president. He's not in recovery yet, is all in.
Yeah, well, you know, I consider myself a recovery ally and also a family member in recovery, because for me, I have many family and friends that are in recovery, but then some that are still in active use. Right. And so I see the value in having a recovery program in place, and I work my own recovery program as a family member in recovery. But, you know, as far as the walk goes, the biggest thing that's, you know, inspiring to me, oh yeah, that's awesome. It's an exciting day to just pause and celebrate recovery.
Right.
And that's what today's all about. You know, we get caught up in...
Look at all the great moments.
I know. And one of my favorite moments is when Carol was up on stage dancing. So I don't know if that'll be one of the pictures.
Though.
Yeah.
But see, that's every year, and she's going to come in later. Carol Burkett's going to come in later. She probably thought she got away from this when she stopped being the director of the Orange County Drug Free Coalition, but she's not. So we still have her because now she's with the mayor's office, who the mayor is the reason we're allowed to be here in the first place. Orange County mayor, that is. So it's cool to have her come on. So I'm going to tell her that your favorite moments are dancing, because my favorite moments, Carol, are always dance. She gets into it, man.
I was so impressed with her salsa dancing. I mean, it's pretty amazing. It inspired me to maybe want to try to learn, but haven't picked it up yet. 9 years later.
Yeah, she likes to make fun of me because I don't know how to do any formal dancing, the ballroom style.
Mm-hmm.
So she's like, "Oh my God, I can't believe you don't know how to dance." And I said, "Well, I didn't dance with people like that." Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? But I am Latino, but you know, perdóname, señorita. But that's just the way it is. But yeah, I love looking at all these old footage when we were putting this all together, and you see all these memories of the walks. You know, and there's many more, by the way. I mean, we could have dug further.
Mm-hmm.
We could have dug a lot further, but you know, there's so many memories. And then Lindsay even interviewed Bob Pickerel. I know you probably never met Bob Pickerel.
No, not in person, just through virtually. Yeah.
Yeah, but so now it's time to
have you ever walked or ran in the recovery walk?
Wow, that was a good question. How did you know to ask that question?
Well, because I was thinking of the memory that I have the year I decided to run.
You walked? Oh, you ran it?
Oh yeah, it was a year that it was like you could walk, you could run, and I was like, I'm gonna run, and it was the year it poured down rain at Barnett Park.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about.
And I remember I came home with my medal because, you know, everybody got a medal. Everybody got a medal.
Well,
and I came home, I told my children that I had won the race.
Oh, that's hilarious.
And they believed me. So then I had to be truthful and say I didn't win, I came in second place. And so, you know, to this day, I think they think I'm a runner.
Well, you are. You ran it.
In my
you
heart.
are a runner.
Yeah, in my heart.
You may
yeah.
not be a winning runner.
That's true.
But you're a runner. But to answer your question, I no. I think I walked it once.
Yeah.
I've actually only...
Well, you're busy doing so many things.
No, I like it because you look at me with that look like I knew it.
I knew. I did know. I had a feeling anyways.
All right. Well, you know, all right. So you outed me. All right. So I haven't walked it or ran it, but I've been at every walk and I've hosted so many of them. And you know what? Thank you. That was a good one, Andy. I owe you for that. But right now, let's go to the man that makes this all possible for us. Our Orange County Mayor is going to kick off the recovery walk portion of this Hope-A-Thon. Mayor Jerry L. Demings.
Hello, I'm Orange County Mayor Jerry Demings. Each year, millions of Americans recover from substance abuse addiction. During the first Hope-A-Thon, this is our time to honor those in recovery and provide a path forward for those struggling with substance abuse addiction. During these challenging times, we have quickly learned to adapt to a virtual environment to stay connected. Whether it's working with our behavioral health partners or recovery support groups, services are available for those in need. Over the next 24 hours, the Orange County Drug-Free Coalition, the Now Matters More Foundation, and treatment partners in the community will provide vital information to navigate the treatment system we rely on. It's the word hope that lifts people up in what can be some of their darkest days. I've seen firsthand what addiction can do to someone's life and their family. I ask that you join our community to end dependence to addiction and connect people on a path to recovery.
If you have a drug problem, we can help. Contact Narcotics Anonymous at 407-425-5157. Relay for the Deaf, 800-955-8771 or orlandona.org.
Hey everybody, this is Sing the Songwriter.
Whereas behavioral health is an essential part of health and one's overall wellness, and whereas preventing and overcoming mental and or substance use disorders is essential to achieving healthy lifestyles, both physically and emotionally. And whereas we must increase awareness and understanding of the substance use and co-occurring disorders and encourage individuals in the need of treatment and recovery services to seek help, as we celebrate individuals living their lives in recovery and recognize the dedicated workers who make it possible. Whereas in 2018, approximately 20.3 million people aged 12 and older had a substance use disorder related to their use of alcohol or illicit drugs in the past year, including 14.8 million people who had an alcohol use disorder and 8.1 million people who had an illicit drug use disorder, according to the 2018 National Survey on Drug Use and Health. And whereas given the serious nature of this public health problem, we must continue to reach millions more who need help. Now, therefore, we do hereby proclaim the month of September 2020 as National Recovery Month in Orange County, Florida, and encourage all citizens to join the Voices to Recovery. Together we are stronger, connecting one to another.
Hello, Louie, and everyone watching this year's 24-hour Hope-A-Thon. I just finished up my virtual recovery walk and decided to treat myself to a sugar-free coffee from Starbucks. And I just wanted to take a moment to share a message of hope with you all. And that message comes from a space of being a recovery ally and a family member in recovery. And what that means for me is that I have many family and friends that have struggled with substance use disorder, some of which that are in recovery and some of which that are not. And I've seen firsthand the joy that comes with being in recovery. And I listen to what individuals that are in recovery need, and I advocate for those services to be available. In addition, you know, I haven't personally lived with substance use disorder, but I've had other personal struggles that I've had to go through, such as, you know, before the age of 18, I had experienced 9 adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs, as many of us know them. I have struggled with anxiety and depression, and for 13 years, I had an eating disorder that I felt very shameful about. I was very secretive about. But now I get to live in a whole new normal, and I get to share and serve others through my experiences. I recognize that so many of us go through our struggles alone. I know I did. I didn't really share what I was going through while I was going through it. But now I'm on the other side, and not every day is sunshine and roses. But it certainly is. It certainly is more. It becomes easier when we allow for those that care about us and that we care about to come alongside us. My recovery plan includes making sure that I continue to see a good counselor. Every good counselor has a good counselor. In addition to that, I try my hardest to make sure that I am continuing to have grow in my relationship with my religious belief system, and, you know, grow with God. I have a great support system. I have individuals call me out when I need to be called out. I take time to enjoy the small things like a sugar-free coffee from Starbucks. And you know, the biggest thing that I want to send as a message of hope is that if I can do it, you can do it. I'm not any better than you. And I know that you are worthy of joy and love and happiness. So if you're hurting today, I encourage you to reach out to those of us that have, you know, that we've experienced hurts as well. And we are here for you. We love you. It doesn't have to be so hard if you're going through something. And I just pray that this message finds you in health and happiness. And please continue to share our Hope-A-Thon with your family and your friends. You just never know when they may hear a message that allows for them to take that step to reach out for help. So thank you so much for joining us. And again, I'm just so incredibly grateful to be a part of this year's 24-hour Hope-A-Thon and the virtual recovery walk. Bye now.
It's a real pleasure to be able to participate in the National Alcohol and Drug Recovery Month. And as you'll see, myself and my staff, you know, and students are here, and we're participating in this virtual walk so that this is going to be our contribution to the effort. If there's some background noise, this is the landscape crew that is out in our neighborhood park. So I'm hoping I don't lose any sound as we're going through this. At any rate, my name is Dr. John Robertson, and I am the clinical director at Robertson and Associates. We're a psychological services company, and we also are the Multicultural Addictions Network. And that network serves to provide community education in alcohol issues, drug issues, mental health, and our special dedication is to HIV/AIDS education. We're located here in Orlando, and we serve a multicultural population that ranges, I'd like to say in our informal logo or slogan of serving everyone from no PhDs to MDs to no Ds. We provide services on a fee-for-service basis, and we have a sliding scale that depends on the individual's income.
Hi, my name is Kathy Meeks. I am a marriage and family therapist, board certified sex therapist, clinical sexologist. I work with primarily families and couples who are experiencing difficulties. And I use different interventions. Cognitive behavioral therapy is the main one that I use. And of course, for people who have trauma, deep trauma, I use brain spotting and hypnotherapy to help them to work through their issues. The goal really is to help families and individuals function at a better level.
Hi, my name is Vanessa Mejias. I'm a licensed mental health counselor. I specialize in trauma, and I'm a certified trauma professional. I utilize EMDR and hypnotherapy along with CBT and DBT. I work primarily with children and adolescents, and including young adults.
Good morning. I'm Latasha Williams. I'm a registered mental health counseling intern, and I utilize CBT and DBT, among other interventions, to aid in helping those that are wanting to decrease their symptoms of depression, anxiety, or manage their ADHD. And I wish you all well.
Hi, I am a student. I am a counseling intern with Walden University. Right now, my main focus is working with children, young adults, and adolescents. And currently my focus intervention is DBT.
Hi, my name is Edmi. I'm the Administrative Assistant at Robertson and Associates Psychological Services. I welcome you to our office, and I also help you prepare for your sessions to meet with your clinicians.
My name is Kendra. I'm the office manager at Robertson and Associates, and I pretty much welcome everyone with a warm smile. I mainly deal in billing, so that won't be a hassle trying to get you in and make this process as smooth as possible.
And we'd hope to have some of our MCAN volunteers out here with us, but again, we had to put this together very quickly. So we just want to wish everyone success in their recovery. And I'm just going to count down to 3. And we're going to start with 3, 2, 1. We are Robertson and Associates Psychological Services and
We support National
Recovery Month. Thank you, everyone. Success on the virtual walk, and we hope that we'll be walking for real next year. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi, this is Wendy, and this is Dude. And we're wishing everybody a very happy recovery walk today. We've been walking for many years together, and it's going to be a great walk, and we want to wish you well wherever you are in your recovery. You can do it. Good job. Have a great walk. Bye.
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 watching. It's Sophia Delgado here from Sarasota, Florida. I'm currently in Tampa and happy to be part of the Hope-A-Thon and Virtual Recovery Walk 2020. I chose to participate in this year's Hope-A-Thon because I believe that sometimes hope is all we have and all we can hold on to, especially in times of uncertainty, in times like these where we don't know what's to come. It's really important to stay strong and keep hope because sometimes that's all we have.
You're giving me a million reasons to let you go. You're giving me a million reasons to quit the show. You're giving me a million reasons. Give me a million reasons. Giving me a million reasons. About a million reasons. If I had a highway, I would run for the hills. If you could find a dry way, I'd forever be still. You're giving me a million reasons. Give me a million reasons. Giving me a million reasons. About a million reasons. I bow down to pray. Try to make the world seem better. Lord, show me the way to cut through all this worn out weather. I got 100 million reasons to walk away, but baby, I just need one good one to stay. Head stuck in a cycle, I look off and I stare. It's like that I've stopped breathing but completely aware. You're giving me a million reasons. Give me a million reasons. Giving me a million reasons. About a million reasons. And if you say something that you might even mean, it's hard to even fathom which parts I should believe. Cause you're giving me a million reasons. Give me a million reasons. Giving me a million reasons. About a million reasons. I bow down to pray. Try to make the world seem better. Lord, show me the way to cut through all this worn out leather. I got 100 million reasons to walk away. Baby, I just need one good one to stay. Baby, I'm bleeding, bleeding. Can't you give me a good one, good one, good one when I bow down to pray? Try to make the world seem better. Lord, show me the way to cut through all this worn out leather. I got 100 million reasons to walk away, but baby, I just need one good one, good one. Tell me that you'll be the good one, good one. Baby, I just need one good one to stay.
Please remember to share this stream with everyone you know. Everyone knows someone who's suffering, and this could be just what they need to make that call. Please visit thehopeathon.com to help us reach our financial goals so that more people can get the help they need. Thank you. Now back to you in the studio, Louie. It's time for me to walk.
Hi Louie and everyone watching. This is Vicki Garner of Kaya Health and More Medical Group. I want to give a message of hope to all of you out there watching today that recovery is possible and treatment does work. If you are struggling or you see a family member struggling, please remember that you can get help and it is possible to recover from your addiction. I've seen so many families struggling in my career that have lost hope and think that their loved one will never come back to them. Well, it does work and it does happen. Please don't give up hope on your loved one, and please remember that treatment will work. Don't ever give up hope. Love, support, and treatment are the answers to your problems. Please remember to help the Walk-A-Thon today and give what you can to help them reach their financial goals. Back to you, Louie.
Hello, Louie, and everyone watching this year's 24-hour Hope-A-Thon. I just finished up my virtual recovery walk and decided to treat myself to a sugar-free coffee from Starbucks. And I just wanted to take a moment to share a message of hope with you all. And that message comes from a space of being a recovery ally and a family member in recovery. And what that means for me is that I have many family and friends that have struggled with substance use disorder, some of which that are in recovery and some of which that are not. And I've seen firsthand the joy that comes with being in recovery. And I listen to what individuals that are in recovery need, and I advocate for those services to be available. In addition, you know, I haven't personally lived with substance use disorder, but I've had other personal struggles that I've had to go through, such as, you know, before the age of 18, I had experienced 9 adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs, as many of us know them. I have struggled with anxiety and depression, and for 13 years, I had an eating disorder that I felt very shameful about. I was very secretive about. But now I get to live in a whole new normal, and I get to share and serve others through my experiences. I recognize that so many of us go through our struggles alone. I know I did. I didn't really share what I was going through while I was going through it. But now I'm on the other side, and not every day is sunshine and roses. But it certainly is. It certainly is more. It becomes easier when we allow for those that care about us and that we care about to come alongside us. My recovery plan includes making sure that I continue to see a good counselor. Every good counselor has a good counselor. In addition to that, I try my hardest to make sure that I am continuing to have grow in my relationship with my religious belief system, and, you know, grow with God. I have a great support system. I have individuals that will call me out when I need to be called out. I take time to enjoy the small things like a sugar-free coffee from Starbucks. And you know, the biggest thing that I want to send as a message of hope is that if I can do it, you can do it. I'm not any better than you. And I know that you are worthy of joy and love and happiness. So if you're hurting today, I encourage you to reach out to those of us that have, you know, that we've experienced hurts as well. And we are here for you. We love you. It doesn't have to be so hard if you're going through something. And I just pray that this message finds you in health and happiness. And please continue to share our Hope-A-Thon with your family and your friends. You just never know when they may hear a message that allows for them to take that step to reach out for help. So thank you so much for joining us. And again, I'm just so incredibly grateful to be a part of this year's 24-hour Hope-A-Thon and the virtual recovery walk. Bye now.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Trinity Phillips, the president of the Now Matters More Foundation. And I want to personally thank each and every single one of you for tuning in today for these wonderful messages of hope. Now, if you're watching this and you're wondering how you can get involved and make a contribution, you can go to nowmattersmore.org. That's nowmattersmore.org. Or you can go to thehopeathon.com. That's thehopeathon.com and hit the donate button to make a contribution. The second way you can get involved is you can text Now Matters to 31996. That's text Now Matters to 31996. Thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the show.
Hi, my name's Zach, and last year you may have seen my video at the Central Care Mission breakfast. This is what my life has been like this past year. Back in 2017, I had a major relapse in my life. It affected my family, my wife, who was pregnant at the time, and the relapse caused a lot of devastation in my life. It almost tore the family completely apart.
The scariest day of my life, December 12th of 2017, he had an overdose, and I was the one who found him. And we have our 3-month-old son, who, thank God, was sleeping at the time because it gave me the opportunity to perform CPR until the paramedics got there, and they didn't think they were getting him back. And I'm facing the reality of I'm going to be a single mom, and I wasn't prepared for this. We get through that, he comes back, we try and make a plan, but it just kept sliding down the slope.
During my time at Central Care Mission, I had a year to work on myself and develop my relationship with God, which had dwindled nearly to nothing before I had gotten there. I was able to have opportunities to read my Bible, pray, meditate, whatever I needed to kind of get focused on God and how He was shaping my life and how He was going to change everything in my life, which He did.
Over the year that he was in Central Care Mission and going through his recovery phase, we were both working on ourselves.
While I was there, I got to explore fitness, which was somewhat new to me at the time, but it became such a passion and a hobby. Because I was there for over a year, I was able to develop very, very close relationships with some of these guys. I know the struggle, and I know that our support amongst each other is so vital. Thank you, Lord, for today and for the time that we got to. This past year, me and my wife have been growing together as a couple. We have started taking marriage counseling like soon after I left the mission, and it has done wonders for our marriage. We are stronger spiritually, emotionally, we understand each other better. Since I left Central Care, I have also attended school to get my journeyman's in electrical. I've taken my fitness outside of Central Care since I graduated, and I got a membership at 24 Hour Fitness. It's not even something that I struggle with. It's just such a part of who I am now. It's become very routine and very much a part of who I am today. I want to ask you, what has been your greatest memory since I've left the mission?
It's a lot. It's been the times together as a family. The times that Zayden will run to you from the other room and be like, "Daddy, Daddy," and the excitement, and I love seeing him grow up with you around in the way that you grow as a father with him, and I can't wait to see more of that. I can't wait to see where we are a year from now, 5 years from now, like while we're at it, 50 years from now. Like, that's the dream.
There certainly seems to be like an urban legend of
of what a so-called addict looks like. I found that they look like grandmothers, they look like teenagers.
You know, these aren't just people on the street that are drug addicts. These are real people that have stories. You know, no one is born a drug addict or born knowing they're going to become a drug addict. There's a story behind it. There's a way they got there.
My son became addicted from a legal pharmaceutical.
People don't realize that our family members, our kids, wives, brothers, our friends, people we grew up and went to high school with, these are the people that are overdosing. I think sometimes they look at it as an us versus them, when in fact we're not fighting against them. These are the victims here are people we know a lot of times, especially with the opioid world.
For us, we treat them like victims. We treat them with respect because we realize they're just like you and me.
The fear that I sometimes have when I think about this epidemic is how quickly we slid into it. It's going to take still some time and some work to get out of it. And my fear is that we'll forget and allow us another decade from now to go back into this. And I think if we all become familiar with this, it's less likely to happen.
Where do we go from here? I don't know. But hopefully we can figure this out together and figure it out soon. We don't have time to wait.
Go back and watch the previous 8 episodes of this series if you missed any, and you can learn more about efforts in Orange County to fight the opioid epidemic in our long-form documentary, It Impacts Us All, available on this channel or at itimpactsusall.com, where you can find local support resources and even a guide to set up your own screening of the documentary. The truth is, the opioid epidemic is our crisis, and it impacts us all regardless of class, race, or upbringing here in Florida and across the country.
Hi friends, my name is Cindy Dodds. That's my son Kyle Dodds, and I'm here to encourage you today to end Dependence Day. I love that. End dependence. Not an easy fate, but so doable. As I tell people all the time in recovery, you are the strongest people I've ever met in my whole life. I would put my money on you over somebody who hasn't been tested and come out the other side. Our Kyle died actually 4 years ago today of the Hope-A-Thon, 9/26/16. He was 24. He lost his battle because he sunk in shame. He couldn't accept that he had a chemical dependence brought on by a sports injury. You can see our full story on that Impacts It All series by Orange County. But his story has gone on to save a lot of people and getting a lot of people treatment, and they have heard his voice encouraging him. I don't know how this all works from the other side, but he's fighting your battles too. So don't ever give in to that voice that tells you you're not good enough, you've done too many bad things, nobody could love you the way you are. Guess what? We love you the way you are. And we're hoping and praying that this day continues for the rest of your life, because there is a fullness to life out there for you and a do-over. And just know that we don't judge you. Don't be ashamed. Don't sink in your shame, because that's where you will lose your battle. That's my boy up there in the picture. That's our favorite picture of him because it just captured Kyle Dodds, just full of laughter, but he could not forgive himself. So forgive yourself today. Go out there and make a difference. Go out there and make it your mission to be with the person that other people look to as an example. It's going to take you time sometimes, and there are going to be days that don't feel too good, but guess what? For all of us, some days don't feel good, especially in this pandemic. So please, for the moms out there who have lost their children, be the one that makes it, because it makes our work worthwhile. Love you. Find me on Kyle's Hope page on Facebook if you want to get in touch with me, if you need help or just want to talk. I'll be there. Love you all. Bye.
If you have a drug problem, we can help. Contact Narcotics Anonymous at 407-425-5157. Relay for the Deaf, 800-955-8771 or orlandona.org.
My dearest family, this will be my last letter to you before I finally come home. I know I've been gone for so long, even gone before I left, but first, I must do what I've needed to do my whole life. I must follow God into the wilderness, to face my demons, to face myself, to face my Creator. I pray God will take me to the valley of vision, to open my eyes to see what He sees. But this time, I'm not alone. I go with other men like me, who've lost their way. Sons, brothers, husbands, fathers. Some at the beginning, others at the end, all headed in the same direction, walking the path together. The way of the light. Seeking forgiveness for the unforgivable things we've done. We've destroyed lives, abandoned those we love, like I did to you, 12 times over. Carried constant shame, caused continual pain, killing ourselves one high, one drink at a time. Believe the same old lie, but more is never enough. I'm so deeply sorry for all the sorrow I've caused you. Thinking I was dead, barely coming back, only to lose me again. You never deserved any of this, and I don't deserve another chance, or your love, or your mercy, or your forgiveness. My only hope is in God now, that He will make me the man that I could never be. He's taught me, pain is the path to love. I'm still afraid, but I have hope, because I've seen His power. Others healed, right in front of me, forever changed. And I'm going to be changed. I'm going to be healed. This is my prayer, to be freed from destruction. To be free to love you, and to be loved by you. I know I will see you again soon, in a way, maybe even for the first time. And after all these years, I'm finally coming home. I love you, always have, always will.
My name is Cindy. So we lost our Kyle 4 years ago now, and he got an opioid at 15 for a shoulder injury, and it opened up addiction in him. And we didn't know what was happening to him because we were told the drugs were safe. It changed him very quickly, but he was still playing his football through high school, so he fought back this addiction. But as soon as he didn't get the scholarship he wanted, the addiction took him over. The stigma of shame caused him to go into the bad neighborhoods to get the bad drugs, because he would go to a party and he would have a beer or maybe smoke a joint, I don't know. But his friends never saw him doing the heavy drugs, because that's what shame can do. It makes you go hide in the darkness instead of being able to come out to people and say, I'm really in deep, I need help. Judgment and the stigma of addiction holds most people back from getting help. It makes me so sad to think of the pain that he lived in, from the shame that he felt from the stigma of addiction, which came from a legal pharmaceutical, from a very good doctor who had been lied to as well by the pharmaceutical companies. And now my son is gone, and my mission in life is to make sure other families get the information before this happens. It's not a character flaw that gets you addicted to these pharmaceuticals. They're very addictive. I want you to know that when you encounter somebody on the street, or your friend's son, or your friend, or your loved one, this is not who they want to be. This is not a choice for them anymore. They are now in the active disease of addiction, and they need to be rescued. I just feel like when we come out of this COVID thing, we're gonna look back at this and what did we do to help these people? Did we judge them, or did we help them?
Yasmin Flasterstein. I'm the co-founder and executive director of Peer Support Space. Peer Support Space is a new grassroots organization. We're 100% peer-led. That means that we're led by individuals that identify as having some sort of obstacle to mental wellness. We're where chosen family heals together. Peer Support Space since January has provided over 1,300 free services, over nearly 90 events since January. We've had a lot of success, but recently we got donated a building to provide Central Florida's first peer-led respite center and drop-in center. So our respite center would be somewhere somebody can go. I am not in crisis, I don't need to be hospitalized, but I'm not doing well and I just need to get away for a little bit. So the respite somewhere people can actually stay overnight for free for up to 7 nights once a month. And instead of being surrounded by clinicians, they're surrounded by peer specialists, people that have training and certification to use their own lived experience to inspire hope and support in others. So it's empowering because you're staying somewhere where you're in charge of your recovery, you're in charge of what that looks like, everything is totally voluntary. It's a lot more approachable. The community space is a space people can come in and enjoy community meals, that they can check out our activities, meet one-on-one with a peer specialist when they're going through something. It's an area they can hang out in our different swing set chairs, nice lounge seating areas, and just have a space to get away and build a sense of chosen family with others who have been there before. When the group room isn't being used for groups, this is going to be a safe space for people to have a moment to themselves. People in this room, where it's going to be a quiet space, are able to sit, read a book, color, do something without interacting with others, but still have the opportunity to be surrounded by others, to get out of their house and not isolate, and just be in the company of others while still staying to themselves. This side brings the entrance to our respite area. In our lobby is going to be where a peer specialist is at all times, so respite residents are able to have someone to talk to. We're going to have a dining table, so there's natural opportunity for residents to talk with staff. The respite will have 5 individual rooms. Each person will have a room to themselves, a place of healing where they'll have their own bed, and a little study area or reading nook. Outside of the rooms, we'll also have a reading area where people are able to get out of their rooms. I'm ready to get out of my room, but I'm not quite ready to go downstairs yet. Our 5th bedroom downstairs is going to be for anybody that has physical limitations. The backyard area is going to be for respite residents. We hope to refurnish the fountain as well as create a meditation area where people can be totally surrounded by greenery and have a space to be in nature and with themselves. In order to get up and running, we're really relying on the community's support. Currently, in order to begin our services, we're looking for a security company, we're looking for solar services, we're looking for cleaning services, renovation, furniture, anything that the community can come in to do to help us provide these new services in Central Florida. To get involved by donating in-kind services or to volunteer or help more directly, visit our website at peersupportspace.org and also be sure to donate.
Hey everybody, how you doing? Welcome back to Independence Day, and this is the Hope-A-Thon. You're watching it live here, probably on Orange TV, YouTube, Facebook. One way or another, you're watching this, and thank you for joining us. We're now in hour 9, and in hour 9, you just saw that video right there, Peer Support Space, one of our recipients, because after all we're doing during this whole time is trying to raise some help and some support for a bunch of organizations that do a lot of good in this community to help people that have a little issue here or there, and they need a little nudge, they need a little help, they need some support, they need some hope, some faith. And so the founder of Peer Support Space, Yasmin Flasterstein.
Yes, thank you so much for having me.
See, I say it like that, people, because I've been saying her first name wrong for like forever, and it's because I say it the Latino way. I say Yasmin.
Yeah.
But it's Yasmin. But you are Spanish. You are.
I am. I'm Middle Eastern Hispanic, so I'm used to it. It's okay. Just don't call me Jasmine.
Just not Jasmine.
Just not Jasmine. We're good.
All right. Well, there's no J there, so you know.
I don't know. It
people
happens.
Do it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we just saw the video Peer Support Space, and you've been watching the Hope-A-Thon. I know you were watching it last night, and then you came in today. Peer Support Space. Tell us a little bit about it. What we didn't see in that video, like
Yeah.
how do you even get to that point to want to create that? Then they gave you a house. See, I'm already jumping. I'm like jealous.
Yeah, so Peer Support Space is a community-led organization, so we're 100% people that have overcome our own obstacles to mental wellness, and we use that experience to provide hope and support for others. I think in a world where mental health is so stigmatized, a lot of times it's just more approachable to talk to somebody that's been there before. But we have community gatherings, which are peer-led support groups. We have a drop-in center in Kissimmee, and we're working towards building Central Florida's first peer-led respite center, which is what you saw in the video.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, it's really nice, and it's even nicer now. We've had over 200 volunteers renovating this space. But yeah, Peer Support Space is deeply personal to me. When I was in the midst of my own mental health crisis, and I was at my lowest point, really the hardest thing for me was that I didn't have a support system. There's something about mental health that is extremely isolating because, you're taught you're not supposed to talk about mental health, so we go through stuff alone. And, I didn't have a close relationship with my family. I had just gotten out of a 5.5-year abusive relationship, and I experienced 3 traumas, got into a car accident, lost all my coping skills, dancing, mountain biking, those are my things, and I had nothing, and I felt so alone. And quite honestly, I think that I wouldn't be here today if I hadn't met other people that had also been through it before. I was in a unique standing in that I was working professionally in the mental health field when I had my own mental health crisis. I was the milieu coordinator at a residential treatment center, and I was also involved in the mental health response to Pulse tragedy. And I had met people, so many people, that had for months told me there's no hope. Give up on me, Yasmin, there's no hope, this is chronic, this is what it's gonna be like. And I saw those people get better. So I knew something that I think a lot of people don't know because people don't open up about their mental health stories a lot, and that's that feeling hopeless doesn't mean there's no hope. So even though I really had no hope and there was nothing that could give me hope, hearing those other people's stories gave me a sense of hope because I knew even though I felt hopeless, it didn't mean that I couldn't get better. And I also didn't want to be a hypocrite. For years I told people, stay strong, push through this, and I had to do that myself,
Well, that's kind of what you're doing, right? You're saying it to someone, but you're also kind of internalizing the same message, right?
Yeah.
Helping yourself at the same time.
Right, and it has been healing, you know, and I think something too that's important is we all heal in different ways.
Yeah.
You know, people look at people in philanthropy and think, you know, you're so selfless, but it's not true. Like I get a lot out of it. And, you know, I heal through helping. I heal through sharing my story, but that's not everybody's way of healing, and that's okay. You know, I think people need to find what works for them, but it has been extremely healing for me to be around a community of people.
So from what you're saying right now, you're healing right now.
I'm healing right now.
Yeah,
because
this is actually you healing. This is what healing looks like, people. She's healing right now as we speak. I want to take it back a little bit, though, because you say a word that we hear a lot, but I don't ever hear people really just talk about it, the words itself, mental health. Can you go into, like, what is mental health to you? Like, when you say mental health, what is it? How do we interpret that?
Yeah, I think that mental health is physical health. The brain is just another organ. There's so much stigma associated with mental health when, if you look at the brain scan of someone with PTSD versus someone without PTSD, someone with depression versus without depression, you can see a difference. It physically affects your brain, you know? So I think sometimes when we can understand the physiology of mental health and addiction too, do a brain scan of people with addiction struggles and you can see it, you know? So it's not normal to do a checkup for mental health the same way it is for physical health, but mental health is just as real as physical health. The brain is just another organ, and you know, I think people think mental illness when they think of mental health, and you know, I think mental illness aside, we all have mental health.
Well, that's the thing, right? Everybody has mental health, but not everybody has mental illness.
Absolutely, and I think that it's really important to talk about. I appreciate you having me here today, because when we talk about addiction, I think it's also important to talk about mental health. Because nobody picks up a drug, you know, just because they're like, I want to be addicted to this. Like, there's some reason that, you know, you're looking to feel different, to feel something, to you know. So I think at the end of the day, that's a coping skill. It's not a good coping skill, right? You know, the goal, I think, is to find other coping skills, but there's underlying reasons, you know, so even if we take away the substances, but we don't work on the underlying reasons, you know, we're not doing people a favor to have really long-term recovery and wellness.
Yeah.
And it's hard because when you cope a certain way for so long and then that coping skill is taken away and everything rushes and hits you at once, like, that's hard.
Or if it worked at one point and then is just ineffective later on. It's like, you know, where's that time where it's not going to work anymore?
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of people out there that are probably using a very ineffective coping skill, and that's a whole other conversation because there's a lot of them, and what may be effective for one person may not be effective for your lifestyle or the expectations that are placed upon you by yourself or the world around you.
Yeah.
So that can contribute to that being very difficult. But when you say that everybody has mental health, everybody also, like, I guess, massages that differently. Or takes care of it differently, right?
Yeah.
And then so how do you know when it's not going well for you? Like when it's to the point where maybe you should talk about it with somebody, or maybe just I don't know, sit down with somebody that you're real close to and just have an open conversation. Because a lot of people stay away from these conversations because they don't want to hurt someone's feelings, or they don't want to feel bad about their situation. They don't want judgment.
I think that my advice would be reach out now. Like, don't wait until you're in crisis.
No matter who you are, then just reach out.
Yeah, reach out. We're all human. We all, even if you don't have a mental illness, you have life struggles of some point. We're all going through a pandemic, so I know for a fact we're all going through something right now. But you wouldn't wait for every bone in your body to break before you reached out for help. But we do that with mental health, But I do think that everybody is different, right? But I know what I look like when I'm breaking down, and then I know what I look like when I've broken down, right? And it's important for me to identify what I look like when I'm breaking down and do something at that point, And for me, and it's different for everybody, like when I'm starting to break down, like I'm not getting dressed in the morning, I'm not putting on makeup. It's things like brushing my teeth are just like really like, it takes all of my energy, I start isolating. I start like distancing myself from those around me. I'm not eating the same way. And, you know, it took me sitting down while I was well to identify those things. Because when you're unwell and you're trying to like identify stuff, it's so hard. It's so hard to think and do. And that's something I really like about the peer model. We do something called WRAP. It's called Wellness Recovery Action Plan. And you basically build a crisis plan for yourself when you're well. So when you're unwell, it's already there and it's already set up.
Like a relapse prevention plan for, a person with substance use disorder.
And it's written for you and by you because you're the master of yourself.
Right. So here's what I picture while you were describing all that. I picture that there's people out there, like when you were describing the isolation and all that stuff. I picture people going, yes, that's me. Yes, that's me. So I want to take this moment to remind you that the reason we're here is so that one of the reasons we're here actually is so that if you're experiencing any of this, that there's help out there. There's we can connect you with peer support space. You can go to 833 Now Matters, call that right now and ask how to get in touch with them or how to get help for yourself, whatever that is. So that's 833 Now Matters, and if I have to spell that one out for you, it's 833-668-6288. And give us a call. And there's people standing by throughout this entire Hope-A-Thon that can help you. So I just want to put that out there because I know there's people, like every time we start telling a story or kind of describing a certain emotion, it's going to connect with somebody. Somebody out there is going to say, that's me.
Yeah.
Right? And in a place where like peer support space, where everybody kind of, I guess, is able to identify with each other or able to speak openly, you probably get a lot of that.
Yeah.
Probably get a lot of the same stories, just like if you go to the rooms of recovery. There's a lot of yes,
Absolutely.
I understand.
It's almost like, that fellowship, but for mental health.
Right.
Like there's not a recovery community when it comes to mental health in the same way. And that's what peer support space is. But if I can add to what you're saying too, something that I hear a lot is like, well, other people have it worse, or like other people need these resources. So I also just wanted to add to what you said that, you're worthy of help. You're worthy to reach out. There are resources available. Also acknowledging that it's hard to navigate resources, but that's why you have that awesome number for people to help you navigate it.
That's the biggest problem. That's why we do this.
Yeah.
Because, besides reminding somebody that it's okay, that it's okay to reach out and there's people that want to help you, it's then who? Who do you call?
It's hard.
And here's the other thing. You don't give up. Even if you call one of these numbers right now and you don't get somebody right now, don't give up. Call it again. Call it again. And that's something that's very difficult. A lot of people, they might pick up the phone and dial it once and it'll ring twice and then they hang up.
It takes so much to reach out for help. So when you're not like met with open arms and it's easy, like a lot of people quit along that process, and I don't blame them for it. It's hard to navigate.
You probably have what I have, whereas people will reach out to you and they say, I've been wanting to call you a long time. It's been a long time, and I can't tell you how many times I picked up the phone wanting to call you and then I just don't.
Yeah.
You probably get that a lot.
Oh, I've had that. I've been following you for 2 years now, and I was wondering if I can join a group, and I'm like, of course.
So I want to address that because I look at it, maybe it's because I'm 51 now. I'm looking at you and you look like my daughter's age, and that's not minimizing my daughter's age. They're adults. I know Dahlia and Zoe, you're 21 and 19. I get it, but to me, you look very young. And so I look at you remind me of my daughter's 1921, but clearly the amount of years that you already said, I did this, I'm like, well, okay, I don't know your age, and I'm not asking you your age. I'm just simply saying that you look very young, right? So I almost want to ask, has that been a disadvantage at all? Have you noticed anyone having difficulty taking you serious? Like let's say a person my age wanting some help, asking you, thinking, well, she's so young. What could she know? Have you ever had that? Because I did early on in my career.
Oh, 100%. Okay. I'm not taken seriously for many of my identities, including being young. But I noticed the difference. Like when I was working in a clinical setting as the milieu coordinator at a residential treatment center, and, I was taught you're not allowed to personally disclose. People were like, who the heck is this little girl? Like, I'm not telling you anything. And I get it, like it's easy to assume that I haven't experienced a lot because I haven't been on this earth a long time, right? But when I'm in peer settings and I get to share my story and I get to be vulnerable and people actually know what I've been through, they treat me with a lot more respect, you know, and it's just like word vomit. Like they just open up, you know, and it was shocking to me after working years in the clinical, in a clinical role, how much more receptive people were to peers. But you know what, like, some people aren't going to identify with my story because I'm young, period, and that's okay, you know? And that's why, you know, our mission is to build diverse peer-led recovery communities because we need people that are young, we need people that are men, we need people that are transgender, we need people with schizophrenia, we need people with bipolar, you know, because there's kind of this common humanity. I've been through something, you've been through something, so we have mutual respect for each other. But the hope is that, you know, we can have peers that, you know, you come into our community and there's somebody that like you see yourself in.
Well, I want to tap on two things that you just said there. One, I know a practitioner locally, and I was lucky enough to meet this individual very early on in my career here in Central Florida that was an admitted schizophrenic, but was a therapist and doing very well as a therapist. And that was, you know, so that helped me because I was coming into this space, and even though I came from the mental health hospitals first, to meet someone like that was very refreshing because it was like, wow, I never saw the recovering side or the healthy side of schizophrenia because I worked in a mental health hospital. So I was always subject to in crisis mode, you know, so to see someone like that was out about it, I thought it was really cool because I don't think a lot of people that are schizophrenic and doing well in their life are out there outing themselves. You know, you know, earlier today when the Hope-A-Thon started, I talked about, you know, coming out as a person in recovery, but there's a lot of mental health issues out there that they don't come out because of how people would judge it. And, you know, you come out and says, oh, I'm a schizophrenic. All of a sudden people are going to be like, are you crazy? Is that, you know, there's a lot of bad words that people start throwing around and judgmental words that are harmful, right? But the second thing you said is that when you start speaking, that how you're taken. So I'm gonna share with you something that, you know, so I first saw you, it was at one of the colleges, right? It was at, what was it? It was, I forget what school it was, but Trinity was with me, Renee, our vice president, was with me, and we were at one of the colleges, you know, with a booth and everything, and that's when I first heard about you, saw you.
Oh, yeah.
And then when I heard about you again, it was with the managing entity. So full disclosure, I'm a board member of the managing entity here in Central Florida, and then I hear this new board member is coming up, and it was you. And so I was thinking, wow, that's really cool. So first they bring somebody like me who could you know shake it up a little bit, be real, you know, it's not the old guard, you know, even though I am old, not really the old guard. I don't play that political role very well, right? And then when I heard you were coming, I was like, wow, this is impressive. So I sat there, and it was the first time I heard you speak. And then you introduced yourself and started speaking. I was like, wow, the confidence, and I got to tell you this because I don't know. Well, I don't know if you know. You know, I just don't. I don't know what you know. But you exude a level of confidence that I really like. I mean, it shows, I don't know, you just feel, you seem so present in what you're saying. And solid in what you're saying. It doesn't feel fake. It doesn't feel like fiction. It's real authentic. It's grounded, you know, and I don't know, I really, in a board meeting where people are usually just giving you their pedigree, right? It's almost like this is a school I went to, or this is where I work, and this is my job position. But when you spoke, it wasn't really about that. That's not what I heard. What I heard is, this is who I am, this is what I represent, and this is how I'm here to be part of this group and help. And the way I heard it was, I was like impressed because again, you look very young, and I gotta admit, I'm one of those people. Look, judgment. Look, here's the thing. First of all, judgment is normal. All right. So for us to be judgmental, that's a very normal function of all human beings, right? Now, what you do with that judgment, that's where it can get problematic. Like if you choose to use that judgment to be hateful, hurtful, block someone from progressing or getting to know them, then that's problematic. But a natural judgment exists because that's what keeps you from walking across the street and getting hit by a car. That's what keeps you from making some decisions that could be really harmful for you, right? So not all judgment is bad. But to acknowledge, wow, my judgment had me thinking one thing, or like my partner on our shows, Trinity, the Dharma guy, says, you know, your expectation of someone. I had a certain expectation just by visual, right? Didn't intend to have an expectation about you. I didn't mean to have a negative one because it wasn't negative. It was just an expectation. But then when you spoke is what I'm saying. And so I think what I really want to say, and it took a long time to really say it, is that regardless of what you came in with or what's going on inside of you, like you say, like when you're going through this, that didn't come off at all. What I saw was totally different. I don't know, like I said, I don't know where you're at with confidence, but it came across that day, and I really liked it. Like it's coming across right now, to be honest with you.
I mean, I'm confident because, well, first of all, I have crippling anxiety, like it's part of my PTSD, and I have imposter syndrome like every other professional does, and particularly as a young person and as a woman navigating, you know, being in spaces that I'm in, you know, it can be scary, but when it comes to peer services and when it comes to peer support space, I believe in it to the depths of my core, and I do know that I know what I'm talking about. So I do feel, I do feel confident because it's like I have been a mental health advocate since I was really young. It came from a place of helping my brother and being surrounded by people that had mental health conditions growing up. And I always wanted to advocate for mental health, and I think I didn't always know what that looked like or what the solution to that was. But when I noticed the difference in working that clinical role, and then when I had a part-time job as a peer professional, noticed the word vomit, and then also when I worked with Pulse survivors, and you know, people affected were predominantly LGBTQ+, Latinx, Black folks, and these are communities that don't usually reach out for clinical services, and it's not their fault. Our mental health system is white predominantly, you know, like you're not taught enough about how to serve Latinx folks or Black folks. And I'll give an example, like we were looking for people to do at-home sessions, and I know when I went to school, I was taught you don't accept anything from anyone and you don't give people hugs, right? But if I'm coming into your household, you know, and you're Latino, so you probably understand this, and I don't do the kiss on the cheek and I don't take your cafecito, like I'm not a bad therapist, I'm a bad person, right? So we really needed people that, you know, I want to find someone who looks like me and talks like me, because I've gone to therapy and had to educate them on my queer identity or educate them about certain code or language that I use, right? And I'm not here to educate, but people from historically underserved communities are constantly having to do that. And, you know, when I started working in a peer role and noticed how different it was, and I also noticed in working with those affected by the Pulse tragedy that it didn't matter that I had free counseling. One, I needed to destigmatize mental health or no one was going to use the services. And two, they were turning to each other to support each other, because that's how we've gotten through it for so long, right? And, you know, I think the same way, but yeah, I started to learn about peer services, and it filled so many gaps for so little money. And it just made so much sense that if anyone sits down long enough to let me explain it, like they come along and they get it, you know, but this is working in other states, and it's saving the states money. It's turning people's wellness into long-term wellness. And it's also working great with clinical services. People that use peer services are not just more satisfied with their own treatment, they're more satisfied with the clinical services that they're using with it. So I believe in it deeply, and I know that it works, and it just kind of blows my mind that it doesn't exist here. And you know, a lot of people, I think because I'm young, like I've been kind of brushed off like, oh, you're just like a millennial, or you must be liberal and you're so radical, and you know, and like, sure, I don't care, like say whatever you want, but like I know that this stuff works, and I want people to have it, because we all need a support system. And you know, our slogan is we're chosen family heals together, because the same way that you know, a lot of times you hear chosen family, you hear the LGBTQ+ community, right? But the same way, you know, I might have a dad that like supports me and loves me, but ignores the fact that I'm gay. The same thing happens with mental illness or addiction too, right? Like, I love you, I accept you, but we're just gonna ignore that fact. Like, why don't you just think positively? You're overreacting, why don't you just go for a walk? So it's this idea of having a community where it's okay to not be okay, where you can be authentic and you can be embraced for all of you, including, you know, your PTSD or whatever your mental health struggle is, but like really seen for the totality of the person you are, because putting on a front that you're okay constantly is exhausting.
So you said that you've been kind of working through this for a very long time. But from where? If it doesn't exist here, like where does that inspiration come from to even create what you created?
Yeah, so peer services, I mean, they're old as time, right? Like people helping people, like probably the most common peer service is like AA, NA, right? But there's kind of this modern movement, the peer recovery movement, that is a lot newer to Florida than to other states. And specifically what I want to bring here is a peer respite, which is something that fills the gap between inpatient and outpatient, right? You talked about how do you know when you're not well? I know when I'm breaking down before I've reached crisis, and I don't want to go through Baker Act. Like I don't want to go into the hospital, right? But if there's nowhere I can go when I'm breaking down, so it's somewhere you can go for free and stay overnight. It's a home-like, non-clinical environment staffed by peer specialists. You're the driver of your own recovery. So it's preventative. You know, we talk about we need more mental health funding, but we need more mental health funding for prevention and for long-term wellness. We keep putting funding into crisis, and what we see is a revolving door mental health system that is not the fault of the individual not getting well. So people can go there before they reach crisis. I'm leaving the hospital, I'm ready to take recovery back into my own hands, but I'm not ready to go home yet. They can also come, and what's great is now they're connected with our drop-in center. They know they have a safe space to go. They're connected with the community gatherings. Now they have a support system, and you know we're also doing advocacy along with that to break the stigma surrounding mental health. But it's really intentionally, you know, looking at different parts in our mental health system and doing, you know, a lot for a little bit of money in the grand scheme.
I think you need to reemphasize that you can stay there part. So there are beds there.
Yeah, the overnight services aren't open yet. We're currently fundraising for that part.
Wait, all right. Is that currently what?
We're currently fundraising.
Okay, so
we need money.
That's a good time to remind people of that you can go right now. If you're watching this on Facebook.com/NowMattersMore, it's easy. You just hit the button that's right there. But if you're not watching on that, you're watching on YouTube or you're watching this on Orange TV, please go to nowmattersmore.org. And you heard what she said. You heard what the needs are. This is why peer support space is part of this Hope-A-Thon, right? We want to be able to provide hope for people, but more importantly, we want to provide services that so when they have this hope, that we have something for them to go to. Like you just heard, we want to have these beds, right? That's what I just heard.
Yeah.
We want to have these beds, right? You have hope that eventually you're going to have them. And people out there, you know, if we want to inspire them to have hope to reach out to you, we want those beds there.
Right.
Well, there's somebody out there watching that has the ability to help that along a little bit. Now, it could be a little bit, it could be a lot of bit. Whatever bit, it's necessary and it's needed. Okay, so I definitely wanted to stop because I knew that those beds weren't fully open yet. And I think that's such a, I gotta admit, that's a really unique little model right there. When I first heard that, I'm thinking, all right, so it's not a homeless shelter.
Right.
But it's a safe, it's like a safe house. I don't know what else to really call it from my background to know what it would be like. But it sounds like a very safe house. So
a respite is a break from hardship.
Right. So identify the ideal person that may want to reach out to you and get that sort of help. Who should call? Who should reach out and learn more about what you have going on?
Yeah, so, you know, mental illness aside, we all have mental health.
Right.
We currently help anyone that is 18 and up. We focus on communities that are most deeply impacted by suicide and other mental health struggles that have the least access to mental health care. So right now, our overnight services aren't open. We're fundraising for them.
Yeah,
our drop-in was open. It's temporarily closed during COVID, but we do have some gardening and outdoor socials going on. But right now we have community gatherings. They're all digital. We've had over 500 since closing our doors March 18th and have helped over 3,000 people with free services. And those are available. We have daily gatherings at 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. Monday to Saturday for anybody that just wants to be a part of a recovery community. And it's for anyone, anywhere. We have regulars in Massachusetts and Paris. We've really, we're no longer local, or there's people from all over.
Well, yeah, because you guys went all online. And so, so how do you close that? See, that's like many things, those aren't going to get closed up. Now that they've been open,
have to stay. They have to stay because there's people in rural areas that have built a support system. And that's a thing, too, is we need funding to keep those, you know, even when we go back to in-person.
I almost want to hit a bell, like a ding, every time you say that, ding.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, we need it, but you know, it's 12 and 6 p.m. every day.
Yeah.
We have a closed Facebook group. It's called Peer Support Space Online Group, where people provide support for each other.
Oh wait, say that again.
Yeah,
Look in that camera and tell them, because that's important right there.
It's Peer Support Space Online Group. Is our closed Facebook group where people support one another, and those are for anyone, anywhere, 18 and up. We are working towards having our first youth group with Zebra Coalition, another one of the recipients.
That's right, they're another recipient.
Yeah, so we are working towards eventually having youth services, but those groups are for everyone. But we also have community-specific groups, and those are, we have one for the Black community, we have one for people with chronic pain conditions, we have one for people that are transgender, we have one for people that are genderqueer, we have one for healing professionals like yourself, that, you know, we need it too, we're human and it's hard, we're in this work, so we're empathetic, and you know, it takes a toll, it's tough. So we have 12 different communities. Wow. We have 25 in the works, so that's also, you know, ding that bell, because
ding that bell.
the need is there, but you know, we're working towards having a peer group for returning citizens, for aged out foster kids. We have one for the Black community, Spanish-speaking community, so lots of really good resources, and everything is on peersupportspace.org.
Peersupportspace.org. ¿Hablas español?
Entiendo bastante bien.
Mira.
Cuando quiero.
Mira nomás.
Yeah.
Wow, so you have services in Spanish, because there's a huge Hispanic community here.
Right, we're looking around, and you know, every time I meet with someone, I say, what community do you wish there was a group for? And you know, our buildings in Kissimmee, there's more Puerto Ricans per capita than Puerto Rico in Kissimmee.
Yes, that's for sure.
You know, it's needed, and you know, and especially for immigrant communities, you a lot of times are away from your family, and in Latinx culture, it's so important, that sense of family. So, you know, we're building that sense of chosen family for people that are here.
Latinx, is that what you said?
I say Latinx because
it's all different types of us.
There's all different types of us, but it's specifically a term used that's gender neutral. So like Hispanic culture, everything's Latino or Latina.
See, this is where I need to, see, this is where 51 comes off. And what I like about asking these kinds of questions, and I asked it to Robin from Zebra Coalition as well, is there's a lot of things that just, you know, like that I'm just not familiar with. And I don't want to be disrespectful, and I know so many of you don't want to be disrespectful, but at the same time, it makes me like, why do I have to do that, right? That's the natural inclination. So I love when people like you can explain it in a nice, soft way without like shaming me for not knowing what it is or for just not getting it yet. And I don't think I'm supposed to get it right away, you know what I mean? Because things take time, right?
Yeah.
So can you explain that real quick? And I know that's really not part of peer support space,
no,
but you said it, and I think it's important. Yeah, it is. You're right, it is.
Yeah.
So can you explain it just a little bit? Because that was real natural for you
to
say.
I can totally
Latinx,
explain it.
And you know, I call everybody brother and everybody girl, and
right.
you know, it takes someone like meeting Robin Daly from Zebra Coalition to kind of help me eventually. I don't know if I'll ever not do that, but at least someone like Robin can get who I am and kind of help me walk through that a little bit.
And I'm happy to educate people, you know, like I see the intention behind when people are asking, and but you know, while social justice isn't necessarily the core mission of peer support space, issues like racism or, you know, like not being affirmed for your LGBTQ identity, that affects your mental health. So like we can't ignore those things, right? But Latinx, so they're the Spanish language is really gendered, you know, everything either ends with a O, which means male, or A, which means female. But there's individuals that are either gender non-conforming, meaning they don't identify as male or female, or there's individuals that are transgender, so they feel uncomfortable that every single time you're saying a basic word towards them, you're gendering them and possibly misgendering them. So Latinx is just a gender neutral term. And it's also, you know, it's unfair that most terms are masculine, and then like if you look at the terms that are feminine,
I don't get it.
It's very like a lot of like what they decided was feminine versus masculine is kind of like misogynistic in my opinion.
Oh my God.
And so it's just a gender neutral way to kind of just say like Latin person. But it takes time to like move along with your language and stuff. So
I kind of like that. Look, evolution exists. Evolution exists. Now it may not always move as fast as we want it to move, but evolution exists, and I get that. I get that. But you know, at the same time, being old school and being in a time where you know, there was so much, it was so different when I was younger. And you'll get this too, like you've already gotten it in the little bit of time, not so little because obviously you're not that young, but things change and they, you know, and people adapt. One of the most important things that I see, and it sounds like you teach it there by the way it's set up, is accepting yourself. Accepting yourself is more important than anything. I mean, look, the world out there is not always going to accept you the way you are, how you are. There's going to be offense everywhere. And unfortunately, that's always going to be the world. And I truly believe that. I don't think there's ever that place we're going to get to where it's not offensive, because that bar is always going to be moved just a little bit. But what is constant is that in order to heal, in order to be okay with you and the world around you, you first have to be okay with you before you're okay with the world around you, or else everything is going to hurt and everything is going to be painful. So going to a place like peer support space sounds very helpful, because you can learn to be okay with you. And the more you're okay with you, like I said, Robin is real refreshing to talk to from Zebra Coalition, because Robin doesn't get offended when I ask Robin questions.
Yeah.
You know, he's very understanding and very able to kind of tell me in a way that just helps me feel comfortable with asking and talking about it openly, as well as, you know, Robin, you know, doesn't take it so overboard where he goes, burn your house down because you don't get it.
I get where people are upset sometimes because you're constantly having to educate, and that's why I try to educate where I can about communities that aren't my own, so it takes some of that weight off. But I have found that most people are really open to educating, because you getting it wrong but asking me how to get it right tells me I see you, I care about you, I want to learn more. How can I support you better?
Yes. Well, the key is that I really feel this, and I really do believe this. I think we, like, I use my brown card, we make it easier when we're accepting that the change is going to be slow. So I don't push someone to say, hey, don't talk to me like that. I say, you know what I mean? And I get all upset and want to fight them, you know. But if I accept it and slowly teach, then they're a lot more willing to change than usual. And I want to say that because we're in a time right now where we feel like this side against that side. No, people want to appreciate you and respect you a lot more than you think. But we got to be a little kinder as well. You know, we can't just get, you know, militant on it and then expect everyone to change overnight, because that's not when it's going to happen. I love what you do. Thank you very much, you know, for explaining it. Look, this is why we're doing what we're doing. This is part of the Hope-A-Thon peer support space. Yasmin Flasherstein, she's the founder of Peer Support Space. You know, they are a recipient to this entire Hope-A-Thon. Please go to nowmattersmore.org, hit that button and help support it, because that goes to places just like this so they can do what they do. If you're out there and you're thinking, well, you know what, that sounds like something I need a little bit of, well, then call 833-NOW-MATTERS. That's 833-NOW-MATTERS. That's 833-688-6288. Look at that. I need glasses now, you know that? Luckily, I memorized this because I can't see it. But the point is that you go to something like that, give us a call, let us help you out right now. But more importantly, if you're able to hit that button, help support, help contribute. Thank you very much, Yasmin Flasherstein, for being here with us on the Hope-A-Thon and all the work you did to help put this on, by the way.
Thank you.
Independence Day is here.
It takes a community to heal a community. I'm glad to be here.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So, all right, so coming up after this break, we're going to, well, not really a break because you're going to watch videos, but Chief Metzger from UCF, which is a lot of young people at UCF going through all kinds of things. Chief Metzger is here with us right after this. Thank you.
If you have a drug problem, we can help. Contact Narcotics Anonymous at 407-425-5157. Relay for the Deaf, 800-955-8771 or orlandona.org. If you have a drug problem, we can help. Contact Narcotics Anonymous at 407-425-5157. Relay for the Deaf, 800-955-8771 or orlandona.org.
My name is Cindy. So we lost our Kyle 4 years ago now, and he got an opioid at 15 for a shoulder injury, and it opened up addiction in him. And we didn't know what was happening to him because we were told the drugs were safe. It changed him very quickly, but he was still playing his football through high school, so he fought back this addiction. But as soon as he didn't get the scholarship he wanted, addiction took him over. The stigma of shame caused him to go into the bad neighborhoods to get the bad drugs, because he would go to a party and he would have a beer or maybe smoke a joint, I don't know. But his friends never saw him doing the heavy drugs, because that's what shame can do. It makes you go hide in the darkness instead of being able to come out to people and say, I'm really in deep, I need help. Judgment and the stigma of addiction holds most people back from getting help. It makes me so sad to think of the pain that he lived in, from the shame that he felt from the stigma of addiction, which came from a legal pharmaceutical, from a very good doctor who had been lied to as well by the pharmaceutical companies. And now my son is gone, and my mission in life is to make sure other families get the information before this happens. It's not a character flaw that gets you addicted to these pharmaceuticals. They're very addictive. I want you to know that when you encounter somebody on the street, or your friend's son, or your friend, or your loved one, this is not who they want to be. This is not a choice for them anymore. They are now in the active disease of addiction, and they need to be rescued. I just feel like when we come out of this COVID thing, we're gonna look back at this and what did we do to help these people? Did we judge them, or did we help them?
¿Qué es la adicción? La adicción es una enfermedad, según la Organización Mundial de la Salud, OMS. ¿Qué es Narcóticos Anónimos? Narcóticos Anónimos es una confraternidad o asociación sin fines de lucro para hombres y mujeres para quienes las drogas se habían convertido en un problema muy grave. Somos adictos en recuperación y nos reunimos con regularidad para ayudarnos a no consumir drogas. En Narcóticos Anónimos no importa la raza, el sexo, la identidad sexual, el credo, la religión ni la falta de esta última para ser miembro. El único requisito para ser miembro de Narcóticos Anónimos es tener el deseo de dejar de consumir drogas. El programa de Narcóticos Anónimos surgió del programa de Alcohólicos Anónimos a finales de los años 40 en los Estados Unidos, realizándose las primeras reuniones a principios de los años 50. En la actualidad, Narcóticos Anónimos es una confraternidad auténticamente mundial. Nuestros folletos y libros están disponibles en más de 60 idiomas y se realizan reuniones semanales en más de 140 países. El mensaje de Narcóticos Anónimos es uno. Un adicto, cualquier adicto, puede dejar de consumir drogas, perder el deseo de consumirlas y descubrir una nueva forma de vida. El programa de Narcóticos Anónimos es de abstinencia completa del uso de todo tipo de drogas. Nos mantenemos sin consumir de a un día a la vez. Lo más importante es que funciona. En Narcóticos Anónimos no tenemos cuotas de inscripción ni se pagan honorarios. Nos mantenemos con nuestras propias contribuciones. ¿Qué hace Narcóticos Anónimos? Nuestro programa consiste en una serie de principios escritos de forma sencilla, a fin de poder seguirlos diariamente. Creemos que nuestro método es práctico, ya que el valor terapéutico de un adicto que ayuda a otro no tiene igual. En Narcóticos Anónimos se practica el principio del anonimato. De esta forma, aseguramos que los miembros puedan asistir libremente a las reuniones sin temor alguno. ¿Qué no hace Narcóticos Anónimos? Narcóticos Anónimos no está afiliada a ninguna otra organización, centros de tratamiento ni instituciones penitenciarias. No ofrece servicios de orientación vocacional, asesoramiento legal, financiero, psiquiátrico ni médico. Nuestra experiencia colectiva nos ha demostrado que las personas que asisten a nuestras reuniones con regularidad se mantienen limpias. Ponte en contacto con Narcóticos Anónimos.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Hope-A-Thon. It's Independence Day and we're continuing to roll on. Independence Day is here. If you've been watching this, it's an entire 24 hours where we're talking to all different kinds of people, all different friends of mine. We called all the markers out. I called everybody, and along with that group of friends to help make Independence Day possible and to make this Hope-A-Thon possible, of course, I called Chief Carl Metzger from University of Central Florida. So, Chief Carl Metzger, how you doing, brother?
I'm doing great, Louis. Thank you for inviting me.
See, this is the only time I can say brother. When I actually know you guys, I can say stuff like that. Because I've gotten into trouble before calling a police officer buddy back in the day. There's a whole story. When I talk to you guys, as a matter of fact, I think I was talking to you on the phone when I said brother, and my wife goes, don't do that. Because she remembers. She was there. Wow. And, you know, way early on in our relationship, like 20-something years ago. And I said, it's different now. I said, first of all, I know these guys. It's different. I said, you know, but if they're coming to a situation where they're having to play authority figure and you do that, that's different. So then I'm like hands 10 and 2 and then whatever you want me to do.
That's right. It is different.
It's different. It's different. So anyway, welcome. So tell us all, who's Chief Metzger? What is your position over there at UCF?
Well, I'm blessed. I'm the chief, and I think I have the best law enforcement job in Central Florida.
Really? Why is yours? Because there's going to be a lot of other ones coming through today.
I know.
So why is yours the best?
It's the support we get, you know, from our faculty, staff, and students, and the administrators. They understand that they can't teach, you know, they can't learn if they're not safe, and they get it. You know, we've had some close calls with some wannabe active shooters. We've been able to thwart those, and so they have an understanding that we're there for a reason.
Right.
We're there to protect them and keep them safe. So because they get it, we get that support.
Right.
And it feels good to be able to serve in an environment like that. It really does.
That's really nice to hear. My daughter, my oldest daughter, goes to UCF. So I got to admit, when you say safe, that's a big deal for my wife and I.
Yeah, we keep it safe out there, Louis.
You do.
We really do.
You do, and that was one of the reasons that my wife and I were so okay with her going there. You know, I'm not as much. My wife is a little bit more protective than I am in regards to the safety thing. She watches ID Channel a lot, and I have come to realize that when you watch ID Channel a lot, you look at the world through a very different lens.
That's right.
So she's always very concerned. But what it also did is it's taught our daughters a lot of safety measures. So can we talk a little bit about that first before we get into some other things, the safety mechanisms that maybe you guys have put in? Because there's a lot of new things on that campus since I graduated there in '92. I'm an alumni, so
right.
It's been a long time since I graduated.
Grown a lot since then.
A lot, like parking lots.
Yeah.
You have parking lots. We used to park in the mud, and I used to think what you like to do as the law enforcement there was give me tickets for parking in certain spots. So talk a little bit about the safety measures that you guys have in place.
The first, we have blue light phones.
Okay.
And if someone were to rob one of our students, you know, and usually they'll take the cell phone, how do they call us? Well, blue light phones, right? All over campus. Really, if you're at a blue light phone, you can see the next blue light phone, literally. It's almost like
they're everywhere.
Bouncing around. And that goes straight to our 911 dispatch center, straight to us. So we get the call right away. We also have 3,000 plus surveillance cameras on campus.
Whoa.
So we have a pretty good idea about what's going on. You know, we can't watch all 3,000 all at the same time.
Yeah, I was going to say.
But if an event unfolds, we can jump right to it and keep an eye on things. And then we have license plate readers, which is a new thing that we installed about 2 years ago. And let's say we have someone who is a threat, maybe a stalker of some sort. Right. They're in the system. They come onto campus and they want to do something criminal. Wow. We'll know about it, and then we can go and intercept them. And it has worked for us. So we've been able to stop some stalkers in their tracks when they want to come on and maybe victimize some of our students. So beautiful. We're strong. And then, of course, we have 80 sworn police officers, and we handpick every one of them. They're a fit for the campus policing environment, which is a little bit different than municipal policing. I think they have a little better understanding, a little grasp of our student body. Young people, that age group, they sometimes make mistakes, right?
Yeah.
Bad decisions. Yeah, sometimes it
That's
happens.
part of the deal.
That's part of the deal, right? That's how you learn.
Yeah.
And our officers get that, so I think the level of tolerance is a little bit higher. It is nice to have alternatives to arrest, and that may segue into the whole substance abuse issue. Yeah. But I don't remember the last time we made a cannabis arrest. Like, I've been there 6 years.
Wow.
I can't remember. If they're a student, they get sent to student conduct.
Right.
And so we don't want to give someone a criminal record,
right?
If we can help it, right? So it's nice that we have those alternatives.
Sweet.
And I know that in municipal policing, they've gone with civil citations and alternatives to arrest as well. So we have other tools in our box that we can roll out to keep our students from getting a criminal record, but also helping them learn about their mistakes.
Wow. Well, in speaking of that, first of all, UCF, is it still the second largest university in the United States?
First or second, depending on how you measure.
Okay.
Arizona State is larger, but it actually has 4 campuses.
That doesn't count. Don't let them get it.
I'm not going to. So if you talk about just the size of the campus with 70,000 students.
70,000 students.
70,000 students. Yeah, we're big.
Wow. And one of the things that you did very different, and I don't know if people know this, you guys were the first to carry Narcan. All your officers carry Narcan?
They do. We were the first in Central Florida. And it's been about 5 years. Right. But it's interesting that we've been carrying it for 5 years.
Yeah.
And I know Orange County, Seminole County, and OPD, all the other agencies in Central Florida went with it after that, and they've deployed hundreds of times. Hundreds. We just had our first save this past week.
It just happened.
It just happened.
After 5 years.
After 5 years. And we've been ready. We've all been carrying. As a matter of fact, I've got mine right here.
I love the case you have.
Isn't that nice?
Yeah.
So here it is. And
let me see that case.
Yeah. Here we open it up. And come on.
See, you haven't used it in 5 years.
There we go.
Oh, that's beautiful. So this case that you have, and here's the Narcan. This case, does it keep it temperature controlled a little bit? Look at that. I can't even open it now. Oh, there you go.
There you go.
I like that. Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that. See that? Yeah, that's pretty cool. This case, it keeps it temperature. It's made specifically for this. It fits perfect in this.
It does.
And
it does. It keeps it a little bit cooler, but really it's more about where do you put it. I want to have it with me all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, because you don't want to leave it in your car.
You don't.
And run something like that.
That's right.
All right. So besides carrying Narcan, because Narcan's one thing, and then we've heard like 5 years ago when you started carrying it, a lot of people are like, well, if they carry Narcan, that's almost like giving people permission to get high and use heroin. They're going to do it on purpose so they can be Narcan. Is that what you saw? Is that
not
what you experienced?
No, not at all. And I think that was a silly argument to make. Yeah. Really, it's about saving lives.
Yeah.
And you think about the cost of the Narcan over the last 5 years and carrying it. It was all worth it for that one life that was saved. All worth it. The training, the expense, the inconvenience. All worth it. And that one life that wouldn't have been with us.
That's right.
So, it really makes me feel good. It really does.
Well, it is
happy.
awesome because, on a belt that's already full of stuff.
That's right.
Like, I don't even know everything that's on that utility belt. You're like Batman walking around with your belt and stuff.
25 pounds of stuff, Louis.
25, and how much does that little thing weigh?
Nothing.
Nothing. All right, so good. So 25 pounds of stuff, and that but it's all tools. It's all stuff that you never know when you're going to need it.
That's right.
Now, I like the movement that has been going on. I've been saying this, and I'm going to say it with every law enforcement person that comes on here. The treatment industry has moved a lot slower into helping or adapting to the opioid crisis that we experienced and all this recovery stuff that we have going on than law enforcement. Law enforcement, to me, has moved the needle more than anyone else because you guys went all the way from arresting to a lot more compassion and helping me. And I don't think the normal public knows what a big difference you guys have done. So can you tell us a little bit of the training that you guys have that makes you all more compassionate than the way I remember it back when I would be on campus in '92, where I was silent. I was already sober. I was already in recovery, but I was silent about it. I wasn't open about it. But now you guys have collegiate recovery. You have all kinds of things on campus that are a little bit more supportive to a person like me that we didn't have back then. But can you speak to a little bit to the training of what allows your men and women of uniform to be more supportive and more compassionate?
Well, Louis, it starts in the academy. You know, the young officers, they get training on substance abuse, on addiction. I think they have a better understanding that it's an illness, and of course they probably know someone, right? I mean, now it's so prevalent in our society. So, and then it's an ongoing process for all of law enforcement. So the training never stops, and the officers, you know, they practice what they learn and exercise it, and certainly in university environment, you know, we practice it all the time. Of course, the substance of choice, you know, is alcohol for us. But and I'm going to give a shout out to Dr. Tom Hall.
He's amazing.
Now with Orange County, but he was with UCF for years and years, and he had provided a lot of that training. And he started programs to help our students recover, and you know, it's going strong today. And so I can't say enough good things about Tom. We miss him. But we're proud of him. And
we got him now.
I know. You're blessed. You really are. He's awesome.
Yeah, he is awesome, and he's going to be here later. He's bringing ribs and bringing all kinds of stuff.
So a couple of good reasons to see him.
He's a professional chef. So people have been seeing the videos of him preparing the food all night. I mean, he did a lot of work, so that's really good. So one of the things that I definitely want you to do and want you to have the opportunity to do while you're here, because thank you very much for coming here.
Oh, my pleasure.
And doing this. And I know, you know, it's a weekend, but I so appreciate it. I want you to speak directly to the people and to your camera, and I want you to tell them directly what kind of support you and your people are for them. If they have a child that's at UCF, or if they're thinking about going to UCF, or if they're a person in early recovery or needing recovery at UCF, feel free to speak directly to them and tell them maybe some of the things that you may have at UCF that they may not be aware of. You know, from your standpoint, I know that you're not from the office of, you know, the counseling or anything like that, but whatever, speak directly to them, because we're in a time right now where people, they see the uniform and they have certain reactions, and I know you guys very differently now. You know, so even though I come from those reactions as a young person, the love that I've gotten from all of you and the support and me knowing what you guys really feel is very different. So I want to give you that opportunity to look in that camera and talk directly to them.
Sure. You know, it's for our campus community, you know, they need to know we are your police department, and we're here to help you. What they might not know about their police officers is all of our police officers are crisis intervention team trained, CIT. It's the gold standard of mental health training. It's about de-escalation. And you know, during these stressful times, so many people are feeling it, and we've seen it. You know, the number of students in crisis, even though we have a depopulated campus, hasn't changed. You would think that they would have gone way down, but we've had to deal with a lot of young people who are struggling with COVID, with the political polarization, with, you know, you name it. And our officers are here for you. So if you're struggling, if you're having a rough time, our police officers are there to help you. And as a matter of fact, I'm proudly wearing my CIT pin. I wear it all the time. You know, and I'm CIT trained myself. And you know, it has not only helped me professionally, but it's helped me in my personal life. You know, we all have, we know someone, we have neighbors, I have family members, and I've had to de-escalate on many occasions. So our officers, they all go through this training, and they exercise that if not every day, it's pretty darn close. And they help students. They help them recover from a crisis that may be the worst day of their lives. And we get them the help they need. They get the counseling, and we want to get them back into school if they can, right? And that's what it's all about. Our officers, they care.
Is someone able to approach an officer if they see an officer on campus and say, listen, I have something on me and I'm afraid to use it. I don't want to use it. I need help.
Absolutely.
And they won't get arrested. Is that a safe deal?
That's a safe deal. Yep.
And I think that's important to know. I think it's important to know that you all are prepared to help them navigate whatever system's in place at UCF. And we know that UCF has a good system in place to help people should they need any help.
We do.
And so you and your people are there to help them, right?
We are. And it's the continuum of care that we provide at UCF. It starts with the police officer de-escalating, and then, of course, we have a very strong counseling program.
Thank you.
And we want to get them into that counseling, getting them the help, and getting them back into the game, right? They want to get back into school and be successful.
And stay in school.
Absolutely.
Awesome and complete it. Listen, Chief Metzger, I could talk to you forever. Man, time goes by fast. This whole 24 hours is going to go by so fast.
Absolutely.
But I appreciate you coming in. Again, it's a Saturday, but it's Independence Day, and you knew how important that was to me, and I appreciate you because this is important for all of us. Thank you for humanizing us. I mean, humanizing something that some people may come into it with their own ideology. That's not the case, and I really want people to get you better. And because I love that campus. I love what you guys do, and you are a safe campus. And thank you for taking care of my daughter and so many people that are out there. I really appreciate you.
Well, thank you for the invitation.
Thank you.
I wouldn't have missed it.
All right. Chief Metzger from UCF, thank you very much. We'll be back with Stephanie Bowman from One Heart for Women and Children after this.
Hi, my name's Zach, and last year you may have seen my video at the Central Care Mission breakfast. This is what my life has been like this past year. Back in 2017, I had a major relapse in my life. It affected my family, my wife, who was pregnant at the time, and the relapse caused a lot of devastation in my life. It almost tore the family completely apart.
The scariest day of my life, December 12th of 2017. He had an overdose, and I was the one who found him. And we have our 3-month-old son, who, thank God, was sleeping at the time because it gave me the opportunity to perform CPR until the paramedics got there, and they didn't think they were getting him back. And I'm facing the reality of I'm going to be a single mom. And I wasn't prepared for this. We get through that, he comes back. We try and make a plan, but it just kept sliding down the slope.
During my time at Central Care Mission, I had a year to work on myself and develop my relationship with God, which had dwindled nearly to nothing before I had gotten there. I was able to have opportunities to read my Bible, pray, meditate, whatever I needed to kind of get focused on God and how He was shaping my life and how He was going to change everything in my life, which He did.
Over the year that he was in Central Care Mission and going through his recovery phase, we were both working on ourselves.
While I was there, I got to explore fitness, which was somewhat new to me at the time, but it became such a passion and a hobby. Because I was there for over a year, I was able to develop very, very close relationships with some of these guys. I know the struggle, and I know that our support amongst each other is so vital. Thank you, Lord, for today and for the time that we got to. This past year, me and my wife have been growing together as a couple. We have started taking marriage counseling like soon after I left the mission, and it has done wonders for our marriage. We are stronger spiritually, emotionally, we understand each other better, Since I left Central Care, I have also attended school to get my journeyman's in electrical. I've taken my fitness outside of Central Care since I graduated, and I got a membership at 24 Hour Fitness. It's not even something that I struggle with. It's just such a part of who I am now. It's become very routine and very much a part of who I am today. I want to ask you, what has been your greatest memory since I've left the mission?
It's a lot. It's been the times together as a family. The times that Zayden will run to you from the other room and be like, Daddy, Daddy, and the excitement, and I love seeing him grow up with you around in the way that you grow as a father with him, and I can't wait to see more of that. I can't wait to see where we are a year from now, 5 years from now, like while we're at it, 50 years from now. Like, that's the dream.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Bowman. I'm the founder of One Heart for Women and Children. In 1999, January 7th of 1999, I took a leap of faith and started a whole new journey in my life. I am now almost 22 years clean and sober. In 1999, there were so many changes that happened, and I love that there were a lot of amazing women that came into my life to teach me how to live differently. So I was 8 years clean and sober, and so I was starting One Heart for Women and Children. And when we started it, really we just wanted to be able to help bridge the gap. We knew that there were women that were trying to get clean and sober, they didn't know where to go, and we knew we had a lot of resources, so we were bridging that gap. And as a result of that, they taught me how to give. They also taught me how important it was to think of others a little bit more than myself. And as a result, here we are. We were 8 years later. 8 years later, I started One Heart for Women and Children. When anybody's in treatment and they're there for 3 months, 6 months, a year, whatever that timeline looks like, they will use their vouchers after they graduate, and they can use the vouchers for furniture, household goods, clothing, any of the other needs that they have while they're in that time of transition. One Heart represents hope. It represents the true gift of service, learning, and having a community that all comes together. Hope starts here, and I want to say, one day at a time, anything is possible.
Hey everybody, how you doing? Welcome back to the Hope-A-Thon. Wasn't that awesome? I mean, I seriously could have spoke to Chief Metzger a lot longer. I love how refreshing it is to know these individuals on this side of it, that is, and just to see how the world has changed and evolved, and especially how law enforcement has changed and evolved in this particular space. Thank you very much again to Chief Metzger and all the good folks over there. But you just saw a video, and this next person is real near and dear to my heart. I love this person a great deal, and I'm so glad she has accepted the invitation to be on this year's Hope-A-Thon. So without any further ado, can we bring up Stephanie Bowman? Can I see Stephanie Bowman, please?
Hello.
There she is. Where's she at?
Can you see me?
Well, I can't see you yet, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to. But there you are. There you are. Look at you. Where are you at? Look, what is behind you?
This is our new our collage of 13 years of amazing history with One Heart.
Wow. Well, it's beautiful to see you, Stephanie. Thank you very much for joining us today on Independence Day, Stephanie. It's here.
Woo! I love it.
Awesome. Awesome.
Thanks for allowing me to be such a part of just an amazing day today.
Well, you're a huge part of it. Every year at the Recovery Walk, I mean, you saw the Recovery Walk videos, right? I mean, you're all over the Recovery Walk videos. You and all the ladies from One Heart and all the friends that you have are always out there, and you guys do so much for this community. It's really awesome. So, of course, we couldn't have this, Stephanie, without you. Couldn't have it.
Thank you.
So let's update. Let's tell everybody a little bit. Who's Stephanie? Who's Stephanie Bowman? Why is she on my television set right now? Why is she on my YouTube feed or my Facebook feed? Who's Stephanie Bowman?
So Stephanie Bowman is a woman in recovery. I am 21 years clean and sober. Actually, January 7th, by the grace of God, will be 22 years with uninterrupted sobriety. So I could not even imagine my life today where I was 22 years ago. I tell you, it's an amazing, it's been an amazing journey. And I'll tell you that if anybody 22 years ago would have said what that in between then and now was going to look like, I don't know if I would have first believed them. But second of all, I didn't think that I could do it. And through some just absolutely amazing women and men and people from all different places. My support group, especially in early recovery, came from AA and NA, and I had some cancer support groups and a lot of great places and people that just jumped in to help heal a lot of the hurt. And I think that's why I was a multiple relapser, is because I didn't know how to heal that hurt. And when people came in and said, you know, this is how I did it. And of course I wanted to learn how they were doing it and how they were living life so happy. I didn't know that life could be happy, joyous, and free.
Yeah, and that's kind of it, right? To not really believe what we thought at that time was the hype, right? How do you believe the hype? How is that going to work for me? Yeah, these are promises. Yeah, this is how good you feel, but I don't think I'm ever going to feel this way. You know, and I know you felt that way, Stephanie, because I saw you when you first came in, and I don't think there was a lot of hope going on there. I saw a lot of fear, a lot of anxiety, a lot of want. A lot of desire. I saw that. I remember that. So can you speak to that kind of time frame? Because that's who's watching this right now. There's people out there right now that are in that same moment, right? They're in that same moment, and it's a crossroads for them, right? They can either pick up that phone today and call it, and so it's a perfect time to say the phone. So let me say it then. It's 833-NOW-MATTERS. That's 833-NOW-MATTERS, 833-669-6288. If you call it, we have people standing up right now or standing by right now. So take us through that time where you picked up that whether it was a phone call that you made or whether it was just a physical, I'm just going to go to kind of situation.
Absolutely. So in between my relapses, I was a 10-time relapser. And what I do want to say for anybody that's listening or watching, you do not have to relapse. Relapse is not a requirement. But each time I say but, because for me, I would go to a meeting, go 30 days worth of meetings, start working the steps, and then suddenly something, whatever it was, whether it was a celebration, whether it was the domestic violence that was happening in my home, whatever, it didn't matter what it was at that time, because I guess I really wasn't ready to stop. And so I would use for a couple months and then come back into the rooms of Alcoholics Anonymous and Narcotics Anonymous. And I was really bouncing in and out. And in my ninth relapse, in between my ninth relapse and my last, I was 7 months pregnant with my youngest daughter, who is now, by the grace of God, she's 22 years old. But I'll tell you, I was pregnant. Louis, that was the day I met you and Hector. And I came in and I was so broken. I was, again, 7 months pregnant. I was 100 pounds soaking wet, in the height of my addiction, and came into one of the rooms and laid on the ground. I laid in a fetal position down on the floor on the carpet, and you came over and just rested your back right against me and didn't say a word. Not a word. But I tell you, it was the first time I felt just such unconditional love and support. And I knew that I was in the right place, but I still didn't know how to do it. So I left there, and a couple days later, I used again. And then it was 5 months later that I was sick and tired of being sick and tired, and I was done. And I was homeless. So I ended up homeless with my kids. They were 5 months old, and my two girls, 5 months old and 6 years old. And we were homeless for 5 weeks. And that was it. That was the bottom for me. And DCF was already looking for me, and they had a great plan. The fugitive unit was looking for me, and another full team of people. And they already had a plan for me. They were ready to swoop me up and take me either to jail or to detox. And when they found us, what they did is they had 2 cabs, and we were under the bridge at 408 overpass Paramore, which was my bottom. They swooped up both my girls and drove off, swooped me up, drove off, and asked me, do I want to go to jail or do I want to go to detox? And it was detox. And that was January 7th of 1999. My kids were in foster care for 9 months. And I'll tell you, that gave me the oomph to keep going and not give up. If my parents would have taken my kids, I don't believe that I would have had that oomph. I wouldn't have had that glimmer of hope, because my kids would have been, I could have bounced in and out and seen them. But I'm so grateful that my kids were away from me. They were away from me, away from the abuse. And it gave me a fighting chance. It also gave my children a fighting chance.
Right. And
so I want to say that if you're watching this and you're bouncing in and out, or you just don't know if you're ready, I want to say, take a deep breath, make a phone call, because you don't have to live the way that you're living anymore.
Yeah, and that's a real good message from you, Stephanie. Here's what I really, really love about you is how open you are. You're very open, and you're brutally honest about your past. Even that stuff that you said right now, like you say it so matter-of-factly, you know, but I know when you were experiencing it, how painful it was. So for the women out there that you know, maybe they're bouncing around, maybe they have a kid or two, and maybe they're avoiding, you know, answering the phone or certain knocks at the door because they're afraid someone's going to come take their kids away. You know, speak to them a little bit. I want you to speak to them in a way that I know only Stephanie can. You know, because you get it, you understand it, you're open about it, you're open about where you were and how you were, minus all, you know, no fear of all the judgment that you may face now because you know what you've accomplished since then.
And I'll tell you that it's because there were other people there that I didn't even know. I didn't know any of the people that were helping me, but because I stepped in with both feet. Like both feet, I stepped in. There was no more do I, don't I, should I, shouldn't I. I just went in full steam and trusted in the process because I knew there were other people that had already walked the walk that could help teach me how to heal the pain. And ultimately, that's really what it is. You know, we have different things like at 15 years old, the rape, and then when I say it, it's like super painful, right? At that time, it was super painful, but now it's not painful because I've healed that hurt. So it's part of the story, so I can share that experience, strength, and hope with others. So no matter what those pains were, right? So for me, it was a rape and then an abortion and then not telling anybody and all the secrets and then the drugs and then the alcohol and then there's just one more thing. And what happened, and I do this because it's like, all right, stuff, and then not wanting to feel. And ultimately that's what happens. So it's like, for me, it was, I had to stop running. I had to stop doing things the way I thought they should be. I had to fully 100% say, I'm here, teach me how to live because the way I'm living sucks. It is painful. It is, I was hopeless, helpless. I didn't know whether I really wanted to live or die, but I knew that my children deserve for me to live.
Yeah.
My children deserve to have a mother that was clean and sober, no matter what.
And that's the fight, right? That's the fight that you really had that desire somewhere deep inside you. I mean, because I only know you as a fighter, Steph. I don't know you as a person out there getting beat down. And I think that's really, maybe that's really what I want to get to, Steph, with you. Is that I think there's people out there that feel too stupid or too bad of a person and all that when they think about their story. But the story doesn't really define you. Like, your story doesn't really define you. Your emergence from that story. Now that, on the other hand, I think that really does define you. You know, here's what people, can I share some things about you? Is that okay? I mean,
Absolutely.
okay.
Yeah.
Like your current things that's going on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
You are a cancer survivor, you know, multiple times. You're a survivor of rape, a survivor of just putting yourself in a system that was removing your children, removing you from them. You weren't going to have them ever again. You know, so either you could have stayed in that little egg position and never come out of it, or you could have emerged. And I think what I really, really admire is I never know you not to be a survivor and not to emerge, because first I saw you that day, then you did my show, which and then next thing you know, One Heart for Women and Children, which we have to talk about, One Heart for Women and Children, and then you know, all these things, and you know, I meet so many people that they complain every day about small things like the temperature and Trinity, I'm not talking about you, the temperature, or you know, some of the little things. I never hear you complain about anything, and you have all the reason in the world to complain, but you never do. So I only know you that way. So take me back to the time where you weren't like that, because I don't know you like that.
Oh boy, you don't want to know me that way either. I was an abuser. I was a fighter. I was not much of a runner. I would stand up like I was 8 feet tall, no matter who was on the other side of me. And really, I was utterly broken. I thought that I was Superwoman. You know, there was really a time where I thought that no bullet could kill me.
Right.
I was ruthless. I was mean. I lied. I cheated. I stole. I worked at a bank, and you know, God, thank goodness they didn't have me arrested. But I made full restitution after I got clean and sober.
Nice.
But I could have gone to jail. Same thing. I could have spent 26 years in the system for aiding, abetting a fugitive, and you know, just all kinds of stuff. And that didn't define who I was. Like, I didn't grow up that way. I grew up with an amazing family. My mother was a mental health counselor. My father was he was an army sergeant. There was no drugs. My parents didn't drink. They didn't cuss. They didn't never laid a hand on us. Always talked about our feelings. And then at 15 years old, when the rape happened, like, I just shut down. I didn't know what to do, where to go. But I will tell you, if I would have told people in my life what was happening, they would have surrounded me with love, and they would have helped heal the hurt. So that's something else that I really want to say to anybody that's watching right now. If you are in a situation, whatever that situation is, where you feel like nobody could ever understand, there's people that do understand. You're not alone. Anything that is going on, there is somebody else that has been there, that has healed that hurt, that can help you to get to that next place, that next transitional place, so that you too have a fighting chance. And I think that for me, that was the beautiful part, is that each time I told another piece of my story, especially when I was in the rooms where somebody would say, oh, I've done that, or I've been walking through that, and this is how I walked through it.
Yeah.
And they just took me along with the journey. And I am not the same person that I was when I walked in the rooms, Louie. And I'll tell you that there were so many amazing people that said, you know, that you don't have to be that person anymore, right? B, it doesn't define who you are. And C, don't leave until the miracle happens. And I can tell you, every single day, there are miracles that are happening in my life.
Well, you have manufactured a lot of those miracles that have happened in your life. I mean, you really know how to grab onto a small moment and make it meaningful. which I think is very admiring. You know, I've seen you cherish little moments. I've seen you embrace moments of your life, in your children's life. I love when you post little things about, you know, these experiences that you have with your daughters, because of someone like you and because of how open you are, you have just had this amazing relationship with them, and you can see it. It comes across. And you know, one thing, I'm really glad you said that about parents, because I too, Stephanie, come from very good parents. You know, so let's break a little bit of that stigma that not all of us come from this bad situation at home, because I don't come from a bad situation at home. I don't come from bad parents. Now, that doesn't mean there wasn't abuse, but it wasn't my parents who did it. It wasn't my parents who did some harm to me, and they didn't know about it. And so those things that exist and have happened to so many of us, it's how we interpret some of those pains that have happened to us. It's how, not only how we interpret it, but who we spoke to about it. So many of us keep these things a secret. You know, something happens to us and we don't go to the people that we really need to go to. We don't open up about it. We feel shame about it. We feel guilt about it. We feel whatever we feel about it. It's our feelings, right? And there's no right or wrong to that. It just is what it is. But then when we find ourselves in a hole, then we identify ourselves as that hole, as if we got there somehow by our doing, instead of realizing this is a reaction and a response that I wasn't ready for. Wasn't ready to deal with this sort of pain. But then once we're doing the behavior, Stephanie, then we get judgment, right? Then not only does the world judge us, but we judge ourselves, because we're doing things that are not really nice things to do, whether it be to our children, or whether it be to our sense of responsibility, or whether it be to our loved ones. And then it's real easy to point the finger and say, look. But how beautiful is that, Stephanie? Like we saw earlier, like someone like a Chief Metzger, and then coming up soon we'll have Sheriff Lima talk about how they view us today. How they don't view us as they don't identify us just as that problem. Now, they may have to at that moment to keep us safe from, you know, from ourselves or help the community be safe, but they get it a lot more, right? Isn't it refreshing to see how law enforcement and people out there has now embraced us a lot more, and they kind of get what we have to say, like they're listening to us, Steph?
Absolutely, and I'll tell you that when the fugitive unit picked me up 22 years ago, I felt at that time they were super rough on me. Now, what I will say is they were not rough on me. Like there was no abuse or anything like that. But the way that they were talking to me, I'm like, how come you're talking to me like that, right? Don't you know who I am? Well, they knew who I was, and they knew what I was up to. They had me for 72 hours, and it was really, really scary. But I'll tell you what, when I got a year clean and sober, I went back to them and thanked them because they saved my life.
They did.
They saved my life, and they saved the lives of my children. And every single solitary day, I will say, watching police officers that are out there, not just driving by One Heart. We've got 16 police officers that drive by One Heart that we wave at. And at any given time, you know, they will stop in, see if we need anything, ask us how we're doing. Right. And that's the beautiful part. They're our friends. They're part of our community.
Right. You know, and not just them, because they're part of the whole umbrella of government, right? The man that I used to say, you know what I mean? But look which station we're on, Stephanie. Look what station opened up their studio to us and said, for 24 hours, have full reign to help people out there suffering from substance use disorder. Have 24 hours to help people dealing with some mental health issues that they're struggling with. Provide them hope. So let's take a quick second and maybe spread a little bit of that. Remember, if you're out there and you're listening to this, if you're hearing Stephanie and you say, you know what, I can identify with Stephanie. I mean, that seems like a person that I'd really like to get to know. She seems like a real special person. Well, you know, she's out there at One Heart for Women and Children. And if you go to nowmattersmore.org, I will gladly connect you with her. But I would really like to appreciate maybe you hitting that button and helping us out, because we're helping out One Heart for Women and Children. One Heart for Women and Children is one of the charities that we're helping out during this Hope-A-Thon, during this entire event. Everything that we're raising, everything that we're doing, all these contributions are going to these wonderful charities, and One Heart for Women and Children is one of them. But if you're listening to this and you want help, remember, 833 Now Matters. You can call 833-669-6288. That's 833-669-6288. And you can start your own miracle that Stephanie was talking about. Last few seconds, Stephanie, can you share a little bit about One Heart and what you do for the community? Because you know, I think it's really special. And again, that just emerged out of nowhere to me. You know, one minute you're on the floor. The next minute we have One Heart for Women and Children. Your trucks are driving around everywhere, and I'm donating whatever furniture or whatever clothes or whatever else I can come up with. So what do you guys do out there?
Absolutely. So we help families and individuals that are in transition. We start that relationship with people through the gift of food. 22 years ago, as I was eating out of dumpsters, what we've said as soon as we started One Heart 13 years ago is nobody on our watch will ever have to go into a dumpster for
Amen.
food or put their kids in a dumpster for food like I was doing. So we help families, we help people also to get into treatment. Just as in the last 10 days, we've helped 13 women get into detox, and 2 of them, also 2 separate ones that were graduating from treatment, get into a safe transitional home. So this is from somebody that's, we're helping people that are homeless and helping a lot of other families, especially during COVID-19 right now.
Yep.
We are helping a lot of the hospitality industry. We know, millions and millions of people have been laid off and fired from jobs because of COVID. We have just during the COVID-19 time, we just hit our 2.5 million. We've provided enough food for 2.5 million meals just in 8 months. And it's because we have an amazing community. When there is a need at One Heart, whether it is a safe place for a woman and her kids to go, whether it's a turkey or Christmas presents, we put it on Facebook. If you want any more information on how you can get involved at One Heart, whether it's volunteering, our volunteering looks very different during COVID-19 time. But if you need help, if you need food, if you need clothes, hygiene items, if you need a safe place to go, or if you are hurting and you just don't have anybody to talk to, pick up the phone. Pick up the phone.
Right.
Today at Now Matters More, Louis got some other information there for anybody to call. But if you need food, if you need Christmas presents, please pick up the phone and call. Louis will have our information, I believe, on
Sure.
on the
We'll
page.
pass them along.
Yeah. So really, we are a big family here at One Heart, and we're offering that gift of hope through food.
Thank you, Stephanie. Listen, I really appreciate you. I love you. I love you. Thank you so very much. Keep doing all the great work. Thank you very much for being part of this Hope-A-Thon with us. And that was Stephanie Bowman, everybody. We love her to death. She's awesome. All right, so coming up right after this small little break, watch this little video, and we're coming back with Sheriff Lima from Seminole County. Coming up.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Trinity Phillips, the president of the Now Matters More Foundation. And I want to personally thank each and every single one of you for tuning in today for these wonderful messages of hope. Now, if you're watching this and you're wondering how you can get involved and make a contribution, you can go to nowmattersmore.org. That's nowmattersmore.org. Or you can go to thehopeathon.com. That's thehopeathon.com and hit the donate button to make a contribution. The second way you can get involved is you can text Now Matters to 31996. That's text Now Matters to 31996. Thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the show.
Hi, everyone. My name is Graham Barrett, and I live in Winter Park, Florida. I just wanted to share a few things about me and why I'm talking to this camera in front of me. First and foremost, anytime that Louis Delgado from the Now Matters More Foundation asks me to do something, I do it. So even if I'm uncomfortable with it and don't like it very much. But I would be remiss to not speak because now it's been about 22 or 23 years ago, I myself went to an inpatient treatment center for adolescent boys in Minnesota. And without that intervention regarding my mental health related issues as well as my substance use issues, I get emotional every time I talk about this. Without that intervention, I do not think that I would be alive today. And I don't think I would have ever gotten a chance to realize that sobriety and having my mental health in order is the greatest show on earth. I did not always feel that way. Going back to February of 1998, I will never forget it. Substances stopped working for me. And so at that point, I really saw no sense in living, no sense in surviving, was never happy. And so I really didn't have interest in committing suicide, but I really did not want to feel the pain that I felt at that time. And so what better thing to do than to try to put myself to sleep? Well, thank God I failed. And I failed for a good reason, because I belong here today. And I'm going to fast forward the tape 22 years, and sitting here before you today, there's definitely been a lot of bumps and challenges along the way. But today I have my recovery. Today I am no longer depressive ridden. Today I have meaningful friends in my life. Today I have a wife that I love, and you may have heard in the background some kids screaming. I have a 5-year-old son and a 2.5-year-old girl, who all three of them are the light of my life. And those are things that I never even wanted before. So I could go on and on and on, but I can tell you that anyone who's listening to this tape, whether you feel inspired by me or not, what I care telling you is that you give me hope in the midst of your struggle and whatever you're going through. Yes, I've not walked in your shoes. I don't know what's going on, but I can tell you from experience that I have felt a pain and darkness that I never want to feel again, and that I never thought was possible to replace. And I can tell you that from the simple task of raising my hand and asking for help, something that I'd never done in my entire life, I got help, and I got a chance to understand what this life is like and why it's worth living. So if life sucks and you want to die, welcome. I know that feeling. If life sucks and drugs have stopped working for you, I know that feeling. But as someone who's walked through it, I can tell you that it is possible. And if it's possible for someone like me, the bozo that I am, I can guarantee you that it's possible for someone like you. So although, sorry, I get emotional talking about this stuff. If you feel lost or hopeless, realize that really difficult thing of raising your hand and asking for help, or whoever you are, asking someone, a loved one, a friend. If you don't have anyone, dial 911. It doesn't matter. Just someone to pick up the other end of the line to help you. It's worth it. So have an awesome day today during the 2020 Hope-A-Thon. Louie, I love you. Thanks for spreading the message of recovery, because it is possible, and I hope to meet some of you someday. Take care.
And the train keeps rolling, 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 rolling. And this is still Independence Day. We're still here on Orange TV, whether you're watching us on Orange TV, Facebook, YouTube, anything like that. I don't know how you're watching us, but you're watching us. And thank you very much for watching us and joining us today, all during Independence Day. That's right, all November 14th, 2020 is Independence Day. And so many people are making the choice and the decision to get clean and sober today and make this their last moment and their beginning of their new life. And we think that's phenomenal. And if you want to do that, remember, call 833-NOW-MATTERS. That's 833-669-6288. Yes, maybe you can put the sign landscape mode. Janet, thank you very much. I appreciate that. You know, Greg told me that I should have a bigger sign, but me, because I just now found out that I'm nearsighted, I'm stubborn. I don't want to wear glasses yet, even though I have them. But anyway, enough about me. Let's go on to Sheriff Lima from Seminole County. One of my favorite people. You don't know this. You don't know this. You are one of my favorite people, and probably the only politician I ever donated to their to their campaign.
I thank you greatly for that.
You're welcome. You're welcome. But anyway, welcome, brother. How are you?
Thank you. I am well, and thank you for doing this. I mean, it's such an important topic, and your advocacy is really to be commended. I think we need this now more than ever before. Really.
Yeah, but see, you know, look, mine is one thing, but I got to tell you, coming from where you're coming from the duties that you have, which is not only to keep everybody safe, right? I'm going to jump right into it. Not everybody to keep everybody safe, but also you have to be the hard voice sometimes. It just comes with the job, right? I mean, you run towards the problem. You run towards the fire. And still be as compassionate as you are. And I know you to be that way. That's why, by the way, when I say, you know, that's why I contributed. That's why I support you. And I know I probably shouldn't have said this on Orange TV, but I did. All right, you know, edit it out. But the thing is because I believed in what you had to say, and you've proven it. You've backed it up. And man, I have to thank you so much for being who you are. You really are very special. And you know, there's only one other person locally that I give that much credit to, because, you know, you guys have been around my life for so long, and that's Demings as well. Mayor Demings has been that guy for me as well. So please, let's get into that a little bit. Seminole County. First of all, explain for people that don't know what Seminole County is, or how big it is, or what it includes. What are the real little 30-second of what Seminole County is?
So Seminole County is one of the most affluent counties in the state of Florida, but I say we're number 3. Okay. We're the 3rd most densely populated county per square mile, with 325 or so square miles, with about 500,000 people living in there. 7 municipalities. So. We're also the 3rd smallest county geographically when you look at the boundaries. But wonderful school systems, great economy, but not immune to this unprecedented epidemic, particularly with opioids.
Definitely not immune. And you are the county where I had my private practice for 25 years. Yeah. I was in Altamont Springs for 25 years. So that county means a lot to me. And I think that's why. That's why I went that day. Scott Sturgill invited me, and he's the one that introduced you. Me and my wife went and met you.
Yeah, I remember like it was yesterday.
That's what tripped me out the other day when I saw you at David Siegel event. Yeah. And I went up to you, and I was about to do the whole reintroduction thing of who I am. And you have this amazing. Is that just something you have? You have this little memory.
You made a lasting impression on me as well. So you know what? That was the Heathrow Country Club.
That's right. It was the Heathrow Country Club.
Yeah.
I'm glad Scott introduced us, because you had these different ideas of how you would approach this situation. And I ask everybody that's going for office or anything. And you know, I know people don't think of office when they think law enforcement, but there comes a level, like when you get to the level of sheriff, there's a political edge to it, right? So I had these questions about, like, all right, so what about this space? You know, because this space means a lot to me, helping people that have a drug and alcohol problem.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, you know, we talked about it before, but we are absolutely convinced that crime is a symptom of another problem. And if we want to make our community safe, if we want to help, you know, people change their lives, we must address those underlying conditions that are present that lead people down the path in the first place. And we know that parenting is one, but substance abuse and mental health and all of these things to help people get on the right path. Look, I mean, the greatest responsibility of any civilized society is to protect and preserve human life. And I think that's what we're doing up in Seminole County.
Well, see, that's impressive, because it's real easy to just look at our behaviors and then judge us from that, right? I mean, I've shared with you privately some of the behaviors that I did early on that on face value alone, I would have never gotten a second chance by some people. They'll judge you by that behavior alone, and they'll say, you know what, once you know, no leopards don't change their spots. You know, has that been your experience, that leopards don't change their spots, or have you seen people like me you know, change their spots and do for others?
I am absolutely convinced that more than 95% of people can be habilitated or rehabilitated. We have about 5% that are probably classified formally as psychopaths that are incarcerated, and you have to keep them away from even other people who are incarcerated. But for the most part, I mean, we call them correctional facilities, right? We want to correct behavior, and we've seen that happen. Any person who studies the criminal justice system knows that recidivism is a problem. Because it's a problem because we're not making an effort to fix whatever's going on. And I'll tell you, I think I shared this with you last time we talked, that we're in one of the few correctional facilities in the country. I think that we may be the only correctional facility in the country that performs all 3 forms of FDA-approved medical-based treatment. We've got methadone, buprenorphine, and Vivitrol within our facility.
Now Now, wait, let's pause there for a second. People, this is a law enforcement officer saying Vivitrol. And the reason I'm picking that one is because a lot of people that are watching this don't even know everybody knows what methadone is.
Right.
Everybody knows what Suboxone is.
Right.
But very few people know what Vivitrol is, even in the treatment industry.
Right.
And this is why, like when Chief Metzger was here just a little bit ago, I said the treatment industry has moved a lot slower than law enforcement in adapting to this new age of helping people. You guys have really moved the needle a lot because you had to do the most change, to be honest with you, because you went from feeling like you could just arrest us all and then somehow, scare us into submission,
right, to
being so compassionate and empathetic and bringing in people like me. Like, I can't even tell you how many trainings I've done to all the way from DEA to HIDA people, all the, undercover agents and people like that of learning more about addiction and how to talk to us. I think that's been phenomenal. And it's across the board. It's not just one law enforcement agency.
Yeah.
I've seen it across the board.
Well, I think that there's momentum, kind of gaining and kind of pushing us along. But what we know now is this is not a situation of trying to make bad people good, but rather sick people well.
Yeah.
And getting people the medical help that they need. Now, we combine the MAT with cognitive behavioral therapy and a lot of different support mechanisms. But I think that when you look at the medical doctors, many of them are just now learning that, okay, maybe OxyContin was a bad thing. Maybe overprescribing and getting people hooked at unprecedented numbers was not the path moving forward. And look, the Purdue family, I mean, the Sackler family and the Purdue company, I mean, they really did some damage across this country. And I think that now one of the things that we realized was when we created the prescription pill monitoring system and no longer people could shop, they went right to street level heroin. And now what we're seeing is unprecedented numbers of overdoses. I mean, we've got a 60% increase in overdoses in Seminole County, 20% increase in overdose deaths. And
since when? When you say an increase since when?
Well, since January 1st. And I think that the unintended consequences of this COVID-19 pandemic is unprecedented dependency on whatever substance it was that people turned to in the first place, co-occurring prevalence of mental health, and a need for services. The lack of social environments have hurt some people that were getting some help from peer support groups. And I got to tell you, we have to be prepared to address this as we move forward.
Right. Yeah. When I heard that, some people reached out to us on the Couch Live, to Trinity, my partner and I, and they were saying, some AA meetings or NA meetings were being shut down, like they couldn't meet the way. And I just said, why don't you just get a shirt and put protester on it, and then just go in and just all be in there, because there was a lot of meetings that just weren't happening, a lot of clubhouses and stuff like that.
You're exactly right. And you think about it, when we look at the data, we're looking at 4 general touch points. We're looking at people who are in treatment, people who are hospitalized, largely because they've overdosed. We're looking at contact with the criminal justice system. And then last, and certainly one that you have the least amount of effect over, is mortality rates. And these are just a small fraction of the people who are out there watching that need help right now. And that's what our job is, to make sure that they can receive the help and the treatment that they deserve. And that's why we're excited about the partnership that we have with AdventHealth. I think I told you Walmart.
Speak about that, because that's a big deal.
Yeah, so we said that the #1 predictor of whether or not somebody will overdose and die is whether or not they've overdosed and survived. And up until this point, there's been very limited services to that at-risk population. I mean, if you or I passed out on the set right now, people around here would render aid. They would call 911. We would be transported by ambulance to a local hospital. But more often than not, when they found out that we overdosed because we were using a substance, they would release us back into the same environment that we overdosed in the first place. So we have navigators that go out there, and I tell you, Tim Cook and all the members at AdventHealth have been such wonderful partners. We had a building across from our correctional facility, and we said, this at one time was a work release building. It later became a county probation building. But working with our county commission, we gave it to AdventHealth, and they are completely staffing the clinical component of what they're calling Hope and Healing Center, where everybody, regardless of their uninsured or underinsured, or if they just need help with every type of substance. But what's unique about this, it's not only for them, but it's for their family members, because we know that every person that's on their journey towards recovery, there's 5 to 10 family members that are crying themselves to sleep at night wondering, where do I turn and what do I do?
Wow. See, I think that's so amazing, because when we say, you know, how do we change? Like, how do we change the system? I mean, you walked into a system that just exists, right? We have jails, we have treatment centers, and we have homes and safety, right? Or, you know, whatever there is. But how do we change that system? And I think this is one component to it. But you, as sheriff, you've been doing other things. Like, that is one of them. How do we change that system of, like, how do you change, like you said, you're offering MAT services, medication-assisted treatment services in the jail. Like, how do we change how we deal with someone when they still did a crime? Like, you still committed something that I'm certain you probably think, well, you have to be held accountable for the action. So how do we navigate and deal with all that? Like, how do you,
I think we have to listen to the science. You know, we know that the MAT regiment combined with cognitive behavioral therapy quite literally saves lives. It's the gold standard, but we see so many medical professionals that still don't have access. They don't have a signed X waiver. They cannot participate in the treatment of FDA-approved treatment for opioid use disorder. But they can prescribe the drugs that create the addiction in the first place. So I think that, you know, getting more people aware. But, you know, every time I talk about this, I say, you know, in my nearly 30-year career, we've had 3 inmates or returning citizens petition their judges to have their sentences extended because for the first time in many years they were getting clean. These are people who have loved ones that are happy that they are incarcerated because they know that the incarceration may save their lives. And I think that when we looked at it and said, the best place to treat people are not correctional facilities. And that's why getting services before, look, when you end up in a correctional facility or in contact with the criminal justice system, that means the ball has rolled between everyone else's legs and end up at the hands of sheriffs and state prisons and all of this stuff. I think that we can make a difference before it gets there.
I like that. Do you see maybe using this Advent Health building, there's 30 beds, it's 30 beds, right?
It's 40.
40 beds. Do you see using those 40 beds for maybe some people that would normally be housed not too far away in the jail to maybe go there? Or
So,
how do you plan on using it?
So what we're going to do is we're using this location as a criminal justice diversion program. I already have the state attorney, the public defender, and the chief judge in full agreement that if we can take people who their only involvement in the criminal justice system is a direct correlation to their dependency, then we can kind of move them through there. We're also looking that as people are awaiting bed space, or what I think a philosophy that needs to grow is assisted outpatient treatment, where people can get the treatment in the comfort of their homes and their environment. If they need a temporarily location to go for 30, 60 days, up to 90 days, they could go at that location. There'll be 40 beds available for people that are there. People who are also participating in MAT, medical assisted treatment, would go there and receive their services. So I'm very excited about what we're going to do at this location, the lives that we will save. There's also going to be peer support groups for family members and loved ones because, you know, it's easy. They say, well, we need to get more naloxone out there. We need to get more Narcan out there. And if you give it to the person who is on this journey themselves, as you know, sometimes they are not in their right frame of mind. And getting it to the loved ones, the people who may be in there in the house, is as important or maybe even more important than them themselves.
I think that's why I love, that's one of the reasons I love Vivitrol so much, because it's you don't have to make 30 good decisions in 30 days or 60 good decisions in 30 days. It's the shot and boom, you're in.
And Alkermes have been a great partner. They're out, and you know, but a lot of people are still not using it the right way. You've got some correctional facilities that are giving people a dose of Vivitrol 2 weeks before they're released. But yet no plan to continue to follow up. And we know treatment sometimes takes...
Reentry is important.
Yeah, I mean, it is so important. So what we're going to do with this center is to provide a warm handoff, whether that means a warm handoff back to the community, a warm handoff back to a state prison or a correctional environment. There needs to be something going on there where it's sustainable, not just a couple of doses or a couple of shots of Vivitrol, you know?
All right, well, so then 2 things, because we got about 6 minutes left, and there's 2 things that have come up in this conversation that I want to make sure. I like having asks.
Yeah.
All right. So one is I work real closely with Marion County. We have some Marion County people coming in here a little bit later, pretty soon actually. They might already be here. I'm working a lot with them. I'm a treatment consultant for the Marion County Hospital District, and they're real open to a lot of changes. So I would like to maybe connect you a lot more with what we're doing there, and maybe you can maybe we can share information so that even though both things are different, they both are kind of doing some of the same things, and maybe we can do some things together. I like that. So that's one. Two is you mentioned peers. So this is something that I think that you have a loud voice right now. Right. And I love how loud your voice is right now. People are listening to you, as evidenced by having the Project Opioid under your watch. And so a lot of people are listening to what you have to say and your guidance. Here's my ask. For peer recovery support specialists, there's a level 2 background screening. I'm sure you've heard how difficult it is for a lot of people that have hope, have gotten in recovery, but maybe they've done something in the past that doesn't make them eligible to pass this level 2 background screening. And so they have to seek some sort of exemption or something like that. Have you heard about that? Are you aware of that?
I have not heard it. I know in our correctional facility, we have total control. As a sheriff, you have total control over that. And so we have people with all types of backgrounds. And actually, some of the greatest ambassadors are the ones that have backgrounds that build credibility because they lived the experience.
And that's my point. So so they can become recovery coaches, but they can't become peer recovery support specialists. And the real difference is some of the training and some of the ethical training that I think is necessary for all of them. And the biggest difference is employability by places like Advent Health or by a Park Place or a live stream or the centers, all these kind of Aspire. They can't hire you unless you have some certain credentials sometimes, and a peer recovery support specialist is one of them. And maybe that's something that maybe you can help because people are listening to you. Yeah. Maybe if you can just remember what I'm asking you right now or saying right now, and so by saying it, hopefully you'll have that ear and you'll hear people, or just even ask the question, hey, how difficult is this level 2 background screening for people to become a peer recovery support specialist? Because I assure you that Advent Health is going to have peer recovery support specialists in working there, but there's some people that will never be able to do that. And so, again, I don't know what can be done. That's above my pay grade.
We'll add it to the list because I will tell you, legislatively, there's a big part of this. I mean, just think about it right now.
Amen.
We have increased penalties for drug dealers that are selling drugs in proximity to churches and schools and playgrounds, but no increased penalty for drug dealers that are selling drugs in proximity to a drug treatment facility. And if you think about where the target audience, so we're pushing hard legislatively, and we're trying to get people clean and help, but at the same time, we're holding the drug dealers accountable.
You have to
the fullest extent of the law. I mean, it's a part of what we do.
You have to. You have to. I mean, look. I mean, one thing is being empathetic. The other thing is you don't want to be blind, and you don't want to be a codependent yourself.
People are dying.
Yeah,
I mean, people are dying. We've had 81 deaths in Seminole County as of this morning. 81. Or in the entire 107-year existence in history, there's never been more than 81 people in Seminole County die of anything other than this. This is alarming numbers.
Am I just single issue minded, or is this like the biggest thing that you're known for?
Well, I tell you, it's complex because it's not only substance abuse, because substance use and substance abuse typically brings with it the co-occurring prevalence of mental health.
Right.
And I think that the theme here is if we get people healthy, if we reunite them with their families, we make our community safer, we save lives, we do all of the good things that a society is supposed to do. And you know what? It has a positive effect because in the 107 years, there's never been a crime rate lower in Seminole County than there is today, ever. So I really think what we're doing works. And people ask me, what can I do right now? Yeah. What can I do right now? I said, you can help us change the face of addiction.
Yes.
You can help us because now we know every single family member knows somebody that's on this journey. And it's all qualities of life, all classes of people. And you know what? For the first time in over 100 years, the average life expectancy of a U.S. citizen is diminished because of this epidemic.
You get this.
Yeah, I mean,
you really get this.
I'm gonna do all that I can as long as I'm in office to bring awareness and attention to this thing. And you know what? When you can save somebody's life, it releases endorphins in your body. And these law enforcement officers and public safety professionals, you know what they say? You know what? I feel good about myself. I feel like I've made a difference in somebody's life. and that's what we're going to do.
Nothing else to be said. Thank you so very much. Thank you for being who you are.
Yeah.
Sheriff Dennis Lima, thank you for winning.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your support and your advocacy.
Listen, Sheriff Dennis Lima, he's an awesome man. Seminole County's doing wonderful things, just like Orange is doing, and I can't even stress it enough. Thank you very much for coming. Join us on Independence Day.
Thank you.
Every year. You'll be back?
I will be back.
He said it here. All right. We're going to leave for a second, and we're coming back for the next person. Thank you very much. Stay tuned.
Hey, Louie and everyone watching. It's Marissa Molesky coming to you live from Long Island, New York. Much colder up here than it is down there. I wish I was there with you guys. I'm honored to be a part of the Hope-A-Thon and the 2020 Virtual Recovery Walk. I want to start off by saying happy Independence Day to everyone, and thank you to Louie, Trinity, and everybody at the Now Matters More Foundation for inviting me to be a part of this event. I'd like to dedicate my segment to my brother Nick, who we lost in August of 2015 after a long-fought battle of addiction and ultimate suicide. Also to my father, who we lost to cancer and pneumonia in 2009, but he was 27 years sober at the time of his death. Also, most recently, to my brother's friend Alex Mills, who we lost to the disease of addiction. We are all addicts. Whether it's a substance, a relationship, an activity, we're all addicts. I'm a recovering codependent. I'm addicted to helping people, and I often don't feel okay if they're not. But what I've also learned about codependence is that we love stronger than anybody I've met otherwise. And you know why that is? Because we never give up hope on the people that we love. And I personally believe, especially through my own life journey, that every life has a purpose. I was born 33 years ago with a disability called spina bifida. I had multiple surgeries to the point where, after a while, my family and I were running on hope. Did it turn out the way that any of us wanted? Maybe not at the time, but now, I wouldn't change a thing. Looking back, it's allowed me to reflect and focus on what's truly important. I don't mind wheeling around for the rest of my life, because what I have inside me is persistence, perseverance, and purpose, and a lot of positivity. Even our hardest times serve a purpose. Maybe we've gone through the motions. Maybe we've become numb. Sometimes we need the hard times to jolt us back into reality, to try something new, try something different. Maybe it's to show you the strength you wouldn't see inside yourself otherwise. The best thing that I could say to the person watching this right now, for a loved one. Maybe you're watching this for some hope. Maybe you want some answers. The first one, I can almost guarantee you're going to find. The second one, maybe I won't have the answers, but I'm sure somebody will. And all I can really tell you is that despite what it might seem like, your loved one is suffering. Whether it feels like they have any remorse for what they're doing to you, whether they even realize what it is they're doing to you. It's their disease, and I know that's hard for you right now. But it is their disease, and as long as they're breathing, the person you love is still in there. So there's always going to be hope. Nobody who genuinely feels good about themselves does what addicts do to those they love in their active addiction. Ross Rosenberg said it. Codependency is self-love deficit disorder. I think so is addiction. You need to really think about what you need in those moments that you catch yourself worrying. Because without you being at your best, you're no good when your loved one is ready for help. You can't take their pain away, and it might seem like the boundaries that you need to set are harsh and are hurting them, but chances are what they're fighting you on in their active addiction is exactly what they need. Thankfully, my brother and I were on speaking terms before he passed away, but I'll tell you right now, I would take decades of him not speaking to me because I set a boundary and he got clean over what we're living now. I remember 2 days after losing my brother, the phone rang, and it was Louie. And I'm pretty sure I lost it that morning. And I told him how guilty I felt because I got mad at my brother a lot over the years. And Louis said to me something that will always stick with me. He said, "You're still sick with his addiction." I was. Every time I catch myself trying to fix something for somebody, I think, okay, take a step back. What can you do to change it? If it's about somebody else, chances are you can't. Then you have to reflect back to the Serenity Prayer. Accept the things you cannot change. And pray a lot. When an addict is in active addiction, they completely lose themselves. They're not the same person. Whether or not they get clean later on, chances are you lose the person that you loved at least once. They're not the same person. But the same can be said for you. You often lose yourself because you're so consumed with the fear, the anxiety, the sadness, the anger. There's no room for your own emotions on your already full plate. But like I said, you'll be no good for them when they're ready if you don't clear that plate a little bit. Addiction is a family disease. Whether it quote-unquote runs in a family or not, it affects everybody. Whether they show it or not, whether they admit it or not, it will affect everybody. And everybody does need, whether they want to or not, to feel selfish for a minute to get grounded in who they are. Only when we're filled up can we help somebody else. To the person watching who's struggling with addiction right now, maybe somebody sent you this link. Maybe you're pissed off, not interested in watching it, but you are. Maybe you're eagerly watching it, but maybe you won't show that. Hoping for a little hope. You know who does have hope right now? Your loved ones. They're gonna have hope until your last breath. You might be afraid, not only of getting clean, and facing your own demons, but you might be afraid of facing your family. I guarantee you, even if that hurts like hell right now, losing you will feel 1,000,000 times worse than what you think it's going to feel like to face the people that you hurt. You'd be surprised how quickly they might still set boundaries, but how quickly they will accept you with open arms and be there to support you. Might not be in ways that always feel good, but it's in ways that you need and ways that will benefit all of you in the end. So they'll have hope until their last breath. But even then, they're going to be left. And I'm not saying this to guilt anybody. I'm saying this from experience. They're going to be left hoping that it was all a terrible nightmare. And I'm definitely not telling anybody to get sober for the people that love you. But I am saying there's hope. The feelings that you're feeling right now might seem like they're never going to go away, but they are temporary. They will go away. And I think it's really worth it to remember that and not throw everything away. Hang on and have hope. And do your damnedest to get out of that hole. No matter how far and how deep the trauma goes, it doesn't have to last forever. And it doesn't have to dictate who you are for the rest of your life either. And I know that you also might be thinking that your loved ones would be better off without you. Take it from me, they won't. I can promise you that. The bottom line is we have to break the stigma. We have to break the shame. If shame was eradicated, so many more people would be reaching out for help. And I'm telling you, if you're feeling shame right now, there are people who will help you. They won't judge you. They just want you to feel better and be better and be here. People you don't even know who can become family overnight. To the families who might feel that shame, who might feel that embarrassment of that stigma, our loved ones are sick. They have a disease, a treatable disease in many different ways. Please don't be the reason your loved one is afraid to seek some help. If your loved one passes from this disease, I bet you they fought it as hard as any stage 4 cancer patient on their deathbed. So say their name. Tell their story. You can still recover out loud. And I hope to God there's many people out there right now struggling with the disease of addiction who are ready to recover out loud. And we need to start saving lives in memory of all of those lost to the disease of addiction. Please remember to share this stream with everyone you know, because everyone knows someone who's suffering. And this could be just what they need to make that call today. Please visit thehopeathon.com to help us reach our financial goal so more people can get the help that they need. Back to you in the studio, Louie. It's time for me to wheel.
And on we go. Independence Day continues. Yes, we are still here. It's still Independence Day. No, there's no need to go to sleep. Stay awake with us. Share it with your friends. I hope that you're watching this and you're sharing it and sharing it. Hopefully you're learning a little something. Hopefully you're getting inspired a lot. Hopefully you know this is all about hope. So far we've had so many guests on, all different types of guests. You've seen all types of videos and messages of hope. We just had Sheriff Lima on, and now, without wasting any time, because now we're going to roll, we have another person that you need to know about, and that's Chief Mike Balkin. Or Acting Chief. Can I say Chief, or do I have to say Acting Chief?
Interim Chief.
Interim Chief. I'll say Interim Chief.
Thank you.
Mike Balkin from Ocala Police Department. Thank you for taking the drive.
Of course. Thanks for having me. This is exciting.
This is awesome having you here.
It's great to be here. Yes, sir.
I love seeing y'all dressed up. Last time I saw you, weren't all dressed like this.
Yeah, sometimes I try to, clean up and
it's part of the role,
and represent. Right? That's it. Yeah.
All right. So let's get into it. You heard the interview with Sheriff Lima. What do you think about all that, and where you guys are at in Ocala?
Yeah. So I heard part of his interview,
okay.
and it's clear that. This opioid issue, this epidemic is nationwide, right?
Yeah.
It's certainly affecting Florida,
right.
And Marion County, Ocala. So, I would say that I think we're all really forging ahead, trying to. This comes down to saving lives, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
This has gone from a something that we were trying to wrest our way out of just a few short years ago to executives, law enforcement executives, really realizing, look, this isn't a crime per se. This is an illness, and in order for us to save lives, which is what we're charged with on a daily basis, we've got to really completely do a 180 on how we approach this and how the boots on the ground really think about addiction and how we help. So I'll say this, it's exciting to hear some of the different programs around different areas, but I would argue I think we do it really, really well in Ocala, Marion County, specifically with our amnesty program, our Narcan deployment.
Right.
I won't get into the fire chief's realm, but he's doing some great things as well. But we've had a huge impact. I think we've saved a lot of lives with what we're doing.
There's a lot going on, and I have to thank you guys because you guys donated. I am the treatment consultant for the Marion County Hospital District. In charge of Beacon Point out there in Marion County, and you guys donated 2 cars for our programs out there. So thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
That was fast. That had a lot to do with all you guys and Chief Alexander, who's coming up next.
Chief Graham would tell you, moss don't grow on him. We move quick. We like to get things done.
For those of you that don't know, we lost Chief Graham a week and a half ago now, right?
October 25th.
October
Sunday.
25th.
Yes.
Right. And we're renaming Building 1 after him.
At Beacon Point, which is incredible. And I couldn't think of a better way to really honor Chief Graham's memory, because he was all in. He was all in with the opioid efforts in our area. So that's tremendous. I know the family, everybody's really, really excited.
Right. Yeah. So take me through. So here you want to be a police officer.
Sure.
You get into it, and then now you notice this is a big issue now, because I know you didn't get into this field because of the opioid crisis.
Of course, right.
But all of a sudden, here it is, and it becomes one of the biggest things that you have to deal with. And you start realizing, wow, a lot of citizens are struggling. This causes a lot of pain on our community. So Talk to us a little bit about that education that has to all of a sudden come on the job so quickly.
That's funny you bring that up. You know, again, we really started noticing a huge change in our community probably about 3.5, 4 years ago. It was just, you know, with the change in the pill mill laws and all that, that our Attorney General was dealing with and helping us with, really. It had some unintended consequences, right, with what we were doing to combat this at a state level. But yeah, you quickly realize, look, there's a huge problem. One with the heroin specifically, but fentanyl came along, and we started. You know, we were finding these fatalities coming throughout the entire. Through our entire city, and it clearly didn't care if you were white, black, rich, poor, didn't matter. And quite frankly, you know, there's not too many police officers in the city of Ocala that doesn't have a family member or a friend that's been touched by this themselves. So, you know, when you start thinking about, you know, education and how do we really turn the attitudes and the approach, it was pretty simple, because every one of us, it seemed, knew somebody that had been affected by this in one form or another. So we quickly realized, look, you know, we were arresting people for possession charges and different crimes related to addiction, and you know, in the end, people were bonding out, and we were finding them overdosed, you know, 2 hours later. Clearly it wasn't working. We knew we've got to do something different. We got to get in front of this, and we really got to catch this before it gets to that point, in order for us to do what we're charged with doing, which is saving lives. So, you know, there was a big push with our social media, obviously getting in the schools, through our DARE programs, things like that, just to try to get the community behind us too, because this is you know, not everybody even today buys into, hey, this is an illness. So you're constantly trying to change, you know, not only the minds of the addicts themselves, but police and the communities that help support us in what we do, the hospitals, you know, our brothers and sisters in other agencies that really support us and do what we do. So, but I think we were really able to do that relatively quickly, really because everybody seemed was touched in some way, shape, or form by this very problem. So they were quick to jump on board and really flip how they approach this.
See, that's really good. And the reason I ask you is because, you know, one thing that struck me when I first met you was the amount of questions in true inquisitiveness that you had about this issue. Like, you weren't closed-minded about it. You weren't, I know everything we need to know. There was none of that arrogance attached to it, you know. There was simple, we have an issue. We want to know more about it. How can we best serve this community? And it was real genuine to how you want to, and I like that. I like that shift is happening, but what I see is that citizens don't seem to know this shift, and that's why on this Hope-A-Thon, you know, throughout this day, I'm trying to show a lot of people from law enforcement or from positions of authority that get this problem. You know, and now remember, I'm speaking about this problem. I'm not trying to get into all the other political issues that people want to fight about, but in regards to this problem, you guys have done tremendous changes. And I think people don't know that, of how empathetic you guys are getting.
Absolutely. That was a big part of it, and that's why we you know, we couldn't wait to get our hands on people like you, quite frankly, to come in and educate us, because that's not our field, right? We, you know, it used to be, look, the citizens of Ocala give me one tool to do my job, and it's a pair of handcuffs. Here they are.
Yeah.
But that's really not the case. And you know, the bottom line is, you know, we have an impact. We can have an impact at early stages of learning development, right, from the kids in the schools up through the high schools and through our mentor programs and things like that. So, no, we needed an education, and it's guys like you, programs like you run, that really came in and helped us get to where we needed to be. But you know, and Chief Graham obviously embraced that philosophy of, look, this is an illness. We need to treat this. We're going to save lives. And so he pushed his amnesty program. I mean, that was Chief Graham stamped all over that, right?
That's really unique. So definitely speak about that.
Yeah, let's talk about that. So, you know, basically the program, it consists of this. You have a problem, an addiction issue. You can walk into the police department any time of the day, 24/7, throw your paraphernalia, throw your drugs on the counter, and just say, look, I need help. My officer's not going to arrest you. He's going to recover those items, dispose of those properly, and take you immediately to get treatment. Immediately. No left turns, no hospital. No, we're taking you to get treatment. We want to make sure we save you. We don't. You know, if you have the courage to do that, and realize that you have a problem and that you need help, we're going to be the ones that try to help you. We're going to be there. And it doesn't matter if it's the police department, the district office, anywhere in the community. If you say, I need help, you can do so without really any questions asked by our police officers. They're going to recover any kind of illegal items and dispose of them, and they're going to take you to get help. That comes first and foremost beyond any criminal charge. That's not what we're looking to do. Us putting you in jail for that addiction serves no purpose, no good for anybody in that community. So, but Chief Graham obviously thoroughly embraced that. It's had a huge impact. We've had 300, as of 2 days ago, 349 participants in that amnesty program. Furthering our efforts, the Chief Graham put Narcan in the hands of everyone, not every officer, every employee. Even some of our non-sworn personnel are running around with Narcan.
See, I didn't know that part of it.
Absolutely. We're trying to get that in the hands of everybody we possibly can. We've saved, again, as of 2 days ago, 219 souls. Our officers, our employees have saved with Narcan. That's the goal. It's life-saving. It's not criminal charges. We're so far past that now. Now the goal is, you and I have talked about this, really trying to get the judiciary in Marion County, the judges on board with, how we really approach our Marchman acts and, our involuntary admissions, and really get everybody on the same page and get the entire machine behind us in saving lives.
And that's really the key.
That's it. Right.
Really, that's really the key in all these counties, is that in the cities, is everybody on the same page.
Yeah, and we're finding there's areas that we need to improve on.
It's to be expected.
Absolutely, right. And everybody, they're still learning. It's a learning curve, right? But everybody's got to realize, look, you might have played this role, you might have owned this part of the government, but no more. Now we all have to address this together, really, to be impactful.
Well, the impressive part is that you're doing all this in a time where a lot of people are distracted. There's a lot of distractions going on right now in regards to law enforcement, in regards to political sides, in regards to COVID-19. And yet, whenever I've asked your department, Chief Alexander's department, the Sheriff Woods department, boom, 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 boom.
And that's going to continue. Look, we're all on board. We're part of that task force. You're going to continue to get that from us. Our community, we understand this, that all three of those agencies that you just mentioned, they're owned by the citizens of Ocala and Marion County.
Amen.
They're not mine. It's not Chief Graham's. It's not Billy Woods. It's not Shane Alexander's. These agencies belong to the citizens. And quite frankly, they demand that we do the right thing, step up and save lives. That's what we're really trying to do. And I didn't turn my phone off.
That's all right. But that's why I want to highlight it. I wanted to highlight it because I want people to get that. Sure. I want people to get that. Just think about when you turn on the television right now and how many distractions you get. And sometimes all the real stuff is not really shown. Did you hear what I just said, though? I mean, I'm talking about, I just kind of did a wish list of cars for this program that we're doing out there so people can get transportation, because you guys transport all over the place.
Absolutely.
All over, and out of county.
Any surrounding county. We're
out of county. And people don't know that.
Right.
And the next, boom, 2 cars from this department. Boom. Sheriff Woods also gave 2 cars. It's like,
look, it's
that fast.
Many hands make light work, right? That's really what this is about. If we can donate a couple of old police cars to transport people that need help, how many more you need? We're going to be talking more about that. So, even funding. We have certain community donation funds that you and I are going to be discussing in the near future, and really try to expand the program even bigger than what it is.
Oh, we're going to bring some more money into this county.
Yeah, and we need that.
It's needed, and more so if you're going to put money in a county and a city, put it where the structure is appreciative of it and knows how to use it right away without all this other stuff.
We were talking about that in the green room, about having that infrastructure really set up before, those funds come in, especially what we expect moving forward. Just the amount of money that we really need to really stomp this out. That's what we're looking for. We're not we don't want to put a Band-Aid on this. To really stomp it out is going to need an infrastructure that's already set up and designed to move quickly, efficiently, effectively, so we can be completely transparent to the community that we're serving, so they know, hey, they're doing this right. That money is going in the right direction for the right reason, because we're going to need this to continue, obviously. So for a long term, to accomplish long-term goals. So that's where we're at. So. We're behind this 100%, and you know that from coming up there.
100%. And I wouldn't have guessed it. I got to be honest. I wouldn't have guessed it. Like I was saying to somebody else earlier on a different matter, I was saying we naturally have judgment. right?
Sure.
And it's not always a negative judgment, which we have judgment. Sometimes judgment goes this way or that way. I never would have thought, if you would have told me, because Deborah, who I'm sure you know, Deborah Velez.
Yes, right.
Yeah, I've known her for like 20-something years.
Okay.
And she's been telling me for 20-something years, Louis, you got to come up here and put a treatment center. Louis, you got to come up here and build a treatment center. And I've been saying, where? Where am I going to build a treatment center? You know, I don't know Ocala, I don't know Marion County, but I've gone out there and spoke several times. All I know it for is the horses, right? You guys are world famous for like great horses
Sure.
and great pastures and just really coolness, right? It wasn't until she says, no, you don't understand. You got to come up and see this county for what it is. And I said, all right, let's go check it out. And she showed me Beacon. And I remember the first time I went to Beacon Point and checked it out, and I was like, whoa. This infrastructure is nice. And then I started hearing about what was going on, and she said, you think you could help with that? And I said, oh yeah, because there's some issues there that I think we can fix real quick.
Yeah.
And then when I saw how fast everything went, and now it was like, give me a dose of something, right? Because it was like, oh,
Get you ramped up,
now
right?
I'm in.
Sure.
Oh, now she's talking, oh, why did you buy the house in New Smyrna Beach? Why didn't you buy a house over here in Ocala? I was like, well, let's slow down there, Sparky. I said, but the point is that it's refreshing. You know, and by the way, people, like all these law enforcement people and all these people of authority that you see on the Hope-A-Thon today is only for one reason and one reason only, because we find them to be friendly to our cause and friendly to what we're doing. And so there's no politics involved here on the Hope-A-Thon. This is all about expressing hope and showing people that we do recover. And these are the agencies out there that exist that you need to know about. You need to know how they're helping us recover. And that's what's intoxicating about Ocala. And that's what's intoxicating about Marion County, is that you guys not only get it, but you act upon it. I mean, you guys acted upon things faster than we were able to put a license plate on the car. Like, we got the cars faster than we were able to put license plates
to register the car.
Yeah, register the car.
And I would argue that you use the word intoxicating. It's extremely exciting for us.
Yes.
To be able to have that sort of an impact, and I would argue that you'll get the same philosophical view from the deputy chief or the Chief Graham all the way down to the newest officer, because we preach that. We preach that when they come in. Look, the days of chasing a fleeing felon at 130 miles an hour, that's all great.
Oh yeah.
That's a very small portion of your job, and we really want you to get more satisfaction out of helping somebody who's addicted and potentially saving a life than you would chasing a fleeing felon. And we've got the buy-in now. They've embraced that. They know that this is the philosophy of that agency, and this is the way the world works now. Police officers, firemen, we don't just arrest criminals. We don't put out fires.
Yep.
We help. We save lives.
Amen.
In any arena we possibly can get our hands in. That's the bottom line. And
that is the bottom line.
And it took some time, right? These, a lot of old school cops that, it took a lot of coaching and development of some of those officers to really get them to back it. But again, you might think it was difficult, but the bottom line is it's very difficult to find a police officer, I would argue, in this state, in the state of Florida, that hasn't been touched by addiction in some form or fashion themselves within their family or their group of close personal friends.
Right.
So once you have that, it's an unfortunate fact, but the fact that exists, it really makes that, pushing that philosophy down makes it extremely easy. And gets them on board.
Well, I've known it all these years, and because of being the treatment professional and treating so many law enforcement families and so many fire families, and it was hard because especially when you treat an actual law enforcement officer. Earlier, we used to have to separate them, or you used to have to tell them, hey, just don't say what you do when you're in group or when you're in session, because you might get judged upon. I mean, even that stuff is troubling to me, that you have to do stuff like that. But it's that kind of job. It's just that kind of responsibility, or the way we hold you guys up to these pedestals in this community, in a different pedestal. It's a pedestal that's very fragile. It's not a pedestal like we want to look up to you. It's like a pedestal like, I dare you to do something wrong. Do something wrong.
No,
and so when you do something right like this, I want to make sure everybody knows it.
And I appreciate that. No, there is a different standard, and quite frankly, I think there should be. I think the folks that are out there enforcing the law and potentially jeopardizing your freedom should be held to a very, very high standard, and I think we do a good job of that.
I think you do.
However, police officers are human beings, and we don't always get it right. No matter what we do. I don't care how much you train, how much you're never always going to get it right. But the goal is to do the absolute best we can, and have an impact anywhere we can. Which brings us right back to this. And we are so excited to be able to help with this, and so proud of the work that we've done, and of the work that the boots on the ground are doing every day.
Yeah.
You know, every 2 weeks we have a crime stat meeting where we're reviewing the prior 2 weeks crime maps, and we're doing forecasting and really using that as a way to focus on where we're going to allocate our resources and things, and really police smarter rather than harder. Rarely does a cycle go by where we're not throwing a video up for some of the folks that come in to view this crime stat meeting that shows it's a video of one of our officers dosing somebody with Narcan, and in the follow-up work with their family, trying to follow up to make sure that their needs are met, and it's exciting, it's incredible work. And we're going to continue right where Chief Graham left off. We're going to forge ahead and hopefully build even greater upon the foundations that he laid.
That's a beautiful thing. I really do love everything that you're saying. I have an ask, or an ask that you can do, not an ask from you. Okay. An ask that you can do, and I know you can do it. So I want to make sure to get to that. And then the second thing is I want you to touch briefly on it. We got a couple minutes left. I want you to touch briefly on the training part. There's so much conversation right now about training officers, and you brought that up real early on in your thing. So what are some of the things that you guys did or changed so that the new officers coming in, so they can be just where you are, so the culture that you are developing or fostering in there, so they can come in ready to help out this population?
So we really, when the last couple of years, as things really started to change and public perception started to change right around the country, we really took a hard look at our training program. We migrated to a different training platform. So a lot of the mundane trainings that I would say are, you need to do them, but really have a smaller impact than some of the high liability things. We really pushed that to a training platform that's done on videos, on the computer, so we could really we wanted the one-on-one time. We wanted the face-to-face with the officers, with the experts in the room that could really not only explain, hey, this is how you do things, but the whys. Right. And when you can explain somebody the whys, right, but there's more buy-in. But obviously, our training program really began focusing on not only addiction, but the Narcan training. The response times was a huge issue. Just when you start talking about that, look, we had to change the entire way we were responding to calls for service. We had to change what we consider priority 1 response to a priority 2. Right. Because the bottom line is, if the fire truck is dispatched before us, that's great. We want what we call our ditch doctors there quicker than us. But the bottom line, if the police officer's a block away and could administer that Narcan and then that's a win-win for everybody. Win-win for everybody. So we had to really adjust how we approached all that. So high liability training really was brought to the forefront with hands-on, person-to-person, and we really were able to push a lot of the more mundane things off to the side and use that training platform, the digital side of things, to where we could get a bigger bang for our buck on really what was out there to save lives. Was designed to save lives and not say write a proper police report or dealing with things like that, or how you navigate the record section. That was all pushed to the side. Let's deal with things that really matter, and I say that carefully because it all does. But we're saving lives first and foremost.
And we'll end with that. We're saving lives, and I think that's the key.
Absolutely.
My ask I'm going to reserve to a private conversation. I have an ask for you that I think is really going to help your situation, but I'm not going to do it on the air. I'm going to talk to you privately about it. I think you're going to love it. Perfect. It's not an ask of you. It's an ask of who you can make of someone else that I think is going to benefit. I just thought about it, and I got to remember. I'm going to go write it down. So
you got me a little nervous, but I'm.
Oh no, it's a great thing. Oh, you're going to love it. You're going to love it. It's all good things. I would never do that to you.
Hey, thanks for having me on.
Interim Chief Mike Balkin, Ocala Police Department. Thank you very much. We're going to come up with Chief Alexander from Marion County Fire after this.
My dearest family, this will be my last letter to you before I finally come home. I know I've been gone for so long, even gone before I left, but first I must do what I've needed to do my whole life. I must follow God into the wilderness, to face my demons, to face myself, to face my Creator. I pray God will take me to the valley of vision, to open my eyes to see what He sees. But this time, I'm not alone. I go with other men. Men like me, who've lost their way. Sons, brothers, husbands, fathers. Some at the beginning, others at the end, all headed in the same direction, walking the path together. The way of the light. Seeking forgiveness for the unforgivable things we've done. We've destroyed lives, abandoned those we love, like I did to you 12 times over. Carried constant shame, caused continual pain, killing ourselves one high, one drink at a time. Believe the same old lie, but more is never enough. I'm so deeply sorry for all the sorrow I've caused you. Thinking I was dead, barely coming back, only to lose me again. You never deserved any of this. I don't deserve another chance, or your love, or your mercy, or your forgiveness. My only hope is in God now, that He will make me the man that I could never be. He's taught me, pain is the path to love. I'm still afraid, but I have hope, because I've seen His power. Others healed, right in front of me, forever changed. And I'm going to be changed. I'm going to be healed. This is my prayer, to be freed from destruction. To be free to love you, and to be loved by you. I know I will see you again soon, in a way, maybe even for the first time. And after all these years, I'm finally coming home. I love you, always have, always will.
Hey everybody, how you doing? We're still here. Look, what rolling one after another, after another. All these people in uniform. I feel all dressed down. You know, I'm not dressed up enough. But what I am dressed up for is what? For the Now Matters More Foundation. That's right, nowmattersmore.org. You can go to it if you want to help us out, help us do what we're doing. You can go there to contribute, to support. You hit that button. You help us do all these things that we're doing in these counties, and to help support people in recovery, to help instill hope in them, and not just hope, but action. See, hope is better when it's accompanied with action, and that's what we're doing. So have the action. 833-NOW-MATTERS. If you yourself want some help, that's 833-669-6288. That's 833-669-6288. We have people standing by ready to take your call. If you want to talk about maybe something that's going on and see you know, should you or should you not get some help for yourself, they can help you out. But, so we went from Interim Chief Mike Balkin in Ocala, which is in Marion County. So I'm now going to go to the Fire Chief of Marion County, who I've developed a very close relationship with. So glad to have you, Chief Shane Alexander. Welcome, brother.
Awesome, Louis. Thank you. I'm honored to be here.
I really appreciate it. You know, first of all, I didn't know that you actually are a partial resident of Orange County.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we spend a little bit of time down here. We've got a lake house down here, so we love Orange County.
So it's like the opposite. There's people in Orange County who have places like maybe like in Marion County, like maybe like a farm or horses out there or a beach. You come into Orange County.
Absolutely. We love Orlando also.
It's really cool.
Yeah.
That's right. And I saw you brought your family. That's beautiful.
Yeah, take my family everywhere with me.
I love that, by the way.
Yes, sir.
That's typically my style. At least when they were younger, that was my style. Now that they're all have jobs and stuff, it's changed a little bit. But that's the way it was when they were younger.
Yeah, as a family, we have a saying that if our kids can't do it with us, then we don't do it.
That's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
You know, I've learned quite a bit about that. You're a man of values and you're a man of your word. You're definitely a man of integrity. There's something I really admire about you. So I'm just going to be open. I'm going to be honest, and hopefully you're all cool with that. You know, I don't like, you know, messing around with foolishness. But in my short amount of time where I've gotten to know you, I've noticed a sense of leadership from you, a sense of calm strength and leadership from you that I really admire. I think it's a really cool gift that you have. I've seen you approach a problem that you know that I'm having or a desire that I'm having, and I've seen you've been able to turn it into something very quickly. Like we were talking about the cars earlier.
Yes, sir.
I know for a fact that you had a lot to do with that. You were tremendously instrumental in that. Now, obviously there were other parts to it, but it was your voice and your strength and your commitment to saying, listen, this is our number one. I think you've said that to me at least 10 times. This is our number one priority. This is our number one priority. This is our number one priority. And I don't think I've met anyone since COVID has come around where they look at me in the eye and say, look, I'm having a Mike Pence moment where I'm having this fly or whatever it is, trying to get in my hair. I haven't had anyone that tells me this is our number one priority. Yeah. So let's speak to that first. Tell me about this being such an important priority for you.
Yes, sir. So a couple things, what you said, as leaders, our credibility is our currency with people.
Right, right.
So we, in my agency, we work real hard to maintain our credibility and our forthright and our honesty, so that, you know, people are willing to participate and get on board with fixing issues. Yeah. And what's occurred with us, this is literally the City of Ocala's number one initiative. Our elected officials, they have priorities. But then they also have established 10 initiatives, homelessness, recruiting convention center, things like that. Their number one priority is addressing the opioid crisis in the city of Ocala and the urban area of Marion County. So this isn't, and a part of it is our organization between Chief Balkin, who is doing an amazing job picking up where Chief Graham left off. Real visionary as far as an organization. His agency and my agency touches every single addict in our community. So why would we just run that call, go back to the station, write a report, and be done with it?
Right.
We are encouraged with putting them into a loop, finding them services, whatever that may be. Any type of addiction. It could be they can't pay their power bill, or it could be activating the homelessness council to help them with housing. So when we go out there, you're having a heart attack, you're having a crisis, you've had some kind of trauma. Once our guys and girls are done treating you, then they get you into other services that they need. And then our city council and our city manager's office have recognized that, and they've placed our agency in charge of that number one initiative.
Wow.
So it's not just as simple as an idea within our organization. We have business measures. We have report outs all the way up through City Hall and through our elected officials, where not only are they completely abreast of the situation, but then when they approve it, then they have to provide the resources that we can address it.
And I think you put the right people to fulfill some of these actions. You have Captain Blair. I mean, he's become quite the voice for our space in a short amount of time.
Yes,
he's
sir.
on a learning curve that's like going like this.
He is tireless. He is amazing.
He has a lot of energy.
Yeah, what we call him is a champion. You can't break down these. You can't be the tip of the spear. You can't fix these problems if you don't have somebody that can champion a cause and all that goes along with that. Tirelessness, leadership, commitment. He is sometimes at the hospital all night long. We average 5 overdoses, 5 protective custody orders a day in the city of Ocala.
And people need to know he literally talks to every single one of them.
He touches every single one of them, gets them into services. I think you touched on that with Chief Balkan, where we have filled up the detox in Marion County, and to the point where we have shipped people to Orange, to Volusia, to Alachua County. But then, of course, you have been amazing with the hospital district, where you are recruiting and bringing in more of the services. So we feel like we have gotten the system to where law enforcement and public safety and fire are funneling in. We have billboards out for addictions. Contact this number to where we can funnel them into the services. So now we're putting pressure on the services. But then your organization with the hospital district are bringing in those services, the medicine-aided treatment, facilities, vehicles, and you know, you and I have shared so many conversations about this. Literally, we're trying to start looking at long-term housing for recovered addicts, and employment, and busing, and transportation.
Well, that's what I love about it. It's like putting together wish lists that actually are coming true like pretty fast. You know, and I'm not used to that in government realms or in realms where there's so much tape. You know, but with this area, I could say you guys are dead on, and I love it. It's been fun, and I like people that get it. So I want to highlight people that get it. But not only that, but it helps inspire people that may be out there and they're listening and they're thinking, you know, nobody understands me. Nobody understands. You know, they don't care. You guys do care, but you don't know what you don't know, and up to a certain point. Maybe there was a lot of not knowing, but you know what? It's a fast track. And like I said, when Captain Blair's running out there like that, and he got Izzy, can't forget Izzy. She's out there. So I want to touch on that because they not only care. Chief Alexander not only cares, but I want you to explain some of your hiring practices because I think he's very open about hiring and who he's hiring and how he's hiring. So I want you to speak to that because I think that's very unique. That's very cool.
Yes, sir. So we have. We recruit to properly represent our community.
Right.
Well, if our community actually has a large amount of addicts, are those included in our hiring? So that's very difficult to do in law enforcement and in fire service, but we support that to the point where even you talk about Hope-A-Thon. What better hope could be for an addict than for them to work as a firefighter, paramedic for an organization so that they can give back and have employment and all that goes along with that with their family and their prosperity and everything. So we employ addicts at Ocala Fire Rescue.
And for clarification purposes, addicts in recovery.
Recovering addicts.
Well, I
yes,
just want to be, so somebody's saying, wait a minute, then in that case.
Yes, successful recovering addicts and they're giving back.
So who would have thought? That would actually be a positive on your resume? I mean, I was always told to be in the closet, stay in the closet, don't tell anybody. Nobody's ever going to hire you. And what you're saying right now to our people is that, well, not here. You guys can come here. You want to put some value into what you've experienced. You want some hope out of your life, saying, "Oh, nobody will ever care. Nobody will ever hire me again." Well, apparently, Marion County Fire Department can.
Well, it's Ocala Fire Rescue.
Oh, Ocala. So I always get it wrong, don't I? I always say Marion. I think even on the thing, I think even on the lower thirds right now, it says Marion County. I apologize. It's
That's
Ocala
okay.
Fire
We're
Rescue.
in Marion County. And we partner with Marion County Fire Rescue.
Okay.
The fire chief, Jamie Banta there, we partner on a lot of these initiatives, like where they allow us to go out into the county and serve some of that community as well.
Okay. See, you think I would know that? That's a bad mistake. That's like getting a sponsor name wrong. That's like me getting Celsius name wrong after they've donated so much energy drinks to us.
Yeah. So the public doesn't mind, but within the organizations, we got to keep it straight.
I understand. I understand.
Yeah. Yes, sir. And we've participated with a group, Dr. Teitelbaum out of Gainesville.
Yeah, I know him.
And he has gotten me up to speed. He even uses a lot of Abraham Lincoln, where he provided us where Abraham Lincoln said, "What a great country we live in where addiction is not criminalized." So things like that have really shaped me to where we can't judge people. Nobody is immune. you know, the addict world or the recovering world, they have a saying that if you don't know the addict in your family, it's you. So we're all touched by it. Yeah. All of us are touched by it in some way. And also societies are going to be judged by how we treat our youth and how we treat our elder and how we treat our people in need. So if we have such a large population there, we need to engage with them and help with them any way that we can.
Awesome. And in your case, this is also where I want to go with you in particular about these conversations, is you have a paramedicine program. Yes. And so I want you to speak a little bit about the paramedicine program, and then I want you to parlay that into a conversation of how we can help you as well, because if we can help you, then you help us, and in turn. So paramedicine program, and then how can we help you for you to help us even more?
So the simple explanation on the community paramedicine is Advent Health gives us 15 patients on a Monday of their most frequent 911 callers. Typically they'll call 911 3 or 4 times a week. What we do is we have contact with their direct care patient, their medications. We go out and see those patients that week to ensure that they do not come back to the hospital through the 911 system. One, it benefits people's lives. 2, it saves a significant amount of funding for the hospital district, and then they pay our people to go out and do it. It's a win-win-win all the way around.
Sweet.
And now it's allowed us to gain it's called an OD2A grant through the CDC, where we can do it for recovering addicts as well. We can treat them, roll them into treatment, and then after they are an outpatient of their home, we can visit them, make sure we send paramedics out to visit them in the home, and not only make sure they're continuing their treatments, but also for other wraparound services. Do they need help with employment, homelessness, their power bill, transportation, whatever else that we can help them with, then we funnel them into those services also.
That's incredible. And how can we help you?
Well, right now, everything is going as best could be. We're actually putting in for some grant funding so we can increase the amount of personnel that we have on the road because the problem is so large.
Right.
So I would say stand by. We may be asking you to help with some funding to pay for more people to get out to check on our recovering addicts at homes.
And I think what we're learning by people like Sheriff Lima, who said, Walmart chipped in. Maybe we can find that type of business or those